Ling Yifeng never expected that his naturally flawed soul would inadvertently merge with the remnant soul of the once most powerful ruler of the continent, the Feathered Lord, bringing him unexpected fortune. The small beast he saved in the monster forest turned out to be a direct descendant of the ancient divine beast, the nine-tailed sky-snatching fox. To his surprise, his mysterious mother had left him 3 mysterious formation diagrams when she departed. What does it mean to be a ruler? To dominate the order of heaven and earth, and govern the path of all beings. The boy holding the spirit seed is destined to soar above the 9 heavens and step into the realm of the transcendent. Chapter 1. The Genius Expelled from the Spirit Academy. In the Feathered Continent, in the southwestern corner of the Tianluo Empire, lies Luoyu City. A young boy walked slowly out of the gates of the Tiannan Spirit Academy with his head down, followed by a chorus of disdainful laughter from a group of students behind him. Is he really a genius? I didn't expect that after 3 years. He hasn't made any progress. Came the mocking voice. Who knows? Maybe he only got into Tiannan Spirit Academy, thanks to his father's connections. Waste is still waste. No matter how good the training conditions are, he will eventually revert to his original state. What a waste of precious resources. It's just like throwing meat buns to dogs. His family must be embarrassed by him. Now that he's been expelled, not a single person from his family came to pick him up. They're probably afraid of being humiliated. Just go home. Don't embarrass yourself wandering around. Ling Yifeng lowered his head, a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Were these people really that harsh and snobbish? He still remembered 3 years ago, when he was full of ambition and successfully condensed his spirit wheel at the age of under 10, becoming the youngest spirit wheel realm cultivator in Luoyu City in nearly a century. He was personally recruited into the academy by the director, Zhong Yuanli, who provided him with the best training resources. The young boys in the city were all shocked and envious of his talent, while also feeling a tinge of jealousy. 3 years ago, he was so full of confidence, with almost everyone vying to build a relationship with him. Although he was younger than most in the academy, he was treated as a senior, with many older brothers and sisters seeking his advice, and he was always willing to help them with their problems. However, in the past 3 years, he had made no progress at all. Those who once smiled at him with flattery gradually turned cold, and now they dared to mock him openly. What had he done wrong? For 3 years, he had always treated everyone kindly, never getting into conflicts or disputes. Whenever they encountered difficulties, he was always eager to help without any complaints. Perhaps, in their eyes, what he did was merely expected, or maybe they thought he was just trying to show off his abilities. Ling Yifeng quietly clenched his fists. He had practiced his strength since he was 5, reaching the 9th level of spirit power by the age of 9, and then successfully condensed his spirit wheel 6 months later, becoming a true spirit cultivator and the youngest spirit wheel realm cultivator on record in Luoyu City, which shook the entire city. His future was deemed immeasurable. Flawed soul. Director Zhong had suddenly exclaimed in shock when he tested Ling Yifeng's spiritual veins, and then sighed deeply. When Ling Yifeng first heard this phrase, he did not understand its meaning, but from that moment on, even the director, who initially treated him as his own, gradually stopped paying attention, leaving him to cultivate on his own. It was only after Ling Yifeng consulted the text that he learned what a flawed soul meant. Humans have 3 souls. The first is the yang spirit, the second is the fetal essence, and the third is the yin essence, which can also be referred to as the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. His natural lack of these 3 souls meant that no matter how strong his cultivation talent was, he could never advance to the divine soul realm. But what he did not expect was that he would already be stuck at the spirit wheel realm. Cultivation is divided into 9 realms. Aside from the foundational stage of building foundation and practicing strength, it is divided into 9 levels of spirit power, and one must successfully condense their own spirit wheel in the Dantian to be considered a true spirit cultivator, which is the spirit wheel realm. The subsequent realms are the Spirit Origin Realm, Spirit Soul Realm, Divine Soul Realm, Spirit Sect Realm, Holy Emperor Realm, Holy Venerable Realm, and Ruler Realm. A flawed soul means he could never reach the Divine Soul Realm, and he might not even reach the Spirit Soul Realm. Ling Yifeng shook his head with a bitter smile and glanced back at the plaque on the Academy's gate, which bore the 4 golden characters, Tiannan Spirit Academy. He then slowly walked home. Ling Yifeng's home was in a large mansion in the northern part of the city, which belonged to the Ling family, one of the 4 prominent families in Luoyu City. His father, Ling Cheng, was the current head of the Ling family. As he entered the Ling family's gate, the guards at the entrance kept their eyes straight ahead, not even glancing at Ling Yifeng, as if he were just a passing breeze. Ling Yifeng bitterly smiled to himself. wondering if his status at home had become so low. In the past, whenever he returned home, the guards would rush to greet him, respectfully calling him young master. But now, they treated him as if he were invisible. Just as he entered the gate, he heard a mocking laughter nearby. "Oh, our genius, young master has returned." Ling Yifeng turned to see several girls of similar age watching him, one of whom spoke sharply while the others giggled softly. "Ling Yifeng." Ling Yifeng glanced at her indifferently and chose not to say much as he turned to head toward his residence. The girl, around 12 or 13 years old, had a youthful face that couldn't hide her striking beauty. Reaching the 7th level of spirit power at 12 years old was considered quite talented, and with her charming looks, she was a central figure in the Ling family. However, Ling Yifeng merely cast a dispassionate glance at her before walking away. Seeing Ling Yifeng ignore her, her face flushed with anger, and she stomped her foot on the ground, chasing after him. "I say, young Master Yifeng, how can you still have the face to come back? You've been expelled from Tian and Spirit Academy, and you've embarrassed all of us Ling family members. The people in the academy see us and point fingers, saying we're the family of that genius boy. It's all your fault." Ling Yifeng stopped and looked at her calmly, then slowly said, "Yuexin, have you forgotten who helped you when you failed your cultivation? Who encouraged you when you wanted to give up? Is this how you speak to me now?" Ling Yuexin was taken aback for a moment, her eyes reddening slightly, looking very pitiful. She felt quite wronged, but we really do attract others' disdain in the academy. I'm just upset that you seem to have no reaction to it. They're just jealous. Although I haven't made progress, I still possess the strength of the spirit wheel realm. Other than mocking from the sidelines, how many dare to challenge me? Improve your own strength, and then others won't dare to ridicule you. Okay. Ling Yuexin nodded vigorously, then looked at Ling Yifeng with a pitiful expression and said, "Brother Yifeng, I was wrong just now. I'm sorry, please forgive me, okay?" Ling Yifeng suddenly smiled as he realized that this little cousin still remembered his past kindness. He reached out to pat her head, but halfway through, he retracted his hand mischievously and scratched his own head. "You should work hard on your cultivation. They'll be going now." Ling Yuexin watched Ling Yifeng's departing figure, reminiscing about the spirited boy from a few years ago, and sighed softly. Ling Yifeng walked along a secluded path to a small courtyard located at the northern end of the Ling family estate. He was naturally quiet and preferred not to live in the noisy central area of the mansion. So Ling Chung arranged this secluded little house for him. Here, few people came and went, and behind the house were rolling mountains, making it very peaceful most days. Liu City is located in the Tianluo Empire in the southern part of the Piayu continent. The Piayu continent is vast and boundless, with empires, families, sects, and various major forces thriving. In this Piayu continent, there is a rarely visited place known as the Dark Shadow Mountain Range. The Dark Shadow Mountain Range stretches for tens or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers, almost spanning half of the Piayu continent. This is the domain of magical beasts, where the spiritual energy is dense. Many wild beasts also absorb and expel spiritual energy, gradually awakening their intelligence. After countless generations of reproduction and development, they have evolved into the powerful magical beasts and even spiritual beasts of today. In short, this world is incredibly vast and exciting, but the precondition is that one must possess sufficient strength to appreciate its beauty. Without strength, one may never be able to leave this small city in their entire life. The mountain behind Ling Yifeng's small house is a branch of the Dark Shadow Mountain Range. Due to its remote location from the main range, there are no powerful magical beasts here, only some wild animals and low-level magical beasts living inside. Otherwise, they would not dare to establish their family here. The mountain is rich in resources, and the Ling family relies on these resources to maintain their livelihood and status in Luoyu City. Almost every few days, the Ling family organizes manpower to enter the mountain to capture wild animals, gather medicinal materials, search for precious minerals, and even hunt magical beasts. Ling Yifeng did not return home, but instead took a small path up the mountain, leisurely walking to the summit. This mountain is not high and can only be considered a small hill. Ling Yifeng sat down on a patch of grass, wrapping his arms around his knees, gazing at the distant layers of mountains in a daze. He would occasionally look at the distant peaks and then gaze up at the blue sky, watching the wispy clouds drift by with the wind. At times, a large bird would fly across the sky, leaving a faint trace before slowly dissipating. Ling Yifeng lay on the grass, resting his hands behind his head, with a grass root in his mouth, watching the sunset gradually hide behind the mountains. Phew, he spat out, the tasteless grass root. Feeling the bitterness in his mouth could not compare to the bitterness in his heart. He was still just a child, filled with curiosity and expectation for the unknown world like other children his age. He originally wanted to rely on his efforts to become strong and then explore the entire world. However, his cultivation path had just begun and might have to stop here forever due to his innate soul defect, which was equivalent to heaven blocking his path to becoming strong. In this world that values strength and reveres the strong, how insignificant an ordinary person is. His father is the head of the Ling family, and the Ling family holds considerable weight in Luoyu City. Even if he, Ling Yifeng, does not cultivate spiritual power, his father could support him, ensuring he lives a life free of worries. Is this the life I want? Ling Yifeng quietly asked himself in his heart. No. Ling Yifeng let out a long howl toward the distant sky. He was unwilling to live an ordinary life. As an underage child, he was passionate and full of dreams. His life should be painted with vibrant colors by himself. However, fate played tricks, creating a genius and then personally erasing him. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng noticed a slight sound coming from not far behind him. Someone was coming. Ling Yifeng keenly sensed this subtle noise and tried to appear more normal. Fenger, so you are here. A gentle laughter came from behind. It was a tall man dressed in luxurious robes, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to come from someone used to high positions. This person was Ling Cheng, the current head of the Ling family and also Ling Yifeng's father. Dad, why are you here? Ling Yifeng asked in confusion. Ling Cheng was busy dealing with various family matters every day and rarely had time to wander around. Ling Cheng walked over to Ling Yifeng, sat down beside him on the ground, and did not care about his luxurious robes at all. I heard you returned from the Spirit Academy today, but I couldn't find you, so I guess you must have come here. Ling Cheng smiled lightly. You don't blame your father for not picking you up at the Spirit Academy, do you? Ling Yifeng was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Father is busy with important matters. How could he have time to handle these trivial things? You still blame your father a little, don't you? Director Zhong has already told me about your situation. I have been looking for ways to repair your soul. I heard that the reason you cannot improve your spiritual power is due to the innate soul defect. I have sent people to look for remedies to repair the soul. I heard that alchemists are particularly good at treating soul power, so I specifically went to the Alchemist Association to seek their help. Alchemists are a rare profession. You might not find one among 10,000 people, but the pills they refine are very practical, curing diseases, extending life, and even capable of resurrecting the dead, making alchemists highly sought after by various major forces. Wherever an alchemist goes, they are in high demand, and various major forces compete to recruit them, thus elevating their status. However, as an alchemist, especially a high-level one, they possess their own pride and cannot be easily hired by ordinary people. Even the Ling family, one of the 4 great families in Luoyu City, does not have the financial resources to hire a high-level alchemist to serve them. Do I really have hope for recovery? Ling Yifeng felt a surge of excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, I specially came to tell you this good news. I obtained a recipe for a 4th-grade pill, the Soul Essence Pill. As long as we can find a 4th-grade alchemist to refine this pill, it should be able to treat your soul problem. 4th grade. Ling Yifeng was taken aback. An alchemist of this level cannot be hired just with money, and the family would definitely not allow Ling Cheng to spend a huge amount of family assets to gamble on Ling Yifeng's future achievements, even though Ling Cheng is the family head. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I've already thought of a way, and I will definitely help you regain your ability to cultivate. As Ling Cheng thought of the elders in the family who had previously opposed him vehemently, he felt displeased. After working hard for the Ling family for over 10 years, why should he face their opposition just to use a bit of family wealth to exchange for a pill? Ling Yifeng looked at Ling Cheng and said softly, "Thank you, father. I will definitely not let you down." Ling Cheng smiled and patted his head, somewhat reproachfully saying, "What are you talking about? I only have you as a son. Don't say thank you to me from now on. All right, it's getting late. I have things to take care of, and you should go back and rest early." Ling Cheng stood up, brushed off the grass from his clothes, and turned to leave. Chapter 2. The Master of the Remnant Soul. The moon had risen to the zenith, and the pure, white moonlight spilled down upon the earth. Ling Yifeng was still sitting there. The little hope that had ignited suddenly felt a bit disappointing. First of all, he knew the value of a 4th-grade alchemist, and the elders in the family would probably not allow Ling Cheng to use the family's wealth to gamble on Ling Yifeng's future achievements. Moreover, Director Zhong said he had an innate soul defect. Could it really be supplemented with pills? What had he gone through at birth that made even his soul incomplete? Ling Yifeng glanced at the moon in the sky and suddenly noticed a vague shadow separating from the pale yellow shadow of the full moon. He rubbed his eyes hard, but that shadow disappeared in an instant. He secretly mocked himself for thinking his eyes were playing tricks. Ling Yifeng stood up, stretched his arms slightly, and turned to head back. Suddenly, his body froze and his heart raced. A faint, ethereal figure appeared before him, very similar to the shadow that had just appeared under the moon. I have searched for hundreds of years and finally found a perfect vessel with incomplete 3 souls and 7 spirits. Heaven truly has not abandoned me. Ling Yifeng stood there dumbfounded with only one thought in his mind. What is this thing in front of me, a ghost? A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he wanted to turn and run, but his legs felt weak. It was already difficult for him to stand. You, what are you? Ling Yifeng pointed at the pale shadow, forcing himself not to tremble. You can actually see me? The shadow seemed equally surprised it resembled a middle-aged man. He gently stroked his ethereal beard and quickly calculated something with his right hand, then suddenly realized, it is fate, everything is fate. It was worth the long wait for me in this world. Ling Yifeng looked at this ghost in shock. It was a mad ghost. He wanted to run, but didn't know where to go. The shadow suddenly floated towards him, and Ling Yifeng stretched out his hands to block it, but he couldn't touch the illusory figure at all. The shadow passed straight through his arm and then entered his body. In an instant, Ling Yifeng felt his mind go blank and the world spinning. Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, and he couldn't process so much at once it felt as if his head was going to explode. When he opened his eyes, the sky was still filled with twinkling stars. Ling Yifeng rubbed his heavy head, still in pain, wondering how he ended up lying on the ground asleep. Gradually, he recalled the ghost he had just encountered, and his heart trembled violently. He then patted his chest and said, "Fortunately, it was just a dream." "This is not a dream." A voice echoed. "Who?" Ling Yifeng's sharp gaze scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Moreover, the voice seemed to come directly from his mind, as if it were speaking to him there. "I have a deep connection with you, so I borrowed your body to nurture my remaining soul. At the same time, your naturally incomplete soul has become whole. Because of my presence, we both get what we need." The voice became clearer. Ling Yifeng finally realized he hadn't spoken, but was communicating with the voice through thought. What exactly are you? What is going on?" Ling Yifeng asked in terror, seemingly unable to accept such a bizarre situation. Ha ha. I must be dreaming. This nightmare is too terrifying. Wake me up." Ling Yifeng suddenly started to laugh foolishly. Once he finished laughing, the voice slowly spoke again. "My name is Piaoyu." Ling Yifeng was slightly taken aback. "Oh, that name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere." "Ah, this continent is called Piaoyu Continent. Could it be that you are?" It couldn't be. The only person throughout history who dared to be called Piaoyu was the legendary Piaoyu sovereign. That's right, I am a fragment of the soul left behind by the Piaoyu sovereign. However, this soul has existed for too long and will soon dissipate, so I've been searching for a vessel on this continent to nurture this fragment of my soul. For hundreds of years, you're the only one who is so compatible with this soul, so I chose you as the nurturing vessel. Piaoyu sovereign. Ling Yifeng couldn't believe that this ancient legendary peak powerhouse was connected to him. Could this be the legendary soul seizing? He suddenly shivered and hurriedly checked his own state. Fortunately, his body could still move according to his thoughts, and his mind was still intact. You need not worry. The remnant soul of the Piaoyu sovereign seemed to know Ling Yifeng's thoughts and said, "I will never harm you. Your soul is naturally incomplete, but with my integration, your soul has become complete, and we both get what we need. Moreover, to help you live longer, I will guide your cultivation, and you will help me find my main body." This, Ling Yifeng suddenly felt his brain was not enough. First, his soul was considered complete, which meant he had regained his previous cultivation talent. Second, the soul within him was actually the strongest Piaoyu sovereign from ancient legends, and he wanted to be his teacher to guide his cultivation. It was over. Ling Yifeng couldn't tell if he was dreaming or in reality. He wanted to slap himself hard to see if it would wake him up, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. My soul has already consumed too much and needs to sleep for a while. You should practice this cultivation method. After saying that, Ling Yifeng felt a huge amount of information flood into his mind. He gently rubbed his temples to relieve the throbbing pain. Senior. Ling Yifeng called out a few times, but received no response. It seemed he had fallen into a deep sleep. Let me see what this cultivation method is. Ling Yifeng had his own cultivation method, starting from the spiritual wheel realm. As a spiritual cultivator, he could begin to improve his strength quickly through cultivation methods. However, beginners in the spiritual power foundation stage did not need to learn cultivation methods. In this continent, every cultivation method was a method developed by powerful predecessors through countless attempts for their own cultivation. If later generations cultivated according to their methods, they could avoid many detours. As long as everything went smoothly, the achievements he could attain in the future would be basically the same as those of the predecessor who created the method, or even surpass them. Each cultivation method could be divided into 4 levels based on quality: mortal, profound, saint, and divine. Each level could further be divided into low, middle, and high grades. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the stronger the power it could unleash, and the higher the achievements one could attain in the future. Small families like the Ling family were countless across the continent. The highest level cultivation method they possessed was a low-grade, profound fire attribute method, which matched Ling Yifeng's attribute, but he was not yet qualified to practice it. Only the family head and a few high-ranking elders could cultivate it. Therefore, Ling Yifeng was currently practicing only a high-grade, mortal cultivation method, which he obtained from the Tiannan Spiritual Academy. However, over the past 3 years, his strength had made no progress, and the method was naturally reclaimed by the Academy. Chapter 3. Ling Tianju. One thought ascends to the 9 heavens, one step ascends to the sky. Could this be the powerful technique once practiced by the former master of the feathers, Piayu? So domineering, wanting to trample the heavens beneath one's feet? Ling Yifeng carefully read through this technique in his mind. The information seemed to be engraved in his brain. It was written in ancient characters that Ling Yifeng had never seen before, yet he could understand it. However, the profound and mysterious principles within were somewhat difficult for him to grasp. What rank of technique is this? This was what concerned Ling Yifeng the most. But he searched through the text and found no mention of a rank. Never mind, I'll practice it first and ask that senior when he awakens. Under the moonlight, Ling Yifeng practiced the first level of Ling Tianju for a week. He felt a boiling sensation emanating from the spirit wheel in his dantian, and his whole body's spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly through his meridians, ultimately gathering in the small spiritual energy disk in his dantian. Wow! Ling Yifeng savored that feeling of becoming stronger, a sensation he hadn't experienced in 3 years. His pitiful spirit will had not diminished despite the long absence of spiritual energy. Not only had he resumed his cultivation, but he felt that his cultivation speed was several times faster than before, possibly due to the sudden release of pressure built up over 3 years. However, Ling Yifeng didn't need to worry. As long as he could continue cultivating, his dream of becoming strong would eventually come true. Moreover, within him resided the soul of the former strongest master, Piayu. Ling Yifeng walked back down the mountain, feeling that his vision and hearing had become sharper than before. In the darkness, he could see the trees and plants clearly with just the faint moonlight, and he could hear the movement of any insects or animals within a tinjong radius. As soon as he returned home, Ling Yifeng suddenly felt a strange sensation, his expression changing slightly. He immediately sat cross-legged on his bed, hands forming seals to prepare for cultivation. This feeling was like he was about to break through a barrier. But he was only at the initial stage of the spirit wheel, and he had barely cultivated effectively for a short while on the mountain. Was it really possible to break through so soon? Just go with the feeling. What he had experienced today was probably 10 times more extraordinary than the strange experiences of others in their entire lives. So even if he broke through to the spirit origin realm now, Ling Yifeng wouldn't be too surprised. He activated Ling Tianju, and all the pores and acupoints in his body expanded. The heavenly and earthly spiritual energy around him seemed to be drawn towards him, flowing into his body, and then concentrating in the spirit wheel in his dantian, being refined into pure spiritual power. Half an hour later, Ling Yifeng's spirit wheel was filled with refined spiritual power, and the refining speed gradually slowed. He felt a slight expansion within the spirit wheel and stopped absorbing spiritual power. It was time to attempt a breakthrough. The capacity of a person's spirit wheel is limited, as is the amount of spiritual power it can hold. When the spirit wheel is full of spiritual power, the energy must be compressed to the smallest possible size. This not only creates space for future spiritual power, but also enhances the quality of the spiritual power itself, making it purer and significantly increasing its potency. Ling Yifeng understood that a good technique greatly aids in the absorption and refining of spiritual power, and even offers considerable advantages when breaking through barriers compared to ordinary techniques. Therefore, obtaining a high-level cultivation technique in the early stages of cultivation would be extremely beneficial for future progress. Now he was practicing the technique of the Piaya master. Breaking through the barrier should be a natural result, right? As Ling Tianju operated at full force, the small spirit will begin to slowly rotate, compressing the mist-like spiritual power firmly into one place, gradually creating more space in the wheel. Ling Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes as if a brilliant light shot out. He burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. After 3 years, I have finally broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit wheel. This long-awaited feeling was that of becoming stronger. The same sense of satisfaction he felt each time he broke through a layer of spiritual power, returning once again to him, along with a surge of confidence. The next day, Ling Yifeng woke up early, a habit he had maintained. Even during the 3 years when his spiritual power hadn't increased, he still did his morning exercises every day without fail. Morning was the time when spiritual energy was most abundant. It was the best time for cultivating spiritual power. Ling Yifeng made it a point to practice for 2 hours every morning, even if he had just broken through the night before. By the time he finished his practice, the sun had just risen. Ling Yifeng stepped out of his small house, preparing to take a stroll. Along the way, many of the Ling family's younger generation walked in small groups, and upon seeing Ling Yifeng, they didn't greet him, passing by as if he were a stranger. Ling Yifeng was used to this. 3 years ago, when they saw him, which young man didn't come over with a flattering smile to walk alongside him? Which girl didn't follow him with a lovesick expression? Ahead, a young man with a bandaged head walked slowly with his head down. Ling Yifeng recognized him from his back, but he frowned slightly at the sight of his bandaged head. He approached and patted the young man's shoulder. The young man turned around, surprised to see Ling Yifeng, and exclaimed, "Brother Feng." He hurriedly tried to cover his bandaged head, appearing very awkward. "Xiao Yu, did you get into a fight?" Ling Yifeng asked. This young man was named Ling Yu, the grandson of Ling Yifeng's grandfather's brother. He was 1 year younger than Ling Yifeng and was the closest person to him in the Ling family. "It's nothing. I just accidentally fell yesterday," Ling Yu stammered. "You always stammer when you lie, and your eyes are darting everywhere." Ling Yifeng looked into his eyes and said, "Tell me, what really happened?" Ling Yu knew he couldn't hide anything from Ling Yifeng, so he had to confess honestly. "Yesterday, after you came out of the Spirit Academy, some guys kept talking bad about you. I couldn't help but go confront them, and as a result," Ling Yu lowered his head, not daring to look at Ling Yifeng. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng felt a warmth in his heart. It was this cousin who still stood up for him. "Does it still hurt?" "It's just a skin injury. I applied some medicine, and it will be fine in a day or 2. Ling Yu smiled. "Sigh, those guys really are too much," Ling Yifeng said calmly, but Ling Yu could tell that Ling Yifeng was genuinely angry. He knew Ling Yifeng well. He only showed this unreasonable calmness when he was truly furious. "Brother Feng, I'm really fine. You can't go to the Spirit Academy these days. Just take a good rest," Ling Yu said nervously, fearing that Ling Yifeng might do something impulsive. In the past few years, although Ling Yifeng hadn't improved in cultivation, he had ignored others' mockery and ridicule. They didn't dare go too far. After all, Ling Yifeng's strength was still formidable. His strength at the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel was greater than that of 90% of the students in the Tiannan Spirit Academy. They were merely jealous of Ling Yifeng's talent, and when he fell from grace, they jumped out to ridicule and mock him, as if they wanted to reclaim the flattery and praise they once gave him. However, now they had involved others. He could ignore their mockery as if they were a pack of rabid dogs barking. But when his brother was bitten by these mad dogs for defending him, how could he pretend to be deaf and mute? "I will go to the Spirit Academy with you," Ling Yifeng insisted, pulling Ling Yu towards the Tiannan Spirit Academy. Chapter 4. Challenge No. "Brother Feng, you can't go to the Spirit Academy right now," Ling Yu exclaimed anxiously, almost on the verge of tears. Ling Yifeng smiled faintly and said, "Why can't I go?" "Feng go." Ling Yu showed a conflicted expression. "Although I say this, you might not be happy, but you have been expelled from the Spiritual Academy. If you go in again, it would be considered trespassing, and the Academy security team will take you." "Hee. You don't need to worry about that," Ling Yifeng replied with a smile. "In the entire Academy, all the instructors will surely not make things difficult for me out of respect for Dean Zhong. I'll teach a lesson to those who hurt you before the security team arrives. So, tell me quickly, who hurt you like this?" "It was Su Ming." "And Han Tianhu?" Ling Yu whispered. "Aren't they both at the 8th level of spiritual energy like you?" Ling Yifeng felt a bit helpless. It really isn't a glorious thing to teach a lesson to 2 8th level spiritual energy users. This was also the reason he had previously looked down on the idea of taking action. But this time is different. It's outrageous to hurt his brother, and he must make them remember this, no matter what. Ahead was a magnificent gate with 4 golden characters. Ling Yifeng thought he would never step into the spiritual academy again, but unexpectedly, just after one night, he found himself back here. Groups of young men entered in 2s and 3s, and Ling Yifeng pulled Ling Yu along with the crowd. Ling Yu looked nervously at the guards on either side of the entrance, but they seemed not to notice Ling Yifeng and let them in. Walking along the familiar path of the academy, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. "Hey, Ling Yu, what happened to your head?" Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. Ling Yifeng noticed that Ling Yu's eyes were already filled with anger. What else could it be? Didn't we accidentally lose control of our strength yesterday and hit too hard? Another disdainful laugh followed. Why not one-on-one? What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many? Ling Yu finally couldn't help but whisper angrily at them, like an enraged little leopard. Haha. You should go back and heal your injuries before coming to challenge us. In your state, people would just say we bullied you. Isn't that right? Ling Yifeng's indifferent voice suddenly rang out as he slowly turned to face the group of young men. The two in front were exactly Han Tianhu and Su Ming. As Ling Yu mentioned, they were from the Su and Han families, 2 of the other 3 major families in Luoyu City, and were of similar age to Ling Yu. Behind them were a few lackeys. Upon seeing Ling Yifeng's face, everyone was slightly taken aback. They didn't expect that this boy, who had been expelled from the spiritual academy, would dare to walk in so boldly. More importantly, they were still wary of Ling Yifeng's strength. Ling Yifeng, why are you here? Su Ming stuttered as he looked at Ling Yifeng, who had suddenly appeared before him. Hiki, why am I here? You shouldn't be asking me. Ling Yifeng replied with a faint smile, pointing at Ling Yu with a cold gaze. You should ask him. You dare to trespass the spiritual academy? Do you know the consequences? Han Tianhu mustered his courage and shouted at Ling Yifeng. I don't know what consequences I might face, but... Ling Yifeng's sharp gaze swept back and forth across their faces. If you don't apologize to him, I know what your consequences will be. Hearing Ling Yifeng's cold tone, the two couldn't help but shiver. However, to apologize to Ling Yu in front of so many people was something they absolutely could not do. If they apologized, how would they have any face left to mix in the academy in the future? Seeing that Ling Yifeng's expression was as cold as water, they understood that he wasn't joking. Finally, Han Tianhu, who was a bit bolder, shouted at Ling Yifeng. I don't believe that you dare to not only trespass the academy but also harm people within it. Ling Yifeng's lips suddenly curled into a smile. A smile full of sarcasm, seemingly even a bit self-deprecating. It seemed that after spending 3 years in the academy, being a good person, no one believed he would take action. Beside him, Ling Yu slightly tugged at Ling Yifeng's sleeve, his voice a bit urgent. Feng Ge, let it go. You should leave quickly. If the security team is called, it will really be troublesome. I'll settle the score with these 2 later. Ling Yifeng looked at Ling Yu and felt a surge of emotion. He was willing to face them alone for his sake, and now he was so worried for him. Gently patting Ling Yu's shoulder, Ling Yifeng revealed a smile, signaling him not to worry. Turning back to face the two, Ling Yifeng's impatience showed as he frowned slightly. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. What do you want to do? The two were clearly a bit flustered, and Ling Yifeng's icy gaze made them feel a chill rising from their hearts. Without further ado, Ling Yifeng's figure flickered, and everyone felt a blur in front of them, not even catching a glimpse of his movements. Slap, slap. 2 crisp slaps landed on Han Tianhu and Su Ming's faces, causing their youthful faces to swell up immediately. Before they could finish their words, 2 more slaps hit the other side of their faces. Haha. Your skin is quite thick. Ling Yifeng raised his right hand and slightly rotated his 5 fingers. The two tightly covered their red and swollen cheeks, their eyes burning with anger but not daring to charge forward. They knew that their strength wouldn't last more than a few rounds against Ling Yifeng, and they were just hoping for someone who had quietly gone to send a message. Ling Yifeng had actually gone easy on them, if he had gone all out. Not to mention knocking out a few teeth, he could even dislocate their jaws. Can you still talk? Hurry up and apologize. Ling Yifeng coldly mocked them. More and more people gathered around, and they were slightly surprised. Why was the one hitting them asking the one being hit to apologize? Feng Ge, that's enough. You should go. Ling Yu tugged at his sleeve softly, seeing that more and more people were watching, and the academy security team would soon be roused. Don't worry. The main character hasn't arrived yet, Ling Yifeng said, and then his gaze drifted to a spot not far ahead, his lips curling up slightly. Oh, they came quite fast. A boy about 17 or 18 years old was hastily approaching, and as he walked over, people hurriedly made way for him. Upon seeing this person, Han Tianhu instantly became cheerful. Brother, my brother was bullied. Han Tianhu almost rolled and crawled to the young man's side, grabbing his hand and crying with snot and tears. This person was Han Tianhu's older brother, Han Bing, the eldest young master of the Han family, whose strength had already reached the mid-level of the spiritual realm. Usually, he had little conflict with Ling Yifeng, as his strength was superior to Ling Yifeng's. He had previously regarded Ling Yifeng as his rival. But when he broke through to the mid-level of the spiritual realm, Ling Yifeng's strength had not improved at all. So he no longer paid attention to this once-praised genius. Waste. Han Bing frowned and scolded his useless brother. Who hurt my brother? Han Bing's cold gaze swept around before finally resting on Ling Yifeng's face. Ling Yifeng had no intention of dodging and met his gaze directly, saying, "It was me who did it." Ling Yifeng? Han Bing wanted to confirm. He couldn't believe that someone expelled from the academy would dare to return and act so arrogantly. "It was me." Ling Yifeng gave him a sidelong glance, lazily stretching. Seemingly not taking Han Bing seriously, "They both hurt my brother, and I just came to ask them for an explanation and an apology. Since they are unwilling, I can only return the favor." What no one expected was that Han Bing actually nodded slightly, and Han Tianhu looked at his elder brother in shock. Did this mean that his 2 slaps were for nothing? Ling Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this person had a deep mind and didn't show his emotions easily. He seemed to be a difficult character to deal with. "Then you should come over and apologize to them too." Han Bing's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "You, a person at the spirit wheel realm, actually have the face to deal with 2 people who are only at the 8th layer of spirit power. You really deserve to be called a genius." Han Bing smiled coldly. Ling Yifeng understood. This person was indeed very cunning. First, he acknowledged Ling Yifeng's words, saying that after hitting someone, he should apologize. And then he made Ling Yifeng go apologize to Han Tianhu and Su Ming. Yet he didn't mention that the 2 had injured Ling Yu. Haha. What a great scheme. Haha. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The onlookers around watched them leisurely. They had been waiting for this show for a long time and wanted to see just how strong this so-called once-in-a-century genius, Ling Yifeng, really was. However, during his 3 years in the Spirit Academy, Ling Yifeng had never fought anyone, and they all doubted whether his strength was truly as impressive as claimed. "Why are you laughing?" Han Bing raised an eyebrow. In both his family and the Spirit Academy, others treated him with respect. Even the mentors here spoke to him kindly. No one had ever dared to mock him so openly. "I helped my brother, injured your brother, and you want to help your brother by injuring me? Why bother looking for some phony reason? It's truly ridiculous," Ling Yifeng said disdainfully. He had already seen that the other party only wanted a grand excuse to trouble him. But didn't he also want to vent the frustration he had accumulated over the past 3 years? If he could defeat Han Bing, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Spirit Academy, then no one would dare to speak ill of him behind his back. "All right, then I, Han Bing, challenge you, Ling Yifeng. Do you dare to accept?" Chapter 5, Battle Against Han Bing according to the rules of the Spirit Academy. The 2 people initiating and accepting a challenge must rely solely on their own strength. No one is allowed to intervene or interfere. The battle only determines victory or defeat. Not life or death, and personal grudges or family feuds must not be involved. After the match, no intentional retaliation is allowed. Generally, it is the weaker party who challenges the stronger, and if the stronger party challenges the weaker, the challenged party has the right to refuse unconditionally without fear of ridicule. Everyone knew that Ling Yifeng had been stuck at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm for 3 years. While Han Bing was a top 10 expert in the academy, already at the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm. This kind of challenge was one that any sane person would think Ling Yifeng would not accept. Ling Yifeng calmly surveyed his surroundings, finally resting his gaze on Han Bing's face. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I accept." No way. He actually dared to accept Senior Han Bing's challenge. Didn't he know that Senior Han Bing was almost breaking through to the late stage of the spirit wheel realm? He hadn't fought even once in the past 3 years. Who knows if he actually has any real skills? Could it be an act? A genius like him, who after entering the spirit wheel realm has made no progress at all. Don't you find that strange? The dean personally conducted the spirit power monitoring for him. And you dare to doubt it? If it weren't true, do you think the Spirit Academy would expel such a genius? Listening to the discussions around him, Ling Yifeng turned a deaf ear. Han Bing remained expressionless, while Han Tianhu and Su Ming, covering their jaws, couldn't hide their excited expressions, as if they were already envisioning Ling Yifeng being beaten to the ground by Han Bing. "Brother Feng." Ling Yu tightly grasped Ling Yifeng's hand, frowning. "Brother Feng? He's at the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm. If you refuse, no one will laugh at you." Ling Yifeng gently patted his hand, offering a reassuring smile, and said softly, "Do you know why they are so exclusionary towards me? It's because I was once better than them. They are jealous. Later, when my cultivation stagnated, they began to kick me when I was down. I know the deeper they hate me, the more they were jealous of me back then, which even affected you. So, to make them shut up, I have to show them strength that makes them fear me." Ling Yu looked at his cousin in surprise. During these 3 years, he had thought Ling Yifeng had lost his fighting spirit, as he had never reacted to their cold mockery, which only led to their escalation. It turned out he hadn't been able to see through Ling Yifeng at all. In the Spirit Academy, martial arts competitions are common. Once on the stage, the rules of the academy must be followed. No one is allowed to violate them, even if the 4 great families of Liu City stand behind you. On the large stage in front of the Spirit Academy square, Ling Yifeng stood opposite Han Bing. After performing the customary gestures before the match, the two began their official competition. The stage was filled with onlooking students, and more people rushed over upon hearing the news. "Did you hear? Senior Han Bing is fighting Ling Yifeng on the #1 stage in the square." "What? Which Ling Yifeng? Who else could it be?" "It's the genius Ling Yifeng who was just expelled from the Spirit Academy yesterday. Expelled from the Spirit Academy and still dare to come back. Still dare to challenge Senior Han Bing." "It's not him challenging Senior Han Bing. I heard that Senior Han Bing initiated the challenge. He actually dares to accept? Doesn't he know that Senior Han Bing is a whole level above him? This will be a good show." As news spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, one was Senior Han Bing, ranked in the top 10 of the Spirit Academy, and the other was Ling Yifeng, hailed as the #1 genius of Liu City in 100 years. Moreover, this was Ling Yifeng's first time taking action since entering the academy, so everyone was very interested in their match. Ling Yifeng's face was as calm as water. He noticed that more and more people were surrounding them, and seeing their eager gazes, he couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. So many people were looking forward to my defeat, so they could humiliate me even more. Well then, let us show these ignorant people just how foolish they are. Han Bing was not in a hurry to act either. With so many witnesses, defeating a once great genius was also something he could take pride in. With a powerful stomp on the blue brick floor, Ling Yifeng shot forward rapidly, his right hand clenched into a fist, aimed directly at Han Bing's face. Han Bing was older than Ling Yifeng, and he had advantages in height and build. He was a whole head taller than Ling Yifeng. And even if Ling Yifeng stretched out his arm, he could barely reach Han Bing's face. Bang! Han Bing raised one hand, intercepting Ling Yifeng's punch. He looked down at Ling Yifeng with a cold smile, tightening his grip on Ling Yifeng's fist and forcefully pressing down, as if to break Ling Yifeng's wrist. Ling Yifeng had to lean forward to alleviate the force that threatened to break his bones. Han Bing sneered coldly and suddenly drove his knee hard into Ling Yifeng's chest. The crowd gasped in shock. They had seen Han Bing use this move before, which had directly broken 3 ribs of an opponent at the early stage of the Spirit Wheel realm, leaving him bedridden for more than half a month. The more timid girls had already closed their eyes, not daring to watch. However, there was no sound of bones cracking. Ling Yifeng extended a hand to press against Han Bing's knee, using that force to bounce backward, freeing himself from Han Bing's grip, slightly twisting his wrist. Ling Yifeng exerted force again, charging towards Han Bing. A leg filled with energy whipped towards Han Bing's waist like an iron whip. Han Bing raised his hand to block it, but before Ling Yifeng could stabilize himself, he swept his leg towards Han Bing again. The crowd below was astonished. The close combat between the two was evenly matched, exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth. Ling Yu watched his confident cousin on stage, feeling his nervous heart finally relax a bit, but then he heard a sarcastic voice beside him. "Humph, thought he was so capable, but is it just this?" "Yeah. Can't you see Brother Han is letting him? He is only using one hand. The elder brother also needs to consider his identity. He is afraid that others will say he is bullying this waste." Ling Yu's eyes were blazing with anger as he turned to glare at Han Tianhu and Su Ming, who were singing along together. "Who do you call a waste?" Ling Yu asked in a deep voice, a low hiss emanating from his throat, like an angry lion. Han Tianhu and Su Ming were slightly taken aback by his appearance, but then they ignored him and continued to watch the two on the stage. Boom. There was a loud collision sound, and the spiritual energy waves radiated outward from the point where the two fists collided, causing everyone to feel a strong gust of wind hitting them. The strength of the spiritual energy at the spiritual wheel realm was truly terrifying. The two retreated a step each, and Han Bing frowned slightly. Just now, in that skill-less clash, he felt a surge of power from Ling Yifeng that was not weaker than his own. Ling Yifeng slightly moved his fingers to relieve his somewhat numb fists. Looking at Han Bing, the opponent's spiritual energy was indeed not weak. The crowd watching around was growing larger, and Han Bing's face seemed to lose some color. As a senior who had already advanced to the mid-stage of the spiritual wheel realm, he couldn't believe that he couldn't take down a kid with only the initial strength of the spiritual wheel realm after such a long time. Han Bing clenched his fist tightly, the sounds of bones cracking echoing as he moved, instantly crossing over to stand in front of Ling Yifeng. He swung a right hook fiercely while simultaneously driving his knee hard into Ling Yifeng's abdomen. Ling Yifeng reacted quickly, leaning back to avoid the hook and then twisting his body, causing Han Bing's knee strike to miss. Han Bing turned and executed a spinning kick aimed at the top of Ling Yifeng's head. Ling Yifeng extended his hands to catch the kick, but his body was pushed back by a powerful force. Retreating to the edge of the ring, Ling Yifeng's toes dug into the ground, and he flipped in the air, landing about a yard away from Han Bing. That was close. Ling Yifeng let out a sigh of relief in his heart. According to the rules of the ring battles, the one who falls off the stage first is the loser. Good kid. Han Bing nodded slightly at Ling Yifeng. You've trained your fist and kick skills quite well these past few years. Ling Yifeng was taken aback, not knowing what Han Bing meant by suddenly saying such a thing at this moment. Then let me see how well you've practiced your spiritual techniques. After saying this, Han Bing's aura suddenly surged, and violent spiritual energy gathered at the surface of his body, occasionally spilling outwards in all directions. The crowd below felt a terrifying aura and couldn't help but step back 2 or 3 steps. Is Senior Han Bing about to unleash his spiritual technique? The so-called spiritual technique is a special skill that maximizes the power of spiritual energy. This requires the practitioner to have a mastery of spiritual energy that is second to none. A quality spiritual technique can instantly multiply the power of one's own spiritual energy by several times or even dozens of times, capable of defeating an enemy with one strike. Like martial arts, spiritual techniques can be classified into 4 grades based on quality: ordinary, profound, saint, and divine, with each grade further divided into low, middle, and high levels. Each spiritual technique exhibits different levels of power depending on the practitioner's spiritual energy strength and the technique's grade. Generally speaking, the stronger the practitioner's spiritual energy, the higher the level of the spiritual technique they can deploy, and the greater the power it unleashes. Those unparalleled powerhouses can indeed cause mountains to crumble and rivers to reverse with just a wave of their hand, and it's not just a legend. To use a spiritual technique against this guy, does he really have hidden strength? The crowd couldn't believe it. As a mid-stage spiritual will realm practitioner, Han Bing should have easily defeated Ling Yifeng, who was merely at the initial stage of the spiritual wheel realm, without much effort, let alone needing to use a spiritual technique. Chapter 6. A stunning display. The entire ring was completely enveloped by Han Bing's spiritual energy, and no one dared to come within a yard of the edge of the stage. Han Bing stood in place, his left leg bent slightly, and his right leg stepped back a small distance, his gaze towards Ling Yifeng revealing a hint of cruel coldness. Suddenly, a dazzling blue spiritual energy covered his dangling right palm, shimmering with a chilling aura. As he tightened his fingers, it seemed as if a blue ice ball was. This was the purity of the spiritual energy at the spiritual wheel realm, having almost made the invisible spiritual energy coalesce into a solid form, far beyond what a person at the spiritual energy stage could compare with. Ice-cold decision. With a low shout in his heart, Han Bing raised his head, his expression growing even more ferocious. He stomped hard on the ground and shot towards Ling Yifeng, causing the hard blue stone floor to crack with spiderweb-like fractures spreading outward. Spiritual technique, huh? Ling Yifeng murmured inwardly. You really think highly of me. With a thought, a near-substantial flame gathered on his right fist, rising 2 to 3 feet high, and a wave of scorching heat slowly spread out. This was a mid-level ordinary spiritual technique he had practiced before, the Crimson Flame Fist. Since ascending to the spiritual wheel realm, he had not used it again. When he was still at the 9th layer of the spiritual energy stage, his spiritual energy could barely cover his entire fist with scorching energy, but now, his spiritual energy strength had increased dozens of times, and the flame he could gather was much stronger than before. Crimson Flame Fist. With a low shout in his heart, Ling Yifeng clenched his fist and stepped forward, not avoiding Han Bing's overwhelming spiritual energy but instead charging towards it. Boom. The intense collision of ice and flame sent a powerful wave of spiritual energy rushing outwards from the point where their fists met, accompanied by a deafening roar and the sound of ice water being poured onto raging fire. Even though the crowd was separated by a yard, they were still hit by the surging waves of spiritual energy, and the scalding steam made them raise their sleeves to shield their faces. In the swirling white mist, the 2 figures jumped back a step, facing each other without making another move. As the white mist dissipated, their figures gradually became clear. The slightly shorter one was Ling Yifeng, whose sleeve on his right arm seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force, shredded all the way to his shoulder. At this moment, his right arm hung weakly at his side. He reached out with his other hand to hold his right shoulder, a hint of pain appearing on his youthful face. He twisted his left hand around his right shoulder, and with two cracking sounds. It seemed like the horrible noise of dislocated joints. Immediately, the painful expression on Ling Yifeng's face eased, and he moved his arm freely. Hiss! Someone gasped, and the crowd exclaimed. In that terrifying storm of spiritual energy just now, Ling Yifeng's arm had actually been dislocated, making it clear how terrifying that last strike was. Moreover, the outcome of this duel was immediately evident. Ling Yifeng truly deserved to be recognized as the genius of Luoyu City for a century. Even though he had been stuck at the initial stage of the spiritual will realm, the power he unleashed was still not to be underestimated. Fortunately, his opponent was Senior Han Bing. Otherwise, if it were someone else, he might not even be able to defeat him. Isn't that so? Senior Han Bing is ranked 8th among the experts in the Spiritual Academy's rankings. Why doesn't Ling Yifeng concede and step down? The crowd felt a bit confused. According to reason, a challenge in the ring only determines victory or defeat, not life and death. The loser should admit defeat and step down if they refuse to concede. It would bring disdain. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd, and everyone followed the gaze of the person to see another tall figure emerging from the mist in the ring. Han Bing's body seemed to sway slightly, and a trickle of bright red blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared incredulously at Ling Yifeng, as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at his right arm, it also hung limply at his side. The crowd looked at Han Bing in disbelief, their mouths agape, not knowing how to close them. After finishing his activities, Ling Yifeng slowly walked towards Han Bing and said lightly, "If there's still blood clotting in your chest, don't hold it in. Spit it out quickly. Holding it back isn't good for your injury, and it won't help you admit defeat." After hearing Ling Yifeng's words, Han Bing, whether out of anger or not, opened his mouth wide, and a gush of fresh blood spewed out. With his body shaking violently, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell backward onto the ground. What? The crowd below could hardly believe their eyes. The 8th-ranked powerhouse of the Spirit Academy was actually defeated by a 12- or 13-year-old boy who had just been expelled from the academy and was only at the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. And he was defeated so miserably. Brother, Han Tian, who didn't care about anything else and climbed onto the ring, pulling out a small bottle from his pocket, pouring out 2 or 3 light yellow pills and hurriedly stuffing them into Han Bing's mouth. He turned back to glance at Ling Yifeng, trembling slightly under his gaze. At this moment, Ling Yifeng in his heart was no longer the friendly boy who didn't take things to heart. He seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon, making him dare not meet his eyes again. "Hurry and take him to the pharmacy. There's still a chance to save him," Ling Yifeng said lightly, not even looking at him, and turned to walk off the stage. The ring was surrounded by layers of people, all wanting to see whether Ling Yifeng truly had the strength. No one dared to believe that he would defeat Han Bing. Some even secretly placed bets on the match, not wagering on who would win or lose, as they believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion. They were betting on how long Ling Yifeng could withstand Han Bing's attacks. No one expected such a result. Ling Yifeng's gaze swept around, and many people lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Those were the very people who had been secretly criticizing him. Ling Yifeng paid no attention to these insignificant creatures. He had already proven his strength, and they should no longer dare to gossip behind his back. As he stepped down from the ring, wherever Ling Yifeng went, the crowd parted to make way for him. He waved to Ling Yu, who was also walking towards him with a shocked expression. Ling Yifeng's performance was something he had never imagined. "Brother phone." Ling Yu, still somewhat dazed, asked blankly, "Are you really my brother phone?" Ling Yifeng couldn't help but laugh and rolled his eyes at him. In the face of absolute strength, all doubts and suspicions would dissipate. There was no need to care about others' opinions. One should focus on improving their strength. Strong people never care about the opinions of the weak. Ling Yifeng patted his shoulder. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ring, seemingly materializing out of thin air, as if it had been standing there for a long time. Ling Yifeng glanced at the figure, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. An old man with silver hair stood on the ring with his hands behind his back, lightly coughing twice to attract everyone's attention. "What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you hurry up and disperse?" The old man's voice, though not loud, was filled with authority. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately scattered, not daring to delay even a moment. Ling Yifeng also turned and walked towards the outside of the Spirit Academy. Yifeng, stay. The old man's voice rang in Ling Yifeng's ears, and he had no choice but to stop, turning to bow to him. Hello, Elder Zhang. The short and thin old man was none other than Zhong Yuanli, the headmaster of the Tiannan Spirit Academy, and a powerful spiritual cultivator at the late stage of the Spirit Soul realm. With a swift movement, Zhong Yuanli stood right in front of Ling Yifeng, startling Ling Yifeng into taking half a step back due to the strange speed. Yifeng, you really made a big splash just now. Zhong Yuanli smiled slightly and kindly said to Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head, not knowing what to say. In these 3 years, you've been a child who understands patience. Even when your spiritual power didn't improve and you were ridiculed by those around you, you didn't care. But why did you create such a big stir just the day after being expelled from the academy? Are you dissatisfied with me? Ling Yifeng bowed slightly and said, Elder Zhang, you took me into the Spirit Academy for my studies, and I am very grateful. My inability to cultivate is due to my own physical reasons, and I cannot blame anyone. However, some people have gone too far. It's one thing for them to criticize me, but they even injured my family, so I. Zhong Yuanli nodded slightly, his attitude softening as he laughed heartily. You can't blame yourself for this. When a common man is angry, blood may spill 5 steps. Let alone a genius like you, haha. But do you blame me for not keeping you in the academy? Ling Yifeng replied, I wouldn't dare. Elder Zhang's kindness is something I am very grateful for. I can no longer cultivate spiritual power, so staying here would be of no use. In fact, I had my reasons for expelling you from the academy. Your father has already found a way to treat your soul, but it may take some time to obtain. We can't let you waste time in the academy. Zhong Yuanli said with a mysterious smile, providing no further explanation. Go back for now. Your battle today may change the opinions of those old men in your family about you, and perhaps you can obtain the elixir to restore your soul more quickly. But your actions this time were a bit heavy. Han Bing's arm was broken into 3 sections. If he doesn't get excellent bone-setting medicine, even if he recovers, he may still have aftereffects. I believe the Han family won't let this go easily. You should be careful. After Zhong Yuanli finished speaking, he vanished in the blink of an eye, just as he had come, elusive. What a mysterious figure. The Han family? Ling Yifeng shook his head and turned to walk out of the Spirit Academy. Chapter 7. Compromise after enduring 3 years of cold stares. Ling Yifeng's name as a genius was destined to echo throughout the entire Falling Feather City once again after this battle. When he stepped into the Ling family, the guards at the entrance were still the same as before, not giving him a second glance. Ling Yifeng ignored them and walked straight to his small courtyard. As he passed through the central hall of the Ling family, he keenly heard a murmur of discussions coming from inside, accompanied by Ling Cheng's angry shouts. Ling Yifeng's heart stirred, and he quietly approached to listen for more details. The hall ahead was the Ling family's discussion hall, and the door was tightly shut. The door to the discussion hall was always closed, either because no one was inside or because important discussions were taking place. The door would only open wide when the family head or some other important figure called the clan members to announce matters. As it could not accommodate all the clan members inside, slowly approaching the hall, there were guards and patrols at the door and surrounding area. Ling Yifeng stopped about 10 steps away, and the voices coming from inside became clearer. Ling Cheng, are you crazy? Where are we going to find a 4th grade pill? And even if we do, what do we have to exchange for it? The owner of this slightly aged voice seemed to be the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Right now, only the Soul Origin pill can save Fenger. Once he recovers, with his talent, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness beyond us. Isn't that what we hope for? To promote the family? Yes, big brother. We can take a gamble for this. Nonsense. Do you even know the value of a 4th grade pill? How precious is a 4th grade pill? Our Ling family's income for a year might not even cover the cost of materials, let alone the Soul Origin pill. Grand Elder, you must not only focus on this immediate benefit. Ling Cheng is right. If Little Feng becomes a powerhouse far beyond us in the future, the entire Falling Feather City will belong to us. Compared to this, the small price we pay now is nothing. Third brother, you really are shameless. Our Ling family's financial income for several years is insignificant in your eyes? And Ling Cheng, we cannot predict the future. As the head of the Ling family, you should consider the family, not just your own selfish desires, risking the entire family. Shaking his head, Ling Yifeng let out a cold laugh in his heart. The great elder really was clear about public and private matters. However, he didn't expect that his father would actually risk a fallout with the elders for his sake. Arguing on his behalf here. Ling Yifeng really wanted to rush in and tell his father that he didn't need this so-called soul origin pill anymore, as his soul issue had already been resolved through a fortuitous encounter. However, he didn't act impulsively. He knew that news of his battle with Han Bing at the Spirit Academy would soon spread throughout the city. His potential would be reevaluated by the family, and he couldn't help but wonder what expressions they would have at that time. Returning to his small room, Ling Yifeng began to practice diligently. The remnant soul of the feather ruler within him had been worn down over an unknown period. In this time, it would be a long while before it would wake up. He could only rely on himself to gradually comprehend the profound techniques of the Ling Tianqiu. He thought to himself, why not throw me a few powerful spirit techniques to practice? Ling Yifeng muttered softly in his heart. The highest level of spirit techniques in his family was only low-level Xin rank, and he had only practiced a few low-level ordinary spirit techniques. The move he used against Han Bing today was the most proficient ordinary intermediate-level red flame fist he had practiced. If he hadn't already advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm, this level of spirit technique might not have been enough to defeat Han Bing. As the ruler, he must have quite a few holy-level spirit techniques, and perhaps even some legendary divine-level ones to let me practice. Thinking of this, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a silly smile. What are you thinking? So happy? A gentle laugh came from outside the door, and Ling Yifeng immediately put away his silly smile, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Dad, what brings you here? Ling Yifeng stood up to welcome Ling Cheng inside. Haha, what? Aren't you happy to see me? Ling Cheng strode in, laughing as he patted Ling Yifeng's head. Ling Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. Do you remember the soul origin pill I mentioned to you before? Ling Cheng's smile faded as he looked at Ling Yifeng and said, I am still searching for an alchemist who can refine the pill, and it seems it will take some time to obtain it. So you'll have to endure a little longer. Ling Yifeng looked straight at Ling Cheng, thinking that it was the opposition from those elders. He wanted to blurt out that his soul had already recovered, but he held back. There were too many secrets involved, and Ling Yifeng didn't want everyone to know. It's fine, Dad. I've managed to endure for 3 years. I can't be too anxious about this moment, can I? Ling Yifeng smiled slightly at Ling Cheng and then said very seriously, Thank you, Dad. This time, Ling Cheng was slightly taken aback. He was caught off guard by Ling Yifeng's sudden seriousness, scratching his head and laughing. There's no need to be so polite with your old man. A day later, the news of Ling Yifeng defeating Han Bing had spread throughout the Ling family courtyard. Young master, an elderly butler knocked on Ling Yifeng's door and said, The family head and the elders request your presence in the conference hall. Ling Yifeng smiled faintly, tidied his clothes, and headed to the conference hall. Ling Yifeng had already thought of what to say. He couldn't let them discover that his soul had already recovered for now, otherwise it would be hard to explain. If the existence of the feather ruler's remnant soul within him were to be revealed, it would be too shocking. As soon as he stepped into the conference hall, Ling Yifeng felt several sharp gazes piercing into him like needles. He felt uncomfortable under the hungry wolf-like stares, but he forced himself to endure it and walked in. After a moment, the invisible pressure dissipated. Fenger, did you really defeat Han Bing on the arena yesterday? Ling Chen was the first to approach and ask, glancing sideways at the great elder with what seemed to be a boastful look. It was just luck. Ling Yifeng scratched his head, revealing an innocent smile on his youthful face, which also confirmed the truth of the news. Weren't you only at the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm? How could you possibly defeat Han Bing, who is at the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm? The great elder suddenly stepped forward, his murky old eyes fixed on Ling Yifeng as he asked sharply, his face wrinkled with excitement. Ling Qing frowned slightly and took half a step forward to stand between the great elder and Ling Yifeng, asking in a deep voice, Great elder, what do you mean by this? Why are you interrogating Fenger like this? He is not your prisoner now. The great elder let out a laugh, stepping back a little, and said, I mean no harm. I was just curious. Ling Yifeng bowed to the elders and said, In these 3 years, although my spiritual power hasn't made much progress, I have practiced my martial arts and spirit techniques diligently without missing a day. Moreover, Han Bing underestimated me, which led to his accidental defeat at my hands. This was the explanation Ling Yifeng had long prepared, and with this, they found it hard to say anything further. Ling Cheng laughed heartily and patted Ling Yifeng's shoulder, quickly seizing the opportunity to say, Truly worthy of being my son. Facing an opponent 1 level stronger than you, you showed no fear and even defeated him, which brings honor to our Ling family. Ling Qing intentionally glanced at the great elder and continued, with such talent, Fenger will surely become a pillar of our Ling family in the future. What do you all think? Ling Chung deliberately said this for the several elders to hear. With Ling Yifeng's performance, they had no reason to oppose taking a gamble on him. The third elder was the first to stand up, stroking his beard and nodding. Little Feng has grown up before our eyes. He is exceptionally gifted and works hard in his training. It's just a pity that fate has played tricks on him, leaving him with a naturally incomplete soul. Sigh, if we have the chance to heal him, with his talent, he will surely surpass us old folks in the future. For the Ling family's development, we cannot rely solely on us old geezers who are almost in the coffin. We need young people like him. The third elder was the younger brother of Ling Yifeng's grandfather, so he naturally leaned towards Ling Qing and Ling Yifeng. However, what he said was indeed true. For a family to thrive for a long time, it was crucial to continually replenish it with fresh blood. The stout second elder also spoke up. The third elder is right. Everyone can see Little Feng's talent. If it weren't for his physical condition, he might have already broken through to the spirit origin realm by now. Such talent hasn't appeared in our Ling family for 100 years. Perhaps this is our opportunity. I think we can take a gamble on him. The great elder widened his old eyes, staring blankly at the second elder, unsure why he suddenly changed his stance. They had originally agreed that Ling Chung shouldn't waste the family's resources betting on Ling Yifeng's future. Second elder, you. The great elder puffed out his cheeks and glared, but he ultimately couldn't find any counter-arguments. Fenger, you can go back now. Work hard. The elders have already agreed to help you obtain the soul origin pill to repair your soul, so don't let them down. Ling Qing slyly winked at Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng understood and cupped his fists in gratitude to the elders, saying, in that case, thank you very much, elders. After saying this, he stepped back. And behind him came Ling Qing's hearty laughter. It seemed the elders had already compromised, and Ling Yifeng revealed a satisfied smile. In fact, whether or not he had the soul origin pill was not important to him. It was also uncertain whether the soul origin pill could truly heal his soul. However, it provided him with a legitimate excuse. With the cover of the soul origin pill, he could logically explain the issue of his soul's complete restoration, thereby not exposing another major secret within his body. Chapter 8. Mysterious scroll. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ling Yifeng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Withdrawing from his state of cultivation, he opened his eyes, and a faint red light seemed to flash from the depths of his eyes. After the cultivation, he felt a wave of refreshment. In just 7 days, he sensed that the spiritual energy in his spiritual wheel was visibly filling up, which shocked him greatly. Ever since he started practicing the Ling Tianju, his cultivation speed had increased significantly compared to before. However, he did not rule out the possibility that this was due to the sudden explosion of the accumulation over the past 3 years. He jumped out of bed and hurriedly got dressed, almost forgetting something important. Ling Chung had asked him to come see him today, but he had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. When he opened the door and looked outside, it was already sunset. With a helpless smile, Ling Yifeng walked towards Ling Cheng's residence. Along the way, the younger members of the Ling family looked at him with strange expressions. Ever since Ling Yifeng defeated Han Bing last time, many people were shocked by the news, especially those who had ganged up on him. They found it hard to believe. And as a result, they did not know how to face Ling Yifeng anymore. In their eyes, there was still admiration, envy, and even jealousy like before. But very few dared to approach him without any guilt. Ling Yifeng glanced at them and sighed quietly in his heart. When he was at his peak, many surrounded him, trying to please him, but it was only when he fell into a low point that he saw who was truly sincere to him. He cast a faint glance at them and then walked straight ahead without looking back. Some things, once lost, are hard to pick up again. Brother Feng. Suddenly, a joyful shout came from the crowd. Ling Yifeng stopped and smiled as he looked at the approaching Ling Yu. Your head injury has healed. Ling Yifeng noticed that the bandage on Ling Yu's head was gone. Oh, that little injury was healed long ago. Ling Yu puffed out his chest proudly. Did those guys come to trouble you again? Ling Yifeng suddenly asked, as he was most worried that they would vent their resentment towards Ling Yu. Brother Feng. Thanks to you. Now Han Tianhu, Su Ming, and their gang all avoid me when they see me. Who would dare to trouble me now? Haha, Ling Yu said proudly. In the Spirit Academy, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Ling Yifeng nodded, realizing that they had understood from Han Bing's fate that he was not the useless person they thought, but someone they could not provoke. By the way, Brother Feng's, I haven't heard any news from Han Bing recently. He should still be at home recovering. Ling Yu said with a smile. Han Bing is indeed seriously injured this time. His arm was broken into several pieces by a powerful force. He probably won't recover without at least half a month of rest. Ling Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, You need to be more careful around them and try not to confront them directly. After Ling Yu left, Ling Yifeng arrived alone at Ling Cheng's door. As the head of the family, Ling Cheng's room was not more luxurious than others. It was just a larger room used as a study. Ling Yifeng gently knocked on the half-open door, and Ling Cheng's voice called him in. Ling Yifeng pushed the door open and walked in. Ling Cheng was sitting at the table, flipping through a thick document. As the sky gradually darkened, he stood up and lit an oil lamp on the table. "Sorry, Dad. I'm late," Ling Yifeng said somewhat apologetically. He had originally agreed to meet Ling Cheng in the afternoon, but while cultivating, he lost track of time and only came when it was dark. Ling Cheng didn't mind, gesturing for Ling Yifeng to sit down. He put down the document in his hand and pointed 2 fingers at Ling Yifeng, saying, "I called you here for 2 important matters." Ling Yifeng felt a bit puzzled, but didn't ask questions. He quietly waited for Ling Cheng to reveal them. "The first thing you should already know. Several elders have agreed to invite an alchemist to refine the soul origin pill," Ling Cheng said with a mysterious smile at Ling Yifeng. It really took a lot of effort to convince those old codgers, but thankfully they finally agreed. "I've sent someone to the nearest alchemist association to find them to refine the pills. They should be delivered in the next couple of days." Ling Yifeng knew that the soul origin pill was a 4th-grade pill, and its rarity was something that even their small Ling family could hardly bear. Just preparing the materials required a lot of energy and finances, so it seemed that Ling Cheng had been preparing for the pill for a long time. Despite being busy with affairs and rarely having time to express concern for Ling Yifeng, Ling Cheng had quietly done a lot for him. Ling Yifeng suddenly felt a pang in his nose and hurriedly touched it. "There's also another important matter to tell you." Ling Cheng winked at Ling Yifeng, revealing a very mysterious expression. Ling Cheng returned to his chair, twisted the armrest lightly, and with a series of clicking sounds, a huge bookshelf behind him slowly split open in the middle, revealing a hidden chamber. Ling Cheng walked to the dark door and waved at Ling Yifeng, signaling him to follow. Without thinking much, Ling Yifeng followed Ling Cheng inside. Upon entering the hidden chamber, he found himself surrounded by hard stone walls, seemingly carved from solid rock. Even a powerful spirit realm expert like Ling Cheng would likely find it difficult to destroy it easily. Ling Cheng tapped his hand in a certain spot, and the floor split open, revealing a deep passage. Ling Yifeng sighed inwardly, as he had never known that his father's study concealed such mysteries. The things inside must be very important, otherwise they wouldn't need such heavy protection. Ling Cheng picked up a torch and stepped onto the stone stairs first. Ling Yifeng followed closely behind, and the stone slab and bookshelf behind them closed automatically. After walking down the long staircase, they finally stepped onto solid ground. Ling Yifeng estimated that they were about 10 feet below the surface, and before them stood a massive stone door. Ling Cheng took out a palm-sized token from his pocket and inserted it into a groove on the stone door. Then he slowly channeled his spiritual energy. After a series of rumbling sounds, the stone door began to rise slowly. This stone door weighs over 10,000 pounds. Without the family head's token, no one can open it, Ling Cheng explained with a smile as he saw Ling Yifeng looking surprised. This is not only a secret room, but also the vital artery that enables the entire Ling family to operate normally. Inside are the most confidential documents, the highest level cultivation techniques, and the most valuable magic cores, a small treasury reserved for the Ling family. Only the family head and a few elders know about this place. Once inside, do not touch anything, Ling Cheng warned seriously. Ling Yifeng nodded. Upon entering the secret chamber, he saw rows of wooden bookshelves, neatly arranged with volumes of books and exquisite wooden boxes. These must be the documents, cultivation techniques, and spiritual skills that Ling Cheng mentioned. The Ling family's cultivation techniques and spiritual skill manuals were stored in a library in the Ling family courtyard. But it seemed there weren't as many as what was piled up here. Ling Cheng seemed to notice his confusion and explained with a smile. The cultivation techniques and spiritual skills here are the originals. Those in the Ling Yin Pavilion are merely copies. Moreover, some precious high-level manuals haven't been transcribed, as we only provide them to truly talented family members for practice. Now I see. I didn't expect the real good stuff to be hidden here, Ling Yifeng thought slyly. His father brought him here. Could it be that he wanted to secretly pass on these advanced techniques to him? There's no need to learn the techniques, as the deepest techniques of the Ling family are only of low-grade Xian level, compared to the Ling Tianju given to him by the Feather Master. They are practically trash. However, he could sneakily learn a few high-level spiritual skills. Ling Cheng looked at his silly expression and gently tapped his head, laughing. Are you thinking about these things? Let me tell you, these are family assets. Even if I am the head of the family, I cannot dispose of them at will. If you are interested in them, you can naturally qualify to study them when your strength is sufficient. Ling Yifeng's thoughts were seen through, and he stuck out his tongue. He didn't really want these martial arts techniques or spirit skill manuals. He was just a little curious. If Ling Qing knew what martial arts techniques he was currently practicing, he would probably be very surprised. Ling Yifeng followed Ling Qing into the secret room and stopped next to a wooden rack. Ling Yifeng noticed that this rack was quite empty, with only a few scattered books and small boxes placed on it. Ling Qing raised his hand and slowly took down a red lacquered box from the top shelf. The box was covered with a thick layer of dust. As if it hadn't been touched for a long time, he didn't know how long it had been here. Ling Qing flicked his sleeve lightly over the box, and a gust of energy blew away all the dust on it. He formed several strange hand seals with one hand and then waved his hand above the wooden box, drawing a few arcs in the air. Seeing Ling Qing's serious expression and such a complicated opening method, Ling Yifeng vaguely sensed that what was inside was not simple. Open, Ling Qing whispered, and the lid slowly opened in response. Ling Yifeng stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to look inside. There was only a black scroll lying at the bottom of the box. Ling Qing sighed softly, and then carefully took out the scroll and handed it to Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng looked at him with a puzzled expression, also quickly extending his hands to receive it. What is this? At the moment Ling Yifeng touched the scroll, he felt a chill at his fingertips, followed by a warmth as soft as jade. It was very light, smooth to the touch, but he could feel obscure patterns on it, though he couldn't tell what material it was made of. This is for you. You must take good care of it from now on. Ling Yifeng was slightly taken aback. Didn't you just say that everything here belongs to the family and cannot be moved casually? How can you just give this to me? Ling Qing saw Ling Yifeng's confusion, took a deep breath, and said, "This item does not belong to the family. It was originally yours." Ling Yifeng was even more puzzled. He looked down carefully at the scroll, unable to understand how it could be his. He had never seen it before. This thing has been here for 13 years. It was originally intended to be given to you when you reached the spirit origin realm, but unfortunately, I have to give it to you today. Ling Qing seemed to have something he couldn't explain. 13 years? Ling Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he just 13 years old this year? Could this item be related to his origin? Ling Qing was silent for a moment, then sighed. Ling Yifeng keenly perked up his ears, holding his breath, as he sensed that what Ling Qing was about to say was related to a huge secret. This is something your mother left for you, and I was supposed to give it to you when you reached the spirit origin realm. Ling Qing finally spoke slowly. If you cannot reach the spirit origin realm, or if your talent is poor and you can't reach it by the age of 20, then this scroll will be buried forever, and you can just live a normal, ordinary life. Ling Yifeng felt a buzzing in his head, as if he couldn't hear anything else. He stared blankly at the scroll in his hand, thinking of the woman he called mother, who held him in her arms, gently rocking him and making him laugh. He couldn't recall the scene from his infancy, but he often dreamed and imagined his mother, though he could never see her blurred face clearly or hear her gentle voice. Since he could remember, he had never seen his mother. His father also tried to avoid mentioning her in front of him. His impression of his mother remained only in the vague memories of his infancy. He didn't know why his mother left him, nor did he know if she still existed in this world. But he had always been very sensible. If his father didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. The handsome face of the 13 or 14-year-old boy was striking. Every time Ling Yifeng looked in the mirror, he realized he didn't completely resemble Ling Qing's striking handsomeness. His beautiful face also had a clean and delicate quality, somewhat like a girl's beauty. They say daughters resemble their fathers and sons resemble their mothers. Ling Yifeng often wondered what kind of stunningly beautiful woman his mother must have been when he looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't know why his mother left him, but upon seeing this scroll today, he understood that his mother loved him. "Father, will I ever see mother again?" Ling Yifeng raised his head, his gaze fixed on Ling Qing's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. He was afraid Ling Qing would give him an answer he couldn't accept, so he had never dared to ask. After a long silence, Ling Qing spoke slowly. "I have never mentioned your mother to you. You must resent me for that, right? But I have my reasons for not bringing it up. How about this? Let's make a pact. If you have the opportunity to enter the Tianluo Spirit Academy to study, I will tell you about your mother." Tianluo Spirit Academy? Ling Yifeng raised his eyebrows. He knew about this academy, and since he first entered the Tiannan Spirit Academy, he had made the Tianluo Spirit Academy his goal. Although the conditions to enter Tianluo Spirit Academy were extremely strict, he believed that with his talent and hard work, he could definitely get in. Tianluo Spirit Academy is the largest spirit academy in the Tianluo Empire and even in the southwestern continent of Piaoyu. There are no more than a handful of spirit academies on the Piaoyu continent that can compare with it. It is considered a transcendent power on the Piaoyu continent. But unlike ordinary families or sects, it is not formed by blood ties, close relationships, or any other powers. It is a place that cultivates strong individuals, but does not bind them for life. Over the centuries, countless strong individuals have emerged from it, and many people have tried desperately to enter. For those without a background or powerful support, this academy is the best place to obtain cultivation resources and can be seen as a shortcut to becoming strong. However, anyone qualified to enter here is undoubtedly a genius with extraordinary talent, even referred to as a prodigy. Ling Cheng setting such a goal for Ling Yifeng was not meant to make things difficult for him. If Ling Yifeng could truly gain the protection of such a massive force, it would greatly help him in the future. If he couldn't enter Tianluo Spirit Academy, it would indicate that his talent was not outstanding, and without the protection of such a powerful force, it might be better for him not to know about his mother. Back in his small room, Ling Yifeng took out the black scroll and studied it carefully. Ling Cheng had told him that only when one reached the spirit origin realm could they open it and see what his mother left for him. But he was now eager to open this scroll, as it was the only piece of information he could grasp about his mother. He tried to input his spiritual power into the scroll, but it was rebounded by an invisible barrier. He attempted to increase his spiritual power again and again. But even using all his strength, he still couldn't open it. He didn't know what material the scroll was made of, but even with all his might, he couldn't damage it in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yifeng gave up trying. Ling Qing had warned him that only his spiritual power could open the scroll. If it were forcibly broken by other spiritual powers, the scroll would suffer irreversible damage. Is this a challenge left by my mother? Why did my father give it to me now? Couldn't he wait until I reached the spirit origin realm to give it to me? Is it to motivate me to cultivate? Ling Yifeng carefully put it away. Although he knew it was very difficult to damage, he still handled it with care, fearing it might get knocked around. 3 days later. Knock, knock, knock. Ling Yifeng had just exited his cultivation state when he heard a series of knocking sounds. Since obtaining the scroll, he had been working even harder to reach the spirit origin realm as soon as possible. He opened the door to find Ling Qing looking at him with a mysterious expression. We have important guests visiting tonight. Make sure to prepare well and join me in receiving them. Don't embarrass us. Guests? Ling Yifeng was puzzled. He usually kept to his small room and never interfered with his father's affairs. His father knew he preferred peace and never arranged for him to host guests. So why was he suddenly asked to prepare for an unknown visitor today and acting so mysteriously? You'll find out when you get there. Just don't embarrass me. Ling Qing suddenly pinched his nose. You stink of sweat. Hurry and wash up. With that, he turned and left. Ling Yifeng couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. His training for the day was already over, and the evening's events wouldn't take up much of his time. So going was fine. He took off his sweat-soaked training clothes and, upon catching a whiff, wrinkled his nose. The smell was due to impurities he had expelled during cultivation. Jumping into a wooden tub filled with hot water, Ling Yifeng enjoyed a comfortable bath, the suitable water temperature allowing him to relax his muscles and almost fall asleep. Since his father mentioned important guests, he figured he should at least tidy himself up properly. He absolutely couldn't embarrass his father. As night fell, the Ling family rang the dinner bell. Ling Yifeng donned a neat white long robe, simple yet elegant. It was a small banquet, with only Ling Qing, 3 elders, and a few high-ranking stewards in attendance. Just in time, he wasn't late. As soon as Ling Yifeng took his seat, the Ling family waited for the guests to enter the hall. He was slightly taken aback when the guests arrived, led by a woman in a red dress, followed by 2 tall men, one elderly and one in his prime. This was the esteemed guest Ling Qing spoke of. The 2 men wore matching attire. Water blue long robes adorned with cloud flame patterns at the cuffs and collar, and their chests decorated with copper tripods and golden waves, though the number of each varied. Ling Yifeng counted carefully. The middle-aged man had 2 tripods and 2 waves, while the elder had 3 tripods and 1 wave. Surprise spread across Ling Yifeng's face. He was well informed enough to recognize that this was the uniform of the Alchemist Guild. Only certified alchemists could wear such attire, and becoming an alchemist was incredibly difficult. Anyone wearing this outfit would naturally evoke feelings of pride and honor, treated as esteemed guests wherever they went. The middle-aged man's 2 tripods and 2 waves indicated he was a second-grade intermediate alchemist, while the elder's 3 tripods and 1 wave signified he could refine third-grade beginner pills. Such alchemists were top-tier in Luoyu City and surrounding towns. Encountering even 1 alchemist was rare, and yet today, 2 had come at once. The woman in the red dress was even more mysterious, walking ahead of them. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to call them esteemed guests. The other three major families in Liu City would surely dream of inviting even one alchemist to their home, and the news of two alchemists visiting the Ling family would undoubtedly make them envious. As they entered, everyone stood up and bowed to them, with Ling Cheng personally welcoming them with a smile. "Gentlemen, you must be tired from your journey. Please take a seat, and let us treat you to a warm welcome." Ling Cheng guided them to the guest seats before returning to the head seat, and the others finally took their places. Ling Cheng clapped lightly, and immediately, a group of maids streamed out from the back, serving dishes and drinks. "President Jun, Master Yin, Master Mo, your arrival truly brings glory to our Ling family. I toast to you all. Please drink as a gesture of respect." Ling Cheng raised his cup and drank it down in one go. The three guests also lifted their cups and drank it all in one go. "President Jun, I didn't expect you to become the vice president of the Alchemist Guild at such a young age. You truly are a hero among youth." After a few rounds of drinks, Ling Cheng gradually relaxed his caution and began to joke and laugh with the guests. Only then did Ling Yifeng take a closer look at the woman in the red dress. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, she wore light eyeshadow, and her makeup was very subtle, just a thin layer. Her lips were rosy, her nose well-defined, and she wore crystal earrings. The thin, red long dress perfectly accentuated her curvy figure. With every smile and frown, she exuded the charm of a mature woman, yet when quiet, she seemed like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. It was always hard to guess a woman's age, but Ling Yifeng estimated she was at most 24 or 25. Becoming a vice president of the Alchemist Guild at such a young age was indeed remarkable. "I'm just a nominal vice president. My family sent me out for experience. Just fulfilling a task." The woman in the red dress chuckled charmingly as she slowly drank from her cup. Her long, clean neck subtly rose and fell with her swallowing, displaying an alluring posture, causing many men in the hall to swallow hard at her actions. What an enticing little enchantress. This was Ling Yifeng's first impression of Jun Lingxue. After finishing her drink, Jun Lingxue gradually felt the effects of the alcohol. Her gaze began to drift, and her cheeks flushed bright red. The men in the hall either discreetly or brazenly eyed her, yet she paid no mind to their stares. "Head of the Ling family, I know what you are waiting for, but are too shy to ask." Jun Lingxue lifted her slightly tipsy gaze toward Ling Cheng. Meanwhile, Ling Cheng's eyes grew hot. He couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly waiting for her to produce the item he had long awaited. Ling Yifeng was shocked to see his usually serious father behaving so lecherously. He felt an impulse to run away. Jun Lingxue received a small black box from Master Mo, slowly opening it under Ling Cheng's fiery gaze and the curious looks of others, as if displaying a treasured item. Ling Yifeng's gaze was also involuntarily drawn to the small box. Inside lay a pure white jade bottle, completely transparent, with a red pill faintly visible inside. The jade bottle looked extremely valuable, and it was easy to imagine that what it contained was worth its weight in gold. A thought flashed through Ling Yifeng's mind. Could this be the soul origin pill his father mentioned? Seeing Ling Cheng's ecstatic expression confirmed he was right. Suddenly, he felt a warm liquid welling up in his eyes. With delicate fingers, Jun Lingxue gently lifted the jade bottle, shaking it slightly toward Ling Cheng, maintaining her alluring smile. "This is the pill you entrusted our guild to refine." Jun Lingxue scanned the room, and every man who met her gaze couldn't help but feel a jolt. She flashed a bright smile. "I wonder if I could meet your family's once-in-a-century genius young man." Ling Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, filled with confusion. She wanted to meet him? But Ling Cheng eagerly nodded. No problem. This is my son." He gestured vaguely toward Ling Yifeng, and then said to him, "Fenger, come meet President Jun." Ling Yifeng had no choice but to stand up reluctantly, cupping his hands toward Jun Lingxue, saying, "I am Ling Yifeng. Greetings to President Jun." "Oh my, this little brother is quite handsome. With such extraordinary cultivation talent, he must be very popular with the ladies." Jun Lingxue carefully examined Ling Yifeng and frequently praised him. Ling Yifeng felt a headache coming on and thought, "Sister, what are you trying to do?" The other two alchemists also scrutinized Ling Yifeng, then nodded to each other. Suddenly, the elderly man stood up and said solemnly to Ling Cheng, "Head of the Ling family, may we have a private discussion?" Ling Cheng nodded and waved his hand, signaling the high-ranking members of the Ling family below to leave. Even the three elders were sent away, but Ling Yifeng was inexplicably left behind. "Head of the Ling family, let's get straight to the point," Master Yin said. "You must be very aware of the value of this pill. Its worth is not just as a fourth-grade pill, it represents the hope of a family." He looked at Ling Yifeng with deep meaning and continued, "We have investigated this child's situation. If his talent is truly as terrifying as rumored, he would be a once-in-a-lifetime genius even in the imperial capital, a place teeming with experts. You should also know that the Jun family in the imperial capital possesses extraordinary strength. They cherish talents but often find themselves unable to recruit them. If this child is willing to join the Jun family after his soul is restored, the Jun family will spare no effort in nurturing him. The various conditions and resources in the imperial capital are far beyond what your small town can compare with. Ling Yifeng understood. They were trying to win him over. On this continent, with countless races, major factions need to maintain vitality to survive for the long term. And this vitality comes not only from continuously producing bloodlines but also from absorbing fresh blood. Some prefer to directly recruit strong individuals, while others like to cultivate potential talents. Just like a horse breeder, some prefer to find fast horses, while others prefer young colts, knowing it takes time and patience to grow them into strong horses. And they must be prepared for failure. However, it is still much better to cultivate a young colt into a strong horse. Little brother, if you agree, this pill will be a gift from your sister. I promise to provide you with the best cultivation conditions and the opportunity to enter Tianluo Spirit Academy directly. How about it? Jun Lingxue suddenly spoke. Ling Cheng gasped. Offering a fourth-grade pill as a gift was an extravagant gesture, truly befitting the noble Jun family of the imperial capital. When Ling Yifeng heard about Tianluo Spirit Academy, his heart trembled slightly. In his mind, Tianluo Spirit Academy was linked to news about his mother. It was a place he must go no matter what. So, what price do we need to pay, for example? Freedom? After a moment of silence, Ling Cheng finally spoke cautiously. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, with such tempting conditions offered. What they wanted in return would surely be tenfold or 100-fold. You can rest assured about this. Our Jun family is not a bandit that seizes things by force. We are responsible for nurturing talents, but we will never restrict your freedom. Just remember not to forget the benefits the Jun family has provided when you become strong, and lend a helping hand when we are threatened. Jun Lingxue said leisurely. Ling Yifeng lowered his head in thought. The conditions offered were quite tempting, even disregarding the fact that the soul origin pill was of no use to him now. Just the promise of the best cultivation conditions and at least decades of peace for the Ling family were enough to make anyone tempted. However, families like these ultimately only cared about strength. Talents were not rare, but how many could grow safely into powerful individuals? If the Jun family truly valued his talent, perhaps they would not have sent just these three to win him over. Moreover, Ling Yifeng hoped to control his own fate. The soul master within him had given him enough confidence to become stronger. Seeing Ling Yifeng deep in thought, Jun Lingxue furrowed her brows slightly. She had seen many geniuses, especially those from remote small towns who had never seen much of the world. Upon hearing her irresistible offers, most would agree without a second thought. However, this handsome young man seemed different, though she could not pinpoint how. Biting her lip, she finally made a decision. Jun Lingxue picked up a wine cup from the table and took a sip, smiling at Ling Yifeng. She pulled down a corner of her clothing, revealing a perfect figure and a fair expanse of skin. She took off a jade pendant that she wore close to her body and handed it to Ling Yifeng. Little brother, you don't have to give me an answer right away, if you've made up your mind. Bring this jade pendant to the Alchemist Guild in Shurja City to find your sister, okay? Ling Yifeng held the warm jade pendant in his hand, which still carried a faint fragrance, and felt a stirring in his heart. Additionally, this soul origin pill is also a gift from your sister. Don't let your sister down. Jun Lingxue smiled charmingly as she handed him the jade bottle containing the soul origin pill. Her fingertips brushed against his palm intentionally or unintentionally, sending a shiver through him. The two alchemists seemed to want to stop her, but their hands hung in the air. A fourth-grade pill might be a rare treasure for a small family like the Ling family, but for the noble Jun family in the imperial capital, it was nothing extraordinary. If an ordinary fourth-grade pill could win the favor of a potential future powerhouse, it was undoubtedly a deal that could not go wrong. Head of the Ling family, thank you for your warm hospitality. We have important matters to attend to and must return to Shurja. We will take our leave now, Master Yin said, slightly cupping his hands to Ling Cheng. Ling Cheng tried to retain them, saying, I have already prepared accommodations for you all, if you don't mind. Staying until tomorrow before continuing your journey would not be too late. If other families learn that the Ling family has hosted alchemists, it would be a matter of great honor. However, the guests insisted on leaving, and Ling Cheng could not keep them. So he had to send the three out of the Ling family courtyard. Father, I'm sorry. Ling Yifeng looked at Ling Cheng, feeling a bit apologetic. The conditions they offered were indeed tempting, but he remembered that there was no free lunch in the world. Ling Cheng sighed, unsure if it was regret for not accepting their conditions. Although this pill is a gift for you, I did not accept the compensation they offered in return. I exchanged it for something important. This way, we owe them nothing, and taking this pill will be more reassuring. Important thing? Ling Yifeng was puzzled. His father exchanged something important for this pill? But, Dad, you decide whether to accept their conditions. I will not interfere with your choice. And you do not need to interfere with my own decisions. Ling Cheng said firmly. I understand, father. Thank you. Ling Yifeng nodded heavily. Chapter 11. The Three Great Spirit Academies. Pouring the crimson pill into his palm, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Is this the miraculous pill that can heal souls? Ling Yifeng couldn't believe that such a small pill could repair a person's soul. However, if it could slightly restore his dominating remnant soul and awaken him sooner, that would be excellent. Just thinking about giving himself several high-level spiritual techniques made Ling Yifeng grin foolishly. Opening his mouth, he tossed the pill in and tilted his neck to swallow it. Immediately after, he immersed himself in concentration and began to refine the pill using his spiritual power. A fourth-grade pill was not like an ordinary pill that could be swallowed and forgotten. This pill contained the spiritual energy of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was difficult to fully digest it with just his body. Without activating his spiritual energy to fully unleash the pill's effects, it would be a waste. If Junling Xue hadn't kindly reminded him, he truly would not have known this. The medicinal pill entered his abdomen, and the medicinal power gradually spread out, being absorbed by Ling Yifeng's body. Another part of it was enveloped by his spiritual power, greatly expelling the medicinal strength, which then flowed along his meridians to his limbs and bones. Ling Yifeng felt his entire body filled with a warm current, which eventually concentrated at the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head. He seemed to feel lighter, as if he were about to soar into the sky. A wonderful sensation. This medicinal pill is truly magical. Half an hour later, as the last trace of warmth rose to the top of his head, Ling Yifeng finally digested all the medicinal power. He slightly opened his eyes and felt that his senses seemed to be sharper than before. He moved his limbs, but found no difference. Senior, senior? Ling Yifeng gently called out in his heart several times, but that remnant soul still showed no response. It seemed that this medicinal pill didn't help with soul recovery at all. Ling Yifeng muttered softly. Fortunately, he had regained the ability to cultivate. Otherwise, how disappointing it would be for his father, who had sacrificed so much, to find it all in vain. He pushed open the door and was greeted by Ling Cheng's expectant yet somewhat nervous expression. How is it? Ling Cheng rubbed his hands together, eagerly wanting to know the result. Seeing his anxious look, which seemed even more excited than his own treasure acquisition, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Father, I have taken the soul origin pill. Although I haven't noticed any specific effects, I have experienced that feeling of cultivating spiritual power again. It's that feeling of becoming stronger continuously. Ling Yifeng looked seriously into Ling Cheng's eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of excitement. That's great! That's great! A look of relief finally appeared on Ling Cheng's face, and he silently murmured the name of Ling Yifeng's mother. Ayun, I have not let down your trust. In a couple of days, I'll ask Dean Zhong to help you test it again. Ling Cheng patted Ling Yifeng's shoulder and then turned to leave with a smile. Watching Ling Cheng leave with a joyful expression, Ling Yifeng knew that in his father's heart, he was more important than anything else. I will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Yifeng clenched his fists tightly. A few days later, Ling Xing invited Zhang Yuanli to the Ling family. You really are willing to spend money. I heard that the vice president of the Pill Master Association in Shurja City personally delivered the medicinal pills to you, making the other families extremely envious. Fengler is my only son. For him, I would go through fire and water, let alone this small medicinal pill. If I don't seize this opportunity, extinguishing his talent for nothing, how will I face his mother in the future? Ling Cheng sighed softly. Zhong Lao was also silent for a moment before saying, That woman has been gone for 12 years, right? Ling Cheng was slightly taken aback, and his expression gradually darkened. Yes. It's all because I lack the ability to provide her with a protective environment. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Perhaps she and we were never from the same world. Zhong Shu. Although I usually don't mention his mother to Fenger, and he doesn't care much about it. I can see that he still misses her very much. I don't know whether I should tell him the truth. Ling Cheng said softly. In fact, Zhong Yuanli's relationship with Ling Cheng was quite extraordinary. He was a close friend of Ling Cheng's father, Ling Pingyun, during his lifetime. They were brothers who fought side by side in their youth. Later, when Ling Pingyun was targeted by his enemies, Zhang Lao came to help. And although they defeated the enemy, Ling Pingyun ultimately died from his injuries. Zhang Lao had no children in his life, so he regarded Ling Cheng as his own. And Ling Cheng trusted him very much. It's better not to rush to tell him. Let us wait until he enters the Tianluo Spirit Academy, then we can talk. Our little Loyu city cannot provide him with protection. Letting him come into contact with the truth too early would also be disadvantageous for him. Zhang Lao slowly shook his head, suddenly pausing, turning to look outside the house. Ling Qing chuckled lightly and said, Fenger, since you're here, come in quickly. You dare to hide and eavesdrop in front of two spirit realm experts? Ling Yifeng outside the door couldn't help but smile wryly. In fact, he had just arrived and wanted to wait for them to finish talking before going in, but unexpectedly, he was discovered immediately. I've seen Zhang Lao. After entering the door, Ling Yifeng bowed to Zhang Lao, knowing that Ling Cheng had called him over this time to have Zhang Lao test his soul problem again. To be honest, Ling Yifeng felt a bit uneasy in his heart, unsure if the other soul residing in his body would be discovered. After Ling Cheng's repeated requests, he agreed to undergo the test, also to truly reassure Ling Cheng. Very good, very good. Zhang Lao carefully examined Ling Yifeng and found that his mental state was indeed very good. Zhang Lao took out a palm-sized transparent crystal stone from his bosom and placed it on the table. Ling Yifeng had used this soul-testing stone before. It was a testing stone for detecting the user's soul power and attributes, but it unexpectedly revealed Ling Yifeng's incomplete soul. Slowly walking to the soul-testing stone, Ling Yifeng took a deep breath, recalling that the remnant soul of the Feather Master seemed to have said that his compatibility with his own soul was very strong. Now that they were fused together, it should not be discovered, right? He placed his hand on the surface of the crystal stone, extending his spiritual consciousness into the stone. He only felt a void around him. This was the magical part of the soul-testing stone. When you were probing it, it was also testing you. The transparent crystal stone immediately emitted several wisps of floating threads after Ling Yifeng's spiritual consciousness entered, just like ink droplets spreading quickly in clear water. The three wisps in the crystal stone quickly spread out, turning the stone a fiery red color. Zhang Lao looked at these wisps, smiling as he stroked his beard, murmuring, the refreshing spirit, fetal origin, and ethereal essence are all in place. Not bad, not bad. Although it's still not very strong, it has finally recovered. Hearing Zhang Lao's words, the worries that Ling Cheng had harbored in his heart for so long finally dissipated. Ling Yifeng could continue to cultivate, and with his talent, perhaps he could really reunite with his mother again. Ling Yifeng withdrew his hand, secretly pleased in his heart, finally resolving his father's worries without exposing the secret of his body. This is truly wonderful. This legendary soul origin pill is indeed a powerful and effective remedy for soul power, and it's worth the great cost I paid. Ling Qing sighed. Little Feng, since you have already recovered, I will recruit you into the Spirit Academy for study in a while. Zhang Lao nodded and smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. Uncle Zhong. Ling Cheng cupped his hands to Zhang Lao. With Little Feng's talent, he should perform well in the next recruitment of the three major academies. If he catches the eye of some big shot from the Spirit Academy, he might even be directly admitted. The three major academies? Ling Yifeng recalled that there were countless Spirit Academies in the entire Tianluo Empire, but only three were the top ones. The first was the Tianluo Spirit Academy located in the imperial capital, which Ling Cheng had promised to help him enter. The second was the Xinglan Spirit Academy in the western part of the empire, and the third was the Shenyang Spirit Academy in the central part of the empire. These three major Spirit Academies held a joint recruitment event every 5 years, where they selected the most outstanding students recommended by various Spirit Academies across the empire for direct admission. And there was less than 2 years until the next recruitment. The Tianluo Spirit Academy. This should be a good opportunity. A faint smile appeared on Ling Yifeng's lips. Chapter 12. Space Ring. But the recruitment conditions of those three major academies are extremely strict, and they are searching for a few top talents across the entire empire, making the competition fierce. Our Tiannan Spirit Academy hasn't produced any outstanding students who could successfully qualify for these three major academies for many years. Zhang Lao sighed softly. If you hadn't wasted these 3 years of cultivation time, with your unparalleled talent in Luoyu City over the past century, you might really stand out in the next Spirit Academy joint recruitment. Elder Zhong, please tell me what conditions need to be met to have a chance of success? Ling Yifeng looked at Zhong Yuanli and asked seriously. Elder Zhong lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, taking Tianluo Spirit Academy as an example. According to the normal admission standards, one must reach the Spirit Will realm before the age of 14, the Spirit Origin realm before the age of 16, and the Spirit Soul realm before the age of 18. Anyone over 18 will not be accepted. The standards of the other two major Spirit Academies are slightly lower. However, If you want to stand out among the talented contestants from many spirit academies, you will need even stronger strength. Ling Yifeng nodded slightly. Reaching the spirit wheel realm before the age of 14 is quite simple. He had successfully condensed his spirit wheel at under 10 years old, becoming a rare genius in Liu City over the past century. After 3 years of stagnation, he is still not yet 14 and remains in the spirit wheel realm, which means he only needs to reach the spirit origin realm in the next 2 years. Given his current cultivation speed, it shouldn't be too difficult. But if he wants to stand out among the top contestants from over 100 spirit academies, that strength may be far from enough. Then, I will strive to break through to the spirit soul realm within 2 years. Ling Yifeng secretly set this goal for himself. If others knew of such a crazy ambition, they would surely be astonished. But Ling Yifeng knew that the 5-year recruitment cycle meant he only had this one opportunity. If he couldn't leave a deep impression on the examiners from Tianluo Spirit Academy, there might not be another chance to enter it. Whether or not he enters Tianluo Spirit Academy is not what matters to him. He just wants to fulfill the promise with Ling Cheng and then obtain information about his mother. Our small Tiannan Spirit Academy only has 3 spots available for that competition, and the top 3 on the Spirit Academy rankings have already reached the Spirit Origin realm. If you want to secure a spot, you will need to work harder, Zhong Yuanli said with a slight bitter smile. Rest assured, Elder Zhong. If I can't even compete for these 3 spots, what hope do I have of entering the Tianluo Spirit Academy, which is filled with geniuses? Ling Yifeng flashed a brilliant smile at Zhong Yuanli, his youthful confidence shining through his face. Good, good, good. Seeing Ling Yifeng's confident demeanor, Elder Zhong laughed heartily. The future indeed belongs to you young people. Us old bones can only watch. Not at all, you are still as strong as ever. Ling Cheng laughed in response to Elder Zhong. 2 years' time, to break through from the current mid-stage spirit wheel realm to the spirit soul realm, based on previous talents, is estimated to be impossible. Even with the increased cultivation speed now, it will still be very difficult. He plans to break through to the spirit origin realm within 6 months to have a chance to achieve the breakthrough to the spirit soul realm within 2 years. However, relying solely on comfortable cultivation within the academy will be challenging to accomplish this. He must also seek external help. After Elder Zhong left, Ling Qing looked at Ling Yifeng thoughtfully for a long time, then raised his head and said, "Want to enter the monster beast forest for training? That's a good idea. After all, young people hope for a challenging life. When I was your age, I had already ventured out on my own, forming a mercenary group to take on tasks from various mercenary guilds, and entering the monster beast forest to hunt beasts was common." Ling Yifeng's eyes brightened. It turns out his father had such experiences, which he had never mentioned before. However, you are alone and inexperienced. It may be very difficult to adapt to the perilous environment of the monster beast forest. I will find someone experienced to take you for training, that way. You will have someone to look out for you. Dad, thank you for your kindness, but if someone is accompanying me, I fear I won't be able to get real training. Ling Yifeng shook his head. He knew Ling Qing meant well and was worried about him getting into trouble, hence wanting to find someone to protect him, but that would hinder his goal of training himself. Well, take this with you. Ling Qing pondered for a moment, then took off a pitch-black ring from his finger, lightly brushed it with a finger, and handed it to Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng accepted the ring with slight confusion, unsure of Ling Qing's intentions. This is not an ordinary accessory. It is a space item made of special materials. As for what materials, I'm not very clear. In any case, it is made of very precious and rare materials. How it is shaped doesn't really matter. Usually, it's made into a ring for convenience. Ling Qing said mysteriously. A space item? Ling Yifeng looked at the ring in his hand thoughtfully, slightly furrowing his brows, as he seemed to have seen this term somewhere in a book before. After carefully sensing it, he found a strange power fluctuation that was faint yet present. Although just the materials used to make this item are extremely rare, its true value does not lie in the materials but in its inner workings. Ling Qing paused, noticing that Ling Yifeng was not paying serious attention to what he was saying. In fact, Ling Yifeng had not absorbed much of what was said. He had been distracted since sensing the strange power on the ring until the moment that power suddenly vanished. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it again, which brought him back to the present. Huh? What kind of power is this? Ling Yifeng raised his head, looking at Ling Qing in surprise. Ling Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You can sense the strange power it emits?" Ling Yifeng nodded and said, "I can't describe what kind of feeling it is. Just that it feels somewhat empty, as if a hole has been dug in the air." Space power, Ling Qing said slowly, his tone revealing a hint of reverence. A kind of admiration for the strong and for power. However, he didn't expect that Ling Yifeng could actually sense the existence of space power. You must know that only those with strength at his level can barely perceive its presence. Space power is probably very unfamiliar to you. Perhaps you haven't even heard of it. Ling Qing explained to Ling Yifeng. Do you know that when spirit power cultivation reaches a certain height, one can move mountains and fill seas with a wave of the hand, and the weather can change? Ling Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard of it, and his ideal was to reach that height, moving mountains and filling seas. What kind of powerful spirit power would it take to accomplish such feats? If one had such capabilities, what place in the entire Piaoyu continent would be unreachable? Saint Emperor. Ling Qing's voice was somewhat heavy. This is a title that commands respect. When one's strength reaches the Saint Emperor realm, they can achieve such feats. But such powerful beings are extremely rare on the entire continent, and among them, only a very few comprehend space power to further enhance their cultivation. Ling Yifeng was slightly shocked. He had thought that moving mountains and filling seas was already the pinnacle of spirit power cultivation. Listening to Ling Qing, it seemed there was an even higher realm, and it was hard to imagine what kind of experience that would be. Ling Yifeng felt his blood begin to boil again. Although he knew he was still far from that realm, he was filled with longing for it. I got off track. Ling Qing chuckled. Let's talk about this space ring again. Only those who have comprehended space power can create it. Take this ring as an example. They infuse the space power they have comprehended into the ring, opening up a new space within the existing space and through the connection of spirit power. One can move between these two spaces. The most obvious benefit is that it can hold items. The space inside the ring does not affect the outside world, making this type of space ring an excellent storage container. Actually, for those who have comprehended space power, making this small space ring is simply a trivial task. But their pride as strong beings makes them disdain to create such things. Only some transcendent families' powerful members will make a few for the convenience of their juniors. So, do you understand the value of this item? Ling Yifeng nodded. Although this item was good, those capable of making it look down upon it. A small family like theirs simply did not have such extraordinary power, nor would they have such things. But where did this ring come from? Ling Yifeng felt deeply puzzled. It couldn't possibly have been picked up, right? Ling Qing did not explain where this item came from, so Ling Yifeng did not ask. Ling Qing always handed over precious things to him without reservation, which had always touched Ling Yifeng deeply. Now that he understood the value of this spatial item, he should not casually display it in front of others. People's hearts are not as they used to be. Rare items easily provoke greed. In this world, incidents of murder and robbery happen at every moment. You have always been in a comfortable environment within the family and are not very familiar with this. Remember, when you're outside, do not trust strangers too easily. Come, now I will teach you how to use it. Dad, such a precious item. You should keep it for yourself. Ling Yifeng handed the ring back to Ling Qing. Ling Qing knocked him on the head and laughed heartily. If you keep treating me like an outsider, I remember I've never hit you since you were little. Do you want me to make up for your lost childhood? Ling Yifeng understood Ling Qing's intentions and said no more, just smiled faintly. Focus your mind, probe into the ring with your spiritual sense, and place a mark on it with your spiritual sense. Others will not be able to easily access your spatial item. I have just erased my previous spiritual sense, so you can now freely explore inside. Hearing this, Ling Yifeng adjusted his mindset, concentrated his energy on a point on the ring, and then closed his eyes. A spiritual sense slowly extended out. His spiritual sense was much sharper than that of ordinary people, so this step was not too difficult. Chapter 13 Preparation. After leaving a small mark with his spiritual sense on the ring, he successfully entered the space within the ring. Ling Yifeng felt as if he had arrived in another world. It was all void, as if standing at the center of the universe. Although it was dark all around, he could sense invisible barriers surrounding him, isolating the entire space into a huge area. Opening his eyes, Ling Yifeng looked at Ling Qing with surprise, and Ling Qing nodded slightly. You should have seen the space inside, right? Now, try to retrieve an item. Let us take this sword. Just cover it with your spiritual sense and then put it into the ring's space. Ling Qing handed over a long sword. Ling Yifeng became eager to try. He placed the long sword horizontally on the ground and, following Ling Qing's instructions, covered the entire sword with his spiritual sense before transferring it to the ring's space. A flash of white light appeared. The long sword remained in place, but the sheath had disappeared. Ling Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. You need to completely cover the object with your spiritual sense. Ling Qing said calmly. Now go into the space and retrieve the sword sheath. The method is the same. Ling Yifeng entered the ring's space again. and this time there was a sword sheath lying quietly in the empty space. Ling Yifeng moved his spiritual sense, tightly wrapping around the sheath before exiting the ring's space. Another flash of white light appeared, and the sheath appeared on the ground in front of him. Ling Yifeng reached out to touch it, and then inserted the sword into the sheath. Try again. Ling Cheng nodded slightly as he saw Ling Yifeng successfully retrieve the sheath. Ling Yifeng focused and tried again, this time successfully putting the entire sword into the ring's space. He weighed the ring and found that its weight had not increased at all. Seeing Ling Yifeng's confusion, Ling Cheng laughed. The magic of spatial items lies in the fact that they are two independent spaces that do not interfere with each other. It will not affect the real world. However, you'd better not put living things inside. Practice more yourself. When you become proficient at retrieving and storing items, it may save your life at a critical moment. Ling Yifeng slipped the ring onto the index finger of his left hand. The ring emitted a warm touch, like a piece of warm jade. But when Ling Yifeng touched it, he felt the texture of metal. It was neither gold nor jade. What material was it made of? Shaking his head, he thought about the terrifying strength required to create spatial items, which must be at least at the Saint Emperor level. How luring that was. Ling Yifeng clenched his fists, feeling the flames of ambition rising within him. After thanking Ling Cheng, Ling Yifeng left. Ling Cheng watched Ling Yifeng's departing figure and sighed softly, murmuring, "A ring. I have already given him your ring. I can no longer accompany him on his future path. This child has a strong character and great ambitions. He may not live a life as ordinary as you wished. In fact, deep down, you also hope he does not settle for mediocrity, right? You hope to see him again, wish for him to become strong. Otherwise, why would you let me hand these things over to him? Don't worry. I told him that I would only tell him about you once he enters the Tianluo Spiritual Academy. By then, with the protection of the Tianluo Spiritual Academy, you can rest assured to meet him." Ling Qing clapped his hands, and two dark figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing silently behind him. "Feng Er wants to go to the Monster Beast Mountain Range for training. You two go and protect him in secret. Don't let him find out. Only intervene when he is in life-threatening danger," Ling Cheng slowly instructed. The two dark figures did not speak. They just nodded and then vanished, just as mysteriously as they had come. After exiting the Ling family's main gate, Ling Yifeng headed straight for the market. He might need to stay in the monster beast forest for a long time, so he had to prepare some daily necessities. The market in Luoyu City was located in the center of the small city, where a large volume of trading took place every day. Clothes, food, medicine, accessories, and materials could all be bought here. The Monster Beast Forest was located just behind Luoyu City, and many mercenary teams or solo adventurers ventured into it daily, using the market as their supply point. The Ling family occupied about 20% of the market, mainly selling medicinal herbs collected from the deep mountains, hunting skins, and monster cores. Today was the market's large gathering held once every half-month, and rare items that were rarely seen usually came out for sale today. If one was lucky, it was not impossible to buy precious items at extremely low prices. Why are there so many people? Ling Yifeng frowned at the crowd before him. Among the crowd were not only local residents, but also many mercenaries dressed in uniform attire, weapons hanging at their waists. The Mercenary Guild had recently issued a bounty notice, seemingly to enter the dark forest to find a medicinal herb called Ice Heart Tear, and the rumored bounty was quite generous, attracting mercenaries from nearby towns to flock to their small city. The family had also sent out 5 mercenary teams to take on this task. Ling Yu squeezed over from somewhere, leaning close to Ling Yifeng's ear. "Bro Feng, what wind brought you here? Aren't you the one who hates noisy places the most?" "I'm preparing to enter the dark forest for training, so I came to gather some supplies." Ling Yifeng was not startled by Ling Yu's sudden appearance. Instead, he said with interest, "By the way, what was that task you just mentioned?" "Oh, you mean that bounty task? That's a new task the Mercenary Guild issued a few days ago. The bounty is said to be as high as 10,000 gold coins." Ling Yu revealed a mysterious smile to Ling Yifeng. Gasp! Ling Yifeng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 10,000 gold coins would be more than enough for an ordinary family to live a comfortable life for a lifetime. For a family head like Ling Yifeng, the pocket money he could receive from the family treasury each month was only a few dozen gold coins, making 10,000 gold coins an astronomical figure for him. Fortunately, Ling Yifeng had no worries about food and clothing in the Ling family and had little expenses, so he had saved quite a bit over the years. Is this item really that precious? Someone is actually willing to pay such a high price. Ling Yifeng was very puzzled. He had never heard of a medicinal herb called Ice Heart Tears. The tasks released by the Mercenary Guild are generally commissioned by employers, and after the task is completed, A small commission is collected from the employer. It is said that someone urgently needs this herb to refine a life-saving elixir. So they are willing to spend a large amount of money to have the mercenary guild publish this announcement. Ling Yifeng nodded. He happened to be entering the Dark Abyss forest, so it wouldn't hurt to try his luck. If he finds this herb, the reward would be a full 10,000 gold coins. Let's go to the Mercenary Guild. Chapter 14. Accepting the task. The Mercenary Guild is one of the largest guild organizations on this continent, spanning the entire continent. Anyone confident in their own strength can earn rewards by completing tasks released by the guild, and the compensation is quite substantial. This is why mercenaries are willing to risk their lives, living a life on the edge and traversing various dangerous places every day. Hey, are you tempted by that 10,000 gold coins? Ling Yifeng. Not entirely, Ling Yifeng replied calmly. I'm about to go train in the monster forest. And these tasks are definitely challenging. If I take them, it should greatly help my training. Ling Yifeng wasn't lying. He had always lived in the comfortable environment of his family, where he didn't have to worry about food and shelter, and he hardly had any use for money. So he didn't have much concept of gold coins. Ahead on the road was a 3-story building with red paint and black tiles, standing out brightly among the 1- or 2-story streets. A plaque hung on its entrance, engraved with 2 swords clashing against each other, alongside the large words Mercenary Guild. There were quite a few people. Ling Yifeng looked at the long line that extended out the door, slightly taken aback. This first-floor hall is just for accepting ordinary tasks. Some special and high-difficulty tasks are upstairs. Ling Yu pulled Ling Yifeng and squeezed inside. Wow, you seem to know a lot about this place. Have you been here before? Ling Yifeng was somewhat surprised that Ling Yu was so familiar with it. I came here with my dad before. Ling Yifeng remembered that Ling Yu's father had been managing the Ling family's business for many years and often needed to transport goods far away to expand the market outside of Luchikang. To prevent dangers on the road, he frequently published tasks at the Mercenary Guild for escorting goods, so he was naturally quite familiar with the place. The first floor was filled with tasks related to hunting monsters, collecting magic cores, and gathering ordinary herbs. Every day, a large number of mercenaries accepted and submitted tasks, while some special tasks were located upstairs. Ling Yu dragged Ling Yifeng up to the second floor. Once on the second floor, although the crowd was not as large as the first floor, there were still quite a few people. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yifeng and smiled wryly. Looks like this task is quite tempting. A young maid approached them gracefully and slightly bowed in greeting. Are you two here to accept or submit a task? She asked with a friendly smile. We're here to accept a task. We heard that a task about Ice Heart Tears was published a few days ago, and we want to learn more about it. Before Ling Yifeng could speak, Ling Yu asked, Oh, you mean that Ice Heart Tears? Please look at the notice over here. The maid pointed to a notice on the wall nearby. Ling Yifeng followed her finger and saw that the notice on the wall prominently displayed the 3 large characters Ice Heart Tears. Below was a brief description of the task, indicating that it needed to be found and brought back within 6 months, with a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Additionally, it reminded mercenaries to be careful, as the surrounding area where this herb grows usually has 2nd or even 3rd-tier monsters. And finally, there was a drawing of the herb. There were no conditions for accepting this task, as long as the item was found and delivered to any mercenary guild in the southwest state within 6 months. It would be considered completed. However, the maid glanced at the two of them and continued. The guild kindly reminds all mercenaries that this task may face 3rd-tier monsters. So mercenaries who have not reached the spirit soul realm should not take risks. The maid noticed that the 2 youths did not seem to have reached the spirit soul realm and couldn't help but give a friendly reminder. 3rd-tier monsters. Ling Yu exclaimed in a low voice, turning to look at Ling Yifeng, indicating, Are you sure you want to take this task? Ling Yifeng ignored him and turned to the maid, asking, I just need to deliver the item here to complete the task, right? What happens if the task is accepted but not completed? Yes, as long as you deliver the herb mentioned in the task here, you can collect the reward. This task of finding Ice Heart Tears is quite special. Anyone can do it. Even if you don't complete it, it's fine. Our guild won't deduct a deposit. Nodding slightly, Ling Yifeng turned to look at other notices. The notices on this wall displayed the latest and most lucrative tasks. Ling Yifeng slowly went through them and finally selected several tasks with longer durations. I have selected some. How do I collect them? Ling Yifeng asked the maid. Please follow me. The maid led Ling Yifeng into a small room and then stepped out. Inside the room, there was only a table and a chair, along with a large bookshelf. A middle-aged man sat behind the desk and gestured for Ling Yifeng to sit opposite him. Are you a registered mercenary here? The man looked up at him and asked blandly. No, this is my first time here. Ling Yifeng smiled awkwardly. I'll help you register. You need to register before you can accept tasks. The man pulled out a scroll from beside the desk. Name? Ling Yifeng. Age? 13. Spirit power level? Early stage of the spirit will realm. The middle-aged man paused his pen, then raised his head and looked at Ling Yifeng with a slightly furrowed brow. Are you the young master of the Ling family, Ling Yifeng? The #1 genius in Lichikang in a century? The middle-aged man asked in surprise. You must be talking about me. Ling Yifeng scratched his head with an awkward smile, not expecting to be a celebrity in Lichikang. Wow, truly a young hero. Only 13 and already at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. Seeing is believing. The middle-aged man praised slightly. Ling Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his head, unsure of what to say. I've completed your registration. May I ask which tasks you are accepting? I will record them. #1, #4, #6, #10. Ling Yifeng reported the numbers marked on the task announcements. After the middle-aged man carefully verified the tasks with Ling Yifeng and confirmed there were no errors, he recorded them one by one. Okay, I've recorded them. These tasks do not require a deposit. Just come here to submit the tasks once completed. I wish you good luck. After exiting the room, Ling Yu eagerly came up and asked, How was it, brother phone? Ling Yifeng smiled faintly. From now on, I am a formally registered mercenary. Ling Yu did not seem envious. He pouted and mumbled, What's so great about being a mercenary? Indeed. The profession of a mercenary is usually chosen by those forced by life. Generally, those who do this work are either impoverished hunters or a group of desperate individuals. They have no choice but to live such a dangerous life, just to scrape by. Ling Yifeng, however, was different. As the young master of the Ling family. Even though the Ling family was not a noble family, it was still no problem to ensure that Ling Yifeng had no worries about food and clothing. He didn't need to choose to accept such a mercenary identity. Chapter 15. A fury in the crown. Ling Yifeng certainly didn't need to risk his life for so-called tasks. He was merely looking for an opportunity to hone himself. His father had told him that he had also been a mercenary before, so becoming a mercenary was not shameful. Let's go. The mission has been accepted. Now let's prepare the things I need. Ling Yifeng did not forget that he was here to prepare items for entering the Beast Forest for training. Xiaoyu, if you have something to do, you can go ahead and get busy. No need to accompany me. Ling Yifeng turned to Ling Yu, who was looking around. It's nothing. I don't have anything to do right now. Brother Feng, you're going to the Beast Forest for training, and I probably won't see you for a long time. The two wandered aimlessly around the market. Ling Yifeng bought some insect repellent and hemostatic powders, 2 tents, and some dry food. Although food can be found in the deep mountains, there are always times when luck isn't on your side, so having these dry foods will prevent them from going hungry. Bring this, and this too. Ling Yu excitedly bought item after item for Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng looked at the pile of things in front of him and helplessly shook his head, saying, I'm going for training, not on vacation. Why are you preparing pots and pans for me? Higi, brother Feng, being prepared is always good. Ling Yifeng just wanted to cover his face with his hands. Waving them dismissively, no need, I won't use these. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, and many people gathered around to see what was happening. Seeing this, Ling Yu pulled Ling Yifeng, wanting to join in the fun. Ling Yifeng couldn't resist and was dragged over. Before they got close, they heard a girl's angry voice, Let go of me. Then a rough male voice followed, laced with a teasing tone, Let go? You think you can just walk away after breaking my spirit liquid? This bottle of spirit liquid is worth 300 gold coins. If you can't afford the spirit liquid, no problem, just accompany me. This little girl really is quite charming. Ha ha. A few more lewd laughs echoed around. Ling Yifeng heard the girl's voice and found it somewhat familiar. While he was trying to recall if he knew her, Ling Yu had already pushed her way into the crowd. Let go. Hearing Ling Yu's angry shout, Ling Yifeng could only smile wryly and join the crowd as well. Yo. Where did this little brat come from, daring to meddle in our business? Among the crowd, 4 or 5 young men who looked like mercenaries were surrounding a girl, one of them tightly gripping the girl's wrist. Ling Yu was glaring angrily at them. Ling Yifeng took a look at the girl and recognized her as Ling Yuexin. No wonder her voice sounded so familiar. Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you act wild here? Ling Yu said coldly, showing no fear. He turned to the girl and smiled, saying, Yuexin, don't be afraid. The mercenaries, seeing that Ling Yu didn't look like an ordinary person, felt a little wary because they didn't know his background. The young man with a scar on his face released Ling Yuexin's hand. I don't care who you are. Breaking things requires compensation. He pointed to the broken small vial on the ground, with green liquid spilling out. This bottle of spirit liquid is worth 300 gold coins. Are you going to compensate for her? You're talking nonsense. You broke it yourself. I didn't touch you. Ling Yifeng, rubbing her wrist, raised her eyebrows in disgust. Yo, little girl, with such bright eyes, you really know how to talk nonsense. Do you think I would be stupid enough to drop the bottle myself? The scar-faced young man said with a faint smile, his eyes unabashedly scanning the slightly developed body of the girl, while the others laughed heartily at his words. You bastards! Ling Yifeng bit her lip in anger, stomping her foot. Ling Yifeng realized that these people were just trying to scam them. The jade vial on the ground was made of very poor material and was definitely not worth the 300 gold coins they claimed. Moreover, the liquid was clearly just the most common hemostatic medicine sold in drugstores, something that mercenaries often carried for their own injuries. Now, you have two choices. First, pay me 300 gold coins and you can leave. Second, he showed a wicked smile, whispering with a strange laugh, this little girl comes with me. You bastard. Ling Yu could no longer suppress his anger and swung his fist towards the scar-faced young man. Ling Yifeng cried out, wanting to stop him. She had realized when the scar-faced young man grabbed her that the opponent's strength was far above hers. Both she and Ling Yu had reached the 8th level of spiritual power, but they had almost no resistance against the opponent, indicating that he must have reached the spirit will realm. Ling Yu charging in like this would definitely not end well, especially since there were many of them. Seeing the angry youth rushing towards him, the scar-faced young man sneered disdainfully, just as Ling Yu was about to land a punch on his head. The scar-faced young man kicked Ling Yu in the abdomen, sending him flying back to the ground. Ha! The group burst into sharp laughter. The scar-faced young man slowly walked up to Ling Yu, hands on his hips, and looked down at him, saying, You think you can be a hero and save the beauty? You're still too green. Seeing that Ling Yu was average in strength and looked like he couldn't even afford the 300 gold coins, the scar-faced young man felt no more restraint and raised a foot, ready to stomp on his head, a cruel and sinister smile appearing on his face. Once you step down, you won't be able to leave. Suddenly, a low warning voice came from the crowd. Beneath the calm tone was a hidden, raging fury. Who's the fool trying to meddle in our business? The scar-faced young man frowned and scanned the surroundings. Ling Yifeng slowly stepped out from the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the faces of the group. For some reason, they suddenly felt a prickling sensation in their hearts. And this feeling vanished as soon as Ling Yifeng's gaze moved away. I also give you two choices. First, hurry up and leave here, or I don't want to see you again. Second, none of you will stand and leave here. Ling Yifeng's calm tone seemed to carry a chilling aura. The scar-faced young man's expression changed slightly. For some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine at the boy's words. He glanced back at his companions, and his gaze became fierce again. He was a vice-captain of a mercenary group, with strength in the mid-spirit wheel realm. If he was scared off by a 13 or 14-year-old boy, he felt he would have no face to show his team. Heck kid, who do you think you are? Why should we just leave because you say so? The scar-faced young man glared at Ling Yifeng. Let us go. And we will naturally leave after you pay me 300 gold coins. After a moment of silence, just when everyone thought Ling Yifeng would compromise, the boy lifted his somewhat childish face and actually showed a bright smile at the scar-faced young man. Hiki, you really are giving yourself too much credit. Chapter 16 all wasted hearing the boy's contemptuous tone. A gloomy expression appeared on the faces of the group. The scar-faced young man crossed his arms and coldly stared at Ling Yifeng. Suddenly, a powerful aura began to rise from Ling Yifeng, pushing the surrounding crowd back and clearing a large space for the group in the middle. The scar-faced young man's face changed slightly. Then he laughed. So that's why you're so confident? You've already reached the spirit will realm. Ling Yifeng took out a small jade vial from his pocket and tossed it to the scar-faced young man. Your healing medicine is now compensated to you, but you'll need it soon. After saying that, he exerted force with his feet and leaped towards the scar-faced young man like a cheetah, his clenched fist smashing towards the young man's temple. The scar-faced young man reacted quickly, raising an arm to deflect Ling Yifeng's punch. With a light laugh, Ling Yifeng suddenly pulled back his fist and raised a leg, fiercely kicking towards the scar-faced young man's abdomen. The sound of the wind whistling through his pant legs made it clear how powerful that kick was. In fact, his initial target was not the head. That fierce punch was merely a feint. Although the scarred youth had already reached the spirit wheel realm and had rich experience in life and death battles, his close combat skills were far inferior to those of the aristocratic-born Ling Yifeng. With a bang, his lower abdomen took a heavy hit from the kick, and a sharp pain instantly surged through his body, causing a flicker of pain to appear on the scarred youth's face. With a swish, he drew out the long sword at his waist, the 3-foot-long blade reflecting a chilling aura under the sunlight. Kid, You're looking for death. The scarred youth was finally enraged and swung his sword towards Ling Yifeng. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Yu was anxious beside him. This group of people were reckless and desperate. Now cornered, they were determined to chop Ling Yifeng down. Watching the sharp sword thrusting towards him, Ling Yifeng calmly dodged left and right. He was unarmed and had to avoid the sharp blade. What's wrong, kid? Weren't you just arrogant? The scarred youth wore a cruel smile, and without hesitation, he slashed his sword at Ling Yifeng. Fortunately, his swordplay was haphazard, relying only on brute force. Otherwise, Ling Yifeng might have already been stabbed. With a rip, the tip of the sword grazed Ling Yifeng's chest, leaving a cut on his clothing, almost nicking his skin. Heh, kid, you won't be so lucky next time. The scarred youth sneered. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might let you off. Ling Yifeng looked coldly at the scarred youth without saying a word. His internal spiritual energy surged rapidly, quickly enveloping his hands and legs. What's wrong? Still want to meet my sword? The scarred youth sensed where Ling Yifeng was gathering his energy and guessed he was going all in to catch his sword barehanded. Sneering in disdain. With spiritual energy for protection, it was indeed difficult to be cut by the sharp sword. But to think he could seize his sword like that was too naive. The scarred youth casually performed a few sword flourishes before continuing to stab at Ling Yifeng, showing no mercy. With the amplification of spiritual energy, Ling Yifeng's movements were much faster than before, but the opponent's sword always managed to graze past him. His clothes had already been slashed open several times. Swish! Another fierce sword strike came straight for his face, and Ling Yifeng had no time to dodge. The fierce energy from the sword rushed towards him, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Some timid onlookers couldn't bear to watch anymore. Ling Yu and Ling Yifeng were also alarmed, but they were helpless. Instead of the anticipated sound of the blade piercing bone, Ling Yifeng suddenly clapped his hands together, trapping the sword's body. The tip of the sword stopped just an inch from his forehead, unable to advance any further. Good. Ling Yu couldn't help but cheer from the side, his eyes filled with admiration for Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng also let out a breath, gently patting her small chest. Ling Yifeng's move was indeed risky. A moment's carelessness could have resulted in his skull being pierced. Fortunately, he managed to hold the sword at the last moment. The surging spiritual energy poured into his palms, and with a fierce push, the long sword made of fine iron actually snapped in response, breaking into 3 pieces. In the moment the scarred youth was stunned, Ling Yifeng's figure blurred, already close to his side, and the spiritual energy on his fist rapidly gathered, bringing a scorching wave as he smashed it towards the youth's chest. Crimson Flame Fist. Ling Yifeng shouted in his heart, unleashing the full power of his punch. Bang! A dull sound accompanied by the crack of bones echoed as the scarred youth's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground a few meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The remaining mercenaries, seeing the scarred youth injured and lying on the ground, rushed over. The scarred youth lay on his back, his chest slightly sunken, likely having broken a few ribs. The others looked at Ling Yifeng with fierce expressions, seemingly unable to resist the urge to attack. What do you want? Want to bully the few with the many? Ling Yu rushed forward to stand in front of Ling Yifeng, glaring at the group. Ling Yifeng stood straight in place. That last strike had exhausted almost all his spiritual energy, and his palms were cut by the broken sword. If he fought any of them now, he would not fare well. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the crowd, and Ling Yifeng felt slightly relieved. He gently patted Ling Yu's shoulder and smiled at him. So many people, huh? Ling Yifeng sneered. But we are the ones with the numbers. Listen. Soon. The gathered crowd suddenly parted, making way for a group of more than 10 people holding fine iron staffs, marching in swiftly. They were dressed in the unified attire of the Ling family. Young master? The leading burly man saw Ling Yifeng and hurried over, saying, Are you all right? I'm fine. Get rid of these people. Ling Yifeng pointed at the scarred youth and his companions, coldly stating, I gave you a chance. Now none of you will leave here standing. The leading burly man's expression turned fierce as he scanned the group, and they all felt an inexplicable chill. Daring to attack our young master on the Ling family's turf? You've got some guts. He said, Brothers, did you hear the young master's orders? Break a leg for them all. Ling Yifeng, along with Ling Yu and Ling Yifeng, turned to leave. The screams of the group slowly drowned out by the crowd. Chapter 17. Ling Yin Pavilion. Thank you so much, Brother Yifeng. Ling Yifeng said, her head lowered, her face slightly flushed. I came to save you too. Why don't you thank me? Ling Yu pouted. I got kicked, and it still hurts. Hearing this, Ling Yifeng's face seemed to redden even more. Who told you to be so reckless, rushing in without understanding the situation? Ling Yifeng laughed. Brother Feng, are you saying I shouldn't have intervened? Ling Yu said, somewhat aggrieved. Not at all. I would never stand by in such a situation. But you need to assess the situation first. There were 3 of us against 5 of them. And they were seasoned mercenaries who had been fighting in the forest for years. Their strength was definitely higher than Yueshin's, otherwise. She wouldn't have been easily subdued by that scarred youth. You and Yueshin are similar in spiritual strength. You should know you couldn't match him. It was an emergency. I didn't think so much. Ling Yi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. If I hadn't sent someone to notify the family guards in the market, that situation could have been really bad. Ling Yifeng smiled lightly. Recently, many mercenary groups from outside have flooded into the city. You both need to be more careful when going out alone. These people are not to be trifled with, Ling Yifeng advised. Both Ling Yu and Ling Yueshi nodded. Fully aware of the situation, those outside mercenaries clearly didn't know they were from the Ling family. Otherwise, they would have thought twice before daring to tease Ling Yueshin in public. Yes, thanks to you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Ling Yueshin expressed her gratitude again to Ling Yifeng and Ling Yu. Hee, no need to mention it, Ling Yu said with a silly grin at Ling Yueshin. How about I accompany you for a bit longer? Ling Yueshin secretly glanced at Ling Yifeng and whispered, Is brother Yifeng going too? Oh, I won't go. I've already bought what I needed. You two can take your time shopping. Also, find Captain Ling Xiao from earlier and have a few people follow you for protection. So you won't be bullied again. Ling Yifeng waved goodbye to them and turned to leave. This time, Ling Yu did not follow Ling Yifeng. He turned to Ling Yueshin and said, Brother Feng has things to do. Let's not worry about him. Let's go shopping. Ling Yifeng, with his pointed ears, listened to his brother, who prioritized romance over friendship. He had previously said he would spend more time with him, but turned around and forgot his words, causing Ling Yifeng to shake his head and smile wryly. Ling Yueshin looked reluctantly at Ling Yifeng's receding figure, which gradually disappeared into the crowd. Then turned to Ling Yu with a hint of apology on her face. I'm sorry, I'm tired today and want to go back early. Seeing Ling Yueshin leave without any hesitation, Ling Yu awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly followed her. Back home, Ling Yifeng placed down the various items he purchased from the market, then stored them one by one into his ring space. He didn't put them in on the street to avoid being too ostentatious and attracting attention. All these items were surprisingly stored in this small ring, which was indeed convenient. Ling Yifeng gently stroked the pitch-black ring and couldn't help but exclaim. He thought about what else was missing: a tent, healing medicine, and dry food. Right. The most important items hadn't been brought. He needed to take a couple of weapons for self-defense. Relying solely on his fist against magical beasts with sharp teeth and claws was clearly unwise, and today's battle with the scar-faced youth had deeply confirmed this truth. Facing an enemy with sharp weapons, he felt at a disadvantage everywhere. Ling Yifeng stood up and left, crossing several corridors until a 3-story pavilion appeared before him, with red lacquer and black tiles. It stood out brightly among the surrounding single-story houses. A tall copper door at the entrance had a large plaque with 3 golden characters, Ling Yan Pavilion. This was the place for the Ling family's martial arts training and library. Such grandeur was even more impressive than the entrance of the Ling family. However, this was one of the most important places for the Ling family, storing various important texts, martial arts manuals, spiritual techniques, and insights left by predecessors, serving as the foundation for the Ling family's presence in this area. His father had mentioned that the guards on duty here were at least at the Spirit Will realm, and there were many hidden guards, including formidable Spirit Origin realm experts. The importance of this place was evident. Outsiders found it very difficult to step here. If someone attempted to intrude or sneak in, the guards would respectfully escort them out, though it would likely be quite difficult for them to leave unscathed. The family rules also warned the younger generation that while the floating feather continent was vast, there were many places that were strictly off-limits, such as the treasures and libraries of other families, sects, and royal clans. Almost all families and forces regarded this as a taboo, and if someone intruded without the owner's permission, they could be killed on the spot, with no one to plead their case. The spiritual technique, Crimson Flame Fist, that Ling Yifeng was most adept at using was obtained here in the past. He leisurely walked towards the Lingyan Pavilion, and when he was about 10 steps from the entrance, he suddenly felt several sharp gazes fixed on him. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. This feeling of being watched was somewhat uncomfortable, but he knew well that these people were merely fulfilling their duties. In just a moment, the pricking sensation disappeared. He walked calmly, discreetly glancing at the corner of the second floor, where several windows were pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, he knew that 2 of the earlier gazes had come from there. Adjusting his clothes, Ling Yifeng stepped across the threshold. The guard by the door did not avert his gaze or stop him for questioning. indicating that his identity had already been verified. The first floor of the Lingyan Pavilion was a very spacious hall, with rows of wooden posts set up on the east side. Many young people had occupied their respective posts, practicing the spiritual techniques they had just learned. Some displayed expressions of excitement and eagerness, likely having just obtained a satisfactory technique. Others looked dejected, repeating clumsy movements without grasping the training tips, while a few youths surrounded a slightly older middle-aged man, who was explaining and demonstrating strikes against the wooden posts. Ling Yifeng watched their earnest efforts, reminiscent of his own hard work in cultivating spiritual power, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He turned his gaze westward, where circular platforms with a radius of about 10 feet had been formed. On one of the platforms, two boys of similar age were practicing against each other, executing their still unfamiliar moves with seriousness, though appearing somewhat childish. Yet they remained diligent in their training. After observing for a while, Ling Yifeng walked over to a weapons rack, which was the purpose of his visit this time. A row of racks displayed various weapons: long spears, short swords, daggers, wolf-tooth clubs, meteor hammers, and even throwing darts and hidden weapons. He picked up a 3-foot-long iron sword and weighed it in his hand. The blade felt slightly heavy. Ling Yifeng gently pushed the sword 2 inches out of its sheath, and a cold light flashed. He fully drew the sword, the blade making a crisp sound as it rubbed against the sheath. He casually swung it, performing a few sword flourishes, feeling quite comfortable with it. Ling Yifeng nodded and sheathed the sword. This sword was very sharp, and Ling Yifeng was quite satisfied. However, he had heard that the hides of magical beasts were as tough as gold and stone, and he wondered if such a sharp iron sword could pierce through their flesh. He also took a crescent-shaped dagger from the rack, hanging it at his chest, and walked outside with the long sword and dagger. An elder sitting at a desk near the entrance glanced at Ling Yifeng knowingly. He was the elder in charge of managing the Lingyan Pavilion. Anyone wishing to take items from the Lingyan Pavilion had to obtain his consent. "Hello, Elder Jean." Ling Yifeng respectfully bowed to the elder. "Yifeng, are you here to select spiritual techniques again?" Elder Jean smiled kindly at him. "Not this time. I came to borrow these 2 weapons." Ling Yifeng gently placed the long sword and dagger on the desk. Elder Jean casually glanced at the 2 weapons, then waved his hand towards Ling Yifeng, saying, "No need to record these, just take them to use." If a member of the family wanted to borrow martial arts or spiritual technique manuals from the Lingyan Pavilion, they had to register here and return them within a certain time. However, the Ling family didn't pay much attention to items like these less valuable weapons. "Thank you, Elder Jean." Ling Yifeng respectfully bowed to the elder again before exiting the pavilion. Chapter 18. Hard training in the mountains. Early the next morning, as dawn broke slightly, a shadow flashed out from the house in the Ling family's backyard and headed straight towards the back mountain. Shortly after, 2 more shadows followed at a distance behind the first figure. Ling Yifeng was dressed in sturdy attire, his youthful face full of eager excitement. He had previously accompanied the Ling family's hunting team into the deep mountains, but this was his first time entering the beast forest alone. However, this time the purpose was different. He didn't want to stay at the outer edge of the beast forest. He needed to venture a bit deeper, as only in a perilous environment could one truly be tempered. As he moved forward, he was still in the outermost mountain forest, occasionally encountering mercenary teams or lone hunters moving through the area. It was relatively safe here, with few magical beasts appearing. They could sustain their lives by hunting and gathering herbs. Soon, the sun rose high in the sky. After a morning of walking, Ling Yifeng had not encountered any prey or wild fruits to satisfy his hunger, and he was already feeling quite famished. He glanced at the ring on his finger, and with a thought, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a piece of dry flatbread in his hand. Fortunately, he had prepared enough dry food. Otherwise, if he couldn't find anything to eat all day, he would have to return the same way. Ling Yifeng chewed on the flatbread, not in a hurry. The human presence here is still quite frequent. Some timid prey either gets hunted to exhaustion or dares not move about, instead fleeing deeper into the forest. In comparison, those large carnivorous beasts and magical creatures seem less frightening than humans. After finishing his biscuit and taking a few sips of fresh water, Ling Yifeng continued on, finally spotting a wild rabbit in a pile of grass just as the sun was about to set. Silently concealing his presence, Ling Yifeng stealthily approached it. And when he was less than 20 steps away, the rabbit's long ears twitched sensitively. Sensing danger, the rabbit turned and dashed deeper into the grass. Ling Yifeng sprang forward, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the wild rabbit, and with a few leaps, he caught up to the agile creature. He reached out and grabbed both of its ears, lifting it up. Back when he hunted with his team, he only had 6 or 7 levels of spiritual power. And chasing a skittish rabbit in the dense forest was quite challenging, so they generally relied on bows and traps for hunting. But now, having reached the mid-stage of the spirit will realm, his reactions and physical strength had greatly improved, making it far easier to chase such a rabbit. However, this was far from true cultivation. At best, it was just a warm-up. His idea of cultivation was much more arduous than this. As the sun was nearly setting, experienced hunters knew that traveling at night in the forest was unwise. Not only could the path ahead be obscured, making it easy to fall into traps or off cliffs, but night was also when large predators came out to hunt, and running into one could be very dangerous. Ling Yifeng was certainly not afraid of ordinary beasts, but at night he still needed to find a place to rest and recover his energy. Moving into a more open area of the forest, Ling Yifeng took out a tent from his ring. After quickly setting it up, he began preparing dinner. Looking at the plump wild rabbit, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Although he was the young master of the Ling family and didn't have to worry about food and lodging every day, he often went hunting in the mountains with Ling Yu and others, bringing back their catches for a feast. He skillfully skinned and cleaned the rabbit, then skewered it on a stick. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, regretting not taking Ling Yu's advice to bring pots and pans. He gathered some dry twigs from around and, channeling his spiritual power, a small flame slowly ignited in his palm. When spiritual power reaches a certain level, it can be transformed into a tangible form. It is said that those peerless powerhouses can conjure flames for 800 miles with a wave of their hand or summon towering waves with a flick of their wrist. What terrifying strength that must be. After igniting a few dry leaves and placing them in the pile of twigs, the flames quickly rose, and he began to roast the rabbit meat over the fire. As the delicious aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air and oil bubbled on the rabbit, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but swallow hard. After nearly starving all day, he devoured the entire rabbit. Knowing he would need to travel tomorrow and wasn't sure if he would catch anything to eat, he tossed all the scraps into the fire, sprinkled some insect-repelling powder around the tent, then crawled inside, expecting to have a good night's sleep. With his sharp senses, he would detect any beast approaching at the first moment. The chances of high-level magical beasts appearing here were still quite low, and with his current strength, there weren't many threats to him. As the moon hung high and the wind howled, Ling Yifeng gradually fell asleep to the distant sounds of beastly howls. The morning dew had soaked the tent, and when he pulled back the flap, droplets of dew fell onto his head. After packing up the tent and taking out a flatbread, Ling Yifeng ate while continuing on his way. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the rarer human footprints became. In the first couple of days, he encountered people entering and exiting the deep mountains almost every day, then occasionally ran into a mercenary group, and eventually, he saw no one for a day or two. Ling Yifeng had been deep in the mountains for about 7 or 8 days. Having passed through the outermost areas of the Dark Abyss mountain range, next came the world of magical beasts. Ahead lay a small lake, and Ling Yifeng scooped up some water to wash his face. He looked around. This place was picturesque, with a towering rock wall rising 100 feet high. Finding a cave here would be much safer than sleeping in the open, and with water nearby, it was an excellent spot for cultivation. Ling Yifeng walked towards the rock wall, hoping to find a naturally formed cave. If not, he could always carve one out. Looking up at the towering cliff, he noticed several dark openings, but the lowest one was at least 10 feet above the ground, making it somewhat difficult for him to climb. He continued to explore along the edge of the cliff and finally found an entrance about 3 feet off the ground, tall enough for a person to enter. Ling Yifeng cautiously approached the opening and extended his spiritual sense, not sensing any signs of life inside. He climbed into the cave, where he found a few piles of dried bird droppings, indicating that birds had occasionally passed through. He carefully stepped inside. The cave was small but very dry, making it a suitable place to stay. Satisfied, Ling Yifeng decided to cultivate here. Chapter 19, The Blue-Eyed Eagle in the Morning, Deep Within the Forest. A young man in long pants was chasing a large black shadow ahead. Early in the morning, while practicing his spiritual skills by the lake, Ling Yifeng suddenly spotted a wild boar drinking water at the edge of the lake. This wild boar, covered in long black fur, weighed at least 150 to 160 pounds. Ling Yifeng's eyes lit up, as if he were looking at his rations for the past 7 or 8 days. The wild boar glanced at him warily and then turned to flee into the woods. Ling Yifeng sprang into action, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Perhaps it was because Ling Yifeng did not suppress his own aura. But the fierce wild boar was extremely afraid of him, darting around the dense forest. If it weren't for the thick underbrush and dry branches on the ground, Ling Yifeng would not have taken so long to catch up. The man and beast continued their chase through the forest, with Ling Yifeng gradually closing the distance. Finally, they reached a more open area where he could pursue without obstruction. Without the hindrance of large trees, Ling Yifeng quickened his pace and leaped over the wild boar's head. The boar, unable to slow down in time, was about to crash into Ling Yifeng, letting out a terrified scream. Turning his body, Ling Yifeng pressed down with his legs, anchoring himself firmly to the ground. His tensed fist was already charged with power, and his entire arm faintly glowed red, as if flames were flowing just beneath his skin. Despite his seemingly slender arm, it felt remarkably strong. He had previously relied on this arm to shatter the bones of 2 opponents at the Spirit Wheel realm. With a loud bang, Ling Yifeng's fist struck the boar's snout heavily, causing it to roll on the ground, blood pouring from its nose and mouth. The force of the collision also knocked Ling Yifeng back a few steps, and he frowned, rubbing his numbed arm. The impact nearly dislocated his arm. Shaking his numb arm, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, human physiques were far inferior to those of beasts. When he clashed with Han Bing's full power, although his arm was jolted out of joint, he had managed to break one of Han Bing's bones. Ling Yifeng glanced at the wild boar still twitching on the ground. He was astonished that his full-powered strike couldn't kill it directly. It was just an ordinary beast. No wonder people often said that humans had a far lower chance of winning against magical beasts of the same level. It seemed this saying was not unfounded. With a flip of his palm, a crescent-shaped dagger was held tightly in Ling Yifeng's hand as he approached the fallen wild boar and swiftly slashed its neck. As warm blood gushed out, the wild boar gradually stopped struggling. The dagger was sharp, and not a drop of blood clung to the blade as it passed through the boar's neck. Just as Ling Yifeng was about to store his trophy in his ring, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked up to see 5 people in total. Ling Yifeng suddenly noticed that one of them seemed to be injured, being supported by a companion, and their tattered clothes were stained with specks of blood. They were dressed in uniform attire, indicating they belonged to the same mercenary team. For such a mercenary group, having only 5 members was relatively few. Perhaps they had encountered an accident during a mission, resulting in their loss. Ling Yifeng did not store the wild boar in his ring, but instead bent down to carry his prey and quickly moved away in the opposite direction. In this sparsely populated deep mountain area, it was easy to provoke greed in others. If they conspired against him with their numbers, his situation would become extremely dangerous. "Hey, little brother, wait a moment," shouted a bearded man among the group. Since there was no one else around, Ling Yifeng naturally knew he was being called. Although he knew he should be on guard against them, curiosity compelled him to stop and turn back to see what they wanted. Seeing Ling Yifeng halt, the bearded man showed a hint of joy on his face, rubbing his hands together and flashing a friendly smile at Ling Yifeng. "Little brother, you are truly impressive to have hunted such a large wild boar all by yourself." Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. Could these people be trying to rob him of his trophy? Sensing Ling Yifeng's thoughts, the bearded man quickly waved his hands. "Little brother, please don't misunderstand. We are from the Iron Mountain Mercenary Group. I am the leader, Hu Fei." The man, who claimed to be the leader of the Iron Mountain Mercenary Group, cupped his fists in greeting and continued, "You are also a cultivator, right? May I ask you for a favor?" Before Ling Yifeng could respond, he continued, "We 5 have accepted a task from the Mercenary Guild to hunt for magic cores. Last night, we encountered 5 first-tier magical beasts, the blue-eyed eagles. We were confident we could take them down, but due to the poor visibility at night, we ended up getting injured, and my brother here can no longer fight. Could you help us take down those 5 magical beasts? If you succeed, we are willing to offer you 2 of them as a reward." Ling Yifeng initially wanted to refuse directly. Although he had been in the magical beast forest for over half a month, he had not encountered a single magical beast. But he believed he would have the opportunity to face them eventually. Moreover, recklessly getting involved with a group of unknown individuals would put him in danger. However, hearing that 5 people couldn't handle 5 first-tier magical beasts and had even seriously injured a teammate suggested that their team's strength was not very high. They probably had only 2 or 3 members at the Spirit Wheel realm, which was still quite mediocre. Ling Yifeng pondered for a moment. Perhaps it would be better to follow them and take a look. He could stay cautious along the way, and if he sensed anything unusual, he could quickly escape. The corpses of 2 magical beasts would be worth much more than this wild boar, and if he could obtain 2 magic cores, it would be even more profitable. Tempted by the magic cores, Ling Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Ling Yifeng carefully observed the bearded man. His gaze seemed sincere, and Ling Yifeng did not feel any malice. Instead, He appeared hopeful, waiting for Ling Yifeng's agreement, looking like someone who had encountered trouble and was seeking help. Ling Yifeng pretended to ponder with a frown and, after a moment, lifted his head and said, "All right, I accept your terms." The group moved ahead, with Ling Yifeng following behind while maintaining a certain distance. He kept a close watch on their movements. If any one of them showed any abnormality, he would immediately flee. In such a place, he had to be extremely cautious. Hu Fei understood the situation well. He knew Ling Yifeng was wary of them. He also deliberately raised his voice while conversing with his teammates, wanting Ling Yifeng to hear and not raise any suspicions. "Not far ahead, we will reach their nest. It's on a cliff over there." Hu Fei raised his voice to introduce the location to Ling Yifeng. "Captain, why should we give this kid two? He looks smaller than me." A young-looking team member whispered in Hu Fei's ear, his tone revealing dissatisfaction. "Kid, don't underestimate him because of his age. I guarantee that none of you can match him. Did you see him take down that wild boar just now? He didn't have any weapons. And he killed such a large wild boar with his bare hands. Can you do that?" Hu Fei replied quietly while casting a discreet glance at Ling Yifeng. "Maybe he just got lucky. He looks like he's only 13 or 14. Could he really have reached the spirit world realm?" The young man still protested. Hu Fei gave him a light knock on the head. "You should know that there are always people stronger out there. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. To venture deep into such a dangerous place alone relies not just on luck. But giving him two means we would be losing out big time. Brother Hongxi is seriously injured and will need a lot of money for treatment. Kid, you don't understand. If no one helps us, we will return empty-handed, which is the real loss. Stop talking, or I won't take you out next time." Hu Fei seemed a bit angry as he scolded. The young man finally feared Hu Fei's authority and obediently fell silent. Ling Yifeng's lips curled slightly. Their conversation could not escape his ears. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. And Hu Fei pointed to a massive bird's nest on the upper cliff wall, saying to Ling Yifeng, "Little brother, that's their nest. In a moment, I will lure them down. Each of us will tackle one, and you don't need to push yourself too hard. Just hold one down, and I'll come to help you quickly." Ling Yifeng nodded after hearing this. First-tier magical beasts were approximately of the same strength as humans at the spirit wheel realm. Although they were not highly intelligent and not very familiar with using spiritual power for attacks, they had a significant advantage over humans in terms of physical strength and agility. "Little brother, I see you didn't bring a weapon. Why not use Hongxi's sword for now?" Hu Fei said, taking the sword from the waist of the injured mercenary Hongxi and handing it to Ling Yifeng with both hands. "I wonder if it suits you." He had a sword in his ring, but it was inconvenient to take it out in front of everyone, holding the heavy iron sword. Ling Yifeng felt that although he was skilled with his fists, he could not afford to let his guard down against these magical beasts with sharp beaks and claws, as well as tough skin. He drew the sword and waved it a few times to test the feel. Compared to his own sword, this one was somewhat inferior, but it was still usable. Ling Yifeng nodded and then looked at Hu Fei. "Uncle Hu Fei, how do you plan to lure them down? These beasts have been hungry all night and are likely getting ready to hunt for food. If I go over and make some noise, they will definitely come to attack me." Hu Fei intended to use himself as bait, and Ling Yifeng pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. "That's too dangerous. How about we use this instead?" Ling Yifeng kicked the wild boar in front of him and winked at Hu Fei. "How can we do that? This is your trophy." "Little brother." Hu Fei scratched his beard a bit shyly. "It's okay, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Compared to the magic core, this isn't much. Just remember to fulfill your promise after the job is done," Ling Yifeng said with a naive smile, though there seemed to be an implicit threat in his words. "Don't worry, little brother. We mercenaries are straightforward and keep our word." Hu Fei patted his chest and assured him. Chapter 20. Hunting Magical Beasts. The corpse of the wild boar was placed on a clear patch of ground, and they quickly hid under a large tree nearby. The blue-eyed eagle should discover the food soon, and when it comes to eat, they would rush out and eliminate it in one go. The morning sun was still gentle and not glaring. Suddenly, a cry echoed through the air. "So this is a magical beast?" Ling Yifeng saw a large bird with gray and white feathers circling in the air a few times before diving down after detecting no danger around. He estimated that when its wings were spread, they were at least 10 feet long, much larger than an ordinary eagle, and its head seemed oddly shaped. The gust of wind created by its flapping wings made the tree they were hiding in rustle loudly. When it landed on the wild boar's corpse, Ling Yifeng could finally see its eyes, which gleamed with a bluish light. No wonder it was called the blue-eyed eagle. Its razor-sharp claws pierced through the boar's flesh as easily as a knife cutting through paper. Ling Yifeng shuddered slightly at the sight of those claws glimmering with a cold light. If they were to scratch him, it would probably be even easier than cutting paper. The blue-eyed eagle spread its wide wings, and just as it was about to carry the boar back to its nest, one of the team members drew a longbow and shot a wolf-toothed arrow at its head. With a long cry, the blue-eyed eagle raised one wing and blocked the arrow, its sharp tip failing to injure it and being deflected away by its hard feathers. "Go!" Hu Fei shouted, rushing out first with a heavy meteor hammer weighing dozens of pounds in hand. Ling Yifeng followed closely behind the others, all rushing out to attack. The large bird was startled at first but then released the boar's body, crying out as it flew upwards. Suddenly, several more cries echoed through the air, and 3 or 4 black dots appeared in the sight of the group. They should be the other blue-eyed eagles. The 5 giant birds circled in the sky, seeming to recognize the humans who had been driven away by them yesterday. They let out a frenzied cry and dove towards the group. "Each of you take one and keep some distance from each other," Hu Fei shouted. "One for each, let's distribute reasonably." Ling Yifeng wielded his sword without any sign of unfamiliarity. He had practiced with a sword for a while before focusing more on cultivation, supported by abundant spiritual power. It was not difficult to wield the sword. He swung his sword horizontally at the blue-eyed eagle in front of him. But the large bird flapped its wings and flew higher, causing Ling Yifeng's sword to miss. The blue-eyed eagle showed no intention of fleeing. It circled in the air and dove downwards at an unexpectedly fast speed. Clang! Ling Yifeng hurriedly raised his sword to block. But the eagle's beak was as hard as iron, and his sword trembled violently in his hand, almost slipping out. What a powerful creature! Ling Yifeng cursed inwardly, feeling a chill in his heart. If it pecked him on the head, it could probably pierce right into his chest. Its claws looked exceptionally sharp. A scratch would likely shatter bones. Magical beasts were indeed different from ordinary wild animals. The blue-eyed eagle spread its wings and flapped them, its sharp claws reaching for Ling Yifeng's chest. Ling Yifeng swung his sword in a horizontal cut, and the claws struck against the sword, producing dazzling sparks. He felt overwhelmed. "Hold on a bit longer, little brother. Once I deal with this one, I'll come help you. You guys, keep your spirits up and be careful not to get touched by these creatures," Hu Fei shouted in the midst of the battle. These mercenaries might not possess as much spiritual power as Ling Yifeng, but they had far more experience dealing with magical beasts. Even the weakest young member was calm facing a first-tier magical beast. He just focused on entangling it and holding out until the leader could come to assist. Ling Yifeng jumped back a step, unleashing his spiritual power without holding back. The surging energy quickly enveloped the sword, and he looked coldly at the diving blue-eyed eagle. Taking a deep breath, he raised his sword high and, when the eagle was only 2 feet away, he slashed down fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. A series of jarring metallic clashing sounds rang out, accompanied by a painful, hoarse cry. Ling Yifeng's sword sliced through the blue-eyed eagle's iron-like feathers, cutting directly into its flesh and causing blood to spurt out. The blue-eyed eagle fell to the ground in pain, not dead yet, struggling to try to fly again. Ling Yifeng gripped his sword tightly and thrust it fiercely into its chest. With the support of spiritual power, the blade easily pierced through its body. And after a couple of flops on the ground, it finally collapsed. Ling Yifeng slowly exhaled. This magical beast was indeed much more terrifying than he had imagined. Facing these flying magical beasts, he was at an inherent disadvantage. If this beast had a bit more intelligence and used its aerial advantage to launch continuous spiritual attacks at him, Ling Yifeng would have found it very difficult to cope. Unfortunately, they did not utilize their advantages, thus giving Ling Yifeng a chance. Boom! With a loud bang, Hu Fei smashed the blue-eyed eagle he was dealing with into the ground with his hammer, then struck its head until it was flattened. "Oh, little brother, you've already taken one down." Hu Fei looked at Ling Yifeng in surprise before moving to help another companion. Ling Yifeng took a moment to adjust and then picked up his sword to rejoin the battle. Half an hour later, they finally killed all the blue-eyed eagles. Hu Fei had a long gash on his back, and another companion had a blood hole pecked into his thigh. Fortunately, no one died, and it counted as a great victory. Mercenaries lived such a life on the edge, where injuries, bloodshed, and sacrifices were all too normal. After applying hemostatic medicine with the help of his teammates, Hu Fei immediately walked over to Ling Yifeng. "Little brother, I really have to thank you this time. Without you, we wouldn't have completed the mission, and we might have lost our lives here." Hu Fei's attitude towards Ling Yifeng became even more respectful. He pointed to the 5 blue-eyed eagle corpses on the ground and said to Ling Yifeng boldly, "I promise to give you 2, so you can choose first. Whether or not we get the magic cores is up to fate." The corpses of 2 first-tier magical beasts could fetch a handsome sum in the market. And if there were magic cores, it would be an extra fortune. No one among the team opposed. They had seen Ling Yifeng's strength. Besides taking down one blue-eyed eagle himself, he had also helped another teammate deal with one, avoiding their casualties. It could be said that Ling Yifeng had done them a huge favor without him. They would have suffered heavy losses and would have had no chance to take down all these magical beasts. Ling Yifeng was not pretentious either. He appreciated Hu Fei's straightforward character. He smiled and nodded at Hu Fei, casually picking up the corpses of the two large birds on the ground, one of which he had cut open the chest of. Generally, such damaged beast corpses were harder to sell than intact ones, but seeing their sincerity, Ling Yifeng did not want them to suffer a loss. Hu Fei, the bearded man, showed a hint of emotion at Ling Yifeng's actions. He had risked his life on this trip, bearing the burden of 5 families behind him. Completing the task and turning in the magic cores were essential. But selling the magical beast corpses was also their source of income. A complete corpse sold much better than a damaged one. Let us go with these two. Ling Yifeng lifted the 2 large birds and smiled at Hu Fei and the others, clasping his fists. Farewell for now. See you again. After saying that, he turned and leaped away into the distance. Chapter 21. The little beast Ling Yifeng wasn't intentionally on guard against them. It was just that in the remote depths of the monster beast forest, it was better to be cautious. Especially since he was carrying the bodies of these 2 treasure-laden monster beasts. After walking quite a distance and sensing that there was no danger around, he finally stopped and casually tossed the 2 large birds onto the ground. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to start processing the 2 beast corpses. Ling Yifeng had witnessed the hardness of monster beast bodies. Even with a short knife or dagger, it was difficult to cut through their skin and fur. He suddenly noticed their sharp claws and beaks and smacked his forehead. Hee, let's see whether your skin is tougher or your claws are sharper. Ling Yifeng grabbed one of the iron hook-like claws, which still gleamed with a faint cold light, indicating that it retained some residual spiritual energy. He brought it down forcefully on the head of the other large bird, and all he heard was a piercing metallic scraping sound, leaving only a white scratch on the bird's head. Humph. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. The monster beast's skin was unexpectedly tough. He should have asked them for help with this. He regretted leaving in such a hurry but had no choice but to shake his head. After all, it would be inconvenient to go back for help. He tried several times, whether using claws or beaks, but could not break through the hard head of the blue-eyed eagle. Generally speaking, the hardest part of a monster beast is its head, where the monster core is usually concentrated. Humph. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Ling Yifeng snorted in his heart, channeling spiritual energy around his right fist and smashing it hard against the bird's head. With a light cracking sound, Ling Yifeng revealed a satisfied expression as the hard bird's head finally shattered under his powerful punch. Ling Yifeng wasn't worried about breaking the monster core. He knew that the monster core was formed by condensing all the spiritual energy of the monster beasts, and even if the beast died, the vast spiritual energy within would not dissipate. It was much harder to destroy a monster core than to kill the monster itself. After several punches without holding back, the iron hard bird's head was finally smashed open. Ling Yifeng inserted 2 fingers into the crack and felt around. After a moment, his furrowed brow finally relaxed as he pulled out a small, green, diamond-shaped crystal between his fingers. Ling Yifeng examined it under the sunlight. The monster core was very small, not even the size of his pinky finger, but the violent energy emanating from it sent chills down his spine. If this thing were to suddenly explode, it would probably be comparable to a full-force strike from a spirit wheel realm expert. Without any defenses, it would be difficult for him to withstand such an impact. Fortunately, this thing was quite stable. Ling Yifeng had never heard of a monster core exploding and injuring someone. In fact, some crafting artisans had tried to make monster cores into concealed weapons that could be detonated at will, but they had never succeeded. One reason was that the conditions to detonate a monster core were very difficult. And another reason was that using a monster core to kill an enemy was not as effective as simply smashing them with tons of gold coins. A first-tier monster core's market price was at least 100 gold coins, and the prices of higher-tier cores were shockingly high, far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Ling Yifeng wiped the blood off the core with a handkerchief, then stored it away before turning to deal with the other bird corpse. His luck was quite good. He weighed the 2 monster cores in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This trip was truly profitable, having obtained 2 monster cores. Ling Yifeng glanced at the beast corpses on the ground and thought it was a shame to leave them behind. So he decided to take them back to sell for some money. After finishing up, Ling Yifeng looked up at the sun in the sky, identified the direction to return, and swiftly disappeared into the dense forest. A moment later, 2 figures flitted past the treetops, stealthily following Ling Yifeng's silhouette from a distance. Since the experience of hunting monster beasts, Ling Yifeng had grown to love this lifestyle even more, filled with challenges almost every day. The hidden dangers around honed his observation and alertness. The wild beasts and monster beasts he encountered increased his practical experience. And occasionally running into second-tier monster beasts helped improve his escape abilities. The gains over this past month were far more useful than simply staying at home to cultivate. And his spiritual energy grew even faster in such a high-frequency usage environment. He had a premonition that he would likely break through to the late spirit world realm within a month at most. Ling Yifeng took off his shirt and dove into the large lake in front of him. Moments later, he emerged from the water, holding a large fish about 1.5 feet long. He swam back to the shore and skillfully used a dagger to scale the fish, inserting a long stick through its mouth and out its tail before placing it on the fire to roast. Suddenly, he heard some rustling sounds from the grass behind him and turned to take a look. The area was frequented by ferocious beasts, and he was already accustomed to it. Moreover, as evening approached, it was indeed their active time. Animals that concealed themselves like this were usually just wild wolves or tigers, which didn't pose much of a threat to Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng pretended to remain nonchalant and turned back to continue roasting his fish. But he didn't let his guard down and kept a close watch on the patch of grass. He quietly picked up a stone and weighed it in his hand. Suddenly, he spun around and hurled the stone, sending it flying towards the grass like a streak of light. With a thud, it struck a large tree behind, embedding deeply into the trunk. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. He was confident he hadn't sensed wrong. There was definitely something there. He stood up, gripping a long stick in his hand, and slowly approached the grass. The evening breeze gently brushed by, causing the grass about 1 foot high to bend lower. Yet he still hadn't discovered what was hiding behind. Ling Yifeng felt a bit puzzled for a moment but continued to move forward. He swept the stick horizontally, sending grass and dirt flying. Underneath that patch of grass, a bright red shadow suddenly appeared. Ling Yifeng was taken aback and gently poked at the clump of grass, finally revealing a small, completely red creature. Ling Yifeng carefully examined the red figure. It was curled up tightly, with a broad, fluffy tail wrapped around its body, revealing only a pair of light brown eyes that looked at Ling Yifeng in fear, its body trembling slightly. Ling Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a small fox. It was so tiny, only the size of Ling Yifeng's palm, and it hadn't even grown all its teeth yet. But it had a coat of pure fire-red fur, which surprised Ling Yifeng. Typically, animals develop protective colors to blend in with their surroundings. However, the area was filled with green mountains and water, with no red plants in sight. How could it have such a striking color? If it didn't belong here, how did it end up in this place? Chapter 22. Snatching the fox from the wolf, Ling Yifeng cautiously approached it, and it curled up but didn't dare to move, allowing him to pick it up in his palm. Ling Yifeng gently stroked its soft fur and patted its little head. It seemed to muster up courage and bared its teeth at Ling Yifeng, but with its incomplete set of teeth, it looked adorably fierce, making Ling Yifeng unable to hold back a smile. "Relax, little buddy." Ling Yifeng gently teased the soft little creature. "You must be hungry." Ling Yifeng carried it over to the fire and tore off a small piece of the roasted fish, blowing on it before holding it out to the little beast's mouth. The little fox still had a vigilant expression as it stared at Ling Yifeng, but the tempting smell of fish wafted into its little nose. Finally, it couldn't resist the allure of the delicious food and opened its mouth to eat. Unfortunately, its teeth were not fully grown, and it couldn't bite through the small piece of fish after trying for a long time. Ling Yifeng chuckled and shook his head, wanting to take the fish from its mouth and tear it into smaller pieces, but the little fox thought Ling Yifeng was trying to snatch its food. It stretched out its little paw to block Ling Yifeng's hand and put on a fierce little face. Ling Yifeng was both amused and helpless, allowing it to chew hard with a frown. It wasn't until Ling Yifeng fed it half a piece of fish that it was finally full. Looking at Ling Yifeng, it became bolder and no longer curled up, its fluffy, soft tail swaying back and forth. "Little guy, you can really eat." Ling Yifeng looked at the little remaining fish meat. It was not enough for him. "You stay here, and I'll go catch another fish. Be good." Ling Yifeng placed it on the ground, gently patted its head, and turned to walk towards the lake. He wasn't worried about the little creature running away. The beings in this forest were inherently free. Ling Yifeng had reasons to hunt them, but did not have the right to deprive them of their freedom. If it didn't want to stay here, it was free to go wherever it pleased. Before long, Ling Yifeng caught another big fish, but he found that the little fox had disappeared. Ling Yifeng looked around, but couldn't find it, feeling a slight disappointment in his heart, but quickly letting it go as he began to prepare his own dinner. Just as he was roasting the fish, A wolf howl suddenly echoed from the forest behind him. Ling Yifeng was startled. He had heard many wolf howls before, but from this one, he could tell that it was not an ordinary wild beast. At the very least, it was a magical beast with strong spiritual power, and from its spiritual fluctuations, it was likely to have crossed the threshold of the second tier. He quickly kicked out the fire in front of him, turned, and jumped onto a nearby tree, hiding against the trunk. When facing such a fierce magical beast, it was better to avoid it whenever possible. Although for Ling Yifeng, confronting and defeating it was the best way to enhance his strength, he was unwilling to take the risk. It was already dark, and the deep forest concealed various dangers. He did not want to be eaten by a passing beast after exhausting all his spiritual power. That would be truly unjust. The howling did not fade but instead drew closer. And at that moment, Ling Yifeng also heard the frightened whines of a young beast. Ling Yifeng's heart tightened, and he looked in the direction of the howl. In front of a tree less than 100 steps away, he saw a giant wolf. It was twice the size of an ordinary wolf, with jet black fur. And at that moment it was opening its bloody mouth, revealing sharp steel-like teeth that glinted with a cold light. In front of its massive head was a fiery red shadow. Ling Yifeng pulled the fish off the stick, not caring about the heat or sharp spines. Infused his arm with spiritual power, and swung the roasted fish towards the giant wolf. At the same time, he quickly darted towards it. The giant wolf sensed the movement. Its green eyes turned towards him, suddenly startled to see a freshly roasted fish falling beside it. This giant wolf was probably quite puzzled. Was a roasted fish falling from the sky? It leaned down to sniff, and then rolled its long tongue to swallow the fish whole. It licked its lips in satisfaction, clearly pleased with this appetizer. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ling Yifeng jumped in front of the giant wolf. The wolf was startled by the sudden appearance of this strangely shaped creature. What? Do I need to have 2 appetizers before the main course? The giant wolf mistook Ling Yifeng for someone delivering its meal. Ling Yifeng stood in front of the little fox, glancing down at the shivering little creature. And sighed inwardly, what a troublesome little thing. Then he looked up at the giant wolf, and his first impression was simply big. Really big. This wolf was almost as tall as Ling Yifeng and nearly 10 feet long. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a horse. But what attracted Ling Yifeng's gaze even more was a strip of moon-white fur above its eyes. Ling Yifeng recognized that this was a first-tier magical beast. The white-browed wolf king. Wolves were usually pack animals, and every pack needed a leader, and this white-browed wolf king was the leader of the pack. The appearance of this wolf king also meant that there was likely a pack nearby. Ling Yifeng became alert. He had about 70 to 80% confidence in taking down a first-tier wolf king, but if he disturbed the nearby wolf pack, it would be troublesome. Even a powerful figure at the spirit origin or spirit soul level would have to retreat when facing hundreds or thousands of wolves, not daring to show their sharpness. Ling Yifeng tightened his grip on the wooden stick, feeling a bit nervous. The only way now was to kill it before it alerted the entire wolf pack. However, Ling Yifeng did not have complete confidence that he could quickly deal with it. Just a few days ago, he had spent half an hour hunting a first-tier magical beast, the sword-spiked pig, and if he wanted to escape, he was even less certain. He didn't believe his 2 legs could outrun the 4 legs of a giant wolf, even with the little fox's 4 legs added. The white-browed wolf king was equally confused. Wasn't this creature supposed to be delivering dinner? Why was it just standing there dumbly, as if it needed the king to take a bite? What a hassle. Watching the white-browed wolf king grow increasingly irritable. Its sharp white teeth bared, Ling Yifeng had to brace himself and charge forward. As for whether it would alert the wolf pack, that was no longer within his consideration. If he couldn't defeat this wolf king, being a magical beast's meal was certainly better than becoming a meal for a pack of wild beasts. With the wooden stick raised horizontally, his body leaned slightly forward, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, Ling Yifeng shot toward the wolf king, swinging the stick forcefully towards its dark nose. Chapter 23. Slaying the Wolf Awa. The white-browed wolf king howled to the sky, its massive form leaping into the air, leaving 4 deep claw marks in the mud with its 4 sharp claws. Bang! Crack! As Ling Yifeng's wooden stick struck the wolf king's vulnerable nose. It deftly turned its head aside by a foot, then bit through the stick as if it were gnawing on a cucumber, effortlessly. If someone said this creature's teeth could easily bite through cast iron, Ling Yifeng wouldn't find it strange. If he were accidentally bitten, his body would instantly lose some parts. Ling Yifeng used his toes to push off the ground, leaping back to avoid the wolf king's sweeping claws. The white-browed wolf king's eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, sizing up Ling Yifeng as if he were prey, and that gaze sent chills down Ling Yifeng's spine. Perhaps because it had just eaten a roasted fish, it was not very hungry yet. Or maybe it was just playing with its prey before the meal to make it more delicious. The white-browed Wolf King did not seem in a hurry. It slowly circled around Ling Yifeng. With a thought, a long sword was tightly gripped in his hand. This magical beast was far stronger than any first-tier magical beast he had encountered before. This Wolf King was also among the upper tier of first-tier magical beasts. The white-browed Wolf King was not in a hurry to pounce on him, and Ling Yifeng was also using the time to look for its weaknesses. Its body was covered in long fur, and its reddish-brown fur glinted with a ghostly cold light. It must be exceptionally hard. In the areas not covered by fur were its 4 powerful legs, with muscles bulging like rocks, shining with a grayish-green glow. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng noticed that its chest and abdomen were not covered by fur, and the skin there looked like the softest part of its body. Having identified the weakness, how could he attack the Wolf King's abdomen? The white-browed Wolf King kept its body low whether walking or preparing to attack, almost pressing its belly to the ground. This confirmed that its weakness should indeed be in the abdomen, otherwise, it wouldn't protect its belly so tightly. The Wolf King lunged at Ling Yifeng once again, its massive jaws opening wide, aiming to bite off Ling Yifeng's head. Ling Yifeng could clearly see saliva hanging from its sharp teeth, a foul odor assaulting his senses, making him want to vomit. But he couldn't afford to vomit. He quickly dodged to the side, and as he nearly passed through the Wolf King's body, he gripped his long sword with both hands and fiercely stabbed it diagonally backward into the giant wolf's body. The Wolf King's fur was not only hard but also smooth. The sharp tip of the sword couldn't even cut through its hair, leaving only a long white mark on its body. Is this guy's body made of iron? Ling Yifeng began to feel anxious. If this continued, he would surely meet his end at the wolf's jaws. He couldn't reach its soft abdomen, and the places he could attack were ineffective. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a flash of lightning. The words dark energy appeared in his mind. When he practiced the red flame fist technique, the manual mentioned, bright energy attacks the surface, dark energy breaks the heart. This was a special technique of the red flame fist. Bright energy was imposing and powerful like a rolling stone, while dark energy was silent but stronger. However, the effect of dark energy did not remain on the surface but penetrated through to the core. Ling Yifeng had used this dark energy when practicing on a wooden post. The surface remained intact, but the inside was shattered by his punches. He was not very familiar with this dark energy yet and had never used it in actual combat. Now, he finally found an opportunity to practice, but he didn't expect it to be in such an environment. Ling Yifeng smiled wryly. Any mistake would turn this into a sad story. Taking a deep breath, he had no other option. Ling Yifeng bent his body slightly, keeping himself in a state ready to explode at any moment. The white-browed Wolf King lunged and missed, then turned its body to pounce again. Ling Yifeng's entire body was brimming with power, but he didn't rush. He waited for the best opportunity. The Wolf King appeared to grow larger in his eyes. Its enormous mouth almost reflected in his vision, drool dripping from its lips. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, it was getting closer. The Wolf King, with a mocking grin, lunged at Ling Yifeng fiercely. In that instant, Ling Yifeng's taut muscles finally exploded. He leaped upward, and at that precise moment, he jumped onto the Wolf King's back. He flipped over and sat down, tightly squeezing the giant wolf's neck with his legs and gripping its mane with his left hand. The Wolf King braced itself on all fours, momentarily stunned by the sudden disappearance of its prey, then realized it had an unexpected guest riding on its back. It violently shook its body, trying to throw Ling Yifeng off like a flea. No one had ever dared to ride on its neck. It jumped angrily, but Ling Yifeng clung to it like glue. In fact, Ling Yifeng was feeling a bit dizzy from the shaking, but he dared not let go. Even as the wolf's sharp fur cut into his palm, he held on tightly, while his right hand was gathering strength. As they continued to shake, Ling Yifeng struggled to control his position, but the constant changes in height made it impossible to aim accurately. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. He was betting all his strength on this strike, so there could be no deviation. The Wolf King's sharp fur had all stood on end, indicating it had reached the peak of its anger, while Ling Yifeng on its back was also in a tough spot. The Wolf King seemed to tire from jumping and slowed down, panting heavily. From its dark nostrils, white vapor was expelled, gradually forming thick white smoke. At that moment, Ling Yifeng raised his right fist and smashed it down onto the Wolf King's head. The fire-red fist, wrapped in massive spiritual power, carried an intimidating force that slightly distorted the space. This was the culmination of Ling Yifeng's internal spiritual power and the red flame fist. Boom! The fist struck heavily on the Wolf King's head, producing a deafening sound, and a wave of hot spiritual power surged out in all directions with the sound, causing the Wolf King to let out an angry roar as it felt pain. Ling Yifeng could no longer care if its roar would attract a pack of wolves. At that moment, the dark energy also exploded above the giant wolf's head. A soft cracking sound, like an eggshell breaking, was heard, and the Wolf King suddenly froze, standing still. Moments later, it let out an even more violent roar and began to thrash around. Ling Yifeng, temporarily drained of energy, was thrown off. He landed and looked at the Wolf King in confusion, shocked by its tough hide. He knew very well the power of his recent strike. Ling Yifeng did not believe that the defenses within its head could match its exterior. It was still thrashing wildly. And Ling Yifeng suddenly saw blood mist appearing over its right eye, continuously flowing with blood. Ling Yifeng realized what the earlier crack sound was. The dark energy of the red flame fist had successfully penetrated its brain, and the powerful destructive force had erupted from the weaker eye, causing it to explode. The Wolf King finally calmed down, its head slightly swaying, indicating that the previous strike had caused significant damage. It widened its remaining left eye, staring at Ling Yifeng with a blood-red gaze. The white vapor it exhaled slowly gathered in front of it, not dissipating. Ling Yifeng felt a chill in his heart, sensing an extremely strong and violent aura. Suddenly, the previously calm air became turbulent as the wild spiritual energy gathered around the white-browed Wolf King. This was the first time Ling Yifeng felt such a strong, tangible wave of spiritual power. All the spiritual energy surged into the white mist in front of the Wolf King, which dissipated to reveal a massive glowing sphere inside. Ling Yifeng tensed up. Feeling the enormous spiritual power within the glowing sphere, this could not possibly be the energy of a first-tier magical beast. It could only mean that this magical beast had broken through a barrier at the brink of life and death and had advanced to a second-tier magical beast with strength comparable to a spirit origin realm expert. Ling Yifeng felt a chill. If hit, he would surely be unable to withstand such a powerful spiritual shock. If he could dodge, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. The Wolf King, with a fierce expression, had not expected that a weak human could injure it to such an extent, nearly killing it. But this was the end. Although it had lost an eye, advancing to a second-tier magical beast was worth it. Of course, typical second-tier magical beasts did not possess such high intelligence. If they did, perhaps it would really think this way. With a whoosh, a white light pierced through the darkness, and the glowing sphere flew swiftly toward Ling Yifeng, its speed incredibly fast, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, reaching Ling Yifeng in an instant. Ling Yifeng could no longer dodge. He understood that with his speed, he could not evade this glowing sphere, so he could only brace himself to take it head-on. There was no time to think. His internal spiritual power rapidly enveloped his body, providing a simple layer of protection. In that critical moment, a fire-red figure lunged into his embrace at an even faster speed. Ling Yifeng caught a glimpse of a red streak flashing through the air. The small body had already reached him. It was the little fox. Before Ling Yifeng could be surprised by its speed, he saw it open its not yet fully grown mouth toward the glowing sphere. These were two completely disproportionate things. However, the glowing orb filled with violent spiritual energy was swallowed by the little fox in front of Ling Yifeng's almost dropped jaw. It even let out a soft burp afterward. The Wolf King across from him was also stunned. If it truly had intelligence, it should have cursed at this moment. But what it would curse about was beyond Ling Yifeng's knowledge. Although Ling Yifeng was shocked, he reacted swiftly. He moved forward and approached the Wolf King, taking advantage of the giant wolf's moment of panting to deliver a heavy uppercut to its chin. The powerful force knocked it directly to the ground, and Ling Yifeng did not hesitate to raise his long sword and stab it heavily into the giant wolf's chest, targeting the heart. Roar. This was the last long howl the Wolf King emitted before dying, and in an instant, howls from dozens to hundreds of wolves echoed from all directions. Ling Yifeng did not have time to deal with the Wolf King's corpse. He turned to look at the fiery red little fox, which was lying on the ground motionless. Gritting his teeth, Ling Yifeng picked it up and held it in his arms, quickly fleeing from the place. Chapter 24. Fire soaked the starry sky at night was quiet and peaceful. The countless stars twinkled in the deep blue sky, and a faint glow of fire emanated from the cave, which was filled with a serene scene. Ling Yifeng sat quietly in front of the campfire, and beside the fire lay a small fiery figure. This little creature had been unconscious for a long time. If it weren't for its faint breathing, Ling Yifeng would have thought it was already dead. While holding it on the way, Ling Yifeng had examined its entire body and was surprised to find that its breathing was steady, its heart was beating regularly and powerfully, and there were no wounds on its body. He recalled the orb of surging spiritual energy from the white-browed Wolf King and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If he had taken that orb of violent energy head-on, there was a 90% chance he would have been directly blown to bits. Even if he had miraculously protected his vital points, he had no confidence in escaping in that environment. Everything was just to save this little creature. But he didn't expect to be saved by it in the end. Ling Yifeng adjusted his breathing and finally opened his eyes. He carefully observed the little creature lying on the ground, and a pile of doubts arose in his heart. He couldn't detect any spiritual energy fluctuations from it. It was just an ordinary little beast. How could it withstand a full power attack from a second-tier magical beast? It even directly swallowed that terrifying orb of spiritual energy. Was its stomach made of iron? The fact that such a seemingly weak little beast appeared in such a dangerous place was already full of doubts. Ling Yifeng gently stroked it, and its fiery red fur was warm, soft, and smooth, like touching a silk ribbon, soft and comfortable. Its two pointy little ears drooped on top of its head, and its tiny nose twitched slightly with its breathing. The next morning, as soon as day broke, Ling Yifeng went out to look for food. When he returned, his pockets were filled with several green wild fruits, and he was holding a plump-looking wild rabbit in his hand. Ling Yifeng took a bite of a wild fruit and then skillfully killed the rabbit and began roasting the meat. The fat from the rabbit meat oozed out under the flames, sizzling and producing white smoke. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat filled the cave. The sleeping little fox suddenly lifted its nose and moved, as if it had caught a whiff of the delicious smell. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile at this little creature. It had already stood up, but its eyes were still tightly closed, and it was wobbling as it walked toward the roasted rabbit. Its body swayed slightly, as if it might fall at any moment. Unexpectedly, it was a little glutton, even restless in its sleep. Ling Yifeng shook his head with a smile and gently supported its body with his hand to prevent it from falling. The little creature suddenly woke up at Ling Yifeng's touch, opening its watery big eyes, looking a bit surprised and a bit timid as it glanced at Ling Yifeng, instinctively backing away. "Don't worry, little one, I won't hurt you. In fact, I should thank you for saving me last night." Ling Yifeng gently patted its head and smiled at it, unsure if it could understand. Looking at its timid appearance, he couldn't help but wonder where it found the courage to block that orb in front of him, compared to when he first met it yesterday. The little fox's wariness toward Ling Yifeng had decreased significantly, perhaps because of the roasted rabbit in his hand. The little fox's eyes were fixed on the rabbit meat rolling in the flames, with a few drops of saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. "It's not cooked yet. You have to wait a bit longer." Ling Yifeng laughed heartily and then took out a small wild fruit to place in front of the little fox. "Here, eat this to fill your stomach first." The little fox reached out with its tiny paws to hold the wild fruit, then opened its mouth to bite, but unfortunately, its mouth was too small. Even when it opened wide, it was still far from the size of the fruit. Ling Yifeng chuckled softly and used his dagger to cut the fruit into small pieces, allowing it to nibble on the cut fruit. Before long, the rabbit meat was ready. Ling Yifeng took the rabbit meat off the fire, tore off a small piece, blew on it, and then held it out to the little fox. As soon as the little fox smelled the aroma of the meat, it immediately dropped the fruit and opened its mouth to bite at the rabbit meat. Ling Yifeng also tore off a piece of rabbit meat and slowly chewed on it. The meat was neither tough nor burnt, cooked just right. After eating his fill, Ling Yifeng looked at the little fox, which was also looking up at him. Its eyes no longer held any wariness toward Ling Yifeng, and it boldly walked to Ling Yifeng's side, gently rubbing its head against his leg. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but pet its head, and this time it contentedly accepted his touch. "Little one, I'm leaving now. You should hurry back to your parents." Ling Yifeng guessed that with the little beast's survival ability, it couldn't have wandered too far on its own. Its mother was likely nearby, and it had just gotten lost. Although his intuition told him that this little creature was definitely not ordinary, Ling Yifeng had no clue about its origins. The events of yesterday made him feel his own weakness. He had almost died at the hands of a second-tier magical beast. This was only the lowest tier of magical beasts. Deeper in the dark and deep forest, there were countless high-tier magical beasts and spirit beasts. This showed just how terrifying the magical beast mountain range was. Without sufficient strength, rushing in was essentially seeking death. He gently pushed the little beast away from his leg and turned to walk out of the cave, but before he could take a few steps, he suddenly felt something tugging at his pants. Turning back, he saw the little fox biting his pant leg, its two paws resting on his leg. Ling Yifeng smiled wryly. "I don't have any food left. You should go find your parents, or you can wait here. They should be able to find you." From the moment it swallowed the second-tier magical beast's orb of spiritual energy unharmed, Ling Yifeng had a vague feeling that this little creature was definitely not simple. Perhaps it was just because it was still young and hadn't shown its true abilities. Maybe in that critical moment, it accidentally activated its instincts. Although this instinctive reaction was quite shocking. Who would believe it if he told them that a young beast with barely any teeth casually swallowed the full force of a second-tier magical beast's spiritual energy? Ling Yifeng boldly speculated that high-tier magical beast blood was flowing in its veins, although it hadn't manifested yet. It was very likely to grow into a high-tier magical beast or even a spirit beast in the future, becoming a formidable leader of magical beasts that would dominate a mountain range. Do you want me to stay, or do you want to come with me? Ling Yifeng asked. The little fox seemed to understand. It released its bite, jumped up, and climbed onto Ling Yifeng's shoulder. Ling Yifeng chuckled. So you want to follow me then? The little fox seemed to understand, happily yipping twice. All right then, you can follow me for now. I will take you to find your kin. Ling Yifeng extended his finger and gently poked it. With your fiery red fur that is as smooth as silk, I will call you Fire Silk. Ling Yifeng rubbed its little head, and Huling hummed a few times in response to his call. Chapter 25, Devouring the Magic Core Last Night. In order to evade the crazily approaching wolf pack, Ling Yifeng had no choice but to run towards a place far from the camp. Now that he had finished resting, it was time to head back. Arriving at the place where he encountered the white-browed Wolf King last night, Ling Yifeng noticed countless wolf paw prints on the muddy ground. At least dozens, if not hundreds, of wolves had rushed here after hearing the Wolf King's final howl, and Ling Yifeng still felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, he had run fast enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with such a massive wolf pack. The Wolf King's corpse was nowhere to be seen, and Ling Yifeng punched the tree trunk in frustration. He regretted not taking the body with him in the emergency last night. After all, it was a beast that had advanced to the second tier, full of treasures. If he could obtain a second-tier magic core, it would be worth more than 10 first-tier magic cores combined. Oh well, Ling Yifeng sighed lightly. As long as he was fine, everything else was not a problem. Back in the cave where he had set up camp, Ling Yifeng placed the little fox down and gently patted its little head, saying, "Let's stay here for a while. Once I break through to the later stage of the spirit realm, I'll take you to find your kin." Huling opened its curious big eyes and looked around the cave, then cautiously walked around on its short legs, eventually becoming lively and excited as it jumped from rock to rock. Ling Yifeng smiled and shook his head. After he had recklessly saved it from the white-browed Wolf King last night, it seemed to have sensed his goodwill and was no longer as anxious and wary as when they first met, sitting cross-legged on a large stone. Ling Yifeng closed his eyes and began to cultivate his spiritual power. He let the little creature roam around. He was quite familiar with the surroundings, so even if it ran out, there would not be much danger. He didn't know how long it had been when a soft and furry sensation startled Ling Yifeng. He felt something soft rubbing against the back of his hand. He opened his eyes to see Huling lying in front of him, gently scratching his hand with its front paw. "Little creature, do you want to play with me?" Ling Yifeng chuckled lightly and gently moved it aside with the back of his hand, saying, "You go play by yourself for now. I need to focus on my cultivation. Once I break through to the later stage of the spirit realm, I'll take you to find your kin." He pushed it aside, but it immediately came back to rub against Ling Yifeng's hand, tickling him and making him want to laugh. "Stop it." Ling Yifeng patted its soft fur, and the little creature shivered as if it had been shocked. Huling continued to shake its little paws around his hand, making snorting sounds. What does it want? Ling Yifeng wondered. There was clearly nothing on his hand, and it didn't seem like it wanted to play. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted the space ring on his finger. Ling Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly and tried to bring the ring closer to Huling, asking, "Do you want this?" Huling leaned closer to the ring, sniffed it gently, then reached out its little paw to scratch the surface of the ring, seemingly trying to push it away. Ling Yifeng took off the ring and put it on his other hand. Huling immediately turned to follow his other hand. Ling Yifeng felt confused. It had just pushed the ring away when it was in front of it, but now it was following the ring. What was going on? Could it be that it was not following the ring, but something inside it? Ling Yifeng was startled by his own thought. This space ring was difficult to identify as a spatial item unless by the user themselves or a super strong individual who had mastered spatial power. Even Ling Yifeng had only vaguely sensed a trace of weak spatial power when using the ring in Ling City. Could it also sense the spatial power? Ling Yifeng found it hard to believe. It didn't even have a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. How could it perceive such a profound spatial force? With these doubts, Ling Yifeng decided to test it out. He focused his mind and opened the passage to the ring's space. He didn't put anything in or take anything out but kept his eyes firmly on Huling. Suddenly, Huling showed great excitement, jumping up with all four paws off the ground. Ling Yifeng closed the spatial passage with a thought, and Huling immediately stopped, looking around in confusion. Ling Yifeng let out a gentle sigh. It really could sense the existence of spatial power. Ling Yifeng silently opened the space ring again, and he saw Huoling's eyes light up with excitement. He probed his spiritual sense into the ring, finding only some small medicine bottles, a sword, a dagger, some dry food, fresh water, and a few corpses of magical beasts. Ling Yifeng was struck with a thought. Did it want these beast corpses? With a thought, a corpse of a blue-eyed eagle suddenly appeared behind Huoling. Huoling turned its head to glance at it, ran over to sniff its body, then showed a seemingly disappointed expression, turning back to pounce on Ling Yifeng. Not this one. Ling Yifeng was even more puzzled. Following that, he took out several more beast corpses, nearly filling the cave. But Huoling just sniffed around them, and didn't he look at them again. Ling Yifeng noticed that every time it wrinkled its nose to sniff, it was close to the heads of the magical beasts. Suddenly, with a flip of his palm, a small object was grasped tightly in Ling Yifeng's hand, making it impossible to see what he was holding. He slowly extended his hand toward Huoling, whose nose twitched vigorously in the air. Then, with sparkling eyes, it lunged at Ling Yifeng's tightly clenched fist, trying to pry it open with its little paws. Ling Yifeng smiled wryly. It really wanted this. He turned his arm and gently opened his palm, revealing a faintly red magic core in front of Huoling. Huoling eagerly reached out its front paws to touch Ling Yifeng's palm, ready to contact the magic core, but suddenly, its paws froze in midair as it looked up at Ling Yifeng. Looking into its big, watery eyes, Ling Yifeng silently smiled and said, "If you like it, then it's yours. Go ahead." Huoling indeed understood his words. After he finished speaking, the little creature happily yelped a couple of times, tightly hugging the magic core with its two little paws, then turning around to curl up in a corner of the cave, shaking his head with a wry smile. Ling Yifeng collected all the magical beast corpses into the space ring. He turned to look at Huoling, only to see it hugging the magic core, constantly licking it with its little tongue. Just don't accidentally swallow it. Ling Yifeng felt a bit worried. Magic cores contained the violent energy of the beast while they were alive, and it was extremely difficult and dangerous for humans to absorb and utilize it. The spiritual power within a magic core was violent and fierce, and some even retained the resentment of the beasts at the time of their death, making it very hard for ordinary people to harness the energy of a magic core. So why are magic cores still so precious? For alchemists, magic cores are extremely important materials or auxiliary materials for refining pills. They have special methods to extract the spiritual power from the magic core bit by bit, greatly increasing their success rate in alchemy. There are also some weapon masters who can effectively combine magic cores with weapons to make them exert power far beyond the ordinary. Such magic core weapons are also highly favored by cultivators, and the higher the tier of the magic core, the greater the power. The enormous spiritual power within magic cores is indeed a treasure, but to directly absorb it, not only humans, but even high-level magical beasts and spirit beasts could not possibly do so. At least Ling Yifeng had never heard of anyone being able to absorb a magical beast's magic core. Rather, he had heard of many cases where opportunistic cultivators had tried to swallow magic cores to enhance their spiritual power, only to explode due to the uncontrollable violent spiritual energy. Ling Yifeng looked at Huoling with some concern. This little guy had no spiritual power in its body, and if it accidentally swallowed the magic core, what would happen? Ling Yifeng had also never heard of any magical beast daring to devour a magic core. Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind. Huoling had struggled to open its small mouth and swallowed the spiritual power orb of the White Brow Wolf King. That spiritual power orb contained terrifying and surging spiritual energy, and it was able to swallow it whole without any harm. Indeed, it had taken that spiritual orb. Ling Yifeng was very sure that if it weren't for Huoling, he would have been seriously injured by that blow. This little guy could consume the power orb of a second-tier magical beast. Could it also absorb the energy within this magic core? He shook his head with a smile, not daring to believe such an illogical thing, nor did he want to believe it. Seeing Huoling happily licking the magic core, Ling Yifeng felt relieved and continued his cultivation. When Ling Yifeng came out of his cultivation state, it was already dark outside the cave. He turned to look at the corner and saw Huoling lying down and asleep, its claws tightly holding on to the magic core as if afraid it would be snatched away. Half an hour later, Ling Yifeng returned to the cave with 2 wild rabbits in hand, his stomach growling with hunger, and he guessed Huoling must be hungry too. He skillfully processed the rabbit meat and started roasting it over the fire, and soon the delicious aroma filled the entire cave. His stomach growled again, and he turned to Huoling, wondering why it hadn't come over even though the aroma had been wafting for so long. Was it too tired? After a while, the rabbit meat was fully cooked. Ling Yifeng couldn't resist tearing off a leg and putting it in his mouth, not caring about the hot temperature. After a moment, Ling still showed no sign of waking up, which puzzled Ling Yifeng. He picked up the roasted rabbit meat and walked towards Ling. Ling's eyes were tightly closed, breathing steadily. Ling Yifeng slowly brought the roasted meat to its nose, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response, and Ling Yifeng frowned. He put down the rabbit meat and gently pushed Ling's body, feeling that it was quite hot. As he pushed, the magic core it was holding fell to the ground. Ling Yifeng glanced at it, and immediately felt a jolt throughout his body. He vaguely remembered that the magic core he had given it was a light red crystalline body, but now, this crystal had turned transparent. Ling Yifeng carefully picked up the crystal, probing it with his spiritual sense. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking incredulously at the magic core and then at the sleeping Ling. The magic core was now completely devoid of spiritual power. Chapter 26, Late Stage of the Spiritual Wheel Realm Under Normal Circumstances. The spiritual power in a magic core could be preserved for decades or even hundreds of years without any issues, and it was impossible for it to be consumed in such a short time. The only explanation was that the spiritual power in the magic core had been forcibly extracted. Ling Yifeng looked at the sleeping Ling. Its body temperature was much higher than usual, and he seemed to have sensed a faint spiritual power fluctuation within it. Not only could it devour the violent spiritual power from the magic core, but it could also convert it for its own use? Ling Yifeng was speechless in shock. What kind of strange ability was this? What kind of bizarre magical beast was this little one? Ling slept for a full 3 days before waking up, frowning and curling its body, looking somewhat pained. Just as Ling Yifeng was about to approach to take a look, he suddenly noticed a burst of spiritual power fluctuations erupting from its body. Its body seemed to emit a beam of light, which slowly rose from its belly up through its chest, then its neck, and it tilted its head back, opening its mouth towards the cave ceiling. Whoosh! A fireball illuminated the entire cave, spewing from Ling's mouth into the air. Ling Yifeng stared blankly at the huge fireball, which was several times larger than Ling itself. Even from a distance of over 10 feet, he could feel the scorching heat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked up at the cave ceiling, noticing that the weeds and insects clinging to the rocks had been burned away, and the hard rock was marked with blackened scorch marks. After expelling that flame, Ling seemed to feel much better. It excitedly hopped over to Ling Yifeng, running around him a few times. Ling Yifeng was still in shock from what had just happened. That massive spiritual power fluctuation had seemed to approach the level of a spiritual wheel realm expert. Looking closely at Ling Yifeng found that the spiritual power fluctuations within this little guy had reached a strength of around 6 or 7 layers of spiritual power. That fireball just now must have been the energy from the magic core that it had failed to digest. Hiss! Ling Yifeng gasped in surprise. What kind of monster was this? After devouring a first-tier magical beast magic core, it had grown to this extent. How could those magical beasts that had worked hard for decades to gradually accumulate some spiritual power survive? This shortcut was something no one would dare to imitate. Do you still want a magic core? Ling was tugging at his pant leg, looking at him eagerly. Ling Yifeng's face twitched slightly. Did it want to eat the magic core like a bean? After spending so long in the magical beast forest, he had only hunted about a dozen magic cores, which were meant to be exchanged for rewards. If he used them as food for this little one, he couldn't help but feel a bit pained. He couldn't afford to raise such a little ancestor who treated magic cores as snacks. However, Ling Yifeng still took out a magic core and handed it to Ling. It happily hugged the magic core, bouncing around. Seeing its excited demeanor, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Magic cores could be found again. Since giving it to Ling could enhance its spiritual power, what was the harm in that? Since it relied on him so much, its becoming stronger would also bring him many benefits, right? Ling didn't immediately devour the magic core, perhaps because it had just absorbed one. Ling Yifeng let it run outside the cave. In the following days, almost every 4 or 5 days, Ling would need to devour a magic core. And after consuming it, the duration of its sleep became shorter and shorter. It did not have any special requirements for the attributes of the magic cores. It accepted any type, and except for the first fire attribute magic core it consumed, its spiritual power growth was not as rapid afterward. But the speed of its spiritual power growth was still enough to astonish Ling Yifeng, even causing him some hidden worry. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Yifeng finally felt the signs of about to break through the barrier. He had just given Ling a magic core to absorb its spiritual power, while he was already preparing to break through to the late stage of the spiritual realm. Calming his mind, Ling Yifeng sat cross-legged on the ground, operating the Ling Ju at full speed. All the acupoints and pores in his body involuntarily open to the maximum, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding him. The Ling Ju was indeed a remarkable cultivation method. Breaking through the barrier was as smooth as flowing water. In just about an hour, Ling Yifeng effortlessly broke through to the late stage of the spiritual wheel realm. Opening his eyes, Ling Yifeng felt an extreme sense of comfort, a feeling of being filled with power throughout his body. He stretched his body, and a series of popping sounds echoed as his bones cracked. Twisting his neck, Ling Yifeng turned to look at Hua Ling in the corner. The magic core it had been holding was completely devoured, and now its speed of refining spiritual power was much faster than before. It should wake up by tomorrow. Having broken through to the late stage of the spiritual wheel realm, he could continue to venture deeper into the magical beast forest tomorrow. The surrounding environment was no longer suitable for his cultivation. From now on, he would need to hunt at least one first-tier magical beast every day, both to consolidate his own cultivation and to provide Hua Ling with the resources it needed. He still had no clue about the tasks he had taken at the Mercenary Guild. It seemed hopeless to submit the magic core task. These magic cores were barely enough for Hua Ling to eat. He hadn't even seen what the Ice Heart Tear looked like until now. No matter what, he had to continue venturing deeper into the magical beast forest. Little guy, how far can you grow? I really look forward to it. Ling Yifeng thought to himself and smiled. Having a powerful magical beast as a pet is something many people would envy. Ling Yifeng walked out of the cave. It was still early, and he needed to make some preparations for the actions the day after tomorrow. He went to the lakeside and filled several water bags with fresh water, then picked a good amount of wild fruits from nearby trees. Since it was uncertain how long it would take to find food and fresh water ahead, he prepared in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Even if he couldn't catch food for several days in a row, he would still have supplies to stave off hunger. After all, in this forest, the first priority is to ensure survival. Looking at the number of magic cores in his space ring, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. In the 2 months since entering the forest, he had captured about 10 magic cores, but now only 5 remained. These magic cores could at least be exchanged for thousands of gold coins. But in the end, they all went into Hua Ling's belly, which made him feel a pang of pain just thinking about it. After preparing the food and fresh water, Ling Yifeng returned to the cave. Everything was ready. They could set off as soon as Hua Ling woke up. The next day, just as dawn broke, Hua Ling slowly opened its eyes. Ling Yifeng noticed that the spiritual energy within it had increased significantly, now equivalent to a human at the 8th or 9th level of spiritual energy. He couldn't help but think of Ling Yu and Ling Yuexin, who had spent several years cultivating to reach the 8th level of spiritual energy. While this little thing had managed to achieve such a level in just a month by devouring magic cores, which made Ling Yifeng envious. Chapter 27. Ice magic ate the forest ahead was denser and darker, clearly showing signs of having not been stepped on for a long time. However, beast and magical beast droppings were scattered everywhere on the ground, some long dried up and others still relatively fresh, as if just excreted. This indicated that the surrounding environment was very complex, and one must always be cautious of the impending dangers. This place was already far away from the towns where people gathered. It was the world of magical beasts and a paradise for adventurers. Along the way, Ling Yifeng had encountered 7 or 8 first-tier magical beasts, and occasionally 1 or 2 second-tier magical beasts, which he could only avoid from a distance. Even though he had entered the late stage of the spiritual realm, he didn't dare to recklessly face a second-tier magical beast with the strength equivalent to the spiritual origin realm. Suddenly, a beastly howl came from up ahead, followed by a chaotic commotion accompanied by the sound of swords and blades clashing. Ling Yifeng immediately heightened his alertness. There must be a mercenary team ahead that had encountered magical beasts, and a battle had broken out between the two sides. He didn't expect to encounter humans here. It had been a long time since he had seen anyone. After being alone in this desolate forest for so long, he gradually felt a sense of loneliness. He called out to Hua Ling and then quietly crept forward. He didn't know whether the mercenary team ahead was friendly or how strong the magical beasts they encountered were, so he could only hide in the shadows and observe before deciding. Ling Yifeng jumped onto a large tree and gently parted the leaves in front of him. Not far ahead, a team of 13 people dressed in uniform clothing faced off against a giant long-armed ape that stood about 10 feet tall. Ling Yifeng was taken aback. He saw that the long-armed magic ape had extremely long arms, which when fully extended could reach over 20 feet. Its arms were covered in white frost. As solid as iron, its long arms swung like 2 iron spears, creating a space of over 10 feet in front of it. The 13-member team wielded various weapons, but could not get close to the magic ape's body. Kalen, Li Jian, Hato, you guys hold this beast off from the front. Meng Yi, Yang Zhenghong, Zhou Chika, you cover with arrows. Muhu, Imo Ching, you go around from behind and retrieve the goods. The burly man in the lead raised his long knife and collided fiercely with the iron arm of the magic ape. The tremendous force hit him, causing a trickle of blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Behind him, two small figures quickly darted towards the giant ape's back from either side. Captain. Another team member tried to help but was stopped. I'm fine. Go hold it off. Once Muhu and the others get the goods, retreat immediately. The captain swung his long knife and charged again. The giant ape also noticed the two figures running towards its back and let out an enraged roar. It swung its long arm, sending one person flying into the air, crashing into a large tree, and it seemed their chances were slim. In the blink of an eye, the 13-member team was down to 11. This beast just fought a battle and is still injured. We have 3 people in the spiritual origin realm. It shouldn't be difficult to hold it off. The rest of you find a chance to retrieve the goods. Once you succeed, retreat immediately. The captain tightened his grip on the big knife and charged at the magic ape, and the remaining few dared not lag behind, each raising their weapons to follow. In an instant, various colors of spiritual energy filled the entire forest. It's actually a 3rd-tier magical beast, and it's injured. Ling Yifeng was startled and hidden behind the tree. Fortunately, he didn't rashly charge forward. Otherwise, with his body, he would have no chance of withstanding a blow from a 3rd-tier magical beast. He focused his gaze and saw a huge claw mark on the chest of the magic ape, deep enough to see its bones, which was shocking. If a smaller magical beast received such a blow, the wound might directly penetrate its heart. This magic ape was quite clever. It used eyes to seal the wound. Otherwise, with the blood continuously flowing out, it would eventually bleed to death. What were these mercenaries risking their lives for? Ling Yifeng was puzzled. But he knew that magical beasts could sense heavenly materials and treasures far better than humans. Therefore, places frequented by magical beasts usually had something enticing. However, the long-armed ape was a 3rd-tier magical beast. Ling Yifeng didn't dare to act rashly. This group of people was not weak, but facing this raging 3rd-tier magical beast, their chances of success were indeed slim, even though this magical beast was injured. Ling Yifeng quietly followed. He wanted to see what exactly it was that drove these people so crazy. If there was a chance for him to take advantage of it, that would be nice. They had already mixed into a chaotic battle. The captain wielding the big knife hacked at the magic ape's arm 4 times, leaving several bloodstains on its iron-like arm. On the ground beside them, several people had already fallen. Some had sunken chests, as if their ribs were broken, while one person's sword had snapped in 2. With the broken tip stuck in his own waist, Ling Yifeng sighed softly. The law of this forest is that the strong survive while the weak perish. That's the outcome of having no strength and recklessly trespassing into forbidden areas. Mercenaries are such a group of people, licking blood at the knife's edge. A bunch of desperate individuals with their lives tied to their belts. With the roar of the long-armed ape, several more people were sent flying by its iron arms. But it also bore many more wounds. Captain. A team member leaned close to the captain and whispered, "We've already lost more than half our people. If this continues, we will be wiped out here." The captain fell silent, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the demon ape as he said, "I can't accept this. If we can successfully bring the item back, the reward from this mission would allow all of us to live worry-free for 2 or 3 years. This beast is already at its last gasp. We can't let our brothers die in vain." With a furious shout, the captain unleashed all the spiritual power within him, and the large blade in his hand transformed into a blazing flame, striking fiercely at the demon ape. The demon ape sensed the terrifying surge of spiritual power and raised its arm to block. Clang! The deafening sound of steel clashing made everyone's ears ring. And the long-armed ape's arm, as tough as fine iron, was actually sliced in 2 by the captain's blade. The remaining teammates erupted in cheers, continuing their assault without pause amidst the demon ape's agonized roars. The enraged demon ape swung its remaining arm at the nearest attacker, sending the long spear flying from the man's grip with immense force, and then a single slap crushed his skull. Li Jian. The crowd gasped. Among the 3 spiritual realm members in the team, one could not withstand the furious strike of the demon ape, even though it was already severely injured as a 3rd-tier magical beast. Chapter 28. Iceheart tears at this moment. Only 5 people remained standing, forming a line to confront the demon ape, but none dared to act recklessly. The demon ape had exhausted a great deal of its strength, panting heavily, and the cold air it exhaled formed small ice crystals that fell to the ground. Its severed arm was covered in a layer of solid ice. Yet blood continued to flow down from the wounds inflicted during the fierce battle, dripping onto the ground. The captain's large blade was already full of nicks. He discarded it and picked up a long spear from the ground. With a fierce shout, he stomped his foot hard on the ground and lunged toward the demon ape's head. The giant ape, nearly out of strength, could not dodge in time and could only move its head away with all its might, the sharp spear grazing its fierce face and leaving a bloody gash. The captain twisted his wrist, angling the spear towards its neck and slashing down. The spear tip left a white mark on the demon ape's skin, and the captain frowned. Pressing against the spear's tail and thrusting it forward, driving the spearhead deep into the ape's shoulder. The captain felt a wave of cold energy surge from the spear, and he quickly let go and stepped back, seeing the spear covered in frost, which quickly formed a thick layer of ice. As the solid ice shattered, the long spear slowly slid off the demon ape's body. The giant ape stood upright, its eyes bloodshot, its massive form and muscles coiled like steel, resembling a towering iron tower. An invisible force radiated from it, rapidly spreading outwards. The temperature within a radius of several dozen feet plummeted, wisps of white smoke rising and enveloping the remaining 5. Ling Yifeng, hiding further away, sensed the temperature change and shivered, not from the cold, as with his current spiritual power. He could sleep naked in the icy wilderness for hours without being harmed by the cold. What truly alarmed him was the overwhelming spiritual power of the ice demon ape, which could control such a vast area. Being outside its domain, he could hardly imagine what it felt like to be within that icy realm. At this moment, the remaining 5 felt immense fear in each other's eyes. A domain. It was the power of a domain. They never expected that this magical beast had mastered the power of a domain. The temperature in the area continued to drop, the air filled with white ice crystals, as if they had entered a vast world of ice crystals. They wanted to flee, but were shocked to find they could only move slowly. The extreme cold caused their spiritual energy and blood flow to slow down. A chilling cold rose from their feet. And although the domain only spanned a short distance of a dozen feet, usually a distance they could cover in a few breaths, now they would never be able to cross that distance. It was as if they were immobilized, their raised feet suspended in midair, their frantically waving arms frozen in peculiar positions. They had become 5 unmoving ice sculptures, not just them, but any living being within this area was the same. As if time had been paused for them. They could never have imagined that the already dying demon ape could unleash such terrifying domain power. The team of 13 had no survivors. Ling Yifeng, hiding at a distance, watched this unfold in fear and trepidation. After a long while, the residual spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and the temperature returned to normal. Ling Yifeng tried to conceal his presence and cautiously approached. The 5 ice sculptures still held the expressions of shock and fear on their faces. He understood that their bodies had been frozen into powder by the cold, merely held together by the ice that had yet to melt. If struck hard or splashed with water, their bodies would rapidly disintegrate. Sure enough, not long after, under the warm sunlight, an ice sculpture wobbled and fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Ling Yifeng turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. He walked over to the demon ape, which now showed no signs of life. It was hard to believe that half an hour ago, this body belonged to a terrifying third-tier magical beast with immense spiritual power. Ling Yifeng circled to its back and saw a fist-sized hole in its skull, the blood already congealed and dark. He understood why it could unleash such terrifying domain power even when its spiritual energy was depleted. It had detonated its own magic core, releasing violent energy to create such an extreme cold domain, annihilating all who dared to offend it. It would rather die than allow its dignity to be trampled by humans. Ling Yifeng walked toward the back of the demon ape, wanting to see what it was that made the mercenaries risk death to obtain, and what made this magical beast defend it to the death. Not far ahead, he discovered a large tree entirely white, but strangely, it bore bright red fruit. The closer he got, the more astonished he became, feeling 2 completely opposing spiritual energies emanating from it: extreme cold and intense heat. Ice Spirit Tree. Ling Yifeng recalled records about this type of tree. It is entirely white, exuding an overwhelming chill, but bears red fruit that is even hotter than flames. Whether for fire attribute humans or magical beasts, they could find suitable spiritual energy from this tree. The ice demon ape must have grown so powerful because of this ice spirit tree. Ling Yifeng slowly approached the tree, a bone-chilling cold piercing through him. He looked up at the fruit, which was called the Crimson Heart Fruit, beneficial for fire attribute practitioners and beasts. It seemed that the mercenaries' goal was these dozen Crimson Heart Fruits, which could greatly increase the success rate for fire attribute practitioners breaking through barriers and also helped with forming wheels, making them extremely precious. Unexpectedly, I ended up getting a bargain. Ling Yifeng took out his sword and cut off more than a dozen red heart fruits along with their branches, packing them into his space ring. Suddenly, he glanced inadvertently at the base of the tree trunk and discovered a small object glimmering faintly. This thing was the same color as the ice spirit tree, and if one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice. If it hadn't reflected light into his eyes just now, Ling Yifeng wouldn't have noticed it at all. It was a completely snow-white object, about the size of Ling Yifeng's palm. Upon closer inspection, its shape resembled a teardrop, like a tear shed by this large tree. Ice Heart Tear. Ling Yifeng remembered the description of it from the Mercenary Guild's task announcement very clearly. It was a type of fungal plant that was born in extremely cold environments. Named Ice Heart Tear because its shape resembled a droplet of tear. The corners of Ling Yifeng's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he secretly sighed, almost missing out on such a good thing. Chapter 29. Seizing just as Ling Yifeng was about to reach out to pick it, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. His body swiftly dodged to the side, and with a whoosh, a black feathered wolf-tooth arrow shot violently into the ground where Ling Yifeng had just stood. The arrowhead embedding deep into the soil, the shaft vibrating violently from the tremendous force. There was nothing to hide behind nearby. So Ling Yifeng rolled on the ground and took cover behind the ice spirit tree. A series of footsteps approached, and Ling Yifeng stayed still, glancing around. However, the area around the ice spirit tree was wide open, with no other trees or grass. Well, is this the Ice Heart Tier? Those guys from Dragon City really have muscles stuffed into their brains, dragging the beast to death while getting themselves wiped out. A mocking laughter came from among them. Don't get too cocky. A slightly indifferent voice then echoed, laced with a hint of cold laughter. There's still a fish that slipped through the net here. Ling Yifeng's heart jolted. It seemed they mistook him for the mercenaries from earlier and were now going to compete with him for the Ice Heart Tier. Ling Yifeng expanded his spiritual sense and detected 6 fluctuations of spiritual energy on the opposite side, indicating 6 individuals, each possessing at least the strength of the spiritual stage. Ling Yifeng's heart sank. He had no confidence in dealing with 6 opponents at the spiritual stage simultaneously. Just a little mouse, nothing to worry about. Boss, let me go over and take care of him first. As soon as the words were spoken, a plump figure appeared beside Ling Yifeng, swinging a large knife directly toward Ling Yifeng's neck without a second thought, a cruel smile on his face. These people didn't even give him a chance to speak, and they had no qualms about killing. Ling Yifeng's expression gradually turned cold, and his heart sank further. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yifeng bent down, the large knife swept over his head and struck the trunk of the ice spirit tree, creating a loud clanging sound as the fat man's knife was deflected by the hard trunk, his hand going numb from the impact. In that moment of distraction, Ling Yifeng exerted force under his feet, his body shooting forward like a spring towards the fat man, mercilessly driving his knee hard into the fat man's belly. The intense impact made the fat man's eyes bulge, and he opened his mouth to spit out some bile. Taking advantage of the fat man's body leaning forward, Ling Yifeng quickly maneuvered behind him, grabbed his hair with one hand, and held a dagger against his neck. With one last kick to the back of the fat man's knee, he buckled and fell to the ground. Ling Yifeng's entire set of movements was seamless. From dodging the knife to the knee strike, to holding the neck and kicking him down, the fat man hadn't even reacted before he was kneeling on the ground. Drop the knife, Ling Yifeng whispered harshly in his ear. The fat man felt the cold voice behind him and the icy sensation on his neck, as if the knife had already cut into his skin. He hurriedly dropped the large knife and raised both hands to signal he had no weapons left. Ling Yifeng positioned the fat man facing his companions while keeping most of his body hidden behind him. He had kicked the fat man down simply because he wasn't tall enough. With the fat man on his knees, their necks were now level, and he had behind him to guard against the archer. Ling Yifeng slightly peeked out from behind the fat man, finally getting a clear look at the few people in front of him. Leading them was a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe, with a satin ribbon tied around his waist and a jade pendant hanging at his side. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. How could someone dress so flamboyantly in a place like this? The other 4 were dressed uniformly in black tight clothing, one of whom was a thin young man holding a longbow, clearly the one who had shot the arrow at him earlier. I have never met you before, and I don't know what offense I have committed to provoke you all into trying to take my life repeatedly. Ling Yifeng glared at the brocade-clad young man, asking coldly. It's a misunderstanding. The brocade-clad young man suddenly flashed a smile at Ling Yifeng, saying, we thought you were one of those from Dragon City, which is why we acted rashly. Ling Yifeng sneered inwardly. These people would stop at nothing to eliminate their opponents. They shot an arrow at him without even confirming his identity, and then this fat man recklessly swung at him. It was evident that life was as cheap as grass in their eyes. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have already perished at their hands. Yet they casually dismissed it as a misunderstanding. Seeing Ling Yifeng remain silent, the brocade-clad young man cupped his hands toward him and smiled. I am Yin Hao, the vice-captain of the Yin Wolf mercenary group. I see that you have good skills. Would you be willing to join our mercenary group? Vice-captain? Ling Yifeng's alertness heightened. The mercenary group he mentioned could be more than just these few people, and there might be others nearby. If they came rushing over, he would definitely find it hard to escape. The young man who called himself Yin Hao had a hint of pride in his eyes. Their team was ranked among the top 100 mercenary groups in the entire Tianluo Empire, an achievement that required both sufficient strength and the successful completion of numerous high-level tasks. With so many mercenary teams in the empire, being in the top 100 was enough to make him feel proud. Inviting Ling Yifeng to join was a sign of respect for him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since knelt down, crying and expressing their gratitude. Unfortunately, Ling Yifeng had no idea what the Yin Wolf mercenary group was, nor did he know anything about the so-called rankings. Even if he did, he would never consider joining them. From the very beginning, Ling Yifeng held no good feelings towards them. He despised associating with a group that viewed human life as nothing. Sorry, I am used to being leisurely alone. I'm afraid I wouldn't fit in with your group. Ling Yifeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Yin Hao was momentarily stunned. This was the first time someone had so directly rejected his invitation. Vice-captain, I said this guy doesn't know what's good for him. Why not let me chop him into mincemeat to save the trouble? A burly man stepped forward behind Yin Hao, towering over the others. Even taller than Yin Hao by 2 heads, nearly double Ling Yifeng's height. Ling Yifeng had to tilt his head back to see the face of this giant, who held a massive axe in each hand, the blades reflecting a faint cold light. Ling Yifeng frowned. The spiritual power levels of these individuals should not exceed the spirit will stage. In a one-on-one situation, he was quite confident in dealing with them. But if they swarmed him, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. If they summoned reinforcements, it would be even harder to cope. Sigh. Since this little brother is unwilling to join us, we can't force him. Yin Hao stretched out his hand to stop the giant, still smiling elegantly. Since you are not a subordinate of Longcheng, then you should leave here. We want to make things difficult for you. Ling Yifeng glanced slightly at the ice heart tier beside him, realizing that Yin Hao intended to monopolize the treasure, but for now, his own safety was the most important. Ling Yifeng nodded at Yin Hao and said, Thank you then. He then leaned down and whispered in the fat man's ear. You have to endure a little longer. Ling Yifeng had the fat man slowly stand up, his dagger never leaving the fat man's neck. He controlled the fat man to slowly retreat backward, keeping his body hidden behind him. The gazes of Yin Hao and his companions remained locked on him without shifting when they retreated to the forest behind. Just as Ling Yifeng was about to let him go, he suddenly realized that Hua Ling was no longer by his side. He was startled and began searching in all directions, only to hear a commotion coming from Yin Hao's side. Boss, it's bad. The ice heart tier was just snatched away by a wild fox. Suddenly, a red flash darted past, and Hua Ling had jumped into Ling Yifeng's arms, leaving Ling Yifeng both amused and exasperated, for it was indeed the ice heart tier that was clutched in its mouth. Ling Yifeng had witnessed Hua Ling's speed when facing the white-browed Wolf King, and Yin Hao and his companions couldn't believe that someone could steal the ice heart tier right under their noses. Little team leader, look, that beast is in that kid's hands. The ice heart tier is also in his hands. Ling Yifeng reacted quickly. Upon seeing Hua Ling in his arms, he swiftly struck the fat man's neck with his hand, knocking him unconscious. Then, he ran deeper into the dense forest while holding Hua Ling. Chapter 30. Pursuit. The trees on both sides quickly receded, and the sound of several dark arrows occasionally whizzed past his ears. Kid, stop right there. Yin Hao's loud shout came from behind. Ling Yifeng turned to look. The 5 of them were closely trailing behind, and he caught a glimpse of Yin Hao's face turning ashen. Kid, if you put down the item, we'll let you leave safely. Yin Hao continued shouting. In an instant, several arrows whizzed past his head, and he felt a chill near his neck. He had already given up hope on the ice heart tier, but who would have thought it would come back to him? Ling Yifeng was unwilling to let it go easily, using the cover of the surrounding trees. Ling Yifeng kept a distance of about 10 zhang from them. The only archer among them found it difficult to aim while moving at high speed, which allowed Ling Yifeng to avoid his arrows. Yin Hao was still persistently chasing and shouting from behind, but Ling Yifeng couldn't care less about him. What truly worried him was that he was unfamiliar with the environment around him. If he accidentally wandered into the territory of a high-level magical beast, they would all struggle to escape. However, this also provided a very advantageous way to shake off their pursuit. If they encountered a few first-grade magical beasts detaining them behind, he would have more chances to escape. His feet flew swiftly through the thicket without pause, while the figures behind continued to pursue relentlessly. Yin Hao had completely lost all patience, revealing his true nature as he began to curse loudly. "Kid, I'll say it again. If you obediently leave the item, I want to hold it against you. If you refuse to stop, I'll make sure you die without a whole corpse." Ling Yifeng didn't take his empty threats to heart at all. The speed of the few of them was not much different from his, but the cultivation technique he practiced was definitely much stronger than theirs. His spiritual power was also far more abundant than theirs, and he was confident he could exhaust them before his own power ran out. Seeing that Ling Yifeng showed no signs of slowing down, Yin Hao was so enraged that his eyes almost spat fire. His stamina was nearly depleted, likely due to his usual pampered lifestyle. He said to the other four, "Whoever retrieves the Ice Heart Tear for me will earn a great merit, and if you can capture that kid alive, I'll reward you with 1,000 gold coins." The other four were instantly delighted upon hearing this, their spiritual power surging through their legs as they accelerated to chase after Ling Yifeng. "Kid, today I'll make you learn what it means to be unable to live or die." Yin Hao glared at Ling Yifeng with a vicious smile. Soon, Yin Hao and the others gradually fell behind, trailing far behind. Ling Yifeng noticed that only 4 figures were left chasing him, and suddenly, he had a thought. The strength of these few wouldn't be too strong. If they all attacked at once, he wouldn't be certain he could handle them, but if it was one-on-one, he was at least 80% sure he could take them all down. Not long after, the largest giant also fell behind, his stamina exhausted. Only 3 remained. Ling Yifeng secretly rejoiced in his heart. He slightly turned his head, quickly scanning behind him with his peripheral vision, and began to plan in his heart. First, he must eliminate that archer. If he continued to shoot arrows from the dark, it would be very troublesome for him. If he took him out first, dealing with the remaining 2 should not be a problem. Just when he heard Yin Hao give the order to capture Ling Yifeng alive, the archer no longer dared to shoot arrows easily. In their eyes, Ling Yifeng was like 1,000 bouncing gold coins. If he accidentally shot him dead, it would be over. "Damn it, this kid can really run." The small mustached youth asked the archer beside him, "How many arrows do you have left?" The archer felt his quiver and said, "Not many, only 7 left." "That's enough." The small mustached youth said, "Your shooting range can reach 50 zhang. You shoot at him from here, just aim for his foot. Even if you miss, it can slow him down. Big head, and I will catch him back. And we'll share the reward." They had been chasing Ling Yifeng for a long time, and initially, they were confident they could bring him back for the reward. However, the longer they ran, the more they found Ling Yifeng's stamina astonishing. They were nearly exhausted, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. To earn the reward, they had to work together. The archer and the other youth nodded, and the small mustached youth stopped, climbing up a tree. He took out an arrow from his quiver and knocked it on his bowstring. He was confident in his archery skills, easily hitting targets within 150 steps. At this moment, Ling Yifeng was less than 60 steps away from him, a distance he could easily hit. He aimed at the back of Ling Yifeng's neck, then slightly adjusted the arrow half an inch to the left, releasing it with a flick of his fingers. Ling Yifeng felt a sharp gust of wind brush past his neck. With a thud, the arrow embedded itself in the tree in front of him. He instinctively touched his neck, relieved that he hadn't been grazed by the arrow. But in that brief moment, the small mustached youth and big head were already swiftly closing in on him. A faint azure light appeared on the small mustached youth's feet, and his body seemed to become lighter. With a tap of his toes on the fallen leaves, he effortlessly soared forward, the leaves beneath his feet remaining utterly still. "Yuan Ming, you little brat, you even used the Winling leaf dance." Big Head stared in surprise at his companion who had suddenly outpaced him. Ling Yifeng barely had time to turn his head for a quick glance before continuing to rush forward without hesitation. In that fleeting moment, he saw that the small mustached enemy had suddenly increased his speed, now less than 10 zhang away from him. Most importantly, the pursuers behind him had reduced from 3 to 2. In just an instant, Ling Yifeng understood their intentions as he felt an uncomfortable chill, as if a thorn was digging into his back. The archer was aiming at him from some location, which also meant that only these 2 were left pursuing him. Now, as long as he could get out of the archer's shooting range, he could deal with the 2 relentless pursuers. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had just been troubled about how to deal with the archer first, yet he had stopped chasing him. Whoosh! Another arrow whizzed past Ling Yifeng's head. He slightly adjusted his direction but did not stop his steps at all. After a moment, with no more arrows coming, the feeling of being pricked in the back gradually faded. Although the two people behind him were getting closer, a deeper smile appeared on Ling Yifeng's face. After running forward for about a quarter of an hour, Ling Yifeng was sure he had completely shaken off the archer. He finally felt relieved and gradually slowed down. This kid is finally about to collapse. The two behind felt a surge of joy. They thought they would tire out first, but unexpectedly, Ling Yifeng was the first to run out of stamina. The two of them were pleased. You really can run. Just wait, I'll break your legs. The short guy, Yuan Ming, shouted loudly, though he was still panting heavily. Chapter 31. Leaving slowly adjusting his breath, Ling Tianjue operated rapidly. The magic of this technique lies in its ability to quickly cultivate spiritual power and also rapidly recover spiritual energy when it is depleted, much faster than ordinary methods. Kid, let us see where you can run. Yuan Ming landed 3 steps away from Ling Yifeng, slightly bending at the waist, trying hard to regulate his breathing. After a moment, the other person finally caught up. Yuan Ming, why aren't you making your move? The big-headed guy bent over, panting heavily. You two are really persistent. Ling Yifeng felt like laughing. He turned around to look at the two, his tone calm, completely unlike someone who had just been running intensely. In this brief moment, his spiritual power had recovered quite a bit. Ling Yifeng slightly bent his knees, stomped his foot hard on the ground, and shot towards Yuan Ming. His fist already charged with power, swirling with fiery spiritual energy. Seeing Ling Yifeng's sudden attack, Yuan Ming's eyes narrowed. He had planned to wait until he had regained half of his spiritual power before striking, but he had only recovered about 30 to 40%. Facing a 2-on-1 situation, not only was the opponent on guard, but he had also taken the initiative to strike first, which was truly against common sense. If the opponent was not completely confident, then he was an inexperienced rookie. Yuan Ming drew a soft sword from his waist. The flexible sword body coiled around him like a spirit snake, protecting his vital points. In the moment Ling Yifeng charged towards Yuan Ming to throw a punch, he suddenly veered to the side, sending his powerful fist straight for the other person's head. Ling Yifeng had already calculated to attack the person behind first. Firstly, his spiritual power was not as abundant as the one in front, and secondly, he had not had time to recover, so he aimed to catch him off guard. Big head, be careful. Yuan Ming's sword swung but missed. Watching helplessly as Ling Yifeng charged towards his companion, the big-headed guy hadn't had time to adjust his breath. He looked up and saw a fist filled with spiritual energy flying towards his forehead. He shouted in surprise and hurriedly raised both hands to block. Bang! A punch crashed into the overlapping palms of the big-headed guy, the thick energy bursting forth suddenly. The big-headed guy had not yet stabilized his footing and was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree. The big-headed guy spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Yifeng's energy had directly injured his internal organs. Spirit Will Realm late stage. The big-headed guy widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to remind his companion. Although the big-headed guy was only at the mid-stage of the Spirit Will Realm, his perception was extremely strong. After taking Ling Yifeng's blow, he immediately sensed the opponent's strength. Yuan Ming frowned, not expecting this young man, who looked quite young, to possess such power. It was truly unbelievable. Yuan Ming flicked his wrist, and his soft sword turned into a silver snake, hissing as it lunged at Ling Yifeng. Just as Ling Yifeng turned his head, he saw the flowing sword shadows enveloping him, the agile spirit snake darting left and right, up and down, sealing off all his escape routes. With a slight shake of his arm, a long sword appeared in his hand, although it seemed a bit abrupt for a sword to appear out of nowhere. Ling Yifeng could not care less. He turned his body, a flash of sword light protecting his vital points. When Yuan Ming was only 3 steps away from Ling Yifeng, his wrist suddenly shook, and the soft spirit snake straightened like a spear, aiming for Ling Yifeng's throat. Although Yin Hao had instructed them to capture Ling Yifeng alive. Upon seeing Ling Yifeng's attack, Yuan Ming abandoned the idea of capturing him. He had already lost contact with several companions, and his only ally, the big-headed guy, had just been severely injured by Ling Yifeng in a surprise attack. Being at the same late stage of the Spirit Will Realm, he had no confidence in capturing Ling Yifeng alive. Now, he could only exert all his strength to kill Ling Yifeng here and seize the ice heart tear from him. A smile gradually appeared on Yuan Ming's face. This sword strike was like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, aiming straight for the enemy's throat. The enemy would have a hard time discerning his sword path in his dreamlike sword dance, making it even more difficult to evade. But unexpectedly, Ling Yifeng's reaction was even faster. With a clang, Yuan Ming's sword tip met Ling Yifeng's sword body. Yuan Ming's expression did not change, but his smile deepened. The firm sword, as sturdy as a dragon, suddenly softened, directly bypassing Ling Yifeng's sword and slashing towards his neck. Soft and hard at will, freely controlled. Yuan Ming's mastery of the soft sword was unexpectedly proficient. Ling Yifeng's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his long sword, he retreated backward. Yuan Ming did not give him a chance to catch his breath, lightly tapping his toes against the ground, his body drawing close to Ling Yifeng. Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds rang out, like a string of beads that fell to the ground and bounced back up. In an instant, Yuan Ming's sword struck out like lightning, but each thrust was accurately blocked by Ling Yifeng's sword. "Kid, not bad. You can actually withstand so many of my strikes." Yuan Ming retracted his sword and jumped back a few steps, carefully sizing up the young man in front of him, and said with a sinister smile, "But I advise you to surrender quietly. Offending the Rockwolf mercenary group will not end well for you." Ling Yifeng secretly called it dangerous. He usually did not practice swordsmanship much, while the opponent was a master with the sword. He had only managed to block a few of his strikes due to his sharp reflexes. If he had not stopped, he might have really been injured. However, he did not know that in a duel of masters, victory or defeat could happen in an instant. Yuan Ming had not succeeded with so many moves and felt embarrassed to continue attacking. "Hiki, you'd better keep such immature threats to yourself. I am not a 3-year-old child." Ling Yifeng sneered. "I have not yet met you, yet you have tried to take my life time and again. Although I have no intention of offending you, I am not someone to be easily bullied." Ling Yifeng stopped talking nonsense. The archer behind him was likely getting close, and if he was caught off guard by a sneak attack, the situation would be very unfavorable for him. Therefore, he needed to resolve the person in front of him quickly. His spiritual power gradually surged, and Ling Yifeng stomped hard on the ground, leaping into the air, his long sword crashing down towards Yuan Ming's head. Yuan Ming blocked with his sword, and the soft sword coiled around Ling Yifeng's sword body like a spirit snake. Slicing towards his wrist, Ling Yifeng loosened his grip on the sword hilt, letting it fall to the ground. Yuan Ming flicked his sword, and Ling Yifeng's sword was sent flying, embedding itself several meters away into the mud. Yuan Ming's face showed great joy. His opponent's weapon had slipped from his grasp. What could he use to fight back? But as he looked at the now closed Ling Yifeng, a sudden chill surged in his heart. He realized that the youthful face of the boy did not show the panic one would expect from losing a weapon. Instead, he saw a playful smile on his face. Crimson Flame Fist. With a low shout in his heart, Ling Yifeng's fist force suddenly erupted. He was almost pressed against Yuan Ming's body, and Yuan Ming managed to deflect Ling Yifeng's sword with his palm, but there was no time to return it downward. Ling Yifeng's fist had already struck fiercely at his lower abdomen. Bang! Feeling that the other party also had the strength of the late stage of the spirit will realm, Ling Yifeng held nothing back in this punch, and the overwhelming spiritual power instantly poured out onto the opponent. "You pup." Yuan Ming covered his lower abdomen with one hand, pointing his sword at Ling Yifeng with the other, but he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The opponent truly had the strength of the late stage of the spirit will realm. After taking Ling Yifeng's full force blow, he still hadn't fallen. However, Ling Yifeng could see that he was already seriously injured. Taking out the snow-white and crystal-clear ice heart tears from his bosom, which exuded a bone-chilling coldness, Ling Yifeng slowly shook his head and said, "Is this thing worth your lives, and even mine?" Ling Yifeng walked past Yuan Ming, bent down to pick up the sword on the ground, identified the direction, and then walked forward without looking back. The two heavily injured individuals were in great danger in this forest full of magical beasts, but this was something they brought upon themselves. After all, if you want to obtain something, you have to be prepared to pay an equal or even greater price. Chapter 32. The cave. The ice heart tears emanated a cold aura, and Ling Yifeng placed it into a container he had long prepared in his ring. This container could also isolate the external temperature. It was said that ice heart tears were extremely afraid of high temperatures, and even a slight increase in heat could cause them to wither quickly. Therefore, Ling Yifeng had prepared this container early on, and it unexpectedly came in handy. "I know this is all your credit." Ling Yifeng smiled as he patted the head of the fiery spirit on his shoulder. If it weren't for it, he would have missed out on this opportunity. However, Ling Yifeng felt a bit conflicted. The deadline for the Ice Heart Tears mission was half a year. If he exceeded the time limit to submit the task, it would not be considered completed, and he would not receive a reward. Now, there were less than 3 months left until the submission deadline, and he didn't want to leave here so soon. "Let's walk and see." Maybe someone has already found other ice heart tears and has gone to submit their task. Are you hungry? Let's go find something to eat. Seeing the fiery spirit burrow into his arms and squinting its eyes, ready to sleep, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. This guy had been resting on his shoulder and hardly moved. Why did it seem more tired than him? Ling Yifeng quickly darted through the thicket while extending his spiritual sense to pay attention to the unseen areas in the grass and under the bushes, guarding against the attacks of magical beasts while searching for prey to capture. Suddenly, there seemed to be movement in the grass to his right front. Ling Yifeng slowed his pace and looked over, only to see a few wild rabbits playing and frolicking. Dinner was secured for tonight, and Ling Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to sneak over quietly, the fiery spirit in his arms suddenly opened its eyes wide. Ling Yifeng only saw a red shadow flash before him, and the 4 rabbits fell to the ground before they had time to react. Wow, this guy is really fast. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but admire. The current strength of the fiery spirit's spiritual power was comparable to that of a human at the 8th level of spiritual power. But its speed indeed left Ling Yifeng far behind. The 4 wild rabbits each had a bite mark on their necks, and they all fell to the ground almost simultaneously, meaning that the fiery spirit had killed all 4 rabbits in an extremely short moment. While Ling Yifeng was dazed, the fiery spirit, struggling with the 4 rabbits by their ears, slowly dragged them toward Ling Yifeng. It looked up at him with big eyes, its fluffy tail wagging at him nonstop, as if showing off its achievements. Ling Yifeng picked up the 4 wild rabbits and stored them all in the ring. He smiled at the fiery spirit and said, "Let's find a place to roast some rabbits." The fiery spirit happily shook its head, leaped into Ling Yifeng's arms, closed its eyes, and fell asleep again. Looking up at the sky, it was already dusk, and the sun was about to set. Ling Yifeng quickened his pace and headed forward. He needed to find a safe shelter before dark. There were many magical beasts in this area now, and if he didn't find a suitable hiding place before dark, there would be a high chance of being attacked by magical beasts. Ahead appeared a mountain wall, and Ling Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Such mountain walls were the easiest places to find suitable caves, which were the preferred safe shelters in this forest. Approaching the mountain wall, Ling Yifeng looked up and scanned it. The entire mountain wall was bare, and on the rocks above, there were large patches of black spots, as if they had been burned. The area around the mountain wall, however, was filled with lush trees, suggesting that the fire had only burned this mountain wall. But why hadn't the fire spread to the surroundings? Ling Yifeng couldn't figure it out. This mountain wall should have also been lush before, but after a great fire, it had become barren. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng thought of a possibility. He recalled the scene where the fiery spirit spewed fireballs after devouring the magic core, burning the cave ceiling black. Could it have been caused in a similar way? Looking at this mountain wall, which was more than 100 feet wide and long, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but shiver slightly. How powerful must the spiritual power be to create such a large area of high temperature that burned the mountain wall to the point nothing could grow? Finally, he discovered a dark cave halfway up the mountain, but Ling Yifeng hesitated slightly. He didn't know if it was wise to choose to spend the night here. But when he turned to look at the distance, the setting sun had already coated the peaks with a layer of golden light, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. It seemed he had no choice but to stay here tonight. The mountain wall was not steep, and Ling Yifeng climbed up with ease. The cave entrance was small and deep, and just like outside, there was no sign of life inside. It seemed that the great fire had burned everything clean, as evident from the black marks on the inner walls of the cave. He lit a torch and threw it into the cave entrance, illuminating the entire cave, except for the long, slightly narrow passage at the entrance, which could barely accommodate Ling Yifeng alone. The inside turned out to be quite spacious, and the torch couldn't fully illuminate the entire cave. At first glance, there were significant signs of artificial excavation. The small entrance was to prevent large magical beasts from easily entering, while the spacious interior was comfortable for living. Indeed, when Ling Yifeng walked into the cave, he saw a stone table placed in the middle of the cave, with only 2 stone stools opposite each other beside it. And surprisingly, there was even a stone bed by the mountain wall. All of this indicated that someone had once lived here for a long time. But that owner had likely been gone for a long time. Ling Yifeng discovered that on the inner walls of the cave, several small, crystal-like stones were hanging. These should be self-luminous moonlight stones. Ling Yifeng took one down and gently rubbed it in his hand. It was already dim and had no light, indicating it had likely been extinguished for a long time. These moonlight stones were not cheap in the market. Generally, only very wealthy nobles could afford them, and their lifespan was typically long, lasting for 10 years or even decades without a problem. After inspecting the cave, Ling Yifeng sat on the stone stool. The table was marked with intersecting lines, a total of 19 in each direction. Ling Yifeng recognized it as a chessboard for black and white pieces, indicating that the previous owner was a chess enthusiast. However, the marks on the board had faded significantly over time, and there were no pieces in sight. After placing the fiery spirit down, Ling Yifeng went outside to gather firewood for roasting meat. Outside, the sky had darkened, while the cave was brightly lit. After eating and drinking to her satisfaction, the fiery spirit found a corner and fell into a deep sleep. Ling Yifeng glanced at her, feeling amused. This little guy seemed to have become very sleepy lately, hardly moving throughout the day, yet sleeping longer and longer. What's more frustrating was that while she slept, her spiritual power was still growing. Ling Yifeng was exhausted from his daily training, enviously watching as it only needed to sleep and devour magic cores to enhance its spiritual power. After a day of rushing about, fatigue washed over Ling Yifeng, and he quickly fell asleep, leaning on the stone table. Chapter 33, The Storm Sword Celestial Technique. The night wind was slightly cool, and the gusts blowing in from the cave entrance echoed through the spacious cavern. Suddenly, a shadow sat up on the dark stone bed. Ling Yifeng rubbed his eyes and looked over. In the darkness, he couldn't see the person's face, only a vague silhouette. The figure got off the stone bed and stood up straight, appearing to be a tall and strong man. He floated toward Ling Yifeng, moving without any visible action, yet approaching him nonetheless. Ling Yifeng wanted to move but was shocked to find that his body was completely out of control. Not even a finger could he move. Panic began to rise within him as he struggled, but his entire body felt as if it were under a spell. The shadow suddenly flew toward him, and in the light of the fire, Ling Yifeng vaguely saw the shadow's face, which seemed somewhat familiar. A flash of realization struck him. The shadow's face looked somewhat like his own. Just as the shadow rapidly enlarged in his vision and was about to come close, he abruptly opened his eyes. Huff! Ling Yifeng gasped for breath, looking around. The cave was peaceful and serene, the bonfire on the ground quietly burning, and the fireling in the corner curled up contentedly. Outside the cave was still pitch black. So it was just a dream. Ling Yifeng chuckled to himself, realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat. That dream had been too vivid, but even if a figure had really appeared, he shouldn't have been so frightened. The key was that in the dream, he seemed to be immobilized, unable to move. No one would feel comfortable being a fish on the chopping block. A ghost? Ling Yifeng chuckled lightly. In his understanding of the world, souls were quite common. Everyone had their own soul, and when a soul became strong enough, it could even exist apart from its body. So he wasn't particularly afraid of so-called ghosts. Besides, within him resided the remnant soul of a true powerhouse, the legendary feathered ruler. Ling Yifeng stood up and slowly walked toward the stone bed. This stone bed was about 3 feet off the ground, 8 feet long, and 6 feet wide. Due to a long period of disuse, the surface was covered in moss. It seemed the original owner here must have been a tall person to create such a large bed, even with 2 or 3 Ling Yifengs on it. It wouldn't feel crowded. Ling Yifeng extended a hand toward the stone bed, and as his spiritual power surged, a strong gust of energy accompanied by a wave of heat erupted from his palm, blowing away or scorching the moss on the bed. Once the moss was cleared away, a smooth surface as reflective as a mirror was revealed. Ling Yifeng was slightly taken aback. This entire slab of rock had been split in half, forming this stone bed, with the fracture polished to a mirror finish. What kind of terrifying power could achieve this? Ling Yifeng began to admire and be curious about the cave's owner. That person must have been an extremely powerful individual, as everything in the cave bore witness to their strength. The cave walls were etched with deep grooves. Ling Yifeng initially thought they were naturally formed, but it seemed they were marks left by the owner practicing sword techniques. Ling Yifeng lay down on the stone bed. Although the surface was sufficiently flat, it still made his bones ache. He turned onto his side, facing inward, and suddenly noticed a peculiar spot on the stone wall. It was a small indentation, unlike the uneven wall, shaped like a palm. Ling Yifeng hesitated and placed his hand over it. The indentation was slightly larger than his palm. Suddenly, he found another corresponding imprint nearby, exactly the size of another handprint. Ling Yifeng placed his other hand on it as well. Thus, his hands were positioned in the 2 palm indentations, aligning his face directly with the center of the stone wall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint crack on the wall, extending straight up and down, with the positions of his hands perfectly symmetrical to this crack. What could this be? Ling Yifeng murmured. Could this stone wall be opened? He pressed his hands firmly against the wall's indentations and exerted force to the sides, but the wall remained unmoved. Ling Yifeng suddenly took out a dagger and lightly tapped the wall's surface, then struck to the side, but unfortunately, there was no result. The wall, even if not directly connected to the mountain, was at least several feet thick, weighing at least 10,000 pounds. With Ling Yifeng's current strength, he couldn't possibly push it open. Could it be some kind of mechanism? Ling Yifeng recalled the 10,000-pound boulder activated by mechanisms in the secret chamber of Ling City. He carefully examined the entire wall, but aside from the 2 handprints, he found no other suspicious areas. If there was indeed a mechanism, then these 2 handprints were undoubtedly crucial clues. Sitting cross-legged back on the stone bed, he extended his hands gently into the 2 indentations on the wall, took a deep breath, and slowly gathered his spiritual power into his palms. He didn't push forward or pull to the sides. He simply channeled his internal spiritual power into the wall, closing his eyes and listening intently for any movement. The wall absorbed Ling Yifeng's spiritual power like a sponge. But unfortunately, there was no response. Ling Yifeng remained patient, steadily increasing his spiritual power. Suddenly, he heard a faint crack from within the wall. He raised his eyebrows slightly but kept his eyes closed, continuing to channel his power. More cracking sounds reached Ling Yifeng's ears, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seemed his guess was indeed correct. He had activated an ancient mechanism through these 2 imprints. A series of wooden mechanism clicks, accompanied by the sound of clashing iron chains, echoed throughout the cave, prompting Ling Yifeng to withdraw his hands and leap back. A loud rumble erupted in the cave, and the entire cavern seemed to shake. The stone wall before Ling Yifeng suddenly split in the middle and gradually opened to the sides. A beam of firelight shone in from the opening, illuminating a figure ahead. Ling Yifeng's heart tightened. There was actually someone inside. After being here for so long without any signs of life, suddenly discovering a figure in front of him truly startled him. I inadvertently trespassed into your sacred ground, disturbing your seclusion. I hope for your forgiveness. I shall take my leave now. Ling Yifeng bowed respectfully to the figure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It seemed this person was the owner of the cave. Ling Yifeng could glimpse a bit of their power through the marks on the cave walls. And they were definitely not someone he could confront. A strong person who could hide here would generally be very displeased with anyone disturbing their seclusion. If the other party had a bad temper, it wouldn't be uncommon for them to kill an intruder on a whim. Ling Yifeng almost wanted to turn and flee immediately. But the figure seemed to be in a deep sleep, showing no reaction to Ling Yifeng's words. Senior, I take my leave. Ling Yifeng bowed once more, showing his caution. Just as he turned to escape, a flash of crimson lightning suddenly shot into the stone wall, making Ling Yifeng feel as if his heart had been squeezed. Hualing, come back, Ling Yifeng called out in a low voice. However, Hualing did not respond, darting around inside. Ling Yifeng felt anxious but noticed that the figure seemed completely unfazed by the little creature. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng's heart jolted, and the hairs on his back stood up. He discovered that Hualing had actually jumped onto that person's head. This guy was too daring. Ling Yifeng felt an infinite bitterness in his heart. Just as he was about to prepare to apologize to this figure, Hualing swept its tail across the long hair that was covering his face. To Ling Yifeng's astonishment, beneath the long hair was actually a skull without flesh. Ling Yifeng was at a loss for what expression to make and stood there in a daze for a moment. After a while, he let out a long sigh and slowly walked towards the stone wall. The layout inside the stone wall seemed to be a secret chamber. With a slight glance, Ling Yifeng quickly understood the scene inside. This figure was sitting cross-legged on a pedestal in the center, and his robe had already decayed. Perhaps he had been a powerful figure in his lifetime, but now he had long since turned into a skeleton. Beside him was a sharp sword. It was thanks to this sword's support that the skeleton had not fallen over. Scattered around the stone chamber were some coins and jade bottles. The coins bore inscriptions and characters that Ling Yifeng did not recognize, which were very different from the gold coins he currently possessed. He did not know if these were from another place or currency from long ago. The jade bottles perhaps once contained medicinal liquids or elixirs, but now they had long since evaporated and decayed, leaving only empty bottles with a little bit of black residue. Ling Yifeng looked at the skeleton. It was sitting with its head down on the stone platform, and it seemed there were some carvings in front of it. Ling Yifeng brought the torch closer to take a look. The writing was vigorous and powerful, deeply engraved into the stone platform, just like the sword marks in the cave. I have wielded my sword across the world all my life. Today, I perish here. If a fated person can find this place, I will gift this raging sword celestial formula to him. Is this the legendary opportunity? Ling Yifeng had heard countless tales since he was young about an ordinary person accidentally entering a cave and obtaining a treasure left behind by an unparalleled strongman. ultimately becoming a powerful figure themselves. However, countless people sought to imitate the protagonists of these stories, wandering into mysterious caves in search of treasures left by predecessors. But the vast majority returned empty-handed, and many even became the souls trapped in the bellies of beasts. But unexpectedly, today he stumbled upon it himself. It seemed that such stories were not all rumors. Ling Yifeng gently pulled aside a layer of tattered clothing on the skeleton, and a book fell out. Manuals recording cultivation methods and spiritual techniques were mostly made from extremely durable and decay-resistant materials, able to remain intact even after being stored for hundreds of years. Ling Yifeng gently picked up the book, which bore 5 large characters in a flowing script: Raging Sword Celestial Formula. Chapter 34, Cultivating Sword Chi, opening the first page. It read, Raging Sword Celestial Formula, Advanced Profound Level. It was actually an advanced profound level spiritual technique. Ling Yifeng's heart jolted, and his gaze became fervent. The most proficient technique he practiced was merely a mid-level mortal stage technique, the Crimson Flame Fist, which already yielded great satisfaction for him. This advanced profound level technique had never even been seen in his Ling family. To practice the sword, one must first cultivate the Qi. The first form of the Raging Sword Celestial Formula, Celestial Sword Qi, consists of 81 paths, capable of flying flowers and piercing leaves, formless and shadowless. After flipping through a few pages, Ling Yifeng basically understood the techniques described in the Raging Sword Celestial Formula. In addition to the first form, the Celestial Sword Qi, there was also the second form, Heart Raging Sword Intent, and the ultimate killing move, Raging/Annihilation. The first form uses the sword to command Qi, while the second form uses intent to command the sword. The power of the first 2 forms relies entirely on the strength of the practitioner's spiritual energy and intent. The killing move, Raging/Annihilation, requires a powerful combination of spiritual energy and intent to unleash the strongest slash, with power comparable to a holy level spiritual technique. Hiss. Closing the manual, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had truly struck gold this time. A spiritual technique comparable to a holy level one. He had never even heard of such a thing. Reaching out, he pulled the sword embedded in the stone platform free. A faint luminescence flickered, and when Ling Yifeng lightly flicked the sword's body, it produced a dragon's roar. The inscription on the sword read Silent Shadow, which must be the name of this exquisite weapon. It was a good sword. After so many years, the blade seemed as sharp as it was when freshly forged. Compared to his own sword, it was not even in the same league. However, Ling Yifeng was not greedy. This sword was likely the most treasured possession of this predecessor in life, having already obtained such a high-level spiritual technique. It would be inappropriate to claim this sword for himself, especially since the inscription on the stone platform did not mention gifting the sword to the fated person. To a swordsman, their sword is more precious than life itself. They would rather die than abandon their sword. Ling Yifeng bowed again to the skeleton, this time genuinely grateful. He dug a 5-foot-deep grave in the stone chamber and placed the skeleton inside, along with the sword. It had been here for so long, perhaps waiting for a fated person to arrive. Now that he had acquired this set of spiritual techniques, it was only right to let it rest in peace. Exiting the stone chamber, Ling Yifeng picked up a stone and struck a small mechanism on the stone platform. He had just discovered that this mechanism controlled the closure of the stone wall from within. Sure enough, the sound of sliding iron chains echoed again, and the stone wall slowly began to close. While Ling, not knowing what black thing it was holding, had curled up in a corner and fallen asleep. Ling Yifeng glanced at it and decided not to bother. He no longer felt the slightest bit of sleepiness and instead sat by the fire to study the spiritual technique manual. He had previously practiced some basic sword techniques, including strikes, thrusts, parries, and washes, many times. Although he did not have deep attainments in swordsmanship, he was still reasonably competent. Placing the manual flat on his knees, Ling Yifeng took out his long sword, gripping the hilt tightly, and gently ran his hand over the sword's body. A chilling sensation flowed from his fingertips. The blade was very sharp. Ling Yifeng did not reach out to touch it, but instead casually waved it a few times to create some sword flowers. Following the manual's instructions, Ling Yifeng slowly infused a strand of spiritual energy into the sword, then calmed his mind and focused on sensing the shape of this spiritual energy. He found that once his spiritual energy entered the sword, it floated aimlessly like a wisp of green smoke, lacking any form. He then expanded his spiritual intent, making slight adjustments to the spiritual energy according to the shape of the sword, just like a child playing with clay, molding it into the same shape as the actual object. However, This process was far more difficult than molding clay. Not only did he have to maintain the spiritual energy without letting it dissipate, but he also had to control his intent to shape it, requiring absolute precision in controlling the spiritual energy. Before long, large beads of sweat began to form on Ling Yifeng's forehead. He let out a long breath and took a couple of deep breaths, wiping the sweat from his brow. After another failed attempt, his spiritual energy did not hold out until the end, quickly dissipating without any support. This was truly not easy. It was said that one could instantly condense 81 sword chi. Ling Yifeng lay back on the ground, a trace of bitterness appearing at the corners of his mouth. After resting for a moment, he sat up straight again and continued practicing. In fact, cultivating sword chi not only trained his control over spiritual energy but also honed his control over his intent. It could be said to be a threefold benefit. Regardless of success or failure, it was greatly beneficial to his cultivation. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the long cave entrance, Ling Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a hint of joy flashing in his gaze. He sensed that a strand of spiritual energy similar to that of his longsword had formed, which could be said to be the embryonic form of sword chi. He carefully detached the condensed sword chi from the sword body, letting it hover beside him. The spiritual energy had a faint reddish hue, and its shape was almost identical to that of his sword. The true sword energy described in the secret manual is shadowless and formless. He is still far from achieving the real heavenly gang sword chi. Even so, maintaining this form of spiritual technique and keeping it in a solid state has indeed cost Ling Yifeng a considerable amount of effort. Ling Yifeng could no longer hold on, and the faint red spiritual power sword scattered into a flurry of fireflies, slowly disappearing. Frustrated, he patted his head. After practicing for an entire night, he had only managed to condense such a hollow and empty form. This high-level Xian-class spiritual technique is indeed not so easy to practice. However, what he did not know was that if the junior disciples of that senior's sect found out, they would probably be heartbroken. If they could shape that spiritual power sword within 3 months, they would be considered exceptionally talented and would be taken into the cabinet for focused training by the masters and elders, helping them truly master the heavenly gang sword chi in just 3 years. If Ling Yifeng could achieve this level in just one night, even the senior would be shocked by this terrifying talent if he were to come back to life. Fortunately, Ling Yifeng was unaware of all this. He only knew that, according to the manual, controlling the sword energy could injure enemies from a great distance, allowing him to keep a safe distance from magical beasts while killing them. And it could also compensate for his inability to fly against some flying magical beasts. It can be said that in this perilous magical beast forest, this is a very practical skill. Chapter 35. Slumber. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Although Ling Yifeng had not yet succeeded in condensing the heavenly gang sword chi, he had become increasingly skilled at controlling his spiritual power. And his spiritual power was growing exceptionally fast. Sitting cross-legged, Ling Yifeng held the sword hilt with his left hand and extended 2 fingers of his right hand to form a sword gesture. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power flowed, and a phantom spiritual power sword slowly took shape. Opening his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashed in his gaze. He gently waved his fingers, and the spiritual power sword flew freely, following his movements. Whoosh! With a thought, Ling Yifeng sent the small sword flying towards a large tree ahead. It accurately struck the trunk, and the spiritual power sword shattered upon impact. Ling Yifeng focused his gaze and noticed a deep scratch had appeared on the trunk. Expressionless, Ling Yifeng examined the various scars from blades and swords crisscrossing the trunk. These were all traces of his practice with sword energy. Each mark was longer and deeper than the last, and the recent scratch had already been deeply etched into the trunk, at least 2 feet deep. Shaking his head lightly, Ling Yifeng suddenly leaped up, gripping the long sword tightly, and charged towards the large tree. With a flash of sword light, the tree, which could only be embraced by 2 people, was cleaved in half diagonally. After a violent shake, the tree fell with a crash. Compared to the power of his sword strike, the sword energy he practiced seemed trivial. But he did not feel discouraged because he had not yet truly condensed the heavenly gang sword chi. According to the manual, the heavenly gang sword chi could cut gold and jade and slice through iron like mud. If it could be easily mastered, it wouldn't even qualify as a high-level Xian-class spiritual technique. Taking out the ice heart tear from his spatial ring, the crystalline tear still emitted a faint chill. There was just over a month left, right? Ling Yifeng calculated briefly in his mind. If he returned now, he should be able to meet the final deadline. The temptation of 10,000 gold coins was quite appealing to him. After some thought, Ling Yifeng decided to return first to submit the task. With that 10,000 gold, he could buy enough magic cores to feed Hualing. Hualing, we've been here for so long. How about we leave now? Ling Yifeng said with a smile, patting the head of Hualing, who was running towards him with a wild boar almost as big as itself in its mouth. Hualing did not respond but excitedly nudged the wild boar towards Ling Yifeng with its nose, indicating that it wanted him to hurry up and roast the meat. As it was hungry, helpless, Ling Yifeng shook his head and set up a fire to roast meat for Hualing recently. Hualing not only slept a lot but also had a huge appetite. It needed to sleep for a long time every day, and after waking up, it would sneak out to hunt, always bringing back small game for Ling Yifeng to roast. After eating its fill, Hualing did not go to sleep as usual but tugged at Ling Yifeng's pants, staring at the ring in his hand with its big watery eyes. Do you want another magic core? With a thought, Ling Yifeng found the best quality red fire attribute magic core from the ring. Hualing's eyes widened even more as it looked at the magic core in Ling Yifeng's hand. With a chuckle, Ling Yifeng brought the magic core to Hualing's mouth. Hualing bit down, gave Ling Yifeng a deep look, and then ran off to the side. What kind of expression is that? Ling Yifeng scratched his head, puzzled by the look Hualing had just given him. Hualing hugged the magic core and licked it continuously, looking like a pug gnawing on a meaty bone, which made Ling Yifeng smile faintly. Before long, the spiritual power in the magic core was completely absorbed by Hualing. Its body began to emit a dark red light, which gradually intensified and finally radiated a dazzling red light, accompanied by waves of heat. Ling Yifeng was not surprised. He had seen this situation before. But this time the fluctuations of spiritual power were more intense than before. Ling Yifeng involuntarily stepped back a few paces, but seeing that Hualing's expression remained normal, he felt relieved. However, his plan to leave this place was likely to fall through. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The boy, with his eyes tightly shut, was fully attuned to the fluctuations of spiritual power. Ling Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, immersing his mind in his dantian. At the center of his dantian, a small sword of spiritual power was slowly taking shape. Ling Yifeng used his spiritual consciousness as a hammer to continuously refine this small sword of spiritual power. He had repeatedly gone through the meridian path of the heavenly gang sword chi over 100 times. And this small sword of spiritual power transformed into a warm current of spiritual power that flowed along the fixed meridians through his arm to his fingertips. Opening his eyes, Ling Yifeng extended his right hand and formed a sword gesture with his fingers. Nothing appeared before him, but a long-lost smile appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that there was an invisible sword energy hovering in front of him. This is true sword energy, completely different from the previously condensed spiritual power sword. Although this sword energy was shadowless and formless, Ling Yifeng could distinctly feel an invisible sharpness, sharper than a sword blade. Calming his emotions, Ling Yifeng concentrated, and this formless sword energy shot towards the large tree ahead with his intent. Poof! With a soft sound, like a sharp sword piercing through a thin sheet of paper, a 2-finger-wide hole was left in the middle of the large tree that could be embraced by 2 people. Ling Yifeng raised his brow and slowly walked up to the tree trunk, opening his eyes to focus on the black hole. Through this hole, he could clearly see the dense forest behind the tree. This was his first time condensing true sword energy. Perhaps it could not yet be considered a qualified heavenly gang sword chi, but he had finally managed to condense it. Moreover, the sharpness of this sword energy exceeded Ling Yifeng's imagination. When the sword energy pierced through such a thick trunk, Ling Yifeng felt no sense of obstruction whatsoever. Indeed, it is worthy of being a high-level Xian-class spiritual technique. Ling Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps Ling Yifeng did not realize what it meant to successfully condense sword energy in just about a month. He might think that his progress was rather slow, after all. Condensing a single sword energy was so difficult. How much time would it take to cultivate the legendary 81 sword energies? But what he did not know was that within that senior sect, for thousands of years, there had been countless exceptionally talented disciples. The most gifted disciple took a full 3 months to condense their first sword energy. Even if one condenses their first sword chi within a year, they will be cultivated as a seed player by the sect, and their final achievements can at least reach the spirit sect realm. Looking at the still sleeping Hualing, Ling Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. This time, its slumber was the longest in history, lasting over half a month. And it seemed unaware of how much longer it would sleep, if he hadn't repeatedly checked and found no abnormalities. Ling Yifeng would have almost thought it had been blown up by the spiritual power in the magic core. Shaking his head helplessly, It seemed that with Hua Ling's current state, it wouldn't be able to leave here immediately. Hua Ling continuously emitted high temperatures, making it impossible for Ling Yifeng to take it with him or leave it behind. He could only stay here with it, waiting for its awakening. Chapter 36. The green-clothed girl in the early morning. A ray of sunlight shone into the cave. Ling Yifeng was already standing at the cave entrance, bending down to sprinkle some medicinal powder on the ground before stepping out of the cave. This powder contained a scent that made beasts uncomfortable, serving to prevent them from entering while he was away. Hua Ling was still asleep, and he had no idea when it would wake up. His Ice Heart Tear's mission was likely in vain, and even if he rushed back now, he probably wouldn't make it in time. The distant horizon had already revealed dawn, and the morning forest was quiet and peaceful. Ling Yifeng scooped up some water by the river to wash his face, then headed deeper into the woods. Although he had already condensed sword chi, he still needed practical training, so he left the cave early. Ling Yifeng remained vigilant about his surroundings. Although he was still far from the true Dark Abyss forest, there were already many Tier 3 magical beasts in this area. However, such magical beasts were still beyond his current capabilities. He only needed to find Tier 1 magical beasts. If a Tier 2 beast appeared, he would have no choice but to turn tail and run. As he walked, he suddenly looked up to see an inconspicuous small black dot in the sky. Ling Yifeng knew it was a flying magical beast that had been following him for a long distance, and he didn't know if he was its target. Ling Yifeng suddenly stopped, crouched down, and not long after, the small black dot passed directly overhead. He quietly watched it fly away. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply as the small black dot circled around and flew back, its figure growing larger and its outline becoming clearer. Ling Yifeng could finally see clearly. It was a green-eyed eagle. A mature green-eyed eagle usually had the strength of a mid-level spirit wheel realm. But even a late-stage human in the spirit wheel realm would not easily provoke such flying magical beasts. Humans were at a natural disadvantage, and if they couldn't quickly deal with it, the noise it made in the air could easily attract nearby magical beasts, leading to a headache. The target of this green-eyed eagle was clearly Ling Yifeng, as it circled above his head, its massive wings stirring up dust and gravel, causing Ling Yifeng to squint slightly. The cycle of heaven is fair. Who can escape the judgment of the heavens? Ling Yifeng bitterly smiled at the absurdity of becoming the prey of this magical beast. The green-eyed eagle seemed in no rush to attack him, simply circling low and occasionally letting out a sharp cry. It was still high above the ground, briefly scanning its surroundings. The tallest tree was still a considerable distance away from it, and Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. Even if he climbed to the top of that tree and jumped, it would be hard to reach this large bird. He wondered if its continuous cries were summoning companions. If more magical beasts were attracted, he would be in even greater trouble. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ling Yifeng's mind. He focused his spirit, lightly pinched his right-hand sword formula, and an invisible sword chi slowly condensed in front of him, giving off a sharpness that even he could feel as a slight pressure. Slightly tilting his head, he locked his gaze tightly on the green-eyed eagle and subtly turned his finger, as if an invisible thread was controlling the sword chi. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out as the sword chi shot towards the green-eyed eagle. Although this sword chi was invisible, magical beasts were particularly sensitive to danger, and it quickly flapped its wings and dove towards a nearby tree. The sword chi missed its target, and a drop of sweat formed on Ling Yifeng's forehead. Controlling the sword chi required a significant amount of mental energy, and he had not yet reached the level of mastery where he could control it freely. With a slight flick of his finger, the sword chi turned in midair and continued to shoot towards the green-eyed eagle perched atop the treetop. The speed of the sword chi was guided by his thoughts, and it was incredibly fast. The green-eyed eagle clearly did not expect danger to descend from the sky. With a soft thud, a blood flower blossomed from its chest. The large bird flapped its wings and fell from the treetop, still unaware of what had inexplicably hurt it. Ling Yifeng's reaction was even quicker. He pushed off the ground hard and dashed towards the falling green-eyed eagle, a shimmering long sword appearing in his hand with a slight shake of his arm. With a flash of sword light, the head and body of the green-eyed eagle were severed. When it hit the ground, its wings were still flapping. Quickly storing the corpse of the green-eyed eagle in his spatial ring, he noticed several more small black dots appearing in the distant sky, seemingly heading this way. Without hesitation, he continued sprinting forward, reflecting on his shortcomings in using sword chi. It seemed he needed to practice diligently. After moving forward for a long while, he finally shook off the few small black dots in midair. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng spotted several large mushrooms growing under the shade of a tree, and a smile appeared on his face. He had been eating wild rabbits and wild boars for nearly every meal, and he was tired of it. If he could make soup with mushrooms and wild vegetables, it would be wonderful. He approached the large tree and bent down to pick the mushrooms. Suddenly, his body froze, and he rolled to the side. Looking back, he saw 2 deep gashes on the tree trunk, which corresponded exactly to where Ling Yifeng's head and chest had been. That was close. Ling Yifeng, feeling a lingering fear, looked up to see a majestic eagle silently circling above his head. At the moment it flapped its wings, 2 more green wind blades fell towards him. Damn it, is today going to be a showdown with birds? Ling Yifeng muttered under his breath. But his body moved without hesitation to dodge to the side, and 2 more deep marks appeared where he had just landed. Tier 2? Ling Yifeng's expression changed slightly. This eagle's spiritual power seemed to exceed that of a Tier 1 magical beast. He could feel the immense energy contained in those 2 wind blades, far beyond what an ordinary Tier 1 magical beast could possess. Moreover, its ability to release spiritual power so skillfully was incomparable to the foolish green-eyed eagle from before. This was troublesome. Ling Yifeng felt a hint of bitterness rise in his heart. Flying magical beasts, while slightly weaker in strength than ordinary magical beasts of the same tier, had the advantage of flight, making them even harder to deal with. Moreover, this was a Tier 2 magical beast. Ling Yifeng could only take cover behind trees to evade its attacks. His sword chi was unlikely to kill it in one blow. If he angered it, it would relentlessly pursue him, and in this dangerous environment, he would inevitably meet his end. Just as Ling Yifeng prepared to escape, a long whistle sounded not far away. Ling Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. The presence of the whistle indicated there were humans nearby, no matter who it was. As long as they entered this forest, magical beasts would be a common enemy of humanity. As long as there were people, they should help him resist this dangerous magical beast. With a swift motion, Ling Yifeng rushed towards the direction of the whistle. However, he didn't notice that although the eagle was still circling above him, it had no intention of attacking. Moreover, it seemed that its target was not him at all. As he got closer to the source of the whistle, the eagle disappeared from sight. Ling Yifeng passed through the thicket ahead and finally saw the person blowing the whistle. It was a girl dressed in a green long dress, appearing to be only 13 or 14 years old, with a waterfall of smooth long hair cascading down her back. Her delicate face was exquisite, with perfect features, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. Her charming little nose made one unable to resist the urge to lean in and kiss her. The girl's slightly developed figure could not be hidden by her long dress. Her entire being radiated youth and vitality. Standing there gracefully, her pure and watery face, along with a noble aura, evoked no sense of offense. Ling Yifeng didn't expect to encounter such a stunning girl in this dangerous monster forest, and she seemed to have a kind of magic that left him mesmerized. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry snapped Ling Yifeng back to reality. He saw the eagle diving down rapidly, targeting the girl in green. "Be careful," Ling Yifeng shouted, extending his hand instinctively, unable to bear the thought of the girl falling victim to the monster's claws. The girl seemed unaware of the danger and merely turned her head to look at Ling Yifeng. Her eyes were a light rosy color, clear as a lake, without any impurities. When she looked at Ling Yifeng, her expression showed slight surprise, and her cherry lips curled into a subtle smile. "Be careful," Ling Yifeng shouted again, charging towards the girl. He raised his hand, signaling her to be wary of the airborne monster, while his other hand wielded the long sword, aiming to stab the eagle fiercely. The girl looked at Ling Yifeng and suddenly broke into a radiant smile, finding him amusing for some reason. Ling Yifeng furrowed his brow. Was this girl a bit foolish? Despite his warnings, she still smiled at him? He couldn't think too much. The eagle was already less than a yard away from her head. He couldn't imagine the scene of her beautiful head being crushed by its sharp claws. With a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed his sword's immense spiritual power, rushing towards the girl's head. The girl was slightly startled by Ling Yifeng's actions and instinctively took a small step back. A sharp clashing sound rang out, accompanied by sparks, as Ling Yifeng's iron sword was actually scratched by the eagle's claws. Fortunately, his strike blocked the eagle's attack, causing it to flap its wings and ascend into the air again. But its fierce eyes were fixed on Ling Yifeng, with a malevolent gaze that seemed like it wanted to tear him apart. "Run! I'll hold it off," Ling Yifeng shouted to the girl, feeling a surge of spiritual power within him, having decided to fight with all he had. The eagle let out a long cry that echoed far and wide, then dove towards Ling Yifeng with a shriek. "Xiaohong, don't be rude." A clear and melodious voice gently rang out behind Ling Yifeng. He felt as if the sound was beautiful, like celestial music, and before he could react, the eagle suddenly restrained its breath and slowly descended to the side. Ling Yifeng stared in disbelief as the girl in green raised an arm, her sleeve sliding down to reveal a snowy white wrist. And the fearsome second-tier monster gracefully landed on her arm. The girl walked towards Ling Yifeng with a smile, the eagle on her arm still glaring fiercely at him. Sorry. Did Xiaohong cause you any trouble? The girl spoke with a hint of apology, gently teasing the eagle. As if it were not a terrifying monster, but just a gentle and cute parrot. Ling Yifeng gaped in astonishment, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his youthful and handsome face. He finally understood that this monster was just her pet, and he had worried for nothing. However, to be able to keep a second-tier monster as a pet. Who exactly was this girl? With a bitter smile and a scratch of his head, recalling his seemingly foolish actions, Ling Yifeng felt a bit ashamed. I must have embarrassed myself. Kiki, it's admirable that you are so chivalrous, thinking of others even when you're in danger. The girl looked at Ling Yifeng with sincere eyes. She whispered something in the eagle's ear, and the eagle shot a fierce glare at Ling Yifeng before flapping its wings and flying up to a nearby tree. Ling Yifeng felt a wave of shame wash over him and didn't dare to meet her gaze. Just then, a rustling sound came from the thicket behind him. And Ling Yifeng immediately became alert, his gaze sharpening. Don't be nervous, they're here for me. The girl smiled mischievously at Ling Yifeng. Then, several people who looked like guards emerged from behind the trees and bowed respectfully to the girl. They wore clothing that Ling Yifeng had never seen before, and oddly enough, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of spiritual power from them. Ling Yifeng was taken aback. If they didn't possess a strong concealment technique, it could only mean their strength was far beyond his level. But even his father, at the peak of the spirit realm, couldn't completely hide his aura from him. Could it be that these guards were all at least Soul Realm experts? This thought made a cold sweat break out on Ling Yifeng's back. Soul Realm experts as guards? Then he quickly self-deprecatingly laughed at his fanciful thinking. The Soul Realm was an incredibly terrifying level of power, one that was supreme in the city of Luoyu. How could they possibly serve others? A middle-aged man, the leader among them, quickly approached the girl, speaking with a tone of slight reproach. Yusin, why are you running around again? Didn't I tell you this place is very dangerous? Come back with me, and don't wander off again. The girl's name was Yusin? Ling Yifeng repeated this name in his mind. The girl in green playfully stuck out her tongue at Ling Yifeng. Turning to the middle-aged man and acting coyly, Uncle Bihai, with you all here, how could I be in danger? Every time. I haven't even encountered danger when you all are already by my side protecting me. I haven't had any chance to experience anything. As Yusin spoke, she appeared a bit aggrieved. The middle-aged man let out a helpless bitter laugh. My little lady, you insisted on coming with me this time. Do you know how worried I was? If you lost even a hair, we'd all be in trouble when we get back. Have some pity on us who are your subordinates. The other guards clearly held a lower status than this middle-aged man. They all kept their heads down, not daring to look directly at the girl in green. After hearing the middle-aged man's seemingly joking words, they lowered their heads even more. Yusin smiled and said to them, All right, I understand. It's my fault. I'll behave from now on. Hearing the girl as promised, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yusin didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. She turned and walked towards Ling Yifeng. Throughout this time, no one acknowledged him. The middle-aged man hadn't even glanced at him, treating him as if he were heir. Yet the girl walked towards Ling Yifeng, and he merely frowned slightly but did not stop her. Yusin looked at Ling Yifeng and cheerfully asked, You're a pharmacist, aren't you? Ling Yifeng was taken aback. Scratching his head, What? The girl covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She pointed at the mushroom in Ling Yifeng's hand that he hadn't yet put down. What do you plan to do with that herb? Ling Yifeng was momentarily stunned, recalling the mushroom he was holding tightly, and thought to himself, Isn't this just an ordinary mushroom? Why is it being called an herb? The girl snatched the mushroom from his hand, and inadvertently, Ling Yifeng's hand brushed against the girl's smooth skin, causing his heart to flutter. She extended her nail and gently made a cut on the mushroom, revealing a line of blood. This was no ordinary mushroom. It was a blood spirit mushroom, although it looked very similar to a regular mushroom. If you cooked and ate it directly, it would be far less useful than giving it to me, as it was exactly the last ingredient I needed for refining my elixir. Ah, you're actually an elixir master? Ling Yifeng looked at the girl before him in disbelief, not expecting that she was already a respected elixir master on the continent at such a young age. That's right, and I'm a second-tier elixir master. The girl winked at him. Ling Yifeng swallowed, realizing how vast the world was and that such a young girl could already be a second-tier elixir master was truly incredible. He opened his hand and handed all the blood spirit mushrooms to the girl. Thank you. The girl smiled and unceremoniously collected them all. My name is Ling Yifeng. From Yifeng. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a middle-aged man who frowned slightly. She continued to make a face at Ling Yifeng and asked, What is your name? Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng hesitated slightly. He hadn't wanted to tell a stranger his name, but facing Lin Yusen's playful and cute demeanor, he finally couldn't help but reveal his real name. Ling Yifeng? Lin Yusen murmured a few times before continuing. Are you here all alone? This place is very dangerous. With your late-stage spirit wheel realm strength, you shouldn't be here. Look, you would have a hard time escaping even from the little black one. The girl pretended to be mature as she lectured Ling Yifeng, using the same words the middle-aged man had just scolded her with. She learned quickly. The little black one referred to the second-tier pet hawk, and even more surprising to Ling Yifeng was that Lin Yusen had directly pointed out his strength. While he couldn't see her true strength at all, a second-tier elixir master should at least have reached the spirit origin realm. Ling Yifeng was slightly surprised. A girl of similar age had already reached the spirit origin realm. Such talent was definitely not inferior to his own. Ling Yifeng didn't want to explain further. So he cupped his fists and said, I appreciate Miss Lin's kindness. I'll take my leave now. Wait. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke up and came over to Ling Yifeng. He gently brushed his fingers over the ring on his hand, and a crimson crystal appeared, which he casually tossed to Ling Yifeng. Kid, we want to take advantage of you. This fire attribute third-tier magic core is worth much more than those blood spirit mushrooms. It might be useful to you. Ling Yifeng was taken aback. The ring on his hand should also be a spatial item. He discreetly glanced at the other several attendants who were standing with their hands down. They all had similar items on their fingers. What kind of big family could afford such extravagance? Suddenly, the middle-aged man stared closely at Ling Yifeng's face, his brows gradually furrowing. Ling Yifeng felt a chill from being scrutinized by him. He wanted to turn his head away, but was suddenly astonished to find that he seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. Uncle Bai Hai, what are you doing? The girl's slightly displeased voice rang in Lin Bihai's ears, and Ling Yifeng felt his body loosen and involuntarily took a small step back. At this moment, a great fear surged in his heart. This middle-aged man's strength far exceeded his understanding. He hadn't even made a move, yet just a glance could render him completely immobile. Such terrifying power meant that if he wanted to harm him, it would be as simple as a thought. He no longer cared to know who they were. He just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Hiki. Lin Bihai chuckled and said, It's nothing. It's just that I thought Ling Yifeng looked a lot like an acquaintance of mine, so I couldn't help but take a closer look. Kid, you should listen to the young lady and hurry back. This isn't a place for you. Lin Bihai waved his hand and turned to leave. Ling Yifeng, we'll meet again if fate allows. Lin Yusen smiled and bid him farewell, while the hawk perched on the treetop soared up, letting out a long cry in one direction before flying away. Lin Yusen followed closely behind Lin Bihai, and the other attendants tightly guarded her as they left. Once their figures disappeared into the woods, Ling Yifeng finally relaxed, realizing that his shirt was drenched in cold sweat. The strength of that middle-aged man was truly terrifying. Ling Yifeng felt like an ant in front of him, with no chance to resist. He said I looked like his acquaintance? His acquaintances must have similar strength to him. How could such a powerhouse have anything to do with me? Ling Yifeng chuckled to himself. He must have recognized the wrong person. He stored the crimson third-tier magic core in his ring and quickly left in the opposite direction of them. Chapter 37. The Blood of Fury Lin Yusen. After walking for quite a distance, Ling Yifeng kept repeating this name, a slight smile appearing on his lips as the girl's stunning beauty was deeply etched in his mind. However, he soon revealed a bitter smile. She was likely the daughter of a transcendent power, as could be seen from her attendance, and she was also a remarkably talented genius, being a second-tier elixir master. He, Ling Yifeng, was merely a disciple from an ordinary family in a remote small town. His background was like dirt compared to hers. The terrifying strength of that middle-aged man was the strongest he had ever seen, and he still felt a lingering fear. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh, not really knowing what he was thinking or why he sighed inexplicably. Indeed, for a 13 or 14-year-old boy who was just beginning to experience feelings, he didn't understand love or how to write the word worry, but in his heart, that vague feeling brought him both joy and sorrow. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of distractions and continued on his way. He still didn't know how long it would take for Ling to wake up. Although Ling Yifeng had sprinkled a lot of beast-repelling powder at the cave entrance, he still felt uneasy. As he saw the sky darkening, he turned back. When he returned to the cave, the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Suddenly, a sense of unease surged from the depths of Ling Yifeng's heart. He noticed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the cave, a sensation he was very unfamiliar with, completely different from Hualing's spiritual energy fluctuation, quickening his pace. Ling Yifeng rushed towards the cave entrance. The closer he got to the cave, the stronger the fluctuation of spiritual energy became. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared inside the cave, and a huge fireball erupted from the entrance, sending scorching heat and a wave of intense warmth spreading outwards. Ling Yifeng was startled and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve to avoid being burned by the heat wave. Following that, two figures rushed out of the cave one after the other. The first was a massive dark shadow, and closely behind was a petite red figure. The massive dark shadow was clearly slower than the red figure, and before it could land, the red figure had already darted ahead. Hualing. Ling Yifeng's eyes brightened as he recognized that the fiery red figure was Hualing, who had been sleeping for more than half a month. Didn't he expect that she would wake up after he had been gone for less than a day? After such a long sleep, she should have broken through to the level of a first-tier magical beast, right? But what was that thing behind her? The two completely disproportionate beings confronted each other face to face, and by the faint starlight, Ling Yifeng finally saw what the other massive figure was. It was a giant tiger about 10 feet long, its body covered with black and yellow stripes, and its tail as thick as an iron rod was taut and seemed extremely tense. What caught Ling Yifeng's attention the most was its two saw-like fangs, each about 3 feet long. A first-tier magical beast, the saber-toothed tiger? Ling Yifeng was taken aback. He recognized this fierce beast, which was said to typically reach second-tier strength in adulthood, equivalent to a human's spirit origin realm. Strangely, it appeared to be facing Hualing as if it were facing a formidable enemy, its front claws slightly bent, rear claws tense, its body trying to stay close to the ground while emitting a low growl. In contrast, Hualing seemed relaxed and at ease, sitting there with a slight lift of its eyes to glance at the giant beast, then leisurely licking the soft fur on its front paws, seemingly indifferent to the enormous creature before it. What was going on? Ling Yifeng felt somewhat confused. If he had not genuinely sensed the brutal spiritual power radiating from the saber-toothed tiger, he would have almost thought it was just an ordinary wild animal. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng noticed that the face and upper part of the front limbs of the saber-toothed tiger were pitch black, as if its fur had been scorched by high temperatures. Remembering the massive fireball that had erupted from the cave, Ling Yifeng was startled. Had this little creature's spiritual power already become so strong? After tidying up the fur on its legs, Hualing's figure flickered, and in the darkness, only a flash of red light could be seen, with its fiery shadow becoming even harder to distinguish under the night. The saber-toothed tiger was large, but its agility was nowhere near that of the petite Hualing. It was bewilderedly shaking its head in search of Hualing's figure, but Hualing's speed was simply too fast. Even Ling Yifeng could only catch a few blurred shadows, let alone keep up with its movements. In just a few short breaths, the saber-toothed tiger emitted a series of pitiful cries. Ling Yifeng was shocked. He couldn't even see how Hualing attacked, but upon looking closely at the giant wolf, he noticed red marks appearing on its rough, iron-like skin. These were wounds where its flesh had split open, oozing blood. The wounds were neither wide nor deep, but each was at least 3 to 5 feet long. Ling Yifeng took a deep breath. The beast's rough skin, which was difficult for blades to penetrate, seemed as fragile as paper under Hualing's small paws. His face twitched slightly as he recalled holding Hualing in his arms, playing with its chubby little paws, and a chill rose in his heart. If this creature accidentally swiped across his abdomen, wouldn't his insides spill out all over? Beneath its seemingly cute and petite exterior lay such a terrifying killing machine. Fortunately, it bore no malice towards him. A drop of cold sweat quietly fell from Ling Yifeng's temple, and he pretended to casually wipe it away. This was a one-sided slaughter. The saber-toothed tiger could hardly move in the face of Hualing's high-speed actions. It seemed as if Hualing had woven an invisible net around it, and as soon as it made the slightest move, Hualing would immediately strike out in that direction, forcing it back to its original spot. Ling Yifeng looked over, and the colorful giant tiger stood there as if bound, its wounds increasing. However, for its massive body, these small injuries were not life-threatening. The saber-toothed tiger breathed heavily in resignation, its anger growing. As the king of this area, it had been forced into such a predicament by such a small creature. Hualing seemed to have had enough fun. It leisurely stood in front of the saber-toothed tiger's head. Less than 5 feet away, close enough for the giant tiger to bite it if it opened its mouth, but it was completely unconcerned, not even glancing at it. Instead, turning its head towards Ling Yifeng as if to show off. Unable to endure such disdain, the saber-toothed tiger raised one of its gigantic claws and fiercely struck out at Hualing. Ling Yifeng was startled and reached out a hand, exclaiming, "Be careful." Boom. The sound of a massive impact echoed, sending dirt flying as the saber-toothed tiger's sharp claw slammed into the ground. While the fiery red figure proudly stood just an inch in front of the claw, Ling Yifeng knew it was no coincidence. Hualing's speed had reached an unbelievable level, and the saber-toothed tiger's movements were as slow as a turtle in its eyes, unable to even touch its fur. Ling Yifeng finally felt relieved. With such terrifying speed, Hualing was in an invincible position. Its current self-defense capability far exceeded Ling Yifeng's. As the overlord of this area, the saber-toothed tiger was being toyed with by this little creature that was barely the size of its paw. The anger burning within it had reached its peak. Roar. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a massive surge of spiritual power that spread in all directions. The tiger's spiritual energy was rapidly rising, as if the spiritual energy of the surrounding world was converging towards it. Ling Yifeng felt a slight shock in his heart, reminiscent of that time with the white-browed wolf king, using all its spiritual power to unleash its strongest breath. But unlike that time, the saber-toothed tiger was covered in a layer of bright red, as if blood was surging from its pores, dyeing its entire body red. Its aura continued to climb higher and higher. Ling Yifeng watched as the giant tiger emitted an eerie red hue, a color that resembled blood but was not quite blood, evoking thoughts of a terrifying hell. Suddenly, a jolt ran through Ling Yifeng's heart as he seemed to remember what this was. Frenzied blood. The thought flashed through Ling Yifeng's mind. He had read in books that there were countless magical beasts in the world, and among them, some possessed a primordial bloodline of ancient demons within them, a power of incredible ferocity that could instantly multiply a magical beast's strength several times over. Those fortunate enough to possess such frenzied blood were all rulers of their respective beast clans. There had been records of 5 holy emperors encountering a 6th-tier spiritual beast, initially expecting a one-sided slaughter, but to their surprise, the beast was stirred by its inner frenzied blood, and the 5 equally ranked human holy emperors could not withstand it. With 3 falling on the spot, leaving only 2, one injured and one heavily wounded, who managed to escape. From then on, a saying spread across the continent: encounter a magical beast with frenzied blood. Unless you were 2 tiers higher, flee without hesitation. This was enough to prove how terrifying a magical beast with frenzied blood truly was. The performance of the giant tiger before him seemed to be that of one stirred by its slumbering frenzied blood. Its fur turned dark red, as if bathed in blood, and its body rapidly expanded until it was more than twice its previous size. At this moment, the colorful giant tiger stood over 10 feet tall, its body reaching an astonishing 20 feet in length, its face twisted in a snarl as if it had emerged from a sea of blood. Even from a distance, Ling Yifeng could feel a frenzied and rampant pressure. The world around them was engulfed in a whirlwind, and the spiritual energy particles in the air began to boil. With a skyward roar that shook the mountains and forests, the giant tiger bared its snow-white fangs and chilling claws, lunging fiercely at Hualing. Chapter 38. Counterattack. Ling Yifeng felt his mind go blank. He had never seen such a terrifying monster before, but he knew that once the frenzied blood within a magical beast was ignited, it would lead to a life-or-death battle. In contrast, Hualing seemed to show no signs of fear at all. Ling Yifeng recalled its trembling and cowering appearance when he first met it, which was completely different from its current proud demeanor. He didn't know what it had gone through in just a few months. It seemed to have grown into a monarch overlooking the world, unshakable by anything. With a slight tremor of his hand, a long sword appeared in Ling Yifeng's palm. He held his breath, ready to assist Hualing in confronting this terrifying demon. Swish, swish, swish. A series of azure gusts shot towards Hualing like a torrential rain. Even from such a distance, Ling Yifeng could feel the terrifying spiritual power within the gusts. The fiery red figure dodged left and right, easily evading the wind blades. While Ling Yifeng was both frightened and amazed, he secretly praised Hualing, as long as it did not confront the giant tiger head-on. With its speed, the giant tiger should not be able to harm it. As the violent blood surged into its veins, the colorful giant tiger experienced a qualitative leap in strength, speed, and defense. Although its size had doubled, its power and speed had also increased significantly. At this moment, it stomped its limbs fiercely on the ground, and its figure gradually became illusory, as if multiple afterimages appeared in midair. The frenzied spiritual power continued to rise, and its speed was already subtly catching up to Ling. Not good, Ling Yifeng thought to himself. At this point, the spiritual power level of the saber-toothed tiger had far exceeded the second rank, and it was just as formidable as the ice magic ape he had seen last time. Even if Ling had truly advanced to a first-rank magical beast, it would not be its match. It seemed that the giant tiger had not anticipated that such a massive body could possess such agility. Ling could no longer toy with it as before, relying solely on speed. Its figure flickered, and it could only run while dodging, darting forward. Ling Yifeng did not dare to fall behind. He spread his limbs and chased after them. Their speed was simply too fast, and before long, Ling Yifeng was left far behind. He could only follow them from a distance by sensing their spiritual power. He gradually became anxious. The direction Ling was fleeing towards was deep into the dark abyss forest. The further they went, the more high-ranked magical beasts there would be. If they encountered high-ranked spiritual beasts, both of them would probably find it hard to escape. Ling, taking advantage of its small size, darted left and right in the forest, avoiding massive trees. The colorful giant tiger closely followed behind, continuously unleashing sharp gusts of wind towards Ling without mercy. Although its body was massive, it was exceptionally agile, effortlessly dodging obstacles. However, due to its size, it had to crash through dense trees, which slowed its speed, making it even harder to catch up to Ling. Next to Ling, tiny sparks suddenly appeared, which, upon meeting the wind, grew into small flames. These tiny fireballs were inconspicuous in the deep darkness of the night, but they contained pure spiritual power that made the colorful giant tiger wary. Without looking back, these small fireballs flew toward the giant tiger as if they had eyes. The massive form of the giant tiger was unable to evade them all, and several fireballs struck it, instantly igniting into brilliant flames, resembling beautiful fireworks. Guided by the flames, Ling Yifeng realized he was getting farther away from them. Howl! An angry roar echoed through the mountains. These high-temperature spiritual power fireballs did not make the colorful giant tiger halt its advance. Its body, tempered by the frenzied blood, could not withstand Ling's fierce assault. The skin began to crack inch by inch, and blood flowed from the wounds. Yet, the smell of blood only stimulated its beastly nature further. Its eyes turned blood red, and various spiritual skills were unleashed towards Ling without reservation. Boom! A blue spiritual power orb exploded next to Ling, sending wind blades sweeping out in all directions. Ling's body was grazed by several wind blades, leaving behind shocking wounds. Ling did not care about these injuries and continued to dash forward, as if something awaited it ahead. Disturbed by their commotion, the entire forest seemed to boil over, with countless roars of beasts and low-ranked magical beasts resonating in the sky above the forest. Ling Yifeng felt a headache coming on. He could no longer catch up to them. Moreover, he had lost track of how deep he had gone. Danger could lurk everywhere around him. After more than an hour of pursuit, the giant tiger's frenzy showed no signs of diminishing. It seemed that once its frenzied blood was activated, it would not easily relent until it had tasted the enemy's blood. Ling, however, remained calm. It stopped launching fireballs at the giant tiger and instead shot them in all directions, enveloping the forest in flames and startling countless birds and beasts. Finally, a deafening roar that shook the entire deep forest echoed not far away, like rolling thunder, carrying an intense pressure that silenced the previously noisy forest, as if all sounds had been choked. Upon hearing this roar, the giant tiger's body trembled slightly, and the madness in its eyes faded somewhat. Not good. Encountering trouble. Ling Yifeng also heard that roar carrying immense pressure, and even from such a distance, he felt a chill in his heart. What level of magical beast was this? The mere pressure of its roar was enough to frighten the entire forest. Finally, the supreme ruler of this region had been stirred. Ling showed no fear of its roar. Instead, it seemed to find a savior. The fear from deep within its soul finally overshadowed the frenzied blood. The blood-red color in the giant tiger's eyes faded, and its form gradually returned to normal, though it still bled from its numerous gruesome wounds, unable to heal. Turning around, it saw that the giant tiger had returned to its previous state. Ling no longer fled, its face twisted in rage as it pounced on the giant tiger, its sharp claws glowing with a chilling light. With a slash, Ling tore a massive wound across the giant tiger's face, even injuring its eye. Strangely, the giant tiger did not dare to howl, seemingly afraid that even the slightest sound would provoke the supreme ruler. Swish, swish, several more claws struck, adding more wounds to the giant tiger's body. It rolled on the ground in pain, emitting low whimpers, yet still dared not make a sound. Having vented the fury from being chased so embarrassingly, Ling took a deep breath, gathering intense spiritual power in its mouth, and a magnificent fireball began to take shape. Seeing Ling's movement, the saber-toothed tiger, disregarding its pain, struggled to rise and attempt to escape. The anger and frenzy in its eyes were gone, replaced only by sheer terror. With a powerful throw, Ling launched the fist-sized fireball, which expanded into a wall of flames, carrying terrifying spiritual pressure towards the giant tiger. Howl! The giant tiger, facing death, finally emitted its last painful howl, but it was soon drowned out in the scorching sea of flames. As the smoke cleared, only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. Ling approached and rummaged through the ashes, picking up a fist-sized crystal, revealing a satisfied expression. After taking a few steps, it turned to glance back at the direction from which the earth-shaking roar had come. Now, that place was tranquil, with no sound lingering. Shaking its head, Ling ran towards the edge of the dark abyss forest. On a distant mountaintop, a massive figure lounged lazily on a giant rock. It withdrew its gaze from Ling's direction, and its pair of eyes seemed to be ablaze with fire as they slowly turned twice. Suddenly, it leaped into the air, diving down from the towering peak thousands of meters high. Chapter 39, parting since the roar from the depths of the dark abyss, the surroundings had fallen silent. However, after that sound subsided, there was no further echo. Gradually, the tranquil forest became lively again. Ling Yifeng did not dare to venture deeper. The commotion from Ling and the giant tiger had already alarmed a large number of magical beasts, and now was peak activity time for them. Ling Yifeng dared not wander carelessly here any longer. However, Ling had already ventured too deep into the forest, and he could not ascertain Ling's situation now. Nor did he know if it had indeed shaken off the pursuit of the saber-toothed tiger. Deep down, Ling Yifeng did not believe that Ling could defeat a saber-toothed tiger that possessed the blood of fury. The dawn had already broken, and the forest gradually returned to tranquility. Ling Yifeng jumped down from the large tree. He hadn't closed his eyes all night and still did not see Ling return. Ling Yifeng began to feel anxious, hesitating inside, unsure whether to wait here or continue deeper into the forest to search for Ling. Second-tier and even third-tier magical beasts had already appeared frequently here. If he encountered a few second-tier or even third-tier magical beasts, Ling Yifeng did not think he could escape their claws. What should he do? After a struggle in his thoughts, Ling Yifeng decided to search and see. Following the path they had taken last night, he found traces they left behind and signs of fire. When he sensed the presence of magical beasts ahead, Ling Yifeng tried his best to choose to avoid them. After more than half a day, Ling Yifeng finally arrived at the battlefield where Ling and the saber-toothed tiger had their final duel. Unfortunately, he did not encounter Ling along the way. Several bare tree trunks stood there, covered with soot from the flames, their branches and leaves long burned away. One could only imagine the devastation they had endured. A large area on the ground was scorched by flames, the grass burnt to ashes, and even the moist soil beneath had cracked. Hiss! Ling Yifeng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He had sensed last night that the saber-toothed tiger's spiritual power attribute was wind. Thus, if nothing unexpected happened, this trace was indeed caused by Ling. He never expected that such a small body could hide such immense spiritual power. Furthermore, Ling Yifeng also noticed a pile of ashes nearby, and he found several large, unburned bones among the ashes, causing a wave of shock to rise in his heart. Did this really come from that little guy? This was a second-tier magical beast with the blood of fury, and once it activated its frenzy, its power approached that of a third-tier fierce beast. How could that little guy have done this? But where did it go after that? He had been carefully paying attention to the surroundings all the way, yet he had not sensed Ling's presence. Could it be that it had already left to seek its own world? As Ling Yifeng thought this, a sudden sense of loss surged in his heart. Although he had not spent much time with Ling, it was clear that it relied on him quite a bit, and he had also grown accustomed to life with it around. Now that it had suddenly gone missing, Ling Yifeng felt quite uncomfortable. Ling Yifeng extended his spiritual sense, but could only detect a faint trace of Ling in this area, which confirmed that it had indeed been here last night. But after that, he could no longer sense its presence, as if it had vanished into thin air. Or perhaps it was just that its presence was too weak for Ling Yifeng to detect. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a faint smell of magical beast droppings in the air. Ling Yifeng stood up and quietly retreated in another direction. This forest was simply too vast. Finding a palm-sized Ling in such a wide area was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and he might have to walk a long way. There was another way. An idea suddenly flashed in Ling Yifeng's mind, since it was difficult to find each other. Why not wait for the other party's arrival in a familiar place? That cave. Perhaps where Ling had already returned to that cave looking for him. Ling Yifeng thought optimistically. Even if it had not returned, it might be searching for the way back. Going to that cave to meet, it was certainly better than aimlessly wandering in this forest like a headless fly. By the time he returned to the cave, the moon was already high in the sky. Ling Yifeng sent a spiritual thought into the cave, but did not sense any response. It seemed that Hua Ling had not returned yet, and Ling Yifeng sighed in disappointment. Entering the cave, he found that the branches he had used to cover the entrance had already been burned to charcoal. Ling Yifeng recalled the scene of a huge, blazing fireball bursting out of the cave last night, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He felt genuine joy that Hua Ling had grown from a young beast to this extent. The faint trace of Hua Ling's spiritual power still lingered in the cave. But unfortunately, he could no longer see its lively little figure. Ling Yifeng also firmly believed that it would not be willing to leave him. It would come back to find him. However, after waiting for half a month, Hua Ling still had not returned here. In the first few days, Ling Yifeng managed to stay calm, quietly cultivating while waiting for Hua Ling to come back to him, but his days went by with no sign of it. He started to feel restless. In the following days, Ling Yifeng would spend an hour sitting quietly at the cave entrance each day, with roasted rabbit meat. Hua Ling's favorite, beside him. He gazed into the distance, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Finally, after half a month of waiting, Ling Yifeng guessed that Hua Ling would not be coming back, and he no longer needed to continue waiting. After packing his things, Ling Yifeng walked to the entrance of the cave and waved his hand toward the corner inside. Suddenly, his arm hung in the air, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He had not yet changed this habitual action and seemed to still believe that Hua Ling was following him. He had been in this forest for over 6 months, and the deadline for the Ice Heart tier mission should have passed as well. Now, he did not know where to go. It might be a good idea to return home for a while. He had been out for so long that his father must be quite worried. He wondered if his father had broken through to the spirit realm. Ling Yifeng also recalled Lin Yusen's group of guards. Their strength was at least above the spirit realm, and such power was definitely among the top experts in Luoyu City, yet they were merely guards beside Lin Yusen. Sigh for some reason. The image of that beautiful girl in a flowing green dress kept surfacing in Ling Yifeng's mind, as if everything had to be linked back to her. In fact, his understanding of her was limited to knowing her name. He didn't even know where she lived or what sect she belonged to. However, she had never asked him these things either. Perhaps he and she were just two ships passing in the night. In this vast world, how could they meet again? However, her family background must be extraordinary, perhaps even beyond Ling Yifeng's imagination. He had to become stronger, definitely had to work hard to become stronger. Ling Yifeng clenched his fists tightly. He suddenly thought of Tianluo Spirit Academy. Perhaps that would also be a good choice. Chapter 40. Auction House. As he made his way toward the dark forest, Ling Yifeng slowly began to feel a sense of relief. Having distanced himself from the areas where magical beasts frequently appeared, so he no longer had to be on constant alert. In just a few days, he had exited the range of the Dark Mountain Range. The number of people coming and going on the road increased, and when Ling Yifeng inquired, he learned that this place was located between Luoyu City and the nearby Sanga City. It was just over 200 miles west to reach Luoyu City, while it was only about 20 miles from Sanga City. Ling Yifeng knew that Sanga City was similar to Luoyu City, also a small town located on the outskirts of the empire, but its location was slightly better than Luoyu City. The various guilds, auction houses, markets, and shops here were better than those in Luoyu City, so it would be good to go there and take a look. If he encountered an auction, he could also sell some items from his space ring. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Yifeng headed towards Sanga City. The space ring only contained a few first-tier magical beast corpses and quite a few magic cores. He was in no hurry to sell the red heart fruit, as it was quite beneficial for cultivation, so he would keep it for himself. While calculating in his mind, Ling Yifeng had already stepped through the gates of Sanga City. It seemed that this place was even more prosperous than Luoyu City. Walking in the bustling crowd, Ling Yifeng sighed inwardly. The streets were lined with vendors shouting to sell their goods, showcasing all sorts of strange items that Ling Yifeng had never seen before. It wasn't that Ling Yifeng was inexperienced. He just preferred a quiet life and wasn't keen on wandering around the streets. As he strolled casually, he merely glanced at these items without any real interest. Finally, at the end of the street, he spotted a 3-story tall building with a sign that read Schroeder Auction House. In the upper left corner of the sign was an engraving of a soaring 2-headed eagle. Schroeder was a prestigious noble family in the Tianluo Empire, which owned the largest bank in the empire, the Schroeder Bank. This was the largest financial organization in the Tianluo Empire, controlling nearly half of the wealth in the entire empire. And many large auction houses were operated by the Schroeder family. As Ling Yifeng approached the entrance, 2 guards stopped him. "It's not auction time yet. Please leave," they said politely but coldly. "I have something I want to auction. Could you tell me the process?" Ling Yifeng asked patiently. "Sell something?" The guards looked him up and down, unable to see anything he might have to auction. One guard pointed to a large door at the corner. "If you want to sell items, go over there for appraisal." Nodding in thanks, Ling Yifeng walked toward the door. Upon entering, he found himself in a hall adorned with several tables and chairs for guests to rest and wait. A few people were already seated, sipping tea. Some appeared relaxed, with large bags beside them, while others were nervously clutching their clothes, casting wary glances around as if fearing their items would be snatched away. Ling Yifeng noticed a figure in a black robe sitting in the corner, shrouded in mystery with their face obscured by the hood. He found an empty table and sat down alone. A young and beautiful maid quickly approached with a cup of tea, filling it for him with a friendly smile. "May I ask what type of item the guest wishes to auction? I can help you get in line for a number." "What type?" Ling Yifeng was unfamiliar with the auction house's rules and didn't know that items needed to be appraised and classified before being auctioned. "Yes." The young maid smiled slightly and explained, "Any item can be auctioned, but we need to categorize them so that different appraisers can evaluate their quality. For example, techniques, spiritual skills, elixirs, herbs, prescriptions, or weapons, spiritual artifacts, and so on." "What do you wish to auction?" "I have some magic cores and some beast corpses," Ling Yifeng replied. "Ha ha ha." As soon as Ling Yifeng finished speaking, laughter erupted around him, and even the maid couldn't help but giggle behind her hand. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly, not understanding what was so funny. "Haha, where did this country bumpkin come from? Does he think this is a market? Kid, take your magic cores and beast corpses to the market. This auction house doesn't accept such low-level items." A fat man nearby laughed heartily, prompting others to join in. Ling Yifeng raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Noticing Ling Yifeng's displeasure, the maid quickly smiled and explained, "I'm sorry, but our auction house only deals with rare and precious items that are seldom seen, so there is significance in bidding. The magic cores you mentioned can be sold in the marketplace." The maid's words carried a hint of apology, and Ling Yifeng nodded. "The auction house doesn't accept magic cores?" It was merely a matter of the grade. High-level magic cores and beast corpses were valuable and hard to find. Ling Yifeng had only 1 third-grade magic core and a pile of first-grade ones in his spatial ring, which could fetch several thousand gold coins in the market. "What grade of magic cores and beast corpses do you accept?" Ling Yifeng asked, undeterred by the disdainful looks around him. Seeing Ling Yifeng still unwilling to give up, the maid maintained her smile and said, "Magic cores must be at least 3rd grade for auctioning to be meaningful. Of course, if they are rare or mutated attributes, we can consider them. The same goes for beast corpses." 3rd grade, Ling Yifeng pondered for a moment. He didn't intend to sell the 3rd-grade magic core. He wasn't short on money but wanted to clear out excess items from his ring. He was especially reluctant to part with treasures like the Qixin fruit. "Country bumpkin, just go home. This isn't a place for you." Someone nearby jeered. Ling Yifeng turned to glare at the person. After enduring the trials of the beast forest, his gaze had sharpened like a knife. The person he was looking at was a plump young man, likely a spoiled noble from a well-off family, who had grown fat due to a life of ease and comfort. The moment their eyes met, the young man felt a chill rush to his chest. In an instant, Ling Yifeng withdrew his gaze, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't be bothered to look at such a person. The fat young man fell back into the soft and comfortable chair behind him, beads of sweat forming on his face. "Young master, are you all right?" 2 attendants rushed over with towels to wipe his sweat. They were well aware of their young master's situation. Just standing up and taking a few steps would leave him breathless and drenched in sweat. If it weren't for his father, he wouldn't survive in the family. The spoiled young master, accustomed to being arrogant thanks to his father and family, suddenly felt humiliated in front of a stranger, secretly making the attendants gleeful. Ling Yifeng suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you accept herbs?" "I have this herb. I don't know what it's used for. Can it be auctioned?" The maid smiled. "As long as it's a rare and precious item, our auction house accepts it. However, we need our appraisers to evaluate it to give you an accurate answer." "Humph. You country bumpkin think you know about precious herbs? You wouldn't mistake dog poop for a spiritual mushroom, would you? Ha ha. Is this guy ever going to stop?" Anger surged within Ling Yifeng. He wasn't someone to be easily provoked, but this person was truly oblivious to his own ignorance. Ling Yifeng didn't care about the mockery. He merely found it irritating, like a fly buzzing in his ear. Suddenly, he stood up and slowly walked toward the fat young man. His face expressionless but exuding a sharp aura. The young man, seeing Ling Yifeng approaching with ill intent, felt his flesh quiver and instinctively recoiled. But he had nowhere to retreat against the soft backrest. What do you want? Do you know who I am? Do you dare to offend me? Do you believe I can make sure you don't leave the gates of Sanga City today? The fat young man stuttered, pointing a trembling finger at Ling Yifeng. I just want to ask you to be quiet. Ling Yifeng raised a finger to his lips and softly said to the young man. The fat young man, accustomed to being treated with deference, thought Ling Yifeng was aware of his status and was thus polite. He proudly puffed out his chest, lifted his chin, and almost sneered at Ling Yifeng. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? You country bumpkin. Hurry up and get out of here before I see you again. Slap. Before the fat young man could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the hall, startling everyone present, all eyes turning toward them. The fat boy covered his swollen half face, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at Ling Yifeng. He couldn't believe that this delicate and weak-looking young man dared to hit him. The two servants behind him also failed to react. Ling Yifeng's decisive and swift action left them no time to respond. Although they weren't particularly fond of this young master, their duty was to protect his safety. Even though they knew they couldn't match Ling Yifeng, they still stood in front of the fat young master. One on the left and one on the right. Chapter 41. Second-rank alchemist Tong Hui Yu. The fat young master glared at Ling Yifeng with a flushed and swollen face, trembling as he struggled to speak. He usually relied on his family's influence to bully others in Singaching, and everyone had to give face to his family. Yet this unknown brat dared to slap his face in public. If you speak again, be careful of the other side of your face. Ling Yifeng grinned at him. But there was no hint of amusement in his tone. The fat young master, terrified, covered the other side of his face and dared not make a sound. Please help me get a number. I have a herb I'd like to identify. Ling Yifeng turned to the female attendant and flashed a warm smile. The attendant, snapping out of her shock, quietly leaned closer to Ling Yifeng's ear and whispered, Young master, you should hurry and escape. You've offended this young master of the Mo family. He won't let you go. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly and asked, Who is this guy? You don't know the Mo family? They're the largest family in Singaching and one of the biggest herb suppliers in the southwest, controlling almost 30% of the herb market in the region. They've supposedly got strong ties with the Alchemist Guild in Shi'ai City. The female attendant explained in a low voice, worried for the seemingly harmless young man who didn't realize the trouble he was in. This young master Mo is the third son of the Mo family patriarch, Moxin. So he's the son of a herb merchant. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ling Yifeng understood that alchemists were a rare profession with high status, but they mostly relied on herb merchants to provide the materials needed for alchemy. After all, even the best chef can't cook without ingredients. So large herb merchants maintain close ties with the Alchemist Guild. In this continent, anyone with even a slight connection to an alchemist feels proud. Master Tong Hui. The female attendant suddenly greeted a middle-aged man who walked out from an inner room. He was tall and walked with confidence, his expression cold as if indifferent to everything around him. Ling Yifeng suddenly noticed the faint blue long robe he wore, adorned with cloud and flame patterns. And at his chest, 2 yellowish-green copper cauldrons and 3 golden waves. This long robe represented his status. This imposing middle-aged man was a second-rank senior alchemist. What is going on here? The middle-aged man looked at the tense atmosphere in the hall, frowning slightly as he spoke. Master Tong. That attendant hadn't explained before she was interrupted by a wailing voice. Uncle Tong, you have to help me. Someone hit me here. Moxin seemed to have found a savior, dramatically rushing toward the middle-aged man, presenting his swollen face while crying and sniffling. Tong Hui frowned tightly at the fat boy. Everyone in Sangaching knew about the character of this third young master of the Mo family. He was infamous for being a playboy. If it weren't for his family's significant cooperation with the Alchemist Guild, Tong Hui would have loved to slap this greasy lump away. However, since he had been bullied here, he couldn't just stand by, considering the Mo family's influence. With a sharp gaze sweeping across the hall, he asked lightly, May I know which friend acted out in our auction house? Could you please step forward and explain? That kid. Moxin hid behind Tong Hui, pointing at Ling Yifeng. Tong Hui disdainfully flicked his sleeves and then turned to Ling Yifeng, speaking in a deep voice. Did you injure him? The female attendant wanted to defend Ling Yifeng, but didn't dare, so she timidly stepped aside. Ling Yifeng maintained a calm expression. I came here to identify the herbs I picked, but this guy buzzed around me like a fly. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was a toilet. Impudent. Tong Hui's expression darkened. This auction house was under the Slid family, and no one dared to speak such disrespectful words about it. Which family are you from? That you don't understand the rules? Tong Hui pressed down his anger and questioned. You don't need to ask about my background. I'm not like some people who like to use their family's name to cause trouble. When out in the world, one must rely on oneself, Ling Yifeng said calmly. But he was secretly calculating. The other party was a second-rank senior alchemist with strength at least above the spirit origin realm. If he attacked, Ling Yifeng had no confidence in defeating him. However, he also thought that Tong Hui wouldn't lower himself to fight with him. But offending two powerful forces at once was indeed a difficult situation to handle. Unexpectedly, Tong Hui nodded slightly upon hearing Ling Yifeng's words. This young man had a rare spirit, and when he looked at Moxin, there was even more disdain on his face. He couldn't help but feel pity for Moxin's father. The head of the Mo family actually had such an unworthy son. It was truly sad. Good, you have backbone. Tong Hui looked at Ling Yifeng with a hint of approval and then continued, since you injured Moxin. How about you apologize to him, and this matter will be over. Hearing this, Ling Yifeng sneered coldly in his heart. You stirred this mess and expect me to bow down without distinguishing right from wrong? But before he could speak, Moxin protested first. Uncle Tong, how can you let him off so easily? Look at how badly he hit me. No one has ever dared to hit me like this, not even my father. Then how about this? Since he asks about your age, you can return the slap yourself, and everyone here will not interfere. How does that sound? Tong Hui's displeasure was evident. Moxin knew he would definitely not be Ling Yifeng's opponent. His father had pampered him since childhood, pouring a lot of spiritual pills into him, pushing him to the 9th level of spiritual power. However, he was merely a facade. It would be lucky if he could exert half of his strength. He had realized when Ling Yifeng hit him that the other party's spiritual power far surpassed his. Challenging Ling Yifeng one-on-one was hopeless. Let's go. Seeing that Tong Hui didn't seem inclined to help him, Moxin felt helpless. Although he usually showed respect to his father treated him with utmost courtesy. Moxin led his two attendants out of the hall, not forgetting to glare fiercely at Ling Yifeng as they reached the door. You keep an eye on him. Don't let that kid escape. Hurry back and call for help. Moxin ordered the two, his eyes revealing a hint of a vicious look. Then carefully took out a small bottle of pain-relieving ointment from his sleeve to apply to his face. Chapter 42. Mission postponed. Watching Moxin leave in frustration, Ling Yifeng didn't care. Tong Hui appraised Ling Yifeng from head to toe, his eyes filled with admiration. Young friend, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Tong Hui, the chief alchemist appraiser of this auction house. Tong Hui smiled at Ling Yifeng. I wonder what you wish to sell? I can arrange it for you. Ling Yifeng felt slightly dissatisfied with his earlier muddled attitude, waved his hand, and said lightly, I thought this was a big auction house, fair to all. So I came here. But now it seems I've come to the wrong place. Ling Yifeng stood up and was about to leave when Tong Hui stopped him. As if he knew Ling Yifeng's dissatisfaction, he explained, I didn't mean to favor him just now. That kid Moxin relies on his father and family to act arrogantly here. He is a true scion of a wealthy family. If you offend him, he will definitely not let it go easily. I was just giving him a way out and helping you at the same time. It's fine for young people to not easily back down, but those who want to achieve great things should understand the importance of flexibility. Ling Yifeng looked at Tong Hui suspiciously, and after carefully considering his words, he realized they made sense. He must be gathering people to block my way right now. However, you can rest assured that he doesn't dare to cause trouble here. Stay a little longer. You can leave after they have gone. Ling Yifeng wasn't worried about what Moxin would do to him. He had seen many second-generation wealthy kids who were good-for-nothings, relying solely on their families. And there was no need to take him seriously. The most important thing now was to clear the items in the ring. Reaching into his bosom, Ling Yifeng pretended to search for something and secretly took out the container holding the ice heart tears from the ring. He looked at Tong Hui and asked, I wonder if this can be auctioned? Tong Hui raised an eyebrow, carefully examining the droplet-like substance in the transparent container, and hesitated. It should be a plant called Ice Heart Tears. There was a task posted by the Mercenary Guild to find Ice Heart Tears before, but the deadline has passed. So I wanted to see if it could still fetch some money. The name Ice Heart Tears immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and they all turned to look. Ling Yifeng felt several pairs of eyes filled with fervor among them. Can I take a look? Tong Hui asked. Ling Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but then handed the container to Tong Hui. Tong Hui gently lifted the lid, and a wave of cold air immediately surged out, causing the temperature in the hall to drop significantly, and the few gazes within seemed to become even more intense. After a moment, Tonghui nodded and said, "This is indeed a mature ice heart tier. It has a very high healing effect on fire poison and is extremely rare, which is why the Mercenary Guild has offered a reward of 10,000 gold coins for it." Tonghui then smiled and said, "Why not hand it over to the Mercenary Guild, little brother? Although this item is precious, it depends on demand. For someone with no need, even 100 gold coins might seem expensive, while for those suffering from fire poison, they would be willing to pay 10,000. Ling Yifeng had a general understanding of what fire poison was. It was a condition that developed from being in a high-temperature environment for an extended period, where the body would accumulate fire poison over time from being eroded by heat and flames. Or it could occur when battling a fire element powerhouse and getting injured by their spiritual power, leaving behind residual energy that couldn't be cleared. Items like Ice Heart Tears, with their natural extreme cold properties, could effectively suppress and eliminate fire poison from the body. Ling Yifeng said with some regret, "To be honest, I did take on the task from the Mercenary Guild, but this item is indeed hard to find, and I think I've already missed the submission deadline." Hee. Tonghui chuckled lightly. "You probably haven't been to the Mercenary Guild since you came out of the monster forest, right? In fact, no one has completed this task in the past 6 months, which has led to an extension of 1 month. And the reward has increased from 10,000 gold coins to 15,000. Really?" Ling Yifeng was taken aback. He indeed hadn't been to the Mercenary Guild yet. He only knew that tasks would be invalidated after their deadlines, and since the 6-month period had passed, he thought it was unnecessary to go. Little did he know that Tonghui would tell him that the task was still ongoing. "Then I won't sell it." Ling Yifeng's face lit up with joy. Tonghui closed the lid and then handed it back to Ling Yifeng, a somewhat strange expression on his face as he said, "You still have time to go. But be careful. Only by handing the item over to the Mercenary Guild can the task truly be considered completed. They won't care how you obtained it." Ling Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Then he understood Tonghui's meaning, a reminder to be cautious and vigilant as incidents of robbery occurred daily. He shouldn't let someone snatch away what he had risked his life to obtain before he even stepped into the Mercenary Guild. He could sense this from the several fiery gazes around him. Sighing inwardly at his own recklessness, he understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden, but unfortunately, he lacked experience. Just now, he had taken out the Ice Heart Tears under so many people's watchful eyes, and the temptation of such immense wealth was enough to drive them to evil thoughts. "I have one more thing I would like you to help me identify." Ling Yifeng suddenly winked at Tonghui. Tonghui nodded and said, "Follow me," leading Ling Yifeng into a room in the back hall. Tonghui observed that Ling Yifeng did not seem to have any intention of taking out anything and was instead constantly scanning his surroundings. "All right. This is a room specifically for identifying items. It has a small magical array set up, so no one outside will be able to investigate what happens inside. You can rest assured and take out your item." Returning his gaze from around the room, Ling Yifeng scratched his head awkwardly and said with a sheepish smile, "Actually, I don't have anything to identify. I just wanted to borrow the back door from you to leave." Tonghui was not surprised by Ling Yifeng's words. This young man's mind was indeed meticulous. It was not easy for someone of this age to have such depth. "Are you not afraid that I will steal your Ice Heart Tears here? In this place, you would have no way to escape," Tonghui said with a hint of a sinister smile. "Uncle, you don't need to scare me. I still trust the reputation of the Soars auction house. If you were to make things difficult for me over a mere 10,000 gold coins, who would dare to come here if that got out? Besides, as a high-ranking second-tier alchemist, you probably wouldn't care about such a small amount, right?" Ling Yifeng put on a nonchalant expression as if he was in control of everything. In truth, he still felt a hint of worry in his heart. If the other party really disregarded their identity and took action against him, he would be in a difficult situation, as this was still someone else's territory. Compared to the group of guys in the hall outside, he preferred to trust Tonghui. If this were a gamble, he had no choice but to place his chips on Tonghui. Tonghui appreciated the young man in front of him even more and secretly nodded in his heart. "Haha, good. Little brother, I really like your personality. How about this? I'll personally escort you to the Mercenary Guild. With me around, not many people in this Sungu city would dare to touch you." Tonghui laughed heartily, his tone filled with pride. Indeed, as a high-ranking second-tier alchemist and the chief appraiser of the Soars auction house, this identity was enough to give him a significant status in this small Sungu city. Even the heads of large families would treat him with respect. "Thank you, uncle. But this is my own business, so I can't trouble you." Ling Yifeng politely thanked Tonghui his tone clearly refusing. "All right, follow me." Tong Hui took Ling Yifeng to a small door in the backyard and said, "You can go out from here. This is the northern side of Singgu City, while the mercenary guild is at the southern end, which is quite a distance. Take care." "Thank you." Ling Yifeng cupped his hands in salute to Tong Hui and then turned to step out of the small door. Chapter 43. Killing is just a nod of the head. After walking out from the auction house, Ling Yifeng quickly headed south, where there were quite a few people on the way. Soon, he noticed a few shadowy figures following him stealthily. When he quickened his pace, they did too. And when he slowed down, they slowed down as well. The moment he stopped, they also halted and pretended to chat casually with the roadside vendors. Ling Yifeng smirked coldly and continued walking forward. These guys not only had poor tracking skills, but also lacked any ability to disguise themselves. Now the most important thing is to deliver the Ice Heart tier to the Mercenary Guild. Ling Yifeng does not intend to bother with these small fries. After walking a short distance, he came upon a maple forest, and Ling Yifeng's face lit up with joy. Tong Hui had told him that on the way to the Mercenary Guild, he would encounter a maple forest, and after passing through it, he would only need to walk another 2 or 3 miles to reach his destination. As he walked here, there were already very few people around. Ling Yifeng glanced back slightly, but the figures that had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Have they given up? Ling Yifeng chuckled softly and then entered the forest. There were hundreds of maple trees here, and it was now autumn, with the entire forest ablaze with red leaves. A gust of cool wind blew through, dyeing the layers of trees. The fiery red maple leaves reflected the golden hues of the setting sun, looking extraordinarily enchanting. Stepping on the thick carpet of fallen leaves felt like walking on a red carpet, soft and silent. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng heard several unusual sounds of wind. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and suddenly saw a large net descending from the sky, directly covering his head. Realizing the danger, Ling Yifeng swiftly dodged backward, only to find 2 flashes of blade light behind him. 2 people in front, 2 behind, tightly trapping Ling Yifeng in the middle. "Kid, hand over the goods obediently, and we might let you live." A cold, hoarse voice came from the front. Ling Yifeng looked forward and saw a small-framed young man. He felt that the other party looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to have appeared in the appraisal hall at the auction house, and the conversation that followed confirmed his suspicion. This kid is indeed cunning. He managed to slip away right under so many people's noses. Big Brother is wise to have us come here early to ambush him. It seemed this was not Moxin seeking trouble, but another group coveting his Ice Heart tier. The 4 of them were not weak. Ling Yifeng sensed from their spiritual energy fluctuations that they were all at the mid-stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. Although he was at the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm, dealing with 4 of them at once would be somewhat tricky. "Kid, if you're sensible, just hand over the stuff. Don't let a bit of money cost you your life." A sharp-faced guy behind him chuckled sinisterly. "Monkey, I say we shouldn't waste words with him. Let's just take it by force. There are plenty of others eyeing the goods." Another burly man said to the small young man, then immediately lunged at Ling Yifeng, wielding a long knife mercilessly towards Ling Yifeng's neck. Seemingly accustomed to killing and looting without hesitation, Ling Yifeng appeared quite young, and they did not believe that such a small boy could be very strong. The Ice Heart tier, which hundreds of mercenaries had failed to find in the Beast Forest, was merely a stroke of luck for him. As the sharp blade was about to touch Ling Yifeng's neck, the faces of the attackers revealed no hint of compassion. Instead, their pupils dilated, eagerly anticipating the scene of a head rolling. Contrary to their expectations, they did not hear the sound of the blade slicing through flesh and bone. Ling Yifeng's body suddenly sank. The blade whistled past his head, and with a burst of force in his legs. Ling Yifeng's muscles tensed as he lunged like a coiled leopard, crashing fiercely into the burly man's embrace. The burly man missed his swing, and before he could recover, he found Ling Yifeng charging at him, his long knife unable to block in time, and Ling Yifeng was already close to him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The burly man, who stood over 7 feet tall, was much larger than the somewhat frail Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng had actually chosen to engage him in close combat, which seemed like a death wish. Everyone thought so, including the burly man himself. He sneered coldly and dropped his long knife, ready to crush Ling Yifeng's bones with his iron-like arms. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed, and just as smiles appeared on everyone's faces, they suddenly noticed the pained expression on the burly man's face, his facial muscles twisting in agony. The smiles on their faces gradually froze as they saw Ling Yifeng's knee pressing deeply into the burly man's chest, seemingly causing that sound of bones breaking to come from his chest. With an expressionless face, Ling Yifeng stepped back, and the burly man collapsed to the ground. letting out faint breaths. In just one strike. A mid-stage Spirit Wheel Realm Brute was heavily injured by this boy who looked only about 13 or 14 years old. The remaining three froze, their smiles gradually turning into shock. For some reason, when they looked into Ling Yifeng's calm, dark eyes, they felt a chill run down their spines. Having dealt with one, the rest would be much easier. Ling Yifeng sighed in relief. He liked such brawn that lacked brains. If all four of them had attacked together, he would have been very passive. Luckily, there was a foolish big guy like him who rashly attacked without assessing the situation, catching him off guard. Don't you want the Ice Heart tier? Then come and take it yourself. Why send this useless guy? Ling Yifeng looked at the small-framed young man, who seemed to be the leader among them. Ling Yifeng deliberately tried to provoke him into action, hoping to incite them to attack one by one, which would save him a lot of trouble. The small young man, known as Monkey, glanced at the burly man lying motionless on the ground. In the corner of his eye twitched slightly. He knew his companion's strength best. Even if he had been careless, he shouldn't have been beaten so badly. This could only mean that the seemingly harmless boy in front of him was definitely not weaker than them. Let's go together and take him down. With his command, the three red-eyed men lunged at Ling Yifeng together, two in front and one behind, three gleaming blades targeting Ling Yifeng's vital points. Oh, what's this? Do you need to outnumber me? Which mercenary group are you from? If this gets out, will you still have any face left? Ling Yifeng said, trying to provoke them while observing their attacking routes. The three completely ignored Ling Yifeng's taunts, having already regarded him as a real opponent. With a twist of his wrist, Ling Yifeng grasped a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and no one cared where his sword had come from at that moment. He slashed diagonally forward, deflecting the two incoming knives, and at the same time, he heard the whistling of a blade slicing through the air from behind. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Ling Yifeng slightly turned to the side, dodging the descending large knife. Leaping forward, Ling Yifeng wielded his sword, simultaneously stabbing towards the two in front of him. A series of clinks echoed like rain on banana leaves, incessantly ringing out. Ling Yifeng's speed far exceeded theirs, forcing the two to retreat step by step. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng swept his sword, crossing in front of the two, and as their large knives passed by, he unexpectedly turned and lunged towards the enemy behind him. With this turn, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ling Yifeng's figure was as swift as lightning. In an instant, his sword flashed, piercing the arm of the enemy holding the sword. Ah! The man let out a cry of pain, his arm hurting, causing the large knife to clatter to the ground. Ling Yifeng did not aim for a fatal strike. He did not want their lives, just to incapacitate them so they couldn't attack him. With a quick movement, he closed in on the man, throwing a punch towards his chest. With a loud thud, the man flew back like a kite with a broken string, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The small young man leading the group finally understood Ling Yifeng's intention. Ling Yifeng had just forced his two companions back a distance, intending to attack the lone companion without them being able to rescue him in time. Who on earth is this kid? He doesn't look very old, yet he has knocked down two of our team members in a row. I don't know. If I had known it would come to this, I should have listened to my brother and brought more people. The monkey said resentfully. So, do you want to continue? If you also go down, there will be no one to take you back. The two exchanged glances, secretly calculating the gap between themselves and Ling Yifeng. Clenching his fists in frustration, the monkey seemed to realize that the two of them were no match for Ling Yifeng. So he could only stand aside with his knife sheath, while the other companion turned to check the injuries of the two who had fallen. Ling Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to get entangled with them here. Earlier at the auction house, many had seen him take out the Ice Heart tier, and if he attracted the attention of others, or if their companions caught up, it would be troublesome. Ling Yifeng held his sword and slowly walked past the thin young man without looking directly at him, but his spiritual sense remained focused on him. After passing 10 steps beyond the thin young man, Ling Yifeng relaxed a bit, but just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he suddenly noticed the thin young man moving. The thin young man suddenly slid a small black box from his sleeve aimed at Ling Yifeng, a sinister smile appearing on his face. With a gentle press of his finger, there were 3 soft sounds of whoosh, and 3 invisible shadows shot quickly towards Ling Yifeng. The sharp whistling pierced through the sound of the wind, and the monkey revealed a cruel smile. His sleeve arrows had taken down many opponents stronger than him. A naive boy like Ling Yifeng would surely find it hard to evade. Unfortunately, he underestimated Ling Yifeng's alertness. The moment he made a move, Ling Yifeng had already tensed all his muscles. When he launched the sleeve arrows, Ling Yifeng had already rolled to evade, but even with such a quick reaction, one sleeve arrow still grazed his arm, tearing his clothing. Ding ding ding. The three-sleeve arrows struck a maple tree, and Ling Yifeng suddenly felt a wave of cold sweat drench his back as he realized that the bright red leaves of the tree were visibly turning black. The sleeve arrows were coated with a deadly poison. If he had just been slightly scratched, the consequences would have been unimaginable. An unprecedented surge of anger welled up in Ling Yifeng's heart, and he already harbored the intent to kill. He pointed a finger, and a sword energy exuding a chilling aura quickly took shape. With a thought, this icy sword energy shot towards the thin young man, while he also surged forward with his sword. The thin young man thought his sleeve arrows had already hit Ling Yifeng. He had practiced this hidden weapon countless times and was very confident in his skills. Ling Yifeng should have been on the ground by now, but unexpectedly, he was still able to strike back, making him momentarily stunned. Just as he hesitated, Ling Yifeng swung his sword towards him. The thin young man had no time to think. He crossed his sword to block Ling Yifeng's slash, but he suddenly sensed a hint of danger, as if there was a murderous intent emanating from Ling Yifeng, or perhaps it was coming from the surroundings. Poof! A spray of blood blossomed at his throat, leaving a hole 2 fingers wide. The weak young man stared wide-eyed, and until his death, he could not comprehend what had taken his life. Perhaps it was his greed. Perhaps it was his cruelty. But none of that mattered anymore. Killing is just a matter of life and death. This was Ling Yifeng's first kill, yet he did not hold back. He had no reason to show mercy to an enemy who sought to take his life. Chapter 44. Drinking away the autumn wind. The autumn wind was bleak, and a cool breeze swept through, rustling the leaves in the entire maple forest. The events that just transpired occurred in the blink of an eye. The team member who had been squatting on the ground checking the injuries of his companion sensed the commotion and turned to look. Just in time to see the monkey lying on the ground, blood gushing from his neck, quickly mixing with the bright red leaves on the ground. His teammate looked at Ling Yifeng in terror, not understanding why he had suddenly dealt a fatal blow to the monkey. The monkey was slightly stronger among them and was cunning and full of tricks, yet he had been silently killed by this young man before him. If he were to attack him as well, he might not escape misfortune alone. Ling Yifeng turned his face, expressionless, and glanced at him. The team member felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Ling Yifeng's cold gaze. He had never seen such a frightening look, especially coming from a boy who appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old. Ling Yifeng did not offer any explanation. This world was inherently like this. Strength was paramount, and the strong never needed to explain anything to the weak. He took another look at the monkey's corpse. This was the first person Ling Yifeng had killed since his birth. He silently stood up, no longer paying attention to the other team member, and walked forward. After walking a short distance, Ling Yifeng could still smell the faint scent of blood in the wind. He suddenly felt a churn in his stomach and could no longer hold it back, vomiting the contents of his stomach onto the ground until he was empty, even spilling bitter water. He had hunted many beasts and magical beasts, and had even skinned them and removed their entrails, but he had never felt anything special. But the monkey was the first human he had killed, a living being with thoughts. This feeling was completely different from killing mindless beasts. He knew that many people had such experiences. The feeling of killing for the first time was not pleasant, but if one did not kill the opponent, then one would die instead. It was much better for others to die than for oneself. After throwing up, Ling Yifeng felt a little better. He stood up and continued walking towards the mercenary guild. Upon exiting the maple forest, a rich wine fragrance wafted towards him, and this refreshing aroma diluted the smell of blood. He took a deep breath and felt a wave of relief. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles along the street, Ling Yifeng finally saw a tall building ahead. This building was 4 stories high, even taller than the mercenary guild in Luoyu City. It was surrounded by 4 thick pillars adorned with intricate carvings, each pillar bearing different designs. But every animal carved seemed vividly lifelike. The entire building was painted in vermilion with black tiles, as if every mercenary guild had a similar architectural style. Each window had exquisite latticework, looking extremely delicate. On the 2 huge vermilion doors hung a plaque featuring 2 swords crossing each other, alongside the large characters Mercenary Guild. The distance from the Slud auction house to the Mercenary Guild was not very long, but the journey had been rather arduous. Ling Yifeng had been forced to kill a person along the way, a memory that would be unforgettable for him. It was now approaching dusk, and there were not many people coming and going at the Mercenary Guild. Just as Ling Yifeng was about to step through the guild's doors, he saw an old man with silver hair walking out from inside. He was dressed in a black robe, smiling broadly as he guided the people behind him. Behind him, a large group of people surrounded a young woman with an elegant figure, blocking the entrance of the Mercenary Guild. Ling Yifeng had no choice but to stop and observe them. She was a young woman, about 21 or 22 years old, wearing a sky-blue fitted long dress. Her slender waist looked very soft, and her long, rounded thighs were faintly visible beneath the silk satin of her skirt. Her arms were as white as lotus roots, hanging gracefully at her sides. A cascade of black, silky hair flowed down to her waist, and her slightly arched brows added a hint of charm to her delicate features, while her apricot-shaped eyes seemed to harbor a trace of sorrow. Ling Yifeng could not see her face because it was obscured by a light blue veil. President Wu, thank you for your hard work during this time. Could you please extend the deadline by another half-month? A clear and melodious voice came from beneath the veil, seemingly carrying a hint of pleading. The silver-haired old man, with a smiling face, replied, Miss Lon, our guild has already extended the task deadline by 1 month, which is already an exception. If we extend it further, it would damage our guild's reputation. Sigh. A faint sigh escaped from beneath the veil. Miss Lon, you should know that item is indeed difficult to find. Our guild has sent many people to search for it on your behalf, but unfortunately, there has been no clue for so long. The silver-haired old man was particularly polite to the young woman. There's nothing we can do. Extending it for another month is our final limit. I can wait a few more days, but my grandfather can't wait any longer. Tears seemed to glisten in the young woman's eyes. The silver-haired old man pondered for a moment, then cautiously comforted her. Old Master Lon has his own fortune. With his strength and the many pills refined by the alchemists, he should be able to hold on. Today should be the final deadline, right? The young woman said softly. It seems I won't be able to wait any longer. It would be better to go back early and spend more time with my grandfather. President Wu, please notify the other guilds to cancel the Ice Heart Tears task. What is going on? Ling Yifeng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, secretly thinking, what do you mean by canceling the Ice Heart Tears task? Wait a moment. Ling Yifeng suddenly spoke up. The silver-haired old man frowned at the interruption and said, Who is this disrespectful young man? Someone, throw him out. The guard standing at the door immediately moved to pull Ling Yifeng aside. At that moment, a voice shouting in heavy breaths came from behind. That's the one. The kid in black. Hearing the voice, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but show a wry smile. This fat guy is really persistent. Behind him was Moxin, leading 7 or 8 well-built servants, each holding a thick iron rod the size of a baby's arm, charging towards Ling Yifeng. Before Ling Yifeng could prepare to fight back, he noticed the silver-haired old man's face was already filled with rage, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Impudent! With a loud shout from the old man, the 7 or 8 servants were immediately frozen in place by a powerful aura. The silver-haired old man quietly turned to look at the young woman, and upon seeing her show no signs of impatience, he felt somewhat relieved. The old man glared at Moxin and said, You brat are getting bolder by the day. Daring to act recklessly in front of my guild? Moxin usually acted domineeringly, but today, with this esteemed guest present, he showed no awareness of the situation. If he angered this esteemed guest, both their guild and the Mo family would suffer. Moxin was startled by the old man's imposing presence, unable to comprehend why the usually amiable elder would suddenly glare at him. Uncle Wu, I have some past grievances with this kid. I hope you can do me a favor. Moxin spoke, gasping for breath as he spoke, partly due to his weight and partly due to being intimidated by President Wu. The silver-haired old man looked at Ling Yifeng, his brow furrowing again. How come it's this kid again? But today, with a distinguished guest present, I can't let him act recklessly. Seeing President Wu remain silent, Moxin assumed it was tacit approval. Used to being arrogant, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to subdue Ling Yifeng. Another sharp aura surged forth, and the silver-haired old man suppressed the urge to rush forward and kick the fat ball away, saying, I don't care what grievances you have. You all need to leave here quickly. This was the first time Moxin had seen President Wu so furious, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He turned to Ling Yifeng with a cold smile and said, Kid, if you have the guts, don't run. Come with me. Ling Yifeng didn't even glance at him, as if he sensed some subtle relationships among these people. The silver-haired old man should be the president of this mercenary guild, and the young woman with the veil seemed to be the mysterious person who had previously posted the Ice Heart Tears task. Her identity was quite extraordinary, able to make the guild president treat her with such caution. President Wu, is it? Ling Yifeng slightly cupped his fists in greeting towards the silver-haired old man, which was the most basic etiquette. I am a registered mercenary, here to submit a task, Ling Yifeng said without deference, casting a glance at the veiled woman. President Wu frowned tightly. Was Moxin really that blind, and was this kid also so oblivious? Before President Wu could respond, Ling Yifeng continued. I just heard that the Ice Heart Tears task was to be cancelled, so I interrupted you out of urgency. Please forgive me. Indeed. Upon hearing the words Ice Heart Tears, the veiled woman, who was about to leave, paused slightly, her beautiful eyes casting a hopeful glance at Ling Yifeng. Are you saying you found the Ice Heart Tears? The woman's voice trembled slightly, and a gentle breeze blew in, lifting her veil and revealing an exquisite face. For just a moment, Ling Yifeng was stunned, and he nodded blankly. The woman could hardly contain her excitement, her voice trembling as she said, "Quick, show it to me." Ling Yifeng returned to his senses, glanced at President Wu, then at Moxin and his group behind him, and with a sly smile said, "Please wait a moment. I have a little trouble to deal with first." The veiled woman looked at the group of tense individuals behind Ling Yifeng, slightly furrowing her brows as she glanced at President Wu. Noticing the young lady's frown, President Wu felt a chill down his back and immediately understood her meaning. President Wu shouted at Moxin, "Get your people out of here quickly. If you have any issues, let your father come to see me." Moxin finally was foolish. He could tell that President Wu was genuinely angry and was also trying to protect Ling Yifeng. For some reason, both the auction house and the mercenary guild's two major figures were willing to oppose him to protect this stranger. What exactly was his background? Chapter 45. Blue Ice. Watching Moxin and his group leave in a huff, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile slightly. "Now, can you show me what you have?" Ling Yifeng felt a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting into his nose, accompanied by a warm breath brushing against his ears, sending a tingling sensation through them. He suddenly turned his head, inadvertently brushing against the young woman's smooth veil with the tip of his nose, catching a faint scent of orchid. This was the first time the young woman had someone of the opposite sex so close to her, causing her cheeks to redden slightly, but fortunately, her veil obscured her face. Ling Yifeng instinctively took a small step back, scratching his head awkwardly. "You said you have completed the Ice Heart Tears task, right?" President Wu cleared his throat and asked. Ling Yifeng quickly reached into his sleeve, retrieved the container holding the Ice Heart Tears, and opened the lid, instantly releasing a wave of cold air. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be it." Ling Yifeng handed it to the veiled woman, having already discerned who was the main player here. As Ling Yifeng produced the Ice Heart Tears, the young woman could no longer contain her ecstatic expression. Her fists tightly clenched, seemingly nervous as if afraid that what she had waited for would turn out to be an illusion. She extended her delicate arm, carefully taking the container, observing the blue droplet inside with growing joy on her face. She turned to look at President Wu, her silver-haired head. The old man furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before relaxing and smiling, nodding. "Congratulations, Miss Lan." "Yay, that is wonderful." Miss Lan jumped up excitedly, like a little girl who had just received her favorite toy. Suddenly, unexpectedly, she hugged Ling Yifeng tightly. Ling Yifeng felt as if he couldn't breathe, his mind going blank. Miss Lan quickly released him. What Ling Yifeng didn't notice was the look of terror on the faces of the entourage behind Miss Lan. And even President Wu felt a hint of surprise. He was still trying to recall what soft object had pressed against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. "Thank you so much, little brother." Ling Yifeng scratched his head and smiled, saying, "As a mercenary, it's only natural to complete tasks and earn rewards. Don't worry. Your reward won't be a single copper less." Miss Lan rolled her eyes at him and teased, "For you, this is just a trivial task. Completing it means a large reward, and failing it means no loss at all. But for my grandfather, it is his life. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am from the Lan family in Tianluo Imperial Capital, and my name is Lan Bing." Miss Lan extended her hand to Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng hesitated but reached out and gently shook her delicate hand. Her hand was tender, smooth, and had a warm jade-like feel. "My name is Ling Yifeng." Ling Yifeng also introduced himself, knowing that even if he didn't tell her, with her ability, she could easily find out his identity. "You found this Ice Heart Tears for me. When I was at my most desperate, I must thank you properly." Lan Bing had a bracelet adorned with gemstones on her hand. She gently brushed her fingers over it, pinched a completely black card between her fingertips, and handed it to Ling Yifeng. It turned out that this bracelet was also a spatial item. Ling Yifeng didn't show too much surprise. Although such spatial items were rare, he had seen quite a few. He reached out to take the black card, which was a thin square card, only 2 or 3 inches in length and width. It was made of an unknown material, having a metallic feel but without the weight of metal, very light. It had an embossed double-headed eagle poised to take flight, with the word Slid Bank outlined in gold next to it. Ling Yifeng suddenly realized. Thinking how familiar this double-headed eagle looked, it turned out to be the emblem of the Slid family, and very few dared to forge it. This card was also a special savings card issued by Slid Bank, allowing wealthy individuals to avoid the inconvenience of carrying large amounts of gold coins when going out. Ling Yifeng remembered that his father had a similar card, but that one was blue and seemed to have a maximum limit of 50,000 gold coins. He had never seen this black one before, but he had heard rumors about it. To obtain a black savings card from Slid Bank, it wasn't just about having money. One also needed a very high status, and this black savings card had an unlimited limit. There are only 50,000 gold coins in this, and you can withdraw it at any Slid Bank. Lan Bing said, 50,000. Ling Yifeng was slightly taken aback, then shook his head seriously and said, that's too much. My reward for taking the task was only 10,000. I can't accept so much. Ling Yifeng was not a greedy person, and for someone his age, 10,000 gold coins was already a huge amount. His intention was only to gain experience through completing tasks. Seeing Ling Yifeng's righteous expression, Lan Bing couldn't help but chuckle. 50,000 gold coins is not a lot. This is a spiritual medicine that can save my grandfather. Do you know how much the life of the head of the prestigious Lan family is worth? I have to go back now. My grandfather can't wait much longer. This reward is nothing. If you ever come to the imperial capital, feel free to come to the Lan family to find me. Lan Bing and her entourage walked out of the mercenary guild. Two of them took out a 2-foot-long vertical flute and played it. And with the sound of 2 melodious notes, several small black dots appeared from behind the distant mountains, swiftly flying towards them. The small black dots gradually enlarged, and Ling Yifeng felt several strong spiritual pressures approaching. He watched the enlarging black dots nervously. These turned out to be several large flying magical beasts. They had broad bear-like backs, eagle-like heads and wings, and 4 strong legs. Their wingspan was nearly 30 feet, and they carried small wooden rooms on their backs. They slowly descended onto the open ground in front of the mercenary guild. Ling Yifeng sensed a pressure from them that was no less than that of a spirit realm strongman. These magical beasts were actually 3rd-tier magical beasts. This is a Fufeng, a 3rd-tier magical beast. They are relatively docile, have immense strength, and can carry heavy loads for thousands of miles, making them excellent transport tools. If you like, I can give you one as a pet. Seeing Ling Yifeng's nervous expression, Lan Bing smiled and explained, give me a 3rd-tier magical beast? Ling Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly. They are quite gentle with you guys, but if one were to follow me and get unhappy, it could easily scare me to death with a slap. Big sister, you should just do good deeds. Thank you, but I don't need it. I'm fine traveling alone. Ling Yifeng repeatedly waved his hands, refusing Lan Bing's kindness. Lan Bing didn't insist, waved goodbye to him, and stepped onto the back of the Fufeng, which was over a yard high, then stood steadily on its smooth feathers. This surprised Ling Yifeng a bit. It turned out that Miss Lan was also a hidden expert. As the Fufengs flapped their wings and took off, soaring into the clouds, they gradually became small dots in the distance. Chapter 46, Treasure Hunt Kid. It seems that Miss Lan has taken quite a liking to you. You've encountered a benefactor. President Wu said to Ling Yifeng with a mysterious smile. Scratching his head, Ling Yifeng awkwardly smiled and said, I just happened to be lucky. Besides, isn't it normal for a mercenary to complete tasks? Shaking his head gently, President Wu said, do you know the background of the Lan family? The Lan family is an ancient, prestigious family in the imperial capital, having assisted the royal family in establishing this empire and was granted the title of founding general. The previous head of the Lan family was this Miss Lan's grandfather. Decades ago, General Lan Zhengxuan was one of the top 10 masters of the empire, having repelled invasions from neighboring countries multiple times. In a great battle, he unfortunately fell victim to an extremely cruel fire poison planted by the enemy. The fire poison flares up once a year, and each time it erupts, it feels like being burned by a raging fire. Even with profound spiritual power, he cannot suppress it and can only treat it with pills. The royal family of the imperial capital invited the best alchemists in the empire, but they could only concoct pills to suppress the fire poison, not eliminate it. Over the years, the fire poison has deeply penetrated his organs and bones, and he may soon be unable to endure it. As President Wu spoke, he couldn't help but sigh softly, showing his deep respect for General Lan. Recently, they obtained a prescription claiming that it could produce a pill that would completely eliminate the fire poison from his body. The Lan family spent a lot of human and material resources searching for the medicinal ingredients listed in the prescription, but they have yet to find the last ingredient. Ice Heart Tears. Therefore, they called upon mercenaries to search for it by issuing tasks. Today was originally the last day for the task, if it was delayed any longer. Even if they found it, General Lan Zhengxuan wouldn't be able to wait. And you came at just the right time. You brought hope to Miss Lan at her most desperate moment, President Wu said meaningfully. smiling at Ling Yifeng. If General Lan really recovers, it would be extremely fortunate for our Tianluo Empire. And given the Lan family's way of doing things, they will surely be grateful to you. By then, you could soar to great heights. Haha. Ling Yifeng smiled indifferently. He didn't take President Wu's words to heart. At his age, he always harbored grand dreams and would not be content with receiving favors. President Wu could guess what Ling Yifeng was thinking just by looking at him. After all, he had been young once. He shook his head slightly and sighed. You're still too young. You'll understand slowly in the future. President Wu. There are still some tasks that need to be submitted. Ling Yifeng cupped his fists towards President Wu, indicating that he wanted to take his leave. Go ahead. Someone inside will take care of you. President Wu waved his hand and left in another direction. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to Ling Yifeng, saying, You don't need to worry about MOXIN anymore. Since Miss Lan has asked me to resolve your troubles, he definitely won't dare to bother you in Sanga City. Thank you, President Wu. Although Ling Yifeng was not afraid of MOXIN, it was indeed a relief to have President Wu help him with this matter, saving him a lot of trouble. After leaving the mercenary guild, Ling Yifeng had already submitted all of his more than 10 first-level magic cores and received nearly 3,000 gold zhu in rewards. Weighing the full bag of gold zhu, Ling Yifeng smiled with satisfaction, although he had 50,000 gold zhu on the black card given to him by Lan Bing. It was not as tangible as the heavy 3,000 gold zhu in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Ling Yifeng quietly stuffed the entire bag of gold zhu into his ring space. Noticing that it was still not too late, Ling Yifeng decided to take a stroll through the market in Sanga City. After asking passers-by for directions, he headed towards the market. The market in Sanga City was as bustling as the one in Liu City, filled with various mercenaries in different outfits. Even though it was getting dark, there were still quite a few people around. Ling Yifeng approached a small vendor whose stall was filled with various items, including magic cores of different colors, strange herbs that Ling Yifeng did not recognize, and a pile of odd items whose origins were unknown. Young master, what do you need? The vendor, seeing a customer, immediately came over eagerly to inquire. Ling Yifeng casually rummaged through the pile of magic cores and said, Wow, so many magic cores. Your team must be quite powerful. You have a good eye, young master. These magic cores are all fresh stock that just arrived today, taken out no more than 2 days ago. Look. The bloodstains on them haven't even darkened yet. The vendor, seeing Ling Yifeng's interest in the magic cores, happily started introducing them. The quality of magic cores can't just be measured by how fresh they are, right? Ling Yifeng squinted his eyes. He knew that many cunning merchants deceived customers by claiming that fresher magic cores were better, often sprinkling blood on them to make them appear as if they had just been hunted. With a smirk, Ling Yifeng continued, generally, magic cores can retain their spiritual power for years or even decades without losing any. Otherwise, why would they be used to enhance weapons? Having encountered an expert, the vendor didn't seem embarrassed at being exposed. He just chuckled awkwardly and continued to introduce his goods to Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng had submitted all his magic cores as tasks, receiving a reward lower than the market price by about 20 to 30%. But he preferred the convenience and speed of not having to set up a stall and sell them himself. As he rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items nearby, Ling Yifeng frowned and asked, What are all these things? Oh, these are treasures left by a senior we found in a cave. The vendor said mysteriously as he leaned closer to Ling Yifeng. It is said that this senior was a master in the soul realm, and perhaps among these items, you might find his cultivation manuals or mental techniques. At that time, you could also become a powerful figure like him. Don't miss this rare opportunity. Nonsense. Ling Yifeng scoffed inwardly. There were indeed many hidden strong practitioners on this continent who, at the end of their lives, did not want to see their skills go to waste without an heir, but could not find a suitable disciple, so they left their legacies in some remote places, waiting for fated individuals to discover them. Thus, every day, there were many opportunists searching for the techniques left behind by these strong figures, though most returned empty-handed. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart and silently smiled. He remembered his own lucky encounter in that cave, where he had obtained a high-level mystical technique. Ling Yifeng examined these little trinkets carefully. If these items were truly treasures left by a past strong practitioner, then they would have long since inspected them thoroughly. Even if there were good items, they would have hidden them away. How could they be selling them? Of course, there was also the possibility that they simply didn't recognize their worth. It was said that a strong practitioner had once disguised his profound technique as an ordinary cookbook, which was accidentally discovered by a farming family who used it to cook for most of their lives. Little did they know that the grandson turned out to be a gifted cultivator who, upon inheriting the cookbook from his father, intuitively grasped the profound techniques hidden within it, becoming a formidable figure. Such legends were not rare. Ling Yifeng casually picked up a piece from the pile, and surprisingly, he found a stone among them. Frowning, he picked it up and scoffed, "You really know how to do business, mixing a broken stone in to fill the space." The vendor hurriedly explained, "Young master, this is no ordinary stone. It's jadeite raw material. If you hold it up to the sunlight, can you see a hint of green? That's the jade inside. How big and how good the quality will be depends on your luck." "Is that so?" Ling Yifeng nodded and asked, "How much is this?" The vendor sneakily glanced at Ling Yifeng, his eyes turning as he rubbed his hands together. "Since young master seems quite interested, let's say 70 gold ju." Ling Yifeng saw through all the vendor's little tricks. These guys would see what you were interested in and directly raise the price, insisting on squeezing every last bit out of you. Slowly shaking his head, Ling Yifeng lightly weighed the stone in his hand and said, "Even if it's jadeite of this size, it's not worth 70 gold ju." The vendor clicked his tongue and said, "Young master, don't think like that. If it turns out to be high-quality mutton fat jade, it would definitely be worth more than 100 gold ju. If it's dragon's blood jade, then you'd hit the jackpot." With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, just as he was about to put the jade stone down, he suddenly stiffened. He sensed a strange fluctuation of spiritual power among the assorted items, a feeling that was fleeting yet exceptionally clear. This sensation was very similar to that of the spatial ring on his finger. It couldn't be wrong. This was definitely the feeling of spatial power. Ling Yifeng's lips curled slightly. Could it be that he really stumbled upon a treasure? He casually searched through the pile of items, but did not find the item with spatial power, nor did he know which one it was. Spatial items could be made into anything, and without sensing the spatial power, Ling Yifeng had no idea what it was. Frowning slightly, the vendor was observing his expression. Seeing Ling Yifeng's demeanor, he thought he was unsatisfied with the price and gritted his teeth, saying, "Young master, I see you're genuinely interested. So let's do it for 60 gold ju. I can't lower it any further." Ling Yifeng was taken aback and then realized that the vendor was afraid he would leave and hurriedly lowered the price. Ling Yifeng still frowned, pretending to hesitate. Just as the vendor was about to say 50 gold ju, Ling Yifeng suddenly swiped his hand over the pile of items and said lightly, 60 gold ju is still not worth it. Jadeite isn't particularly valuable. Counting everything together, 60 is reasonable, especially since there are some finished jade necklaces and bracelets. I won't end up at a loss." The vendor gritted his teeth. Indeed, these items were left behind by a powerful individual. But they had already examined them over 100 times. These were just ordinary ornaments, merely a ploy to inflate prices by claiming they were treasures left by the strong. These were all treasures left by the strong, and even if he couldn't sell them for 60, the vendor still wanted to squeeze more profit from Ling Yifeng. With a cold smirk, Ling Yifeng casually placed the stone down, said nothing more, and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Wait. The vendor panicked and hurriedly waved at Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng did not look back, but the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. 60 it is, young master. You really got a great deal this time. I wish you could comprehend the insights of the techniques left by the strong soon." The vendor chattered on as he packed up the items. Ling Yifeng reached into his pocket and took out 60 gold ju, tossing them onto the stall. Grabbed a handful of items and turned to leave. Chapter 47. Encountering an acquaintance as night fell, Ling Yifeng checked into an inn. After half a year of living outdoors, he could finally enjoy a hot shower and lie down on a comfortable bed. Today, he earned over 50,000 gold ju, marking the first significant income of his life. Additionally, he unexpectedly found an item with spatial power from a small vendor, which was a pleasant surprise. After closing the doors and windows, Ling Yifeng took out the bag of items he had collected that day, casually tossing the piece of jade aside without even examining it. In the eyes of the vendor, the stone was the most valuable, but to Ling Yifeng, it was the least valuable item. During the day on the street, he couldn't scrutinize the items closely. And now he finally had the chance to examine them in detail. Among them was a jade bracelet, made of the most ordinary and least valuable jade. And it was quite small, difficult for an adult wrist to fit through. Perhaps it was just filler that the vendor randomly included. There was also a pearl necklace, with delicate and full luster, which was quite nice, but its value wouldn't be very high. At the top was a large black pearl, smooth and soft to the touch, exuding a warm feeling. Lastly, there was a dull little knife, which the vendor claimed was the personal weapon of that powerful individual, suggesting that any secret techniques might be hidden within it. Ling Yifeng raised the knife to the light for inspection, gently tapping the blade with his hand. It produced a solid sound, as did the wooden handle. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This was probably just a trick of the vendor. An item used to make up the numbers. After examining everything, Ling Yifeng couldn't determine which item emitted the spatial fluctuations, and there had been no further reactions until now. He tried the method he used earlier to sense the spatial ring, passing his consciousness over each object, but still, he sensed nothing unusual. Was it just my illusion? Ling Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, then immediately shook his head in denial. No way, that feeling was very clear. You wouldn't mistake it. And the vendor hadn't played any tricks. These few items couldn't be wrong. Half an hour later, Ling Yifeng still couldn't identify the item. With a bitter smile, he sighed and put all the items back into the ring, deciding to take his time reviewing them later. Ling Yifeng didn't notice that within the ring's space, a nondescript, damaged small jade tablet briefly flashed a glimmer of light before dimming again, like a sleeping giant slightly opening its eyes before closing them back into slumber. After sitting cross-legged on the bed to cultivate for a while, Ling Yifeng fell asleep. The next day, he hired a carriage and headed towards Luoyu City. 200 miles away. Young master, may I ask what brings you to Luoyu City? The driver, a middle-aged man, casually chatted with Ling Yifeng as they traveled. Oh, my home is in Luoyu City. I'm just returning home. Ling Yifeng replied lightly. I see, the driver nodded. No wonder your accent doesn't sound like someone from Sanga City. By the way, did you see? Yesterday evening, 6 third-tier magical beasts appeared in the town, scaring us half to death. In my whole life, I've never seen a third-tier magical beast. The driver seemed a bit excited, his eyes shining as he spoke. Indeed. The appearance of the 6 third-tier magical beasts led by Lan Bing caused quite a stir in Sanga City. Third-tier magical beasts are comparable to human spirit realm powers, and there shouldn't be many people in Sanga City who reach that level. If 6 wild, aggressive magical beasts were involved, the force they formed could likely sweep through Sanga City. Before this, Ling Yifeng had only seen one true third-tier magical beast, the Ice Magic Ape, and he was well aware of the terror posed by third-tier magical beasts. Of course, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger that had been driven into a frenzy, and the terrifying overlord that was only heard and not seen didn't count. Yes, I saw them. Ling Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Ling Yifeng didn't seem interested in talking much, the driver could only close his mouth in disappointment and focus on driving. Ling Yifeng was glad to close his eyes and rest. The journey of over 200 miles would likely take just over 2 hours, which wasn't too long. Suddenly, he remembered Lan Bing saying she would send him a Fufeng, a third-tier flying magical beast that could fly the distance in less than a quarter of an hour. He suddenly felt quite envious of Lan Bing. The road connecting Luoyu City and Sanga City, while not very wide, was relatively smooth. Sitting on the soft carriage cushion, Ling Yifeng didn't feel much jolting. In fact, the swaying made him a bit drowsy. He didn't know how long it had been when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of hooves and shouting from behind. A series of hoofbeats and a clattering of metal rang out, and soon, several fast horses whizzed past Ling Yifeng's carriage. Oh no, we're in trouble. The middle-aged driver exclaimed softly. Huh? Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. Young master, we've encountered robbers. The driver leaned in and whispered to Ling Yifeng, don't act rashly. They just want money. It's better to part with some cash to avoid trouble. Before the driver finished speaking, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly snorted and stopped, as if something was blocking the way ahead. Everyone in the carriage, get down and hand over your valuables. We want to make it hard for you. A rough voice boomed outside, like thunder. Huh, so we've run into highway robbers. Masters, I'm just a carriage driver. I have no money on me. The driver lamented to the group of robbers, his face a picture of despair. We know you're just a driver. Get to the side. One of the robbers laughed loudly from his horse, then cracked his whip across the driver's back, forcing him aside. Everyone in the carriage, hurry down and pay the toll, and we want to make things difficult for you. Ling Yifeng sighed slightly. He had heard that this stretch of road was notorious for bandits and robbers, but it was bold of them to rob in broad daylight. You all have arms and legs. Why can't you make a living in a proper way instead of being highway robbers? Ling Yifeng's calm voice floated out from the carriage. Hearing such a youthful voice, the robbers exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Doing anything else doesn't bring in money as fast as this. Although we're robbers, we still have principles. If you leave money, we want to make things hard for you. The leader, a bald man with a 9-ring broadsword slung over his shoulder, laughed, making the sword rings clash together with a crisp sound. Young master, you'd better part with some money to avoid trouble. These gentlemen clearly are people of principles. The driver was starting to get anxious. At this moment, several hoofbeats came from behind, and a few young men dressed in fine clothes rode on tall, magnificent horses. Rushing toward them, the bandits' eyes lit up. These young men were clearly wealthy heirs, and the horses they rode were obviously of high quality. They blocked the road with their horses, causing the group of young men in fine clothes to slow down. "Everyone, please stop." A bald man waved his whip in the air, making a sharp sound. "Heh, big brother, what bad luck today to run into bandits." One of the young men in fine clothes sighed, but there was not a trace of panic or fear in his tone. "Just when we were looking for a place to vent our anger," another young man said with a cold smile. The bandits were slightly taken aback by their words. These wealthy young men seemed a bit unaware of their situation. They were ruthless bandits who would kill without blinking, yet these guys showed no fear at all. "Brats? Leave your money and horses behind, and I'll let you pass safely." One of the bandits pointed his knife at them, his expression fierce as he shouted, "Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ha. The young men laughed at each other. Suddenly, two of the young men stepped on the stirrups and leaped off their horses, soaring through the air toward the bandits, drawing their swords and striking at two of the bandits. The bandits were shocked. The speed of the young men's movements was like lightning. No wonder they had shown no fear earlier. It turned out they were not ordinary people. The two bandits raised their knives to block the incoming swords. Clang. With two sharp sounds of metal clashing, the two bandits felt a slight numbness in their hands, and their long knives flew out of their grasp. "You dare to rob us with this level of skill?" One young man scoffed disdainfully, turning to stab at the bald man. The bald man's expression changed. His subordinates were at most at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm, but he himself was a true late-stage spirit wheel realm expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make a living in this line of work. He always made sure to assess his opponents first, calculating that they were not from the powerful families of Luoyu City or Sanga City, or that their strength was not higher than his. Generally, he only robbed passing merchant teams without much background or strength. But today, it seemed he had misjudged. These young men in fine clothes seemed to be from some prominent family. With a shake of his long knife, the 9 copper rings on the blade clinked. The bald man swung his knife horizontally, deflecting the young man's thrust, gently pushing him back with a soft force. "Everyone, please forgive my ignorance. May I ask which family's young masters you are?" The bald man clasped his fists and asked respectfully. "Now you know to be afraid? That's too late. My big brother has been holding in a belly full of anger this morning," one young man said coldly, looking at the bald man. Inside the carriage, Ling Yifeng gradually furrowed his brows. The voices of these young men sounded somewhat familiar to him. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to recall something, his brows relaxing. But a hint of a bitter smile appeared on his face. Chapter 48. Provocation among the group of young men, the tall young man at the forefront, around 17 or 18 years old, swept his gaze over the bald man. The bald man felt a chill run down his spine when he met his gaze. It was as if he had been targeted by a venomous snake. "Everyone, I have been blind. Please forgive me. We will leave now." The bald man realized he had truly misjudged this time. Not only were these wealthy young masters of high status, but the one in the lead also had unfathomable strength, which even he could not see through. They were indeed not people he and his ragtag group could afford to offend. "You all stay." A cold, emotionless voice rang out from the young man, seemingly devoid of any feelings. You are very arrogant. This is not your home." A burly man behind the bald man couldn't help but shout angrily. The young man's disregard made him furious. "Taizan, come back," the bald man shouted. But the muscular man had already charged forward with his large knife. This man, like his name, had muscles as hard as iron. He had long been displeased with the young man, who looked like a pretty boy in front of him, although he might be a young master from some prominent family. What gave him the confidence to be so arrogant in this wilderness? Taizan leaped in front of the young man on horseback, swinging a knife toward his neck. A sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. These ignorant, noble young masters thought they could be fearless just because of their family background? Today, you will know that no matter how good your background is, with one chop from me, you will be severed in two, and no one can save you. The young man looked at the descending large knife, and instead of showing the slightest fear, a disdainful cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the young man on horseback moved, standing right in front of Taizan. He grasped Taizan's hand holding the knife, and Taizan's knife seemed to freeze in midair, unable to move an inch forward. The young man's other hand landed on Tieshan's chest, and with a surge of energy released, Taizan was sent flying backward. Landing on the ground with his back up, his eyes wide open, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The bald man immediately felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He could see that the young man had just shattered Tieshan's heart with one palm strike. Taizan had not even hit the ground before he had died from a lack of breath. This young man was not only ruthless but also extremely powerful. Although Taizan was only at the early stage of the spirit will realm, even he himself would find it difficult to kill him with such ease. The other 5 bandits were also taken aback. Among them, apart from the boss, Taizan was the strongest. Yet he had been killed in one strike by the young man opposite him. This terrifying power sent a chill straight to their hearts. The young man did not pay attention to the other 5 but focused solely on the bald man, his eyes filled with a hint of eagerness for a challenge. "Aren't you after my gold coins? Aren't you after my horses? Then come and take them yourself." The young man stared directly at the bald man. The bald man found himself in a dilemma. If he fled now, there might be a slim chance of survival. But he would have no face left in front of his brothers. If he did not flee, it was uncertain whether he could defeat this young man. And even if he did, it would only bring him trouble. "Big brother, we tough guys don't suffer in front of us." One of the younger brothers whispered in the bald man's ear. "Let's go." The bald man mounted his horse, signaling to his companions to leave. The young man seemed unwilling to let them go easily. He flickered and had already leaped in front of the bald man's horse, striking the horse's chest with his palm. The bald man swung his knife downward at an angle, aiming for the young man's arm. But the young man did not dare to directly block his blade and had to retract his hand by tightly squeezing the horse's belly. The bald man and his group galloped away. "Humph, with this level of strength and this kind of courage, you dare to rob the road?" One young man scoffed disdainfully as he watched the dust rising ahead. "Recently, there have been many incidents of robbery along this road. You all need to be careful. What is there to be afraid of? If we had directly revealed that we were from the Han family of Luoyu, would they have immediately dismounted and begged for mercy?" The young man in the lead glanced deeply at him, pointing at Taizan lying on the ground, and said, "When outside, relying on anyone is useless. The only thing you can truly rely on is your own fist." Upon reflection, the young man felt a wave of fear. Indeed, there are always some desperate individuals who wouldn't care about your status. Even if you are a royal relative without strength, you could still be killed by these lowly bandits. "Yes, big brother is right. Let's go." The leading young man took the lead and mounted his steed, galloping forward, followed by the others, as their horses raced past the window of Ling Yifeng's carriage, the strong wind blowing a gap in the curtains. From the gap, Ling Yifeng just happened to see the last boy galloping past him, and that boy coincidentally turned his head to meet his gaze. Just that one glance made the bitter smile on Ling Yifeng's face grow wider. He saw clearly that the last boy was Han Tianhu from the Han family, and the one he called elder brother was Han Bing, the one he had once injured with a single punch. Sure enough, the crowd ahead all pulled their horses and turned back, rushing back at full speed, startling the middle-aged coachman with their sudden return. 6 or 7 boys riding tall horses surrounded Ling Yifeng's carriage. "Is there anyone in the carriage who can come out to meet us?" Han Bing stared at the curtain of the carriage, carefully choosing his words. "Brother, I saw it clearly. It's that brat." Han Tianhu couldn't help but say. "Shut up." Han Bing snapped, and Han Tianhu immediately closed his mouth, not daring to say anything further. "I helped you out of a robbery. Don't you intend to come out and express your gratitude?" Han Bing's tone became slightly heavier. "Sigh, what S meant to be will be. One cannot escape fate." Ling Yifeng sighed softly in his heart and pulled back the curtain, stepping out. "Brother Han, it's been a long time. Hope you've been well." Ling Yifeng gave a slight bow to Han Bing, a smile appearing on his face. There's a saying, Don T had a smiling face. Although Han Bing had some grievances with him, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to make a direct move against him. Upon seeing that it was indeed Ling Yifeng, a strange smile immediately appeared on Han Bing's face. "Thanks to young Master Ling, my arm has finally not been wasted." Han Bing swung his right arm, his tone ambiguous, filled with either self-deprecation or resentment. "Haha, that's truly a congratulations." Ling Yifeng seemed not to understand the meaning behind Han Bing's words, putting on a harmless expression. Han Tianhu's face twitched slightly, clearly. "His elder brother was injured by you, yet you act as if it has nothing to do with you." If it weren't for his fear of Ling Yifeng, he would have almost cursed it out loud. However, that battle was fortuitous for Han Bing. 3 days after the fight, the barrier he had been stuck at in the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm was finally broken through, allowing him to successfully advance to the late stage of the spirit wheel realm. He then rose from 8th to 5th place on the Spirit Academy's leaderboard and had been wanting to find Ling Yifeng to reclaim his lost pride, but unfortunately, he had not seen Ling Yifeng's figure appear in the Spirit Academy again. Although he successfully advanced to the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, the failure from that time still lingered in his heart. even though no one in the Spirit Academy dared to mention that incident in front of him. He always wanted to find an opportunity to reclaim what he had lost in front of everyone in the Academy. I heard you have been reinstated by Dean Zhang. When do you plan to return to the Spirit Academy? Han Bing asked with a smile. Oh, when did Han Bing become so concerned about me? Ling Yifeng was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, he should now be the most hated enemy of Han Bing. It would be more reasonable for Han Bing to directly attack him without distinguishing right from wrong. Oh, is that so? Ling Yifeng feigned an expression of surprise. I was aware of this, but I probably won't be returning to the Spirit Academy for a while. In fact, Dean Zhang had previously told him that he would reinstate him at the Tiannan Spirit Academy. He just didn't expect that the news had already been released. However, Ling Yifeng didn't care about going back to the Tiannan Spirit Academy. He only cared about the 3 spots available to compete with the 3 major Spirit Academies. Not going back. Han Tianhu frowned slightly. He was eager to defeat Ling Yifeng in front of everyone in the academy to restore his reputation. As long as he didn't reclaim what Ling Yifeng had taken from him, he wouldn't find peace. He also knew that if this continued, it might become his mental demon, seriously impacting him when he tried to break through to the spirit origin realm in the future. Glancing at the corpse of the strong man on the ground, Han Bing coldly smiled. The dignified young master of the Ling family was ambushed by robbers on the way back to the city and was killed in the wilderness for refusing to hand over his wealth. What do you think? Is that possible? Hearing the malicious tone in Han Bing's words, Ling Yifeng frowned and said, What do you mean? Nothing much. Han Bing shrugged and said lightly, Young Master Ling Yifeng was unfortunately killed by robbers during a robbery. We just happened to kill one of the robbers to take revenge for you, but unfortunately, we couldn't save you. We will transport your body along with that of the robber back. Do you think your father will thank us? Ling Yifeng understood his intention. He wanted to eliminate him in this wilderness and pin the blame on those robbers. Han Bing's heart was indeed quite venomous. Ling Yifeng sneered, What makes you think you can keep me here? Have you forgotten that you are my defeated opponent? Since Han Bing had stated it so straightforwardly. Even if they were to tear their faces, Ling Yifeng saw no need to hide anything anymore. Hearing the words defeated opponent, Han Bing was immediately filled with rage. His greatest humiliation in this life was being defeated by someone he considered a waste in front of the entire Spirit Academy. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm so quickly. Han Bing gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 49, Battle. Glancing sideways at their group, only Han Bing had reached the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm, while another was at the initial stage, and the rest were all around the 8th or 9th level of spirit energy, which was not enough to be feared. Do you want to duel me, or will you all come at once? Ling Yifeng feigned an indifferent attitude. He only hoped that it would be just Han Bing who would attack him. That way, he could deal with him first without worrying about the others. Humph, you're still so arrogant. Han Bing sneered. Do you think winning by luck last time proves you're strong? Otherwise? Ling Yifeng was not modest at all, his tone carrying a playful smile. This smile sounded so harsh in Han Bing's ears. Bang! Han Bing was already furious. He stomped hard on the ground, his body shooting towards Ling Yifeng like a cannonball, his palm covered in frost, striking towards Ling Yifeng's chest. From the moment he got off the carriage, Ling Yifeng had been paying attention to Han Bing's movements. As Han Bing suddenly made his move, Ling Yifeng calmly assumed a stance. Although Han Bing had advanced to the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm, Ling Yifeng had also advanced to the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm a month ago, and in terms of spirit energy levels, he was not inferior to Han Bing at all. However, could Han Bing's cultivated techniques be as profound as his own? It was not that Ling Yifeng was arrogant. With his current strength, even facing a newly advanced spirit origin realm expert, he was confident he could put up a fight. A wave of cold, damp air surged towards him. Ling Yifeng lowered his stance and threw a punch against Han Bing's palm. Ling Yifeng remained steady, while Han Bing withdrew his palm and retreated. His strike was merely a test, and he hadn't used his full strength. In his impression, Ling Yifeng should still be at the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. He didn't know what trick Ling Yifeng had used to win last time. However, in the face of absolute strength, any technique was useless. The gap between the initial and late stages of the Spirit Wheel realm was not something simple techniques could bridge. Suddenly, a violent wave of spirit energy surged from Han Bing, causing Han Tianhu and the others to be pushed back a few steps by a chilling aura. They understood that, due to Han Bing's pride, he would not allow them to interfere in his battle. This was not just for revenge, but also to wash away his humiliation. Feeling the overwhelming spirit energy, Ling Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly after the last lesson. Han Bing had no reservations this time and was unleashing all his power. It seemed that his hatred for Ling Yifeng was indeed quite deep, secretly mobilizing his spirit energy. Ling Yifeng was already prepared, his energy ready to erupt. Coldly staring at Ling Yifeng, Han Bing revealed a hint of a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He was unaware of the intense fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from Ling Yifeng. This strike was one he was determined to land, with a light push off the ground. Han Bing suddenly leapt into the air, his agile figure swooping down like an eagle pouncing on its prey, alternating his palms to strike at Ling Yifeng. Waves of illusory palm imprints came crashing down on Ling Yifeng, accompanied by the faint sound of roaring waves, furrowing his brow slightly. Ling Yifeng felt the surging spiritual power contained within those palm imprints and quickly jumped backward. With each step he took back, a palm imprint slammed into the ground he had just vacated, creating water-stained marks on the hard stone slabs. The ability to unleash such strong power with detached spiritual energy made Ling Yifeng involuntarily admire Han Bing. In just a few breaths while Han Bing was airborne, he had unleashed more than 10 palm strikes. Although none had touched even a corner of Ling Yifeng's clothing, he showed no signs of frustration. Upon landing, Han Bing did not pause, swinging 2 palm strikes toward Ling Yifeng's cheeks, then swiftly closing in on him, with a palm aimed directly at his face. Ling Yifeng was slightly startled and immediately understood that the spiritual palm imprint that had just whizzed past his ear had blocked his escape path, and the real killing blow was hidden behind it. A chill seemed to flow from Han Bing's broad palm, and Ling Yifeng felt a trace of icy coldness entering his nostrils and reaching his lungs. Watching Han Bing's face, which was growing larger in his vision with a triumphant smile, he thought, "Die." Han Bing squeezed those words out between his teeth. Although he had not defeated Ling Yifeng in front of everyone at the Spirit Academy, as long as he could eliminate him, at least in his heart, he would no longer have any unresolved issues. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual power, no less than Han Bing's, surged up from Ling Yifeng, and a scorching energy wave radiated outward from him. Ling Yifeng quickly crossed his arms filled with spiritual power in front of him, blocking Han Bing's fierce palm strike. Bang! The two opposing forces of spiritual power collided violently, and Ling Yifeng took a small step back, then stabilized himself firmly. Han Bing, however, was pushed back a few steps by the recoil. Although it was only a few steps, the difference in strength was clear, and Han Bing's expression changed dramatically. His face was filled with disbelief. Ling Yifeng's spiritual power was several levels stronger than last time, comparable to his own late-stage spirit wheel realm strength. "Have you already advanced?" Han Bing stared wide-eyed, incredulous, looking at Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng had not announced his return to cultivation, but he had no intention of hiding it either. Shaking his slightly numb arms, Ling Yifeng looked at Han Bing with a half-smile and said, "Is it only allowed for you to advance, and not for me? Speaking of which, when it comes to cultivation talent, you are not the strongest." Ling Yifeng's tone was thick with confidence and pride. More than 3 years ago, he was recognized as the #1 genius in Luoyu City. Although Han Bing had extraordinary talent, he appeared dim in Ling Yifeng's brilliance. Therefore, after Ling Yifeng entered the spirit wheel realm and made no further progress, Han Bing's jealousy gradually diminished. Without the dazzling halo of genius Ling Yifeng, talents like Han Bing were able to shine. Just a few months ago, when Han Bing fought Ling Yifeng, he was only at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. Could it be that in just a few months, he had already broken through to the late stage of the spirit wheel realm? Such terrifying cultivation talent was truly shocking. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. A waste for 3 years had risen to a height that could take them 3 years to reach in just a few months. What kind of monster was this? "You're lying. How is this possible? Weren't you unable to cultivate?" Han Tinhu temporarily forgot his fear of Ling Yifeng and shouted hoarsely. Although he had previously feared Ling Yifeng, he believed that one day he would surpass him, and then he would return the hatred he bore toward him with interest. However, it seemed now that not only had he regained his ability to cultivate, but he also appeared even more terrifying than before. He was unwilling to accept this fact, as it meant he could never surpass him. Ling Yifeng glanced back at Han Tianhu, snorting lightly through his nose, seemingly in mockery or disdain. At this moment, Han Bing had cleared his mind, and a glimmer of shadow passed through his eyes. He had truly developed a killing intent, although he was unwilling to admit it. The truth proved that in the face of Ling Yifeng's cultivation talent, the so-called geniuses like them were not worth a mention. Now that Ling Yifeng had regained his ability to cultivate, he was afraid he could never catch up to him again. Ling Yifeng also narrowed his eyes slightly. In that moment, he keenly sensed a trace of killing intent. When he killed for the first time yesterday, He had also revealed such a killing intent. Previously, when Han Bing had mentioned wanting to keep him here, he hadn't shown a hint of killing intent. Why was he suddenly so intent on killing him now? Ling Yifeng couldn't understand, but he knew one thing. If he didn't defeat Han Bing, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Han Bing drew a shimmering blue sword from his waist, pointing it directly at Ling Yifeng, his gaze icy, locking onto several vital points on Ling Yifeng's body. With one hand gripping the sword, he extended the other hand in front of him, slightly bending it. Pale blue spiritual power rapidly gathered in his palm, forming a blue water sphere. Suddenly, Han Bing gripped his hand fiercely, and instantly, the water sphere, nearly the size of Ling Yifeng's head, exploded into countless tiny droplets. Under the activation of Han Bing's spiritual power, these tiny droplets floated in the air, gradually condensing into sharp ice crystals, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped rapidly. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Han Bing's mouth. This newly learned move was specifically designed to deal with Ling Yifeng. An advanced spiritual technique called Ice Crystal Soul at the initial level of the mysterious rank. The countless ice crystals reflected myriad rays of light under the sunlight, dazzling Ling Yifeng and causing him to squint his eyes slightly. With a wave of Han Bing's hand, the multitude of sharp ice crystals shot toward Ling Yifeng like a torrential storm. At the same time, he lunged forward with his sword, aiming to stab Ling Yifeng while covered by the ice crystals. The densely packed ice crystals sealed off a space around Ling Yifeng within 10 feet. He had no way to evade the rain-like barrage of ice crystals. At this moment, Ling Yifeng no longer held back, channeling all his energy from his dantian. Spiritual power instantly flowing through his meridians and overflowing from all his acupoints. A faint red spiritual power enveloped his entire body, as if he were wearing a coat made of flames. Spiritual power garment? The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. The layer of spiritual power garment covering Ling Yifeng's body was supposed to be a hallmark of a spirit element realm expert, gathering spiritual power to create a garment with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Had he already broken through to the spirit element realm? How could this be possible? In reality, what Ling Yifeng was using was not some so-called spiritual power garment, it was merely a means of defense. Most of the ice crystals would be directly vaporized by the high temperature after passing through this layer of spiritual defense, and the few that broke through this barrier would not pose a threat to him. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the ice crystals evaporated into white smoke before Ling Yifeng, and soon he was enveloped in a mist. The mist obscured his vision, but his figure became clearer within it. Following the ice crystals, Han Bing saw Ling Yifeng's clear silhouette in the mist, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. In a flash, the sword light glimmered as the long sword pierced into the mist. Chapter 50. Returning home as the long sword effortlessly pierced through the fog. A real sensation of breaking skin and slicing through flesh came from the blade. Han Bing's smile grew wider. Today, he would kill Ling Yifeng here, not only resolving his own mental block but also eliminating a significant future threat. Suddenly, his smile froze on his face as he tried to pull the sword out with all his might, but unfortunately, the sword seemed to be firmly stuck as if attracted by a magnet, not budging an inch no matter how hard he pulled. Suddenly, a shadow broke through the mist and charged straight at Han Bing. This was, of course, Ling Yifeng, although his vision had been obscured by the water vapor. He had been keenly observing Han Bing's movements. The moment the sword penetrated, he sensed it and tightly clamped down on the sword's body with his arm. Although his reaction was swift, he still suffered a cut from the sword's edge, which was the source of Han Bing's sensation of flesh being sliced. Just as Han Bing relaxed for a moment, Ling Yifeng stomped hard on the ground, his body shooting toward Han Bing like a cannonball. Crimson Flame Fist. With a low shout in his heart, the power of his punch erupted, striking Han Bing hard in the abdomen. Han Bing clutched his stomach and staggered backward, a look of pain on his face. Ling Yifeng did not pursue. He was well aware of the weight of his punch. Han Bing knelt on the ground, holding his stomach, large beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ling Yifeng scanned the faces of the others, who all lowered their heads to avoid his gaze. I know you have always wanted to challenge me. Ling Yifeng slowly walked in front of Han Bing. When Han Bing looked up, he saw Ling Yifeng raising his sword, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Han Bing suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. A bone-chilling coldness surged in his heart. Swish. With the sound of the sword cutting down, everyone's heart jumped violently. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Han Bing's cheek. He could hear his heartbeat like a drum, ready to burst from his chest. He swallowed hard. His gleaming green sword was embedded just an inch into the ground beside him, the hilt still vibrating. I will give you another chance. Ling Yifeng clapped his hands and walked toward the carriage, turning his head to look at Han Bing. I will fight for a spot in the next recruitment exam for the 3 major spiritual academies. By then, I will be ready to accept your challenge at any time. Han Bing knew that since he had failed to kill Ling Yifeng this time, with his rate of growth, he probably wouldn't have another opportunity in the future. Ling Yifeng took out a gold coin and handed it to the already frightened coachman, indicating he could leave. He walked over to the fine horse that Han Bing had ridden, mounted it, and with a slap on its back, it galloped away, no one daring to stop him. I'm just borrowing this horse for now. I will return it later. Before Ling Yifeng finished speaking, the horse had already taken him Tinjiang away. Ling Yifeng did not choose to kill Han Bing. In that situation, killing him would have been easy, especially since Han Bing had already shown his murderous intent in front of him. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Firstly, Han Bing was still just a 13 or 14-year-old boy, not a bloodthirsty killer. Secondly, Han Bing was the eldest son of the Han family head. If he killed him, the Han family would never let him go, and it could directly lead to a war between the 2 families, which would not be good for the Ling family. Therefore, if he wanted to kill him, he would have to eliminate everyone to cover his tracks, and Ling Yifeng questioned whether he could do such a thing. If he runs into my gun barrel next time, heh. The horse was indeed a good one. After galloping for more than half an hour on this road, he could already see the city gate of Luoyu City ahead, having been away from home for 7 or 8 months. The experiences he gained in the monster forest far surpassed those of the previous 10 years combined. He wondered if his father would be shocked to learn that he had broken through to the late spirit wheel realm, not far from the city gate. Ling Yifeng took out several monster corpses he had stored in his spatial ring when no one was around, placed them on the horse's back, and headed straight for the mercenary guild. He hadn't been able to take these things out at the mercenary guild in Sanga City yesterday, and today he intended to deal with all of them to free up some space in his ring. After leaving the mercenary guild, Ling Yifeng held a small bag of gold coins in his hand. He had only exchanged the corpses of the 4 or 5 monsters for about 200 gold coins, which wasn't even worth the price of a monster core. He decided not to do such thankless work next time. Upon entering the Ling family's gate, Ling Yifeng headed straight for his father's residence. Having been away for so long, he should first report his safety to his father. Arriving in front of Ling Cheng's study, he found the door tightly closed, and there was no sign of Ling Cheng anywhere. After pondering for a moment, Ling Yifeng turned and headed toward the conference hall. Knowing that Ling Cheng was either working in the study or in the conference hall discussing matters, rarely going to other places, the door to the conference hall was still tightly shut, with many guards patrolling outside. Just as Ling Yifeng was about to approach a guard to ask a question, he suddenly heard the door to the conference hall creak open. Ling Cheng and several elders walked out side by side, rare smiles on their faces. Unlike before when they would always argue whenever they discussed matters. Upon suddenly seeing Ling Yifeng standing to the side, Ling Cheng's face lit up with joy as he strode over, always mindful of his image as the family head. He patted Ling Yifeng's shoulder vigorously, examining him closely as if afraid that Ling Yifeng had lost some parts. His eyes were filled with a look of satisfaction, and after a while, he finally spoke. You've grown taller and stronger, but you've also gotten quite tanned. Come, tell your old man about your experiences over the past half year. In Ling Cheng's study, Ling Yifeng briefly recounted his experiences in the monster forest, glossing over some of the dangerous encounters with monsters. Of course, he did not mention the encounter with the beautiful girl Lin Yusin in the forest. Ling Cheng listened quietly the entire time without interrupting. After hearing Ling Yifeng's account, he nodded appreciatively and said, after going through so much tempering, you've indeed grown a lot. Ling Cheng certainly knew that Ling Yifeng's light and simple recounting belied the actual dangers, but seeing his son return safely, he no longer dwelled on the perilous details. I not only gained experience in the monster forest, but also earned quite a bit of money. Ling Yifeng couldn't hide his proud expression as he said to Ling Cheng, Dad, I know you spent a lot of money trying to get me the soul origin pill, and you had quite a few arguments with the elders over it. I wonder if this money can make up for some of those losses. Ling Cheng waved his hand and said, You don't need to worry about that. It was the family's decision. Spending a little money for a pillar of the family is worth it. Suddenly, Ling Cheng's voice stopped as he was surprised to see a pitch-black card pinched between Ling Yifeng's fingers. This savings card contains 50,000 gold coins. Ling Yifeng tentatively asked, I wonder if this is enough for the cost of that soul origin pill? Where did you get so much money? Ling Cheng did not doubt what Ling Yifeng said. He was just curious about how Ling Yifeng had obtained so much money. This amount was enough to exchange for the soul origin pill. and if he had had this money earlier, he wouldn't have. Ling Yifeng briefly recounted the task involving ice heart tears to Ling Cheng. By the end, Ling Cheng clicked his tongue and nodded. The Lan family in the imperial capital truly has deep pockets. But keep this money for yourself. It's what you earned. And it has nothing to do with the family. The family is willing to spend a lot of resources to cultivate you. That's the family's decision. As long as you can consider the family's development more in the future, that will be enough. By the way, Ling Cheng suddenly said, we were just discussing the clan competition that will take place in a month. I wonder if you are interested in participating? Chapter 51. Practicing sword chi. Ling Yifeng was slightly taken aback, then said somewhat dejectedly, has it been 3 years so soon? The Ling family held a clan competition every 3 years. Although it was called a clan competition, it mainly targeted the younger generation like Ling Yifeng, giving them a test. Although the Ling family was a large family in Liu City, it appeared younger compared to the other 3 families, lacking their sufficient heritage. Thus, the resources within the family could not be fully allocated to all the young members. The family would select outstanding disciples through the clan competition for focused cultivation, while those with poor talent and diligence would be assigned to the family's industries once they reached adulthood, likely leading to a mundane life. It might sound cruel, but it was necessary. The younger generation was the future of the Ling family. If the Ling family wanted to develop for a long time, it could only adopt a survival of the fittest approach, spending its limited resources on those worth cultivating. I hope you can participate, Ling Cheng said seriously while looking into Ling Yifeng's eyes. Previously, I faced some obstruction from certain petty individuals regarding your matter, and in the end, I had to exert all my effort to persuade them. Your progress is the best result, and this clan competition is the best opportunity for you to showcase your achievements. I want them to see whether it was worth all the money I spent seeking the soul origin pill for you. Ling Yifeng looked deeply at his father. He realized that while his father hadn't voiced it, he cared a lot about this matter. As a son, only by becoming excellent could he make his father proud. His father had sacrificed so much for him, and he should feel some comfort too. Ling Yifeng suddenly grinned, his smile bright and innocent. He nodded vigorously and said, don't worry, Dad. I will participate in this competition and definitely bring you glory. Ling Cheng looked at his son with a smile of relief, feeling that everything he had done was worth it. There is still a month left. Prepare well. Ling Cheng turned to flip through the books on his desk. Ling Yifeng quietly exited Ling Cheng's study. Back in his familiar small room, Ling Yifeng lay straight on his big bed and stretched comfortably. Indeed, no golden nest or silver nest could compare to his own doghouse. The only regret was that he couldn't bring Fire Ling back with him. Lying on the bed, Ling Yifeng recalled the scenes of wandering through the monster beast forest with Fire Ling and sighed softly, wondering where it was now and if it was doing well. Despite being back, Ling Yifeng never delayed his daily training. By the time he finished today's training, it was already dark outside. He exhaled deeply and noticed a faint swelling sensation in his spiritual wheel. It had been nearly 3 months since he last broke through to the late stage of the spiritual realm. Ling Yifeng frowned slightly. He realized how quickly time passed. It seemed that the spiritual energy within him was about to swell again. In 3 months, reaching the peak of the spiritual realm from the late stage was something that seemed utterly absurd to most who had already broken through to the spiritual origin realm. However, Ling Yifeng truly felt that subtle sense of impending breakthrough. It seemed that he would soon break through to the spiritual origin realm. A look of joy appeared on Ling Yifeng's face. Once he ascended to the spiritual origin realm, he could open the item his mother left for him. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. This joy in his heart might even surpass his advancement to the spiritual origin realm. In the early morning, Ling Yifeng got up early and ran to the mountain behind his house. He had long been accustomed to the life of getting up early to search for food in the monster beast forest, and now he habitually rushed to the back mountain. But halfway there, he suddenly remembered that he didn't need to forage for wild fruits or hunt. He smiled wryly, but since he was already out, he decided to find a place to practice his spiritual techniques and prepare for the clan competition in a month. Suddenly, Ling Yifeng thought of a place he used to go alone often. Following the mountain path straight ahead, the morning glow shone through the dense foliage, and the flowers and grasses by the roadside still retained the dew from last night, reflecting a crystalline light in the sunlight. As the grass became denser ahead, it indicated that he had deviated from the main path and stepped onto a rarely traveled trail. Suddenly, a fork in the road appeared ahead, and Ling Yifeng stepped confidently onto the left path, which was covered with weeds taller than half a person. Not long after walking, he reached a cliff with no path ahead. However, Ling Yifeng did not stop but continued toward the edge of the cliff. Upon reaching the edge, he discovered a sheer drop of dozens of feet below, with rough stone walls on the sides, but a half-person-wide path was left between them. Without hesitation, Ling Yifeng stepped onto the path, carefully moving forward while keeping close to the stone wall. Turning a corner, he saw a stone cave about 2 people high, and with a quick movement, he entered it. The interior of the cave was not spacious, aside from a stone bench. There were 5 wooden posts as tall as a person. The ground was relatively clean except for some dried bird droppings. Ling Yifeng stood at the entrance of the cave and looked down. Most of Liu City was in view, and the Ling family's location was not far below. Ling Yifeng turned and walked to one of the wooden posts, gently touching the shallow marks on it. These were used to test the strength of his spiritual energy. Every time he broke through a layer of spiritual energy, he would excitedly come here to test his strength. This place was remote and free from interruptions, so he had taken it as his secret base. After he entered the spiritual wheel realm, he and T come back. Ling Yifeng walked to the rightmost solid wooden post and gently touched the grooves with slight burn marks. Those were the marks he left when he used the Crimson Flame Fist with all his strength at the 9th level of spiritual energy. At that time, he was quite proud of his punch, but now it seemed somewhat childish. Gently stroking the smooth wooden post, a slight smile curved at the corner of Ling Yifeng's mouth. Suddenly, he tightened his palm into a fist and struck down violently on the wooden post. A dull roar echoed, with chips flew, and Ling Yifeng's fist sank deep into the post, creating a huge hole in the wooden post that could be hugged by a person. This punch used less than 50% of his spiritual energy, but the power was worlds apart from when he was at the 9th level of spiritual energy. No wonder it was said that only by condensing the spiritual will could one be considered a true spiritual cultivator. This could be seen clearly. If he exerted all his strength, he could definitely smash the wooden post with one punch. Ling Yifeng was confident in his explosive power. Close combat was strong, but it placed high demands on one's physical body. Otherwise, the body could not withstand such a powerful explosion, and in attacking the enemy, it was very likely that one's own body would be the first to be destroyed by the immense force. Ling Yifeng understood this principle while practicing the Crimson Flame Fist, so while cultivating spiritual techniques, he also did not forget to train his physical strength. That was an unforgettable experience for him. To improve muscle resilience and strengthen the hardness of his bones, he had endured a lot of hardship. For aside from using some body-refining spiritual herbs for assistance, the best way to refine his body was to continuously stimulate it with external factors. That's right. It was about taking hits. To learn how to hit others, one must first learn to take hits. The more hits one takes, the more resilient one becomes. He hung many heavy sandbags on a big tree, and by striking the sandbags, he made them fall from a height and then braced his body to take the impact. Through this method, he was training his physical strength, and each time he was struck by the sandbags, he ended up covered in bruises, but the effect was very noticeable. His ability to withstand blows was getting stronger and stronger. He also knew that the more pain he endured now and the more sweat he shed, the less blood he would spill in the future. Until he obtained the Storm Sword Heaven Gang technique, he realized that ranged attacks were indeed much safer than close combat. Controlling sword chi with spiritual thoughts, or even using intent to command the sword, strategizing from a small space, and taking the enemy's head from 100 feet away. This was the correct way to open up spiritual cultivation. With just a thought, a sword chi suddenly formed and shot towards the target rapidly along with Ling Yifeng's intent. With a faint sound, a hole 2 fingers wide appeared on the wooden stake in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yifeng's gaze passed through the hole and saw a deep pit about half a foot deep in the hard stone wall behind. Although the destructive power of this sword chi was not as great as his punch, its concentrated force had a far stronger penetrating ability than his Crimson Flame Fist. After all, a high-level mysterious spiritual technique, even if he had only grasped the surface of it, was incomparable to an intermediate-level ordinary spiritual technique. If the wooden stake were replaced with a living person, Ling Yifeng's punch could severely injure them, but this sword chi, no matter where it struck, could surely take their life. Ling Yifeng recalled the first person he killed, pierced through their throat with a sword chi. Watching their blood slowly flow out from the hole in their neck, feeling their vitality gradually fade away. Yes, whether it is martial arts, spiritual techniques, weapons, or even spiritual power, if traced back to the beginning, it is merely a means of killing. This was destined since ancient times, when people first cultivated spiritual power, forged sharp iron tools from iron and stone, and first researched techniques to manipulate spiritual power. This bloody fact cannot be changed, nor does it need to be changed. Ling Yifeng understood this principle, Although he did not want to kill, he was even less willing to be killed. This world is cruel. Revering power and placing strength above all, some super strong individuals can casually unleash a sword chi, causing winds and clouds to surge, changing the colors of heaven and earth. Ordinary people are merely like ants in their eyes. Would you care about the ants you stepped on? Therefore, the only way to avoid being trampled on like ants is to enhance one's own strength, take fate into one's own hands, and hold the power of life and death in one's own grasp. Taking a deep breath, another sword chi was condensed. Ling Yifeng extended his finger, cautiously controlling the sword chi to roam around in the small space, then weaving back and forth over several wooden stakes, carving out deep and shallow marks on their surfaces. Chapter 52. Ling Lei controlling sword chi consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Not long after, Ling Yifeng was panting heavily, unable to imagine what it would be like to reach the peak of the technique, where one could simultaneously control 99 sword chis. And what kind of massive spiritual energy would be required to support that, needing such precise control? Right now, he could only condense one sword chi, and attempting to condense a second one left him feeling somewhat powerless. However, as long as he could control this one sword chi, that was enough for him. Ling Yifeng walked into the inner side of the cave, where the stone wall surprisingly had a narrow passage wide enough for one person. If he hadn't approached, he wouldn't have noticed it. The path was not long. After turning 2 corners, he could see light not far ahead. Exiting the cave, he found himself still on the back mountain, but closer to a well-trodden path. It was already noon, and the number of people coming and going in the mountains increased, most of whom were from the Ling family, as this area was considered Ling family's territory. Outsiders would not choose to enter the Beast Mountain from here. Suddenly, a commotion came from not far behind, seemingly a team of hunters or herb gatherers. Ling Yifeng turned to look and saw quite a few people, armed with bows and arrows, and with long swords and short blades at their waists, looking like they had just returned from hunting. Some were carrying small animals like roe deer on their shoulders, while others were holding wild rabbits, and a few even combined their strength to carry a large beast. The youths with trophies on hand were all excited and joyful, while those empty-handed looked dejected. Most of these people were Ling family members, and Ling Yifeng recognized quite a few of them, with the leaders being several members of the hunting team in Ling family's uniform. Ling Yifeng knew that the family would periodically take younger members into the deep mountains for hunting activities, which he had participated in before. Watching them, Ling Yifeng recalled his first experience following the family hunting team into the forest, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Now, he could already venture deep into the beast forest alone to hunt beasts. "Brother Phone," a surprised voice called out. Ling Yifeng focused his eyes and saw it was Ling Yu. Ling Yu excitedly emerged from the crowd, running towards Ling Yifeng, carrying a wolf on his shoulder, tightly gripping its tail with his right hand, while 3 wild rabbits were tied around his waist, swaying humorously as he ran. "Brother Foam, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" He remembered the things on him only after reaching Ling Yifeng, awkwardly tossing the wolf onto the ground and brushing off the dirt on his hands. "I just returned yesterday." Ling Yifeng smiled faintly, looking down to see the wolf on the ground had been shot through the back of its neck by an arrow, emerging through its jaw. He was slightly surprised. "Oh, not bad. Your archery is quite accurate. Just good luck." Ling Yu scratched his head with a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Today was my first time handling a bow. I originally wanted to catch it alive, but this guy was extremely agile, dodging back and forth in the bushes. I tried shooting an arrow and unexpectedly hit it." Ling Yifeng was slightly amazed. For someone like Ling Yu, to hit a cunning and agile wolf on his first try with a bow, if it wasn't just luck, it indicated he had extraordinary talent in this area. Ling Yifeng had not practiced archery, but when he reached the 9th level of spiritual energy, he could easily draw a 10-pound bow that only adults could manage and shoot an arrow up to 150 steps away, though it lacked accuracy. The power was not to be underestimated. Ling Yifeng noticed the 3 wild rabbits hanging at Ling Yu's waist were similarly shot through by an arrow, and he couldn't help but feel a bit impressed by this guy. "Your archery talent is much better than mine," Ling Yifeng praised with a smile. "Hee hee hee." Ling Yu grinned foolishly. "Humph, what's so great about hitting a few rabbits?" A strange voice interjected from the side, sounding like a boy in the midst of a voice change, with a hint of hoarseness, resembling a duck's quack. Ling Yifeng turned to look and saw a boy in black walking towards them, followed by 2 boys of similar age. "Ling Lei." Ling Yu coldly smiled at him. "What's the matter? Are you not convinced that you can't shoot arrows better than me?" The boy's face flushed slightly, and Ling Yifeng noticed he had no trophies with him. indicating he hadn't caught anything and was looking to vent his frustrations on someone. Before the boy could speak, a chubby kid beside him shouted defiantly, "What's so great about hitting a few wild rabbits? When it comes to cultivating spiritual power, we should compare strength. Are you daring to compete with Brother Lei in the martial arts arena?" Ling Lei's expression returned to normal as he laughed. "That's right. Are you brave enough to compete with me in the martial arts arena later?" Ling Lei was the grandson of the Grand Elder, about the same age as Ling Yu, with above-average cultivation talent, and his strength was comparable to Ling Yu's. Losing is losing, even if it's luck. That's part of strength. If you can't even admit to this small failure, how can you challenge someone? Don't you find that embarrassing? Ling Yifeng suddenly spoke up lightly, not even glancing at them. The other two wanted to refute, slightly opening their mouths, but they couldn't find a reason, and they didn't dare to offend Ling Yifeng either. Ling Lei's face turned red and then pale, pale and then red again. Today, he came out to hunt, but unexpectedly, all the glory was taken by Ling Yu. His luck today was quite bad, as he missed several shots, and seeing Ling Yu's proud look made him feel frustrated. Upon seeing Ling Yifeng also here, he didn't want to say much. Ever since Ling Yifeng defeated Han Bing in the Spirit Academy, everyone who had previously tried to undermine him no longer dared to speak disrespectfully in front of him, because they knew he was a lion hiding its fangs, pretending to be docile. When he truly became angry and showed his fangs, it would be too late to run. Han Bing was the best example of this. "Humph, don't get too proud too soon." Ling Lei glared fiercely at Ling Yu and said, "You better pray you don't become my opponent at the clan competition a month from now." He waved his hand and left with his two little followers. Ling Yu glanced at him and didn't take his threat to heart at all. "Humph, this guy likes to compete with me in everything but can never surpass me." Ling Yu smiled faintly at Ling Yifeng. "I might know why he wants to compete with you everywhere," Ling Yifeng said with a mischievous grin. What do you mean?" Ling Yu's face suddenly turned a bit red. He of course knew why Ling Lei was always at odds with him, but he didn't expect Ling Yifeng to know about it too, and he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Both Ling Yu and Ling Lei were grandsons of the clan elders, with similar status, but it shouldn't be so confrontational. The only reason for this could be a certain girl who could provoke their jealousy, and that girl happened to be known to Ling Yifeng as well. Seeing Ling Yu's awkward expression, Ling Yifeng stopped teasing him and turned to walk down the mountain, casually saying, "Since ancient times, young men have had a hard time with beautiful women." Ling Yu's face turned red all at once. It seemed Ling Yifeng had already guessed his secret. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Ling Yu picked up the wolf carcass on the ground, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried to catch up. Chapter 53. Ideal Opponent. Brother Feng, tell me how you've been these past 6 months. Sitting opposite Ling Yifeng, Ling Yu looked at him eagerly, hoping to hear about his recent experiences. Ling Yifeng was focused on preparing a roasted rabbit, mercilessly claiming Ling Yu's spoils. However, he was experienced at roasting, and soon the aroma of the meat filled the courtyard. Ling Yu's attention was gradually drawn to the delicious smell, and he stopped pestering him for stories. "Wow, Brother Feng, I never knew you were such a great cook." Ling Yu, not caring about the heat, tore off a rabbit leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, the rich flavor of the fat mixed with the tender rabbit meat swirled in his mouth, and he nearly swallowed his own tongue. "After eating your roast, I finally know what a taste of heaven is." The dishes cooked by the chefs in the kitchen suddenly seemed bland in comparison. Cooking chicken, duck, fish, and meat for them is simply a waste. "Brother Feng, after eating such delicious food from you, I won't be able to eat the kitchen's meals anymore. From now on, I'll come here every day for a free meal." Ling Yifeng tore off another rabbit leg and stuffed it into Ling Yu's mouth, laughing and scolding. "Is this enough to keep you quiet? At least you have something to eat. Do you know what I've been eating every day in the monster forest? It's either roasted rabbits or roasted wild boars. I'm about to throw up." Ling Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Ling Yifeng, knowing he was intentionally teasing him. But he couldn't help but squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. "You're so cruel." After saying that, he buried his head and continued to wolf down the food. Ling Yifeng smiled faintly and slowly chewed on the pieces of meat he had torn off. He wasn't lying. He truly was getting a bit tired of eating the same things every day, but for survival, he had to eat enough to have the strength to hunt monsters. Watching Ling Yu eat like a wolf, Ling Yifeng recalled Fireling, who also ate like this, always clutching a big piece of meat to her chest, afraid of being robbed. "Brother Feng, since you're tired of it, just give me the leftovers." Ling Yu laughed as he snatched the rabbit meat from Ling Yifeng's hand and started chewing, showing no disgust for the bite marks left by Ling Yifeng. Smiling silently, Ling Yifeng set up the roasting rack again and placed another prepared rabbit on it. While roasting, he began to recount his experiences in the monster forest. He didn't mention some of the thrilling details to Ling Qing, as he was afraid Ling Qing would worry for him despite having returned safely. So he glossed over many things. But when talking to Ling Yu, he didn't deliberately hide anything. First, Ling Yu was his peer, and they could relate to each other. Second, these experiences could be considered valuable lessons, allowing Ling Yu to recognize the dangers and hardships of the outside world early on, which would be beneficial for him when he ventured out alone in the future. Listening to Ling Yifeng's heart-pounding descriptions, Ling Yu felt a chill down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat, as if he were the one in danger. Hearing Ling Yifeng describe the relaxing and pleasant scenes, he also began to feel at ease. After hearing Ling Yifeng's narrative, Ling Yu was already sweating profusely. He never expected that experiencing the Monster Mountain would be like this, with danger and opportunity coexisting. One moment of carelessness could earn him 50,000 gold coins, and another moment could cost him his life. Ling Yu gently patted his chest, feeling lingering fear. Haha, danger is indeed danger. If it weren't dangerous, how could it be called an adventure? If it weren't dangerous, the experience would be meaningless. True strength is not cultivated in an ivory tower. It must be forged through countless hardships and emerging from the flames. Ling Yifeng smiled and looked at Ling Yu, knowing that he was also filled with anticipation about entering the Monster Mountain for training. However, with his current strength of 8 layers of spiritual energy, he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. Just encountering a first-level monster could leave him helpless. I remember you also have fire attribute spiritual energy, right? Ling Yifeng said as he pulled out several red heart fruits from his ring and tossed them to Ling Yu. These should have good effects for cultivation. Strive to break through to the spirit realm soon. Ling Yu carefully caught the few red heart fruits and shot a reproachful glance at Ling Yifeng, thinking that such precious things shouldn't be tossed around. So this is the red heart fruit? Ling Yu examined the bright red fruits closely. He had just heard Ling Yifeng talk about how he obtained these fruits. I'll give it a try tonight. I've been trying to break through to the 9th layer of spiritual energy these past few days, but I've always lacked a bit of feeling. A hint of excitement appeared on Ling Yu's face. By the way, Brother Feng, are you going to participate in the clan competition a month from now? Ling Yu suddenly asked. The clan competition, held once every 3 years, aimed to select and train the most outstanding descendants. With Ling Yifeng's current potential, there was no need for him to showcase anything to the family. He would naturally be groomed as one of the most outstanding candidates. Thus, this competition was considered a significant test that could determine one's future in the eyes of others. But to Ling Yifeng, it was just a trivial matter. Of course, how could I miss a competition that only happens once every 3 years? Ling Yifeng didn't look at Ling Yu but instead gazed at the distant mountain peaks, saying lightly, 3 years ago, after he entered the spirit wheel realm, the situation where he could no longer cultivate became increasingly apparent. He didn't participate in that clan competition. And after defeating Han Bing, who ranked in the top 10 at the Spirit Academy in front of hundreds of witnesses, his name once again made waves throughout the city. The elders of the clan also compromised with Ling Qing's suggestion and spent a considerable amount of resources to obtain soul origin pills. It could be said that the family had once again recognized him. He didn't need to prove anything further. But Ling Yifeng had already agreed with Ling Qing to shine brightly in this clan competition, although he didn't know why Ling Qing wanted him to do this. He had no reason to refuse Ling Qing's request. I see. Ling Yu nodded thoughtfully, then frowned and said, this competition might not be simple. Do you know any insider information? Ling Yifeng glanced at him sideways, puzzled. Last time, I accidentally heard Ling Lei say that his brother is determined to win the championship in this clan competition. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Ling Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Ling Lei's strength and talent are not particularly strong, his brother Ling Chuyang is quite extraordinary. Ling Chuyang's cultivation talent in the Ling family is second to none. With the exception of Ling Yifeng, this once-in-a-100-years genius, he reached the spirit origin realm at just 16 years old, and his talent is sufficient to enter any of the 3 spirit academies in the Tianluo Empire. Now at 17, he has firmly held the top position in the Tiannan Spirit Academy for over a year. His goal is the joint examination of the 3 spirit academies 2 years from now. It can be said that he has already secured one of the 3 spots in the Tiannan Spirit Academy. I didn't expect him to be interested in this clan competition. A slight smile crept onto Ling Yifeng's lips. This was getting really interesting. He had already broken through to the spirit origin realm a year ago. Brother Feng, you mustn't impulsively challenge him. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yifeng's eager expression, feeling a bit nervous. According to the rules of the clan competition, opponents are randomly matched for those aged between 15 and 18. And the purpose of the competition is to assess the younger generation in that age group. For those under 15 who are confident in their strength, they can challenge those who qualify after their matches. If the challenge is successful, they can bypass the next clan competition and gain the attention of the elders in the clan, thus obtaining better cultivation conditions. However, the difficulty of this is evident. Unless one has exceptional cultivation talent, they must be very skilled in martial arts to succeed in a higher level challenge. Since Han Bing will also participate in this competition, it's not surprising if he qualifies or even takes first place. As a qualified participant, he can be challenged by others. Brother Phone, please don't choose him as your opponent. Ling Yifeng glanced at him and replied lightly, "Don't worry." Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But he never expected that Ling Yifeng's "don't worry" didn't mean what he thought it did. What Ling Yifeng really meant was that he was at ease. So what if it was the spirit origin realm? Dad wants to see me shine. And if my opponents are too weak, it would be meaningless. The spirit origin realm, huh? Ling Yifeng thought to himself, in this month, I will definitely break through to the peak of the spirit wheel realm and enter the spirit origin realm. Oh, by the way, Brother Phones, there's someone else who will participate in this clan competition, and you definitely won't guess who it is. Ling Yu smiled mysteriously at Ling Yifeng, a hint of cunning in his expression. Don't keep me in suspense. I don't want to guess. Ling Yifeng jokingly scolded, turning his head to the side. Humph, so boring. I was going to give you a surprise. Ling Yu muttered quietly. In that case, wait until that day to see. Ling Yu pouted. Ling Yifeng didn't mind and smiled casually. Ling Yu stood up, glanced at the remnants scattered on the ground, and thought about slipping away. Brother Phone, I'm heading back now. I must break through to the 9th layer of spiritual power today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy of those few heartfire fruits you gave me. Ling Yu said with determination. Ling Yifeng looked at his spirited demeanor and nodded with a smile. Ling Yu turned and ran out of the courtyard. This kid, why is he running? It doesn't have to be that urgent to try to break through. Ling Yifeng chuckled and shook his head. He then looked down and saw the littered remnants, slightly stunned. And 2 drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Moments later, hearing the curses coming from behind, Ling Yu didn't look back but quickened his pace. Chapter 54. Breakthrough. Mysterious black core. More than 20 days had passed, and the day of the clan competition was approaching, yet Ling Yifeng still hadn't successfully advanced to the spirit origin realm. Several times, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but that feeling vanished in an instant, like a beam of light caught in his hand. Let go. And it escapes. Grip it tightly, and it turns dark. Strange, it shouldn't be like this. The previous breakthroughs were quite smooth. Ling Yifeng wasn't overly anxious. His cultivation speed was already much faster than most. Many people encounter bottlenecks that can block them for months or even years. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the Ling Tianju was slowly circulating. Tomorrow was the clan competition, and if he still couldn't break through, facing Ling Chuang, who had already entered the spirit origin realm, his chances of winning were slim. Although he was confident he could contend with Ling Chuyang due to the advantages of the Ling Tianju and the high-level Xiantir Tiangang Sword Qi, winning would still be difficult. After all, the gap in strength couldn't easily be bridged just by high-level techniques and spiritual skills. To defeat Ling Chuyang, he must first break through to the spirit origin realm. Even if he didn't need to defeat Ling Chuyang, with his current strength, he could still astonish everyone. However, since Dad wanted to see him shine in front of everyone, Ling Chuang was undoubtedly the best target for him to challenge. As the Ling Tianju circulated through his meridians for several rotations, Ling Yifeng suddenly felt a warm current emanating from his dantian. Ling Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. This feeling had returned. He remained still, maintaining his original posture, while the Ling Tianju continued to operate, opening every acupoint in his body, quietly sensing the invisible spiritual power around him and greedily absorbing it. His dantian gradually filled with spiritual energy, and the refined pure spiritual power was fed into the massive misty spiritual wheel. As the spiritual power within the spiritual wheel increased, a sense of expansion subtly emerged. This was a critical moment. Ling Yifeng thought to himself, feeling nervous enough for sweat to bead on his brow. His mind sank into the spiritual wheel, where he saw wisps of light red mist undulating within. Piercing through layers of spiritual mist, at the center of the spiritual wheel, the spiritual power mist appeared thicker, as if it was about to condense into small droplets of water. Ling Yifeng felt a surge of joy. He knew that the transformation of the spiritual power mist into water droplets was the sign of entering the spirit origin realm. The energy contained in one droplet of spiritual power water was far greater than that of 100 wisps of spiritual mist combined. In this way, The capacity for storing spiritual power in the spiritual wheel was effectively expanded 100-fold. When all the spiritual mist in the spiritual wheel was refined into spiritual power water droplets, he would reach the peak of the spirit origin realm. The Ling Tian Ju's technique operated at full power, while his mental energy continuously exerted pressure on the spiritual power in the spiritual wheel, striving to compress the mist into droplets. An hour later, Ling Yifeng was drenched in sweat, but his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. At the center of his spiritual wheel, a small red droplet, shimmering and crystal clear, hung precariously, while the surrounding spiritual power mist seemed to be drawn in, swirling around the small droplet. Who? Ling Yifeng let out a long breath, suddenly opening his eyes, unable to hide his joy. The spirit origin realm. He had finally successfully broken through to the spirit origin realm. Feeling his body filled with new power, Ling Yifeng excitedly jumped up from the edge of his bed. He suddenly felt that his body had become lighter, his senses sharper, and there seemed to be a long-sealed power in his muscles yearning to break free from its cage and explode forth. Every young man feels this way after breaking through a barrier, eager to know how much stronger they have become. Ling Yifeng was no exception. But it was already late at night outside. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual in his dantian, a feeling he had never experienced before, and he felt a bit worried. The dantian was the foundation of his cultivation, and it must not have any mishaps. Immersed in thought, Ling Yifeng cautiously extended his spiritual consciousness into his dantian. The spiritual will in his dantian continued to emit a warm aura, showing no signs of anything unusual. After checking twice without finding anything abnormal, Ling Yifeng was about to withdraw his spiritual consciousness when suddenly, his seated body trembled slightly. He discovered that at the center of his dantian, there was a pitch-black oval object floating. What is this? Ling Yifeng was startled. There was actually a foreign object in his dantian. When did it come in? What is this thing? This is no small matter. The dantian is crucial for practitioners, and any mistake is unacceptable. The presence of such a large foreign object in his dantian truly shocked him. After calming himself down, Ling Yifeng carefully examined his dantian again, hoping that what he just saw was merely his imagination. He slowly extended his spiritual consciousness into the dantian and felt himself submerged in a sea of light red clouds. With a glowing disc-shaped object ahead, it was indeed the spiritual wheel. Continuing forward, he pushed through layers of refined spiritual energy, searching for the small black dot he had just seen. Finally, after pushing aside the last bit of spiritual energy, Ling Yifeng once again saw that oval black object. Ling Yifeng managed to remain calm and did not shout in panic. He took a deep breath and carefully observed the small object. Approaching cautiously, Ling Yifeng noticed that the nearly omnipresent spiritual energy around it did not come near. Instead, it formed a small void around the object, which made it easier for Ling Yifeng to see its true appearance. It was a black oval object about the size of a grain of rice, shaped like a plant seed, and although small, it was covered in dense cracks that resembled mysterious runes. It floated there silently, not moving at all. After pondering for a moment, Ling Yifeng continued to probe forward with his spiritual consciousness. When he made contact with the surface of the black core, he felt an invisible force pushing him away. After several attempts, Ling Yifeng still could not get closer to it. In my dantian, is it still resisting me? Ling Yifeng focused his spiritual consciousness and charged at the black core. Suddenly, the cracks on the black core emitted faint glimmers of light, and a mysterious pattern appeared before Ling Yifeng's eyes. This pattern seemed to possess some kind of magical power, and Ling Yifeng quickly felt a wave of dizziness. Before the light from the black core fully erupted, his spiritual consciousness dissipated with a bang, and he suddenly lost consciousness, collapsing onto the bed. The black core in the dantian returned to its dull, lifeless appearance, silently floating there, completely still. Chapter 55, Clan Competition. As he groggily opened his eyes, it was already morning. Ling Yifeng frowned and rubbed his somewhat aching head, unable to recall what had happened the night before. My head hurts. Ling Yifeng grimaced, and after a moment, a flash of memory crossed his mind. Ignoring the pain, he immediately began to check his body. Memories of the previous night suddenly resurfaced. He only remembered preparing to concentrate his thoughts to approach the mysterious object in his dantian, but he had been knocked unconscious by a sudden force. The dantian, being the foundation of cultivation, could not afford any negligence. After checking his body thoroughly and finding no injuries, Ling Yifeng let out a slight sigh of relief and then focused his mind to continue toward his dantian. His dantian and spiritual will showed no abnormalities, but the mysterious black core was still there, the only fortunate aspect being that it remained quietly in place, without any movement. What on earth is this thing? Ling Yifeng carefully recalled the records about the spiritual origin realm from books, but he had never seen anything resembling a seed-like object mentioned. People often feel inexplicable fear toward the unknown, and Ling Yifeng was no exception. However, he was quite experienced in this regard, aside from the ruling remnant soul within him. He had also encountered the fire spirit that could devour magic cores, and with this, it didn't seem so significant. With a helpless smile, Ling Yifeng had to comfort himself. This black core was in his dantian, and he could not remove it. He had only wanted to observe it closely last night and had been knocked unconscious. Perhaps only when the powerful entity residing within him awakens might he find an answer to his doubts. For now, he decided to set it aside. After washing up and getting dressed, Ling Yifeng left his small room. Today was an important day for the Ling family, as the clan competition, held once every 3 years, was taking place. This event was a test of the cultivation achievements of the clan's younger generation, and it determined their future destinies. The young talents represented the future of the Ling family. Those who could stand out in this competition, especially those with excellent qualifications, would be prioritized for training and were highly likely to become the elite pillars of the family in the future. Meanwhile, others with dull talents, who were lazy and indulgent, would be assigned to the lower tiers of the family's enterprises, potentially living a life of obscurity. This was the cruel reality. Ling family members began training in spiritual energy from the age of 3 or 4, and by 6, they were arranged to enter training grounds for physical exercise, demonstrating the family's emphasis on spiritual cultivation. Aside from a few personnel necessary to maintain the family's operations, nearly everyone gathered in the central square of the clan. The Ling family was quite populous, with over 100 peers of Ling Yifeng's age, although he had little memory of most of them. Following the crowd to the square, Ling Yifeng found a corner by a tree. On the high platform, Ling Cheng, along with several elders and family stewards, had taken their seats. Ling Yifeng noticed a few unfamiliar faces on the stage that he had never seen in the Ling family before. With a strike of a drumstick, everyone fell silent. Ling Cheng stood up and scanned the crowd, glancing at the young and innocent faces, and felt a slight sense of nostalgia. His sharp gaze swept around, but he did not spot Ling Yifeng, revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. Ling Yifeng was positioned in a blind spot of the high platform. He could easily see the stage, but it was difficult for those on stage to notice him. Ling Cheng stopped searching for Ling Yifeng and spoke loudly to the crowd. Today is our Ling family's triennial clan competition. I believe you all understand the purpose of this contest. It is both an opportunity and a challenge for you. I hope you can perform well. Huh. Someone beside Ling Yifeng exclaimed softly. Isn't that the blue-clad man next to the clan head Su from the Su family? Why is he here? Yeah. Oh, look. That beautiful woman in the black dress seems to be Lu Jingshan, the head of the Lu family. You guys don't know anything, as far as I know. The heads of the other 3 families in Liu City were invited today. Look, the one in the black robe over there is Han Jin from the Han family. Another person whispered. Why did they invite all of them? It seems like our Ling family's clan competition has never had outsiders observe before. I heard that our current generation of disciples is too outstanding, so they invited them, perhaps to show off. Someone said mysteriously in a low voice. Exactly, like Brother Ling Chuyang. He is a standout among this generation in Liu City and has been at the top of the rankings in the Spiritual Academy for a long time. Listening to their discussions, Ling Yifeng turned his eyes toward the high platform. It turned out that those unfamiliar faces were the heads of the other families. He wondered what his father's intentions were. Ling Yifeng saw his father chatting happily with the middle-aged beautiful woman next to him, not knowing what they were discussing. However, that woman was indeed stunning. In her 30s, she looked like she was in her 20s, attracting many gazes from the audience. A steward from the family has finished reading various matters and announced the start of the clan competition. Next, those whose names are called, please come up to the stage. The steward's indifferent voice rang out. Ling Dongxiang, Ling Jian, Ling Hong, Ling Ya. There were 2 stages in the square, and 2 groups of people took the stage simultaneously. The boys called by name stepped out from the crowd towards the stage, some with proud confidence on their faces, while others looked dejected. All 4 of them were around 17 or 18 years old, having reached adulthood. After exchanging the customary greetings before the match, they began to fight. Their strength was not high, and their fighting style was very rigid, lacking any sense of spectacle. Watching them use their not-so-powerful spiritual energy to simply collide with each other. Ling Yifeng shook his head slightly. Soon, the outcome of one group was decided. A boy landed a punch on another boy's nose, and the latter covered his nose in pain, blood dripping between his fingers. Group B. Winner. Ling Hong. The referee's indifferent voice sounded. And the two boys left the stage one after the other. Ling Feichuan, Ling Hao. Another group stepped onto the stage. While the other group was also about to determine a winner, Ling Yifeng suddenly felt very bored. The enthusiasm that had surged within him was slowly fading. Most of the Ling family members who took the stage were still hovering around the 7th or 8th level of spiritual energy, and their fights appeared so monotonous. Lacking any technique, relying solely on spiritual energy for the simplest collisions, Ling Yifeng let out a slight yawn and simply closed his eyes to rest. Ling Chuyang, Ling Miao. The referee's voice rang out again, but this time it sounded slightly strange, unlike the previous indifference, and the crowd below erupted in an uproar upon hearing these two names. Ling Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes. After waiting for so long, he finally saw the main event, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A tall young man leaped onto the stage, wearing light blue combat attire, with a handsome and carefree demeanor. He looked around with a faint smile, surveying the surroundings. Chuang. Chuang. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention, and the girls below cheered for the handsome young man with starry-eyed admiration. Ling Yifeng glanced up at the stage, and the handsome young man's gaze happened to fall on his face. Ling Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving up, while Ling Chuang looked at him with a strangely puzzled expression. Ling Chuang was indeed not simple. Not to mention he was the eldest grandson of the elder. His cultivation talent was considered rare in the Ling family for a century. Before Ling Yifeng, he had always been the genius that the Ling family focused on. Like Ling Yifeng, he began practicing at the age of 5. Reached the 4th level of spiritual energy at 7, and astonishingly achieved the 8th level by 10. After a year, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level and broke through to the Spirit Wheel realm at the age of 12, becoming the youngest Spirit Wheel realm expert in the Ling family. However, not long after his halo had shone brightly, his record was surpassed by Ling Yifeng, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him, setting the record for the youngest Spirit Wheel realm expert in Luoyu City at under 10 years old. Under the more brilliant spotlight of Ling Yifeng, his achievements seemed to dim. And although he still enjoyed high popularity in the Ling family and even in the Tiannan Spiritual Academy, he could never let go of the unfairness in his heart. But 3 years ago, when people found that the highly regarded Ling Yifeng had made little progress, Ling Chuyang returned to the spotlight once again. Retracting his gaze, Ling Chuang looked to the other side of the stage, where a graceful figure stepped out from the crowd. This was his opponent, Ling Miaoer. 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 The cheers around seemed even more fervent than when Ling Chuang appeared, just when it was thought that Ling Chuang was the most popular. It turned out that this girl seemed to be even more well-received, perhaps due to the greater number of boys in the audience. The girl in green slowly walked towards the stage. She had already reached adulthood, with a beautiful face, a pair of sparkling big eyes looking straight ahead, and rosy lips curving into a shallow crescent. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, just grazing her slightly perky backside wrapped in her green attire. Her body already showcased the perfect curves of a mature woman. She moved gracefully, her waist swaying, seemingly indifferent to the cheers and gazes from the crowd, while the fiery looks followed her alluring silhouette. Suddenly recalling the surprise Ling Yu mentioned, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yifeng's mouth. He slightly lifted his eyelids and looked at the captivating back that attracted everyone's attention, a complex expression involuntarily appearing on his face. Chapter 56. The pinnacle of the younger generation. Ling Miaoer could also be considered a heavenly beauty, although she was a girl. Her qualifications and efforts surpassed most of the boys present. For years ago, at the age of 12, Ling Miaoer was noticed by an elder from Huayan Pavilion and was taken as an inner disciple, following him to Huayan Pavilion in the southern county of the Tianluo Empire for cultivation. When she left, she was only at the 8th level of spiritual energy. And in 4 years, who knew how much she had grown? Miaoer is back? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Don't you know? Miaoer gets a family visit every 2 years after going to Huayan Pavilion. The last time she came back was 2 years ago. It is said that she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of spiritual energy by then. I heard that she seemed very disappointed when she left last time. I wonder which little brat made our Miaoer sad? Hey, she is not sad for you. Why are you so excited? Listening to the discussions around him, Ling Yifeng touched his nose, and the expression on his face became somewhat interesting. On the stage, 2 young figures stood facing each other, looking quite compatible from a distance. Ling Chuang quickly scanned her from head to toe, then fixed his gaze on her face. Ling Chuang smiled slightly and said, Cousin Miaoer, long time no see. You are becoming more and more beautiful. Hearing Ling Chuyang's unabashed compliment, Ling Miaoer remained unmoved. During her years at Huayan Pavilion, countless young talents had expressed their admiration for her, but she had never accepted any of them. Ling Miaoer simply responded with a faint smile. Thank you. Seeing Ling Miaoer being so cold, Ling Chuyang couldn't help but twitch slightly. Usually, whether in the family or at the spiritual academy, which girl didn't look at him with shining eyes? Ling Miaoer's attitude made him doubt his own charm a little. On the high platform, Su Su, the head of the Su family, turned to Ling Qing and said with a smile, Brother Ling, I really envy the fine talents of your family. There are so many spirit wheel realm experts under 18, unlike my family, where those useless ones just keep causing trouble for me. It seems that in the future, Luoyu City will likely be dominated by the Ling family alone. Haha. The Ling family members frowned slightly upon hearing this. Su Su openly making such remarks in front of several family heads was quite suspicious. Yes. The beautiful woman Lu Jingshan smiled and echoed. This young lady should be the one who was taken as a disciple by Elder Chung from Huayan Pavilion 4 years ago. Right? She actually managed to establish a connection with Huayan Pavilion, one of the top 10 powers in the Tianluo Empire. It really makes us envious. Hee, not at all. Ling Qing chuckled softly. In fact, the purpose of inviting the other family heads was to showcase the best of the Ling family's younger generation, especially with Ling Miaoer, the heavenly beauty personally taken as a disciple by the elder from Huayan Pavilion. If they wanted to challenge the Ling family, they would have to think carefully. On the stage, the two had already assumed their stances, and the crowd below fell silent. Cousin Miaoer, long time no see. I'll let you make the first move. Ling Chuang smiled and said, I have already reached the late stage of the spirit will realm. Ling Miaoer's face revealed a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. You better be careful. I've just reached the late stage of the spirit will realm. She extended her right hand, her fingers slightly curled, and blue spiritual energy vividly appeared in her palm, quickly gathering into 5 small whirlwinds. With a slight shake of her wrist, the whirlwinds swept towards Ling Chuyang. In the air, the 5 blue whirlwinds rapidly expanded, growing to a height of 3 feet as they approached Ling Chuyang. The 5 blue tornadoes emitted intense spiritual energy, and the fierce wind spread out in circles, creating gusts all over the square. Hiss! Sister Miaoer's spiritual power is actually this strong. Wow! Is this the fighting style of the spirit wheel realm? Ling Yifeng felt that Miaoer's control over spiritual energy was far superior to theirs, and he couldn't help but feel inferior seeing her mastery of it. Facing the 5 approaching blue tornadoes, Ling Chuyang did not evade. One hand was behind his back while the other pushed forward, gathering a huge amount of spiritual power that was no less than the blue wind tornadoes before him. Then he pressed down hard towards them. Miaoer, there's no need to hold back. Just use your full strength. Ling Chuyang had a faint smile on his face. The light blue spiritual barrier violently collided with the 5 blue tornadoes, yet there was no sound. Instead, they calmed down and canceled each other out. Ling Miaoer's expression remained unchanged as she slowly raised both hands, with streams of blue energy slowly appearing around her, emitting sharp whistling sounds as if they were blades cutting through the air. Everyone in the square felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure spreading around, causing them to involuntarily take a few steps back. Ling Chuang also sensed the immense spiritual pressure surrounding Ling Miaoer, and he dared not be arrogant any longer. He raised both palms, covering them with sea blue spiritual energy. Ling Miaoer's cold voice suddenly rang out. You better be careful, wind blade decision. Accompanied by sharp sounds that tore through the air, almost no one in the crowd could clearly see the shape of the wind blades Ling Miaoer was condensing. Not even Ling Chuyang, who could only rely on his sense of spiritual energy to judge the attack's position. Swish, swish, swish. Sounds of air being sliced echoed around Ling Chuang, as if countless swords were swinging wildly beside him, yet none struck him. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than being hit. Ling Chuang swung his arms infused with spiritual energy rapidly in front of him, shattering several invisible wind blades aimed at his head and heart, but dozens of wind blades still circled around him. Ling Yifeng noticed that Ling Miaoer's drooping hand extended 2 fingers, constantly rotating back and forth, seemingly controlling the trajectory of the wind blades. He felt very familiar with this. He used the same method when manipulating sword chi. He also knew how high the requirement for mental strength was. Ling Miaoer's mastery of spiritual energy had reached such a remarkable level, and her mental strength was equally impressive. Ling Yifeng began to wonder, could she have already advanced to the spirit origin realm? Ling Qiang's expression gradually became serious as he realized he had paid the price for his underestimation. Several wind blades sliced through his neatly arranged long robe, although they did not injure him. Being forced into such a predicament by a young girl was enough to make him feel ashamed as the most outstanding genius of the Ling family. Ling Chuyang's spiritual energy suddenly surged, and under its influence, the invisible wind blades flew more slowly. Although the crowd still could not see the shape of the wind blades, they could faintly perceive their flight trajectories. Ling Chuyang suddenly clapped his palms together and then slowly pulled them apart, revealing a blue water ball expanding from his palms. The water ball gradually grew larger, enveloping his entire body. Ling Mio controlled 2 wind blades to shoot into the water ball, and after a few bubbling sounds, the wind blades were swallowed by the water. With one successful move, Ling Chuang felt joy in his heart. As he exerted force, the water ball continued to expand outward at an even faster rate, instantly engulfing all the surrounding spiritual wind blades. Only a few bubbling sounds came from the blue water ball, followed by some bubbles, as those terrifying spiritual wind blades were completely consumed. As the crowd gasped in amazement, Ling Chuang stepped forcefully, charging towards Ling Mio while extending his palm to strike her shoulder. Ling Yifeng internally praised Ling Chuang. Ling Mio used wind attributes and was adept at long-range attacks, and her control over spiritual energy was indeed perfect. To defeat her, Ling Chuang had to close the distance, and Ling Chuyang indeed realized this, making many feints to get closer to her. A chill rushed towards him, and Ling Mio looked at the approaching Ling Chuyang without dodging, instead showing a sly smile. Seeing Ling Mio's radiant smile, Ling Chuang felt a shiver run down his spine. It was too late for him to retreat. Ling Mio slightly raised her almond eyes, and a surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted from her body, with crimson flames condensing on her surface. A powerful and scorching aura exploded from her body, pressing down towards Ling Chuang. Feeling such an intense heat wave, Ling Chuyang's skin felt as if it was being burned. He finally understood the meaning behind Ling Mio's strange smirk. This was her carefully designed plan. On the high platform, the other clan heads were also taken aback by this scene. TSK. Now I finally understand why she was favored by Elder Chung. It turns out she has such a rare dual cultivation of wind and fire. What kind of lucky place does your Ling family occupy? How can you keep producing such talents? In this continent, everyone's attributes are determined at the moment of their birth. The vast majority can only cultivate a single attribute of spiritual energy, while a very small number possess the rare ability to cultivate 2 attributes, such as alchemists. However, in this vast world, there are indeed those with 3 or even more attributes. Ling Chuyang, suspended in midair, had no way to evade. He already understood from the terrifying aura bursting from Ling Mio's body that her strength was not inferior to his. After a brief moment of thought, Ling Chuyang unhesitatingly retracted his hands to protect his chest, fully covering his body's vital points with spiritual energy. Boom. After a loud crash, Ling Chuyang was sent flying backward, taking a few steps before stabilizing himself. I concede. Ling Mio performed a graceful bow and then elegantly turned to walk off the stage. Chapter 57. All eyes on the scene. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Many young girls looked at Ling Mio with eyes full of jealousy and resentment. They could hardly believe Ling Chuang had actually lost to her. Almost everyone speculated that Ling Chuyang had gone easy on her, intentionally losing to Ling Mio. With Ling Chuyang's strength, few among the younger generation in Luoyu City would dare to dispute his title as the best. Ling Mio had been away from the Ling family for a long time. Their impressions of her remained from 4 years ago. Ling Chuang, in front of everyone's eyes, had actually lost to a 16-year-old girl, which made it quite difficult for him to save face. Although he had been careless for a moment and hadn't used his full strength, the scene of him being forced back by her attack was a fact witnessed by all. Wait. Ling Chuang reached out toward Ling Mio's back. The referee standing nearby frowned slightly and coughed lightly. Chuang, this is just a friendly match. Keep it within limits. He glanced at the referee, not daring to say more, and turned to bow to the clan leader and elders on the high platform. The other clan heads nodded secretly. This young man was indeed impressive and was able to accept defeat calmly. He would surely achieve great things in the future. The young girl, although she had the advantage of surprise, must have reached the spirit origin realm by now. Being accepted into the Huayan Pavilion is indeed no simple feat. Ling Mio was never too concerned about family competitions. Her return this time was merely in response to the elders' arrangements to showcase the potential of the younger generation of the Ling family to the heads of a few other families. However, she felt somewhat disappointed. After returning for several days, she still hadn't seen the person she had been thinking about. Although she hadn't seen him last time either. She hadn't heard anyone mention him this time. What could have happened to him? Thinking of this, Ling Mia felt a wave of sadness. She bit her red lips with her silver teeth and walked down the stage step by step, ignoring the cheers of the crowd. Suddenly, she looked up and inadvertently spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. The figure she had been waiting for over 4 years appeared before her eyes once again. For some reason, her eyes felt a bit moist, as if sand had been blown in by the wind. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Ling Mia slowly walked towards an inconspicuous corner, her steps slightly trembling with excitement, her gaze fixed tightly on that solitary figure. Ling Yifeng's bitter smile grew wider. But he dared not avoid her gaze. To everyone's surprise, Ling Mia stood right in front of Ling Yifeng. Even more astonishing was that her look at him seemed to clearly convey to everyone that the person she was looking for was indeed him. Mia, yeah. Long time no see. Ling Yifeng scratched his head, awkwardly smiling and greeting her. Ling Mia tightly pressed her red lips together, her eyes staring at him without blinking. Ling Yifeng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and tried to ask, Mia, yeah, what's wrong? Did someone bully you in the Huayan Pavilion? Tell me, and I'll get revenge for you. Ling Mia finally let out a chuckle, her bright smile melting the frost of spring, and Ling Yifeng's tense heart relaxed. Why did you avoid me last time I came back? I heard you were in trouble, and I was so worried about you, you know? Ling Mia instinctively reached out to tug at his ear, but suddenly realized that the boy in front of her had already grown to her height. She awkwardly retracted her hand. Ling Yifeng suddenly felt surrounded by fiery gazes from all around, involuntarily shivering slightly. Mia, yeah, there are so many people watching. Ling Yifeng reminded her in a low voice, feeling a bit embarrassed. He didn't want to become the target of everyone's attention. Who is this pretty boy? Why is Mia so close to him? Oh my gosh, did you just see the smile Mia had? I've never seen her smile so charmingly at anyone. Although Ling Yifeng's reputation in Liu City was already quite famous, not many people had actually seen him, and even within the Ling family's residence, quite a few people had little impression of him. As the murmurs reached their ears, even Ling Yifeng, who had a thick skin, felt a bit shy. Scratching his head awkwardly, while Ling Mia lowered her head, a blush quickly spreading across her cheeks. You don't even know him? This is our Ling family's genius young master. Ling Yifeng. Finally, someone remembered him, looking down on the ignorance of others. Ah, he is our genius young master? My goodness, I've finally seen the real person today. That's him, who has been stuck at the spirit wheel realm for 3 years, completely losing the face of being a genius. What nonsense! Have you forgotten the battle with Han Bing over half a year ago? He almost killed Han Bing, who was ranked 8th in the Spirit Academy. Are you saying he was just hiding his strength, deliberately pretending to be unable to cultivate to confuse everyone? It was not impossible, otherwise. How could a person at the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm defeat someone at the mid-stage? Hearing the whispers around them, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. You guys are overthinking it. Hiding strength? I really can't cultivate because of a soul issue, okay? Ling Mia suddenly looked up at Ling Yifeng, wanting to confirm this matter directly with him. Was it really true that he had avoided her 2 years ago because of this? Looking at Ling Mia's questioning expression, Ling Yifeng didn't know how to respond. He indeed knew that Ling Mia had come to find him 2 years ago, but he was feeling troubled at the time and was desperately searching for a solution to his own problems. He truly wanted peace and didn't want to see anyone, especially her, Ling Mia. Ling Mia was 3 years older than him and was originally just an ordinary girl with average talent in the Ling family. However, her relationship with Ling Yifeng was quite good. Ling Yifeng had exceptional talent, plus he was the son of the family head, so most peers looked up to him with reverence. Ling Mia never regarded him as the genius young master, but treated him like an older sister and younger brother. Her skill in tugging at his ear was developed during that time. Later, she was discovered by Elder Chung from the Huayan Pavilion due to her rare physique and was taken in as a disciple. She thought that this would accelerate her growth, and maybe she could catch up to him, so she worked even harder in her cultivation. As a result, she successfully advanced from the 8th layer of spirit power to the spirit wheel realm in just over a year, which was considered very fast for her talent. During her last visit home, she eagerly wanted to show him her achievements, but unexpectedly, she didn't see him. Instead, she heard that he had successfully advanced to the spirit wheel realm but hadn't made any progress since then. Whether that news was true or false, she wanted to confirm it with him face to face. Even if it was true, she would find a way to comfort him, telling him not to worry or be afraid, but she couldn't find him no matter what, and ultimately had to leave in disappointment. Now that she finally saw him again, he looked just as cheerful and optimistic as before, but he seemed a little different in some way she couldn't quite pinpoint. However, just seeing him and knowing he was well was enough for her. Almost all eyes in the venue were drawn to them, some looking at Ling Yifeng with shining eyes. But more were directed at Ling Yifeng with unfriendly, jealous, and angry gazes. Ling Yifeng shook his head with a bitter smile. He indeed wanted to attract attention at this family competition, but he hadn't expected to be in the spotlight now, not because of his strength, but because of Ling Yifeng standing in front of him. Jia, I'm sorry for making you worry before. Ling Yifeng looked into Ling Yifeng's eyes and said sincerely, "This is a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly later. I'll prove it to you." Ling Yifeng felt her eyes redden. She didn't need his explanation. She just hoped to see him well. Everything else didn't matter. She nodded gently and, amidst the envious and jealous gazes, didn't care about her clean clothes, and sat down beside Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng inhaled the faint fragrance she emitted, feeling the fiery gazes around him, and could only pretend not to notice, focusing on the ground instead. Chapter 58. Challenge. There were about 40 to 50 disciples of the Ling family between the ages of 16 and 18. And the competition was gradually coming to a close. The requirement for this competition was not to win. It was merely an assessment by the family of the younger generation's cultivation. As long as they reached the 7th layer of spirit power, they would be deemed qualified. Those slightly weaker, such as at the 6th or even 5th layer of spirit power, would still be considered for further training if they performed outstandingly. Those who were deemed unqualified would have to be arranged otherwise. With the end of the last match on stage, the judge coldly announced the name of the winner. Moments later, Ling Qing stood up on the high platform, holding a list filled with names. The regular competition has ended. And the names of those who passed this test are as follows: Ling Hong, Ling Feichuan, Ling Shan, Ling Yixing, Ling Mir, Ling Chuang. Most people in the audience showed joyful expressions upon hearing their names. Of course, some were happy while others were disappointed. Those who did not hear their names when Ling Cheng announced the end looked dejected. He encouraged those who did not pass, saying not to be discouraged, as they would have another chance to take the test in 6 months, and hoped they would continue to work hard. Upon hearing this, many of the downcast youths raised their heads, their eyes seemingly flashing with hope. All right, let's proceed to the second item. Ling Cheng cleared his throat, glanced down at the audience, and continued. Those under 16 years old have the opportunity to challenge the older brothers and sisters whose names were just called. We will score you based on your performance, and you may earn a chance to pass the next clan competition without a test. But remember, each person only has one chance, and the same opponent can only be challenged once. So, this is a rare opportunity, first come, first served. Ling Yifeng knew that this was the main event. Some younger disciples, who were not very old but had excellent talent. If they could defeat older opponents or shine in this competition, they would likely receive special attention from the family, and the resources for their cultivation would be even richer. Suddenly, a short boy with a buzz cut stepped onto the stage. He looked to be around the same age as Ling Yifeng, about 13 or 14. And perhaps due to his confidence in his abilities, he wore a proud smile on his face. Ling Yong actually dared to come up? Doesn't he only have 5 levels of spiritual power? Is he looking for a beating? This kid is quite clever. He has already broken through to the 6th level, and he has practiced a scroll of intermediate spiritual skills of the mortal rank. But he has been hiding it from you all. You all thought he was just like you, playing around all day? Damn, this guy is really scheming. Ling Yong bowed slightly to the high platform, then bent down to the referee and said, "I want to challenge cousin Ling Jian." The referee nodded at him and turned around, shouting, "Ling Jian, step forward." Yes, a voice responded from the crowd, and then a figure leaped onto the stage. "Cousin Ling Jian, please go easy on me." Ling Yong slightly bent his waist, performing the etiquette perfectly. "Good boy. You dare to challenge me? I want to let you pass easily." Ling Jian looked at Ling Yong arrogantly, with a half smile on his face. "Begin." With the referee's command, the two began to battle. The 6th level of spiritual power against the 7th level, Ling Jian had an absolute advantage. The gap between the 6th and 7th levels couldn't be bridged by just one set of intermediate spiritual skills. It was clear that Ling Yong was giving it his all, while Ling Jian appeared relaxed and in control. Even when Ling Yong unleashed his spiritual skills and struck Ling Jian hard, Ling Jian was still unharmed. Instead, Ling Yong himself had to admit defeat due to exhaustion. "You performed well, keep it up," the referee said lightly, and Ling Yong left the stage dejectedly. This kind of challenge can't be said to be very fair, but it is indeed unequal. They didn't expect anyone to defeat those who had already been selected, who could be considered the newly emerging elites of the younger generation of the Ling family. If a few good seeds could occasionally emerge, they could be cultivated. A total of 7 young men took the stage, and almost no one could last more than 30 moves against their opponents. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and challenge? The referee's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd below, and Minnie instinctively avoided his gaze, shaking his head slightly. The referee was about to announce the next round when a light voice suddenly rang out, not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Wait, I want to challenge. Everyone turned to look, and it was Ling Yifeng, who had been sitting beside Ling Yifeng and had attracted the fiery gaze of the entire audience. Ling Yifeng was also slightly taken aback by his sudden outburst, looking at him in confusion. Ling Yifeng smiled at her and then slowly walked toward the stage. Huh? Isn't that young Master Ling Yifeng? What does he want to do? He has already entered the Spirit Wheel realm and previously defeated Han Bing, who was in the Mid-Spirit Wheel realm. With such strength, many on the stage are not as good as him. I think he just wants to show off. If he randomly challenges someone with 8 or 9 levels of spiritual power, how can anyone be his opponent? Bullying the weak? I don't think he would be that kind of person, right? Who knows? On the high platform, seeing Ling Yifeng finally step forward, Ling Cheng's tense body finally relaxed, and his palms were already drenched with sweat from nervousness. Ling Yifeng cast a confident glance at the high platform, and Ling Cheng's lips also revealed a slight smile. Huh? So this is the genius young Master Ling Yifeng, who appears once in 100 years. I have heard of his great name for a long time, but it is indeed rare to see him. Today, I see he is truly talented and extraordinary. The beautiful woman, Lu Jingshan, looked at Ling Cheng and covered her mouth with a smile. Hee, just like my son. You flatter me, Madame Lu. Ling Cheng smiled humbly. He keenly noticed that beside him, the head of the Han family, Han Jin, cloaked in a black robe, had a fleeting aura that vanished. Ling Yifeng's battle had defeated none other than Han Jin's son, Han Bing, severely injuring him and effectively delivering a heavy slap to the Han family. As a waste they had mocked for 3 years had actually defeated their proud genius. Han Jin naturally harbored ill intentions upon seeing Ling Yifeng. Ling Cheng's sword-like eyebrows slightly raised, secretly sneering in his heart. This is the Ling family's territory. He wouldn't dare to do anything. Besides, he wouldn't shamelessly bully Ling Yifeng just because of his age. Stepping onto the stage, Ling Yifeng smiled and greeted the referee. Uncle Lei, how are you? Ling Lei was slightly taken aback, then nodded with a smile. Ling Lei had previously been Ling Cheng's personal guard and had a very good relationship with Ling Yifeng. Young master, who do you want to challenge? Ling Lei asked. Is it okay to challenge anyone? Ling Yifeng asked with a smile. Of course. As long as the other party accepts, you can challenge anyone. Ling Yifeng smiled faintly and softly said, I want to challenge Ling Chuang. No problem, Ling Chuang. Suddenly, Ling Lei was startled, looking into Ling Yifeng's eyes, wanting to confirm if he had misheard. You mean you want to challenge Ling Chuang? Ling Yifeng winked at Ling Lei, nodding firmly. That's right. It's Ling Chuang. What, is that not allowed? Ling Yifeng asked in confusion. It is allowed, but Ling Lei hesitated. Knowing that Ling Yifeng had defeated Han Bing and had recovered his cultivation with the Soul Origin pill 9 months ago. However, Ling Chuyang had genuine spirit element realm strength. No matter how talented Ling Yifeng was, it was impossible for him to catch up to Ling Chuyang's strength in just 9 months. Ling Chuang is about to turn 18 this year, and you are only 14, right? After a few years, Ling Lei whispered, hoping Ling Yifeng would change his mind and choose another opponent. However, as he looked at Ling Yifeng's determined expression, which did not seem like a joke, Ling Lei's words came to an abrupt halt. Ling Chuyang, step forward. Chapter 59, Going All Out. Ling Chuyang, step forward. Ling Lei's clear voice echoed over the square, and the noisy square suddenly fell silent. Even several elders on the high platform felt their bodies tremble. A sound of someone swallowing saliva echoed in the crowd, and the audience began to buzz with excitement. Did I hear wrong? He's going to challenge Ling Chuyang? Not just you. Did we all hear wrong? Isn't this thrilling? He is going to challenge the strongest opponent right off the bat? On the high platform, Ling Cheng's body also trembled slightly, and the teacup in his hand shattered from the pressure. He calmly put down the teacup and gently wiped the moisture from his palms with a handkerchief. His original intention was for Ling Yifeng to prove himself at this conference, but he didn't expect him to directly choose the strongest opponent. Ling Cheng, what is going on? The Grand Elder asked in a low voice, frowning. Ling Chuang could now be considered the best among the younger generation of Falling Feather City. Accepting Ling Yifeng's challenge in front of the other family heads would not look good for either side, regardless of who won or lost. The previous battle between Ling Chuyang and Ling Miaoyuan could be seen as a warm-up performance, evenly matched, because of Ling Miaoyuan's other identity. Even if she and Ling Chuang had a split victory, it wouldn't matter much, but Ling Yifeng was different. Hiki, truly heroes emerge from youth, Lu Jingshan exclaimed. Although the young master is still young, his courage is commendable, very good. Nonsense, the Grand Elder suddenly said to Ling Cheng in a deep voice. Ling Yifeng only has the strength of the spirit wheel realm. How can he challenge Ling Chuyang, who has long entered the spirit origin realm? Quickly put an end to this farce and don't let the guests see a joke. Ling Qing did not reply. He looked far towards the young man on the stage. Ling Yifeng was also looking at the high platform, and from his eyes, Ling Qing saw a determined smile, full of confidence. In Ling Qing's heart, a sense of pride arose, and he nodded heavily, throwing Ling Yifeng an encouraging glance. Of course, a challenge should be against a stronger opponent to be called a challenge. Feng'er's strength is indeed not as good as Chuang's, but it is precisely the challenge across levels that is interesting. Don't you want to see what rewards come from the sacrifices you once cared for? Or are you worried that your talented grandson will lose to Feng'er in front of everyone? Ling Cheng glanced at the Grand Elder and said lightly, "Humph. In less than a year, can he surpass Chuang?" The Grand Elder snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Then let us see how it goes. Ling Cheng chuckled. "Humph. Considering this your last chance, I'll allow you to be willful one more time. However, your fanciful thoughts will ultimately be shattered by reality." The Grand Elder sneered coldly in his heart and no longer tried to stop him. "Feng'er, all of Dad's dignity is riding on you." Ling Cheng silently prayed in his heart. On the stage, Ling Chuyang, dressed in a blue outfit, had already stood in front of Ling Yifeng. His arms crossed in front of his chest, looking down at Ling Yifeng. "Ling Chuyang, are you willing to accept Ling Yifeng's challenge?" The referee, Ling Lei, asked Ling Chuyang seriously. Ling Chuyang smiled and looked Ling Yifeng up and down, then slowly said, "To be honest, I am not very willing to accept his challenge." The crowd below erupted in an uproar, but soon, Ling Chuyang raised his voice and continued. "Everyone knows that the genius young master Ling Yifeng has made no progress for 3 whole years after entering the spirit wheel realm. It was only more than half a year ago that he was able to resume his cultivation, while I have long since entered the spirit origin realm. If I accept his challenge, wouldn't he that be taking advantage of his misfortune? Good. Cousin Chuang is truly remarkable, not taking advantage of others' misfortune. That is the mark of a gentleman. Yes, my Chuang indeed is grace." "What do you mean your Chuang?" "Clearly, he is my Chuang." Ling Chuang stood a head taller than Ling Yifeng, arms crossed, looking down. "Cousin Yifeng, I know you have good talent, but unfortunately, heaven is jealous of outstanding talent. And you have suffered such a setback. Now that you have just recovered, you should focus on your cultivation and not always think about showing off." Ling Chuang looked down with a lecturing tone, carrying a hint of sarcasm, smiling slightly at Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng did not mind his arrogance. He just smiled slightly and said, "You are right. One should not take advantage of others' misfortune, so I waited until the end to come on stage." Ling Chuang turned his head, his brows slightly furrowed, and looked at Ling Yifeng with a cold gaze. Ling Yifeng fearlessly met his gaze and said, "Your stamina should have recovered by now, so let us have a fair fight, and no one can say anything." After staring coldly at Ling Yifeng for a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on Ling Chuyang's lips. He thought to himself, "Kid, since you are overestimating yourself and like to show off, I will let you taste the flavor of regret." Ling Yifeng had indeed been seen by Ling Chuang as his greatest obstacle, but during those 3 years he could not cultivate. Ling Chuang gradually felt less jealousy towards him, as he no longer posed a threat to him. While he soared straight up, Ling Yifeng could only remain stagnant at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. Even 9 months ago, when Ling Yifeng regained his ability to cultivate, Ling Chuyang still did not care, because of the 3 years of vacuum. He was confident that Ling Yifeng could not surpass him, but now he actually dares to challenge himself. Then, no matter what, he must leave a deep impression on him. And it would be best if it became a mental demon in his future cultivation. In that case, if I refuse any longer, it would seem pretentious. So, I will accompany you for a practice. Ling Chuyang thought coldly in his heart, while saying lightly, "During the friendly match, remember to stop at the right time. And do not deliberately harm others." Ling Lei looked deeply at Ling Chuang, seemingly warning him quietly. Ling Chuang did not take this warning to heart. If anything went wrong, someone would naturally step in to solve it. After completing the formalities before the match with a command from referee Ling Lei, Ling Yifeng's figure flickered and he rushed towards Ling Chuang, his body gradually covered by a layer of faint spiritual power. Watching Ling Yifeng attack him, Ling Chuang did not dodge or evade. A hint of a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He raised his left arm to block Ling Yifeng's punch. Then his left palm transformed into a blade, directly cutting towards Ling Yifeng's chest. Ling Yifeng pulled his body back to avoid Ling Chuyang's palm strike. But the fabric of his shirt was torn open by the powerful palm force. Ling Chuang stood in place with a friendly smile, without moving an inch. One hand still behind his back, using his actions to show his disdain for Ling Yifeng, looking down at the torn shirt. The strength of the spirit origin realm is indeed formidable. His control over spiritual power is very proficient, able to manipulate it freely. When cutting towards him, he completely did not feel the spiritual power on his palm, which suddenly erupted just before it was about to hit him. If it weren't for his caution, even if that palm did not tear open his chest, it probably wouldn't be much better. Ling Yifeng squinted his eyes slightly. Although Ling Chuang greeted him with a smile, he was using lethal moves. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yifeng became even more alert. Ling Chuang did not seem like he wanted to have a good spar. However, Ling Yifeng was not afraid. He had encountered many fierce magical beasts and experienced various dangers. Since that's the case, he didn't need to hold back. Ling Yifeng's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forcefully on the ground, his figure leaping towards Ling Chuang like a cheetah. The spiritual power in his palm quickly gathered, then he clenched his fist tightly, feeling Ling Yifeng's rising momentum, which had reached the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm. Ling Chuang's brows furrowed slightly. Although the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm was nothing in his eyes, it did not match the information he had received earlier, making him feel a bit strange. When Ling Yifeng got closer to Ling Chuang, the intensity of his spiritual power had nearly reached the late stage of the spirit wheel realm. A hint of surprise finally flashed in Ling Chuang's eyes, but he had no time to think further as he swung his palm to meet Ling Yifeng's fist. In midair, Ling Yifeng suddenly turned around, brushing past Ling Chuang's palm, letting Ling Chuang focus on his fist, but it was merely to divert his attention from the previous match with Ling Miaoyuan. Ling Yifeng had already realized that Ling Chuang's control over spiritual power was extraordinary, and the abundance of spiritual power he possessed was definitely greater than his own. So, the best way is to close the distance with him right from the start and engage in close combat. I have to say, Ling Yifeng's judgment of the situation is also very accurate. However, if it were someone else, knowing the vast difference in strength, they would have kept their distance from the opponent instead of rushing in, which is tantamount to seeking death. Ling Chuyang was also slightly taken aback. This young man's actions were repeatedly beyond his expectations. Whoosh! Ling Yifeng swung his fists, executing his punching techniques, the wind generated by his punches whistling loudly. Each of his moves was precise, but Ling Chuyang easily deflected them with his palm. However, Ling Chuyang soon noticed something was off. Ling Yifeng's power was growing stronger with each punch, as if stones rolling down a mountain were gaining speed and weight. Gradually, the intensity of Ling Yifeng's spiritual power surpassed the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm, already possessing the momentum of the late stage. Ling Chuang finally felt a twinge of shock. What method did he use to reach such strength in just a few short months? Not weaker than that of the spirit wheel realm, Ling Yifeng's punches became even fiercer, forcing Ling Chuyang to take half a step back. Ling Chuyang took a deep breath. He could no longer think about why Ling Yifeng had such strong momentum. He raised one palm and aimed it at Ling Yifeng's chest. Ling Yifeng felt a damp breath coming towards him. His fists couldn't block Ling Chuyang's palm. It was as if Ling Chuyang's palm was a soft and slippery fish, sliding towards his chest at a strange angle between his fists. A sense of dread filled Ling Yifeng's heart as he saw the sinister smile on Ling Chuyang's face, realizing he was willing to take a punch from him just to land this palm strike, which must be an all-out killing move. Ripple palm. Ling Chuyang silently shouted in his heart as power surged from his palm, overwhelming spiritual energy instantly enveloping Ling Yifeng. Chapter 60. The black core shows its might. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the arena. Ling Chuyang's palm struck Ling Yifeng's left arm, and a wave of feminine strength instantly surged into Ling Yifeng's arm. There was a crack, as if Ling Yifeng's arm joint was dislocated from the impact. Just at the critical moment, Ling Yifeng desperately twisted his body to avoid Ling Chuyang's palm hitting his chest, and instead, it struck his arm, which was slightly off target. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand this force. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had been hit directly. Hiss. Ling Yifeng inhaled sharply, clutching his arm and jumping back. Retreating to the edge of the arena, he clenched his teeth, twisting and supporting his arm, and with a series of cracking sounds, he managed to put his dislocated joint back into place. Ling Chuyang sighed slightly in his heart. It was a pity he didn't hit Ling Yifeng's vital point. You lost. Ling Chuang waved his hand generously and turned to leave, although he wanted to seriously injure Ling Yifeng here, since he hadn't succeeded with that strike. He couldn't bear to make a second attempt in front of the crowd. You didn't hit the vital point. You're still not satisfied, right? Ling Yifeng's slightly mocking voice sounded from behind. Ling Chuang raised an eyebrow and turned around, looking at Ling Yifeng's calm expression and then at Ling Lei beside him. Ling Lei showed no sign, indicating the match was still ongoing. Just now, I only used 50% of my strength. Since Cousin Yifeng isn't satisfied, I feel embarrassed. Let us spar again, Ling Chuang said with a smile, but in his heart, he was sneering. Just moments ago, he had felt a bit of regret. But he didn't expect Ling Yifeng to be so ungrateful, even though he now possessed the late-stage spirit realm strength. Did he really think he could surpass Ling Yuan realm himself? What a delusion. Ling Yifeng didn't waste words. His figure flashed as he charged at Ling Chuang again, the spiritual power within him rapidly circulating. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and the spiritual power within his meridians raced along the trajectory of the Scarlet Flame Fist, quickly gathering at his fist. Scarlet Flame Fist, he shouted in his heart. The punch he had practiced hundreds of times suddenly exploded, creating a massive wave of spiritual energy that spread through the air. Ling Chuang sneered in his heart. Even if you had the strength of the spiritual realm, you were still unfamiliar with controlling spiritual energy. Before your technique even hit the opponent, the leaked spiritual energy was already warning them to dodge, wasting a lot of your own energy. He extended a hand to block perfectly in the path of Ling Yifeng's punch. Bang! The punch and palm collided. And when Ling Yifeng's fiery attribute spiritual energy collided with Ling Chuyang's icy water attribute spiritual energy, a heat wave erupted in the arena. Your strength is still far from enough. Ling Chuyang tightened his palm, a chilling smile appearing on his face. It might be troublesome to kill you, but it's no problem to cripple one of your hands. Dark Force. He silently shouted in his heart as the dark force in his fist was fully transmitted into Ling Chuyang's palm. Ling Yifeng calmly watched as Ling Chuyang's cold smile suddenly froze. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through his arm. Ling Chuang released Ling Yifeng's fist, pushing him away with a burst of energy from his palm, then tightly clutching his arm. At that moment, he endured the pain. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, feeling a mysterious power suddenly surge into his arm, as if the bones in his arm were shattered by this powerful force. Ling Chuyang gritted his teeth, raising his head in surprise to look at Ling Yifeng. What method did he use to injure himself? Looking around, everyone below the stage also looked at him with bewilderment. Ling Chuyang secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up straight. He let his injured left arm drop, hiding it within his long sleeves. He couldn't let them see that he was injured if they knew he had been hurt by Ling Yifeng, who only had the strength of the spirit wheel realm. How could he face everyone? Ling Chuang glanced at Ling Mir, who was not far away. She looked extremely tense. Watching Ling Yifeng, ever since she became a disciple of the Huayan Pavilion, she had become aloof, treating everyone with a cold demeanor, seemingly not even giving him a good face. Yet now, seeing her so worried for Ling Yifeng ignited a blaze of unnamed anger within him. Ling Yifeng slightly shook his arm, which felt a bit numb, his muscles tense, preparing for the next attack. He had just clearly felt that his dark force had indeed caused Ling Chuang some damage, but that was due to surprise. Next time, it would be hard to catch him off guard if he was prepared. Slowly raising his uninjured right hand, he spread his fingers wide, pointing them at Ling Yifeng. A powerful momentum surged from Ling Chuyang's body, and nearly visibly, blue spiritual energy surrounded him. His spiritual power was continuously rising, which not only expressed his anger, but also indirectly indicated his recognition of Ling Yifeng. On the high platform, Ling Qing's body suddenly trembled. Ling Chuyang was unreservedly releasing his momentum, and under this powerful aura, Ling Qing could clearly feel that his spiritual power had surpassed the initial stage of the Ling Yuan realm, nearing the mid-stage. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the teacup in Ling Qing's hand suddenly shattered. He was too tense and lost control of his strength, crushing the cup. He felt a surge of anxiety and some regret for the words he had said to Ling Yifeng. Ling Chuang had actually hidden his strength. Fenger, it's enough. To push him to this extent is already remarkable, and I am proud of you. Just admit defeat. Ling Cheng shouted in his heart, hoping Ling Yifeng would recognize the situation and give up, but he couldn't say it out loud. That would be a huge blow to Ling Yifeng's pride. A sinister smile flashed across the face of the Grand Elder as he muttered to himself. Chuyang is so serious in everything he does, putting forth his full effort in anything. Why don't I go down and tell them to stop? Ling Cheng coldly glanced at him and let out a cold snort from his nose. The Great Elder whispered to a tall, thin man behind him, "Pay attention. Don't let Chuyang really kill him. If something goes wrong in front of so many family heads, we'll lose face." With Ling Cheng's personality, It won't be good for you later. The tall man nodded and quietly retreated. This man was Ling Yao, Ling Yang's father, and he held a very high position as a steward in the clan. Ling Qing looked at him indifferently and said nothing more. If he intervened to stop Ling Yang, Ling Yifeng's pride wouldn't be too hurt. At this moment, Ling Yang was furious and ashamed. Having released his spiritual power without reservation, a towering shadow, resembling a wolf, a tiger, or a giant whale, gradually formed behind him, rolling and surging above his head. Raging waves. Ling Yang shouted, and with a powerful push off the ground, he soared to a height of over a person, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy towards Ling Yifeng. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a storm, and the residual waves of spiritual energy spread outwards, causing everyone to involuntarily step back a few paces to avoid being affected. This is a profound level spiritual technique. Ling Cheng gritted his teeth and said each word slowly, turning to the great elder with eyes that seemed to spit fire. A competition among family members, and not to mention Ling Yang's strength far exceeding Ling Yifeng's. He was even using a powerful, profound level technique. Was he trying to kill him? The great elder's expression also turned grim. If anything unexpected happened during this match, it would not only embarrass them in front of the other family heads, but Ling Qing would definitely not let it go easily afterwards. Quickly tell Chu Yang to stop. The great elder turned to Ling Yu and shouted. Ling Yu strode to the edge of the stage and shouted down, "This is a competition. Let's keep it within limits." Chu Yang, stop now. At this moment, Ling Yang couldn't hear his father's words. Even if he did, he wouldn't stop. His spiritual power surged even more. The referee, Ling Lei, was already prepared to intervene at any moment to stop this match. He couldn't just watch someone fall in this arena. Watching Ling Yang, who was soaring in the air with fierce spiritual energy, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He realized he had been too reckless. He had to admit that although he had also advanced to the spiritual wheel realm, he was still quite inferior compared to Ling Yang, who had been in the spiritual origin realm for a long time. Now, he had no choice but to forge ahead. If he retreated, he would definitely be caught in the wave of spiritual energy. Ling Yifeng focused his energy, and his spiritual power began to gradually rise. However, compared to Ling Yang, it was like a spark against a great lake. That was the gap in their spiritual power. Crimson Flame Fist. With slightly bent legs and his feet firmly planted on the ground, Ling Yifeng quietly shouted in his heart. His entire spiritual power instantly converged towards his right fist. As Ling Yang's figure continued to enlarge in his pupils, he suddenly straightened his waist, using the accumulated power to punch fiercely towards Ling Yang. Seeking death, Ling Yang looked at Ling Yifeng, who was not retreating but instead charging towards him, a sinister smile flashing across his face. His entire being's spiritual power surged even more. The fists collided violently in front of everyone's eyes, and amidst the enormous collision sound, it seemed to contain the faint roar of a giant whale. The immense spiritual power pressed down on Ling Yifeng, making it hard for him to breathe. His sleeves were shredded like paper under the force of their clash. Bang! The tremendous force transmitted through Ling Yifeng to the bricks under his feet, causing the stone bricks on the arena to shatter like a spider web. The spiritual shadow behind Ling Yang had not yet dissipated, and he did not lose his rationality, knowing to reserve some energy for the final moment. If he unleashed this technique without reservation, Ling Yifeng would undoubtedly die. Just as Ling Yifeng was about to reach his limit and could no longer hold on, the mysterious black core in his dantian suddenly emitted a beam of light, as if a sleeping giant had suddenly opened its eyes. The black core began to spin rapidly in the dantian, and the runes around it gradually lit up, causing the spiritual power within the dantian to boil like a massive wave suddenly rising on a calm sea. Pure spiritual power surged into his meridians, spreading throughout his body. Ling Yifeng's spiritual power suddenly skyrocketed, and the overwhelming energy began to hint at surpassing Ling Yang. Sensing the sudden surge of spiritual power from Ling Yifeng, Ling Yang didn't have time to think and immediately poured out all the energy he had reserved. Raging waves palm. The blue glow of the shadow behind him flashed and pounced towards Ling Yifeng. However, at this moment, Ling Yifeng's spiritual power was incredibly pure, crashing fiercely against the indistinct shadow. In an instant, the shadow was shattered, but the residual force slammed into Ling Yang. Bang! Ling Yang's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the arena as everyone stared in shock. The arena fell into a dead silence. Even the referee Ling Lei was stunned, forgetting to make a judgment. Ling Yifeng half knelt on the arena, gasping for breath. Chapter 61. The curtain falls. The victor is Ling Yifeng. Ling Lei's voice finally broke the silence of the entire arena. He was equally astonished. He had prepared to help Ling Yifeng at the last moment, but who knew the unexpected would come so suddenly? What did I just see? Brother Chu Yang was actually defeated by this kid? Am I dreaming? Someone, pinch me. Smack. Damn it, you really hit me. Ouch, it hurts. Looks like I'm not dreaming. Do you know what this means? This is our Ling family's once-in-a-century genius young master, Ling Yifeng. He successfully advanced to the spiritual wheel realm 3 years ago, with even higher talent than cousin Chu Yang. Now, he must have already advanced to the spiritual origin realm. Why didn't you say who he was earlier? His 3 years of no progress in the spiritual wheel realm couldn't be fake, could it? Is he pretending? A green figure flashed by. Ling Miao Heir had already leaped onto the arena, gently supporting Ling Yifeng with one hand while checking his pulse with the other. Ling Yifeng forced a smile at her. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Ling Lei approached Ling Chu Yang, but at this moment, Ling Chu Yang was still unconscious. He gently touched him, and his face instantly showed surprise. Ling Chu Yang's 3 ribs in his chest were all broken. Ling Yo hurried over, pushing Ling Lei aside to check Ling Chu Yang's injuries. After a moment, he took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket, pouring 2 red pills into Ling Chu Yang's mouth. He glanced at Ling Yifeng, who was still catching his breath in the center of the arena, his expression filled with disbelief and a hint of resentment. Feng Heir, are you okay? Ling Cheng had already come to Ling Yifeng's side, asking with concern about his injuries. I'm fine, Dad. I'm in great shape. Ling Cheng still wasn't reassured and placed his hand on Ling Yifeng's pulse. After a moment, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Confirming that Ling Yifeng was fine, Ling Qingdan looked in surprise at Ling Chu Yang, only to see Ling Yao carrying him off the stage. Ling Yao glanced back, and in the instant their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. But in that moment, Ling Cheng saw disbelief and resentment in his eyes, just like his own. Turning back, his expression softened. Feng Heir, you should go rest first. After I handle things here, I'll come find you. With Ling Miao Heir's support, Ling Yifeng slowly walked off the stage amid the envious, jealous, astonished, and resentful gazes of those around him. He sensed the fiery stares behind him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What are you smiling about? Ling Miao Heir asked, puzzled. I heard that Sister Miao Heir is very clean and hates being touched by others. Usually, she keeps people at arm's length. Now that she's supporting me, it's making quite a few people envious. Upon hearing this, Ling Miao Heir's face flushed red, and she lowered her head to hide the blush. It's all because of you. You little rascal, not making things easy for me. I didn't expect you to hide it so well, making me worry for nothing. Mistakenly thought to be hiding her strength. Ling Yifeng was quite pleased, as it saved him the trouble of explanations. Ling Yifeng quietly recalled the scene just now. His spiritual power had already been exhausted. Yet suddenly a strong light burst forth from his dantian, followed by a surge of spiritual power that poured out like a flood, even more pure than before. What on earth was going on? Ling Yifeng was puzzled as a flash of inspiration struck him. He focused his mind and sank his spiritual awareness into his dantian. At the center of the dantian, the mysterious black core was emitting a dim light, slowly rotating amidst the surrounding spiritual power. Besides this mysterious black core, Ling Yifeng couldn't think of anything else. What is this thing? Looking at it, it resembled a seed. A strange shiver ran through him, and Ling Yifeng was startled by his own imagination. A seed? Could it be that it's going to bloom a flower in my body? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Ling Yifeng withdrew his thoughts. On the high platform, almost everyone was in disbelief, their mouths agape. The recognized number one of the younger generation from Luoyu City had been knocked out in public by a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Moreover, this boy was also from the Ling family. Su Su and Lu Jingshan exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to find their voices. Having witnessed the genius of the Ling family today, only Han Jin, hidden under a black robe, had a flash of brilliance in his eyes, seemingly not too surprised. He had heard from his son Han Bing that Ling Yifeng had likely reached the spirit origin realm, and now it seemed to be true. Han Bing's defeat wasn't unjustified after all. They knew that Ling Yifeng was only 13 or 14 years old, yet he had defeated Ling Chu Yang, who had reached the late stage of the spirit wheel realm. In their own family, there was absolutely no one with such talent, with such a gifted individual. It seemed that the Ling family would indeed become the #1 family in Liu City in the future. Su Su and Han Jin exchanged glances, both revealing a cold expression, as if conveying the same message. This child must be eliminated, or there will be endless troubles. Of course, They wouldn't dare to act openly against Ling Yifeng, but it was necessary to use some underhanded tactics in secret. If they allowed him to grow like this, it would pose a hidden danger to their families in the future. Not to mention these outsiders, even the elders and deacons of the Ling family were even more shocked. Others didn't know, but they were very clear that Ling Yifeng had regained his ability to cultivate only 9 months ago after obtaining the soul origin pill. In just 9 months, he had progressed from the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm to this level, which had exceeded their understanding. Back on the high platform, Ling Qing glanced at the long-faced elder and ignored him. As long as Ling Yifeng was fine, Ling Qing didn't care about that old fool. Su turned his eyes and smiled at Ling Qing. Ling brother, the Ling family has produced such a talented young man, truly a cause for celebration. Ling brother, your son's performance today has truly opened our eyes. If only my family's brats had half of his talent, I would be burning incense in gratitude. Lu Jingshan also chimed in. Not at all, he just got lucky. Listening to the praise from the various family heads, Ling Cheng felt very pleased. He had watched Ling Yifeng grow little by little since childhood, and it was very gratifying for him to see Ling Yifeng grow so quickly without his mother's company. On the arena, no one was left to challenge anymore. The winners were all smiles, while the losers hung their heads in defeat. This competition was now over. Please welcome the family head to speak. Ling Qing slowly stood up and walked to the edge of the high platform, looking at the crowd below with deep emotion. 10 years ago, he had stood here, taking over the position of family head from the previous one, shouldering the responsibility of promoting and protecting the Ling family. Today, he was going to step down as family head here, which made him a bit reluctant. Another purpose of this clan competition was to announce the new family head. Ling Qing had sacrificed his position to secure the soul origin pill for Ling Yifeng, which made certain individuals completely relent and agree to the matter of the soul origin pill. But he hadn't told anyone about this, not even Ling Yifeng himself. He hoped that Ling Yifeng would shine brightly at this clan competition to prove that his decision was correct. Ling Yifeng's victory over Ling Chuyang in that match was like a slap in the face, striking hard against the faces of the elder and others. They had almost given up on Ling Yifeng for immediate gains, but fortunately, they hadn't. Ling Qing felt this outcome, which was achieved at the cost of giving up the position of family head, was very worthwhile. He glanced back at the elder and the returning Ling Yin, sneering softly. What is the position of family head compared to Feng Heir's future? Everyone, the clan competition held every 5 years has come to an end. I hope those who pass the test will not slack off and continue to work hard. For those who did not pass, do not be discouraged. Work hard to cultivate and strive to pass the retest in 3 months. Ling Cheng paused and looked around. Additionally, there is an important announcement to make. From today onwards, I, Ling Qing, will no longer serve as the head of the Ling family. According to the decision of the Elders' Council, the next family head will be Ling Yin, the deacon of this hall. Please welcome her. What? The crowd suddenly erupted in chatter. This news was too sudden, leaving the Ling family members somewhat taken aback. Only a few people who had been informed in advance reacted calmly. Ling Yin adjusted her robe, managing to squeeze a smile onto her gloomy face. She walked to Ling Qing's side and waved to the clansmen below. Ling Yin was originally a deacon in the deacon hall, holding a respectable position in the family. Everyone had witnessed her strength, and since she was also the daughter of the elder, her election as family head didn't surprise many people. After giving a brief speech, the clan competition finally came to a close. Congratulations. The 3 family heads were momentarily taken aback before they began congratulating Ling Yin. I really didn't know you were changing the family head today, and I didn't bring anything. I'll definitely make it up next time, Lu Jingshan said apologetically. The other 2 also repeatedly expressed their apologies. As the heads of the 4 great families of Liu City, they still maintained an appearance of mutual respect and humility. Thank you all for your congratulations. I will definitely express my gratitude in person another day. Ling Yin smiled and cupped her fists to the 3. Sitting aside, Ling Yifeng suddenly clenched his fists. He finally understood why his father was so eager for him to participate in this clan competition. Fortunately, he hadn't let down his father's expectations. This was also thanks to the mysterious black core in his dantian. Without it, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand Ling Chuyang's final blow. Chapter 62. Invitation. The clan competition had concluded. Ling Yifeng sat on the bed, exhaling a long breath, slowly opening his eyes. His internal spiritual power had mostly recovered. Feng Heir, what level have you actually reached? Don't lie to me. Ling Chen looked at Ling Yifeng with a serious expression. Ling Chuyang had long entered the spirit origin realm. Yet Ling Yifeng could unleash the power to defeat someone in the spirit origin realm. His strength was certainly at least at that level. Although even Ling Yifeng himself felt that his rate of improvement was astonishing, he had no need to hide it from Ling Cheng, so he honestly replied, "Dad, I just advanced to the spirit origin realm last night." Despite being prepared, Ling Cheng was still deeply shocked by these words. He raised one palm, unable to suppress a slight tremor. Ling Yifeng understood his intention. He wanted to personally test his spiritual power. So, Ling Yifeng also extended a palm to press against Ling Cheng's. As a surge of warmth flowed from their palms, Ling Cheng closed his eyes to sense it quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, filled with surprise and joy. From this spiritual energy, he felt a surge of vitality that surpassed the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, though it was still a little short of the spirit origin realm. This indicated that Ling Yifeng had indeed broken through to the spirit origin realm, but since the breakthrough was too recent, he hadn't had time to stabilize his strength. After the battle with Ling Chuyang, it shouldn't take more than a day or two to fully consolidate his power in the spirit origin realm. Ayun, you truly deserve to be your son. This terrifying cultivation speed surpasses even yours. Just wait. One day, you will definitely see him again. Ling Cheng silently whispered in his heart. Old man, what are you thinking about? Ling Yifeng turned his head, and Ling Cheng was staring at him with a dazed expression, not moving for a long time. Nothing. I was just thinking that everything I've done is indeed worth it. Old man, I didn't expect you to pay such a high price for me. Ling Yifeng felt a bit downcast. He knew Ling Cheng wouldn't suddenly resign from the family head position for no reason. It seemed it was indeed because of him. Seeing the dejected expression on Ling Yifeng's face, Ling Cheng patted his shoulder vigorously and laughed heartily. What are you making that face for? It's just a family head position. Whoever wants to take it can take it. Managing so many affairs every day, I don't even have time to cultivate. After so many years, I'm already tired. I deserve a break. By the way, how did you defeat Ling Chuyang, who has long since entered the spirit origin realm? When you just reached it? Ling Cheng changed the subject, which was indeed something he was curious about. Old man, I actually don't know how it happened either. Maybe it's because of the spiritual technique I've been practicing. Ling Yifeng scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Nonsense. Ling Cheng laughed and scolded. You practiced the mid-level ordinary stage red flame fist, right? How could such a low-level spiritual technique have such powerful effects? Are you trying to fool me now? He indeed only used the red flame fist because it was the technique he was most familiar with. But the real source of such great power seemed to be the mysterious black core that suddenly appeared in his dantian. However, he also had even stronger moves he had yet to use. The Tian Gang sword chi was indeed somewhat powerful, and even he couldn't control it well. This sword technique was meant for killing, and unless absolutely necessary, Ling Yifeng didn't want to use it lightly. Suddenly, Ling Cheng seemed to think of something. He looked at Ling Yifeng seriously and said, "Have you opened the scroll your mother left for you?" In Ling Cheng's mind, it seemed that any unusual events happening to him could be understood as long as they were linked to his mother. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but feel some confusion. Did his old man believe that the scroll left by his mother contained advanced spiritual techniques comparable to the saint level? The saint level was something they couldn't even dare to imagine. Even in the entire Tianluo Empire, there were probably only a handful of saint-level spiritual techniques. Not yet. Old man, you said I had to wait until I reached the spirit origin realm to open it, so I haven't tried before. Though I've just advanced to the spirit origin realm, I haven't had time to check it yet. Moreover, my strength isn't stable yet. If I recklessly try it before meeting the requirements, I might regret it if it fails. Ling Cheng nodded slightly, saying, Indeed. It's not too late to look at it after you stabilize your strength in a few days. Since it wasn't the scroll left by Ayun, could it be? Ling Cheng looked Ling Yifeng up and down, his brow slightly furrowing. Could it be that he had inherited a special bloodline from his mother's clan? Ling Cheng sighed softly. If that were true, he wondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ling Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed under Ling Cheng's scrutiny. As if he had been seen through. He touched his nose and said, Old man, why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? Is there something wrong with me? You're the one who's strange. Ling Cheng thought to himself. Such a terrifying cultivation talent was rare in Luchaqing for 100 years. There was no progress in the 3 years after entering the spirit wheel realm, but in just 9 months, he had already reached the spirit origin realm. Then he publicly defeated an opponent who was nearly at the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm, using only a mid-level ordinary stage spiritual technique. Does that sound normal? Shaking his head lightly, Ling Cheng returned to a serious tone. I have no clue about the things happening to you. Some secrets can only be unraveled by yourself. But just remember, even though your father is no longer the head of the Ling family, I will always be your strongest support. Ling Yifeng smiled at Ling Qing, then extended his fist. Ling Qing laughed and also extended his fist to lightly bump against his. Be careful of Ling Chuyang in the future. That kid is proud and somewhat narrow-minded. You defeated him in front of the whole clan, and he probably won't easily forget this humiliation. Also, your performance has been noticed by the heads of the other 3 families. They are not good people and will do anything to achieve their goals. Your performance should have put a lot of pressure on them, and I worry they might secretly do something against you, Ling Qing said, his tone revealing a hint of coldness regarding the other 3 major families. If they dared to harm Ling Yifeng secretly, Ling Qing would definitely make their families restless and unable to find peace. If you have no other plans, you can go stay at Tiannan Ling Yuan for now. With Dean Zheng there, I believe they won't dare to act recklessly. Okay, I understand, old man. I will be careful. Ling Yifeng nodded seriously. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, he looked at the ceiling. Today he showcased himself in front of the entire clan, as if telling them with the momentum of a returning king that the once talented youth had not faded into obscurity and was still the outstanding genius of the Ling family. The elders should be regretting it immensely. His performance had undoubtedly slapped them in the face. Just thinking about how the elder's old face would look twisted in anger made Ling Yifeng unable to help but smile. The next morning, as soon as Ling Yifeng pushed open the door, he saw a blue figure lazily leaning against a large tree in front of the door. The girl's figure was shrouded in a light blue long dress that hugged her curves perfectly, and the hollow floral patterns on her arms and back revealed glimpses of her delicate skin. Swallowing hard, Ling Yifeng slowly approached and greeted her. Good morning, Sister Miao. Ling Miao straightened up, lazily stretching, and as she opened her arms, her perfect curves flowed into Ling Yifeng like a spring breeze, a faint fragrance wafting into his nose. Ling Yifeng shivered slightly, feeling as if a current had surged through him, and he dared not look more. Awkwardly lowering his head, Ling Miao glanced at him sideways and couldn't help but laugh. This boy was so embarrassed, which was quite different from his calm demeanor when facing a spirit origin realm expert yesterday. Where are you going so early? Ling Miao asked playfully, looking at Ling Yifeng. I plan to go practice my punches on the back mountain, Ling Yifeng said, retreating half a step as Ling Miao drew closer. This little guy is really diligent. No wonder at such a young age he can defeat a master like Ling Chuyang. Even I might not be able to beat him. Ling Miao smiled brightly, unabashedly praising Ling Yifeng. Feeling a bit shy, Ling Yifeng scratched his head and said, I just got lucky. He underestimated me and I took advantage. However, Sister Miaojia, I can tell that you are not taking this seriously. If you really focused, he wouldn't be your opponent at all. Oh, Ling Miaojia looked at Ling Yifeng in surprise. He could even tell that she was holding back. Sister Miaojia has been practicing at Huayan Pavilion for such a long time. The techniques and spiritual skills there are probably far superior to the treasures in our family. Yet I haven't seen you use any advanced spiritual skills. Ling Yifeng showed a sly smile. Ling Miaojia shook her head and smiled. You guessed wrong. At Huayan Pavilion, the main focus is on qi cultivation, which emphasizes the training of spiritual power, while spiritual skills are only supplementary. So I haven't learned many advanced spiritual skills. I'm just more adept at controlling spiritual power. If it weren't for Ling Chuang being careless and underestimating me, I wouldn't have won against him so easily. Oh, I see. Ling Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. Sister Miaojia, can you tell me about Huayan Pavilion? Ling Yifeng looked at Ling Miaojia with eager anticipation. What? Are you interested in Huayan Pavilion? Ling Miaojia's beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle. If you want to join Huayan Pavilion, I can recommend you to my master. She is a powerful practitioner who has reached the spirit realm. Spirit realm? A fiery light flashed in Ling Yifeng's eyes. Let me tell you about Huayan Pavilion as a reward. How about you accompany me to stroll around the street today? Ling Miaojia squinted her eyes, like a cunning hunter waiting for her prey to take the bait. Chapter 63. A profession more terrifying than alchemists. Ling Yifeng glanced at her with a hint of vigilance, noticing her outfit, which seemed to indicate she was indeed planning to go shopping. Suddenly, he felt like he had boarded a pirate ship. Even though it was a glamorous ship that many people wanted to board but couldn't. Ling Yifeng had heard of Huayan Pavilion. It is one of the more famous sects in the Tianluo Empire, with countless rogue cultivators eager to join its ranks. Its strength is something that the major families in Luoyu City wouldn't even dare to imagine. Just hearing Ling Miaojia say that her master is a super strong practitioner who has reached the spirit realm, he thought about how someone at that level would see his father, Ling Qing, as nothing more than an ant, easily squashed. Although this may sound harsh, It is an undeniable fact. This world is like that. Strength is paramount. Ling Yifeng suddenly thought of Lin Yusen's entourage, especially that middle-aged man Lin Bihai. Could his strength have already reached the spirit realm? Ling Yifeng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Even though so much time had passed, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought of that man. What are you thinking? Will you agree or not? Ling Miaojia looked at Ling Yifeng, who seemed suddenly lost in thought, and noticed a hint of infatuation in his expression. She couldn't help but frown slightly, a bit reproachfully. Ling Yifeng came back to his senses, awkwardly scratching his nose to ease the tension. Strolling through the bustling streets, Ling Yifeng and Ling Miaojia walked side by side. Ling Miaojia seemed very excited, full of interest in the various novel items around her. Normally, Ling Miaojia wasn't like this, in the eyes of her many admirers. She was an aloof ice queen. Perhaps it was influenced by her master. Countless admirers, driven by passion, approached her, only to have their flames extinguished by her cold demeanor. If they saw Ling Miaojia acting so girlish now, they would probably be shocked. Huh? There's a stall selling magic cores? Ling Miaojia pointed to a nearby vendor, where a huge, fierce bear head was displayed on the table, alongside several colorful crystals. Ling Miaojia picked up the largest magic core, holding it in her hand. As a wave of spiritual power probed inside, "Young lady, you have a good eye. This second-level magic core was obtained by our team after hunting a second-level magic bear last night. This magic bear is quite impressive amongst second-level magical beasts. It ranks at the top, and it's probably not far from breaking through to the third level. Fortunately, we obtained this magic core, which is nearly as valuable as a third-level magic core, despite our team suffering half of our members injured." The vendor was a tall man in his 30s, with a large scar across his face, as if he had just been injured, and the wound was still bandaged. Seeing Ling Miaojia's interest in the magic core, he quickly began to introduce it enthusiastically while pointing at the massive bear head. After gently rubbing the magic core in her hand for a moment, Ling Miaojia parted her red lips. "How much is this magic core?" "Young lady, your eye for quality is superb. This magic core is of excellent quality. I'll let it go for 1,500 gold coins." The vendor rubbed his hands together, revealing a flattering smile. Shaking her head with a smile, Ling Miaojia said, 1,005 already can buy a third-level magic core. This magic core, while not of low quality, is still just a second-level magic core." The vendor slightly opened his mouth. He knew the price was indeed a bit high. Anyone with a discerning eye would scoff at it. But he still managed to force a smile and said, "To be honest, to hunt this magical beast, our team had 7 members injured, and 3 brothers were severely wounded. Probably never able to stand again. They have families to support." Hearing this, Ling Yifeng sighed slightly in his heart. These mercenaries live on the edge, risking their lives, gambling their tomorrow just to earn a meal and support their families. Ling Miaojia frowned slightly and coldly said, "I understand it's not easy for you, but that's not an excuse to disrupt the market. Your team of over 10 people lost half for a magical beast that isn't even at the third level. You probably don't even have a single Spirit Origin Realm member in your team, right? When encountering a powerful magical beast, the priority should be survival. Why go to your death recklessly? 1,005, and I'll take 2 first-level magic cores too," Ling Miaojia said coldly. The vendor was overjoyed upon hearing this. A second-level magic core is worth about 800. A first-level magic core is worth only 200 to 300. Ling Miaojia's willingness to pay 1,005 for the second-level core was already quite generous. "Great. Thank you, young lady, for your generosity. I thank you on behalf of those brothers' families." The vendor pointed at the remaining pile of magic cores, generously indicating that Ling Miaojia could choose freely. The first-level magic cores were not particularly useful to her. She only wanted to buy them out of a sudden act of kindness. Although she spoke coldly, she actually felt quite sympathetic towards these mercenaries, and she casually picked a blue and a red magic core. Ling Yifeng nodded approvingly at her actions from the side. After paying, Ling Yifeng and Ling Miaojia continued chatting and walking forward. "Sister Miaojia, you really have a kind heart," Ling Yifeng said with a smile. "I wonder what you plan to do with these magic cores." Magic cores have a variety of uses, you must know that. Whether as materials for alchemy or incorporated into weapons, they are excellent choices. If they can be used to design formations, it would greatly enhance their effects, right? Hearing about formations, Ling Yifeng was quite curious. "Sister Miaojia, do you really think there is such a profession as a formation master?" "Haha, you've asked the right person. A friend of my teacher is a genuine formation master." Ling Miaojia winked at Ling Yifeng. "I have seen him demonstrate a spiritual formation, trapping several opponents of equal strength for over an hour. A master of his level, in a one-on-one fight, would probably be hard-pressed, and in a one-on-two situation, the chance of losing for the single opponent would be at least 80%. Yet, as a formation master, he can use powerful formations to trap several opponents of the same level. It's truly unimaginable. Ling Miaojia couldn't help but show a look of envy when recalling the power of that formation master, but the profession of a formation master is really too rare. A formation master is much more precious than an alchemist. You know the conditions to become an alchemist are already quite harsh, right? However, the conditions to become a formation master are even more difficult than those to become an alchemist. One of the reasons why array masters are so precious is that their formations are extremely difficult to practice. Among every 100 individuals who meet the conditions to become array masters, only 1 or 2 can truly master the spiritual formations. Are array masters really that impressive? A sense of longing for this profession welled up in Ling Yifeng's heart. How can one know if they meet the requirements to become an array master? Ling Miao stretched out a delicate finger to support her exquisite chin, tilted her head in thought, and said, unlike alchemists who have the Alchemist Guild, array masters usually seek out their own disciples. They have their own methods for identifying those with the potential to become array masters. Anyway, I don't have that potential, huh? Ling Yifeng nodded in slight disappointment. Array masters are indeed too rare for ordinary people to reach. Sister Miao, can you tell me about the Huayan Pavilion? Well, our Tianluo Empire has many major forces. Besides the royal family and the imperial capital and other prominent families, the most famous ones include the Tianluo Spirit Academy, the Xinglan Spirit Academy, and the Huayan Pavilion where I currently am, which is considered one of the top forces. Speaking of top forces, Ling Yifeng believed it. Just Ling Miao's teacher is a powerful figure at the spirit realm level, which is quite rare in the vast Tianluo Empire. So one can see how strong the Huayan Pavilion is. Our Huayan Pavilion primarily practices qi cultivation, emphasizing calmness and cultivating qi, as spiritual energy is the root of cultivation. Everything else is ultimately supplementary. Therefore, most of Huayan Pavilion's techniques are quite profound, while spiritual techniques are relatively scarce. Up until now, I've only learned 3 spiritual techniques, but the cultivation method I practice is quite esoteric. If I were to fight Ling Chuyang fairly, I might not win in the early stages, but as time goes on, my aura will become more prolonged. By the time he exhausts his strength, I would still retain at least 30 of my spiritual power. Don't think that just because we don't primarily focus on spiritual techniques, we would be at a disadvantage in battle. In fact, we have many profound spiritual techniques, and their refinement is far beyond what you might imagine. Ling Miao noticed Ling Yifeng's slightly dejected expression and couldn't help but smile and explain. Ling Yifeng nodded. As a powerful sect, Huayan Pavilion must surely have the support of extraordinary masters. Are you interested? I can recommend you to my master. She will definitely find you an excellent teacher. Ling Miao squinted her eyes and asked with a smile. Since you're interested in becoming an array master, I could introduce you to that senior. Perhaps he might discover your potential to become an array master and take you as a disciple. Hearing this, Ling Yifeng felt a bit tempted. To become strong, relying solely on random exploration is difficult to go far. If he had a master who treated him as his own, it would surely save him from many detours. I'm sorry, Sister Miao, but I've already decided to apply to the Tianluo Spirit Academy, Ling Yifeng said apologetically. Oh, you actually want to apply to the Tianluo Spirit Academy? Ling Miao looked at him in surprise. The Tianluo Spirit Academy is the top spirit academy in the Tianluo Empire. Not inferior to Huayan Pavilion, but the admission requirements can make countless passionate individuals hesitate. Then you must work hard. The admission requirements for the Tianluo Spirit Academy are very strict. Who knows, maybe I can get in someday too. Chapter 64. Opening the scrolling Miao's holiday was coming to an end, and she would soon have to return to Huayan Pavilion. However, this departure was completely different from her previous one filled with disappointment. She wore a sunny expression and greeted everyone with a warm smile. A few days later, Ling Yifeng was in his room, closing all the doors and windows tightly, then carefully taking out a black scroll. Through several days of cultivation, he had completely stabilized his spiritual power at the initial stage of the spirit realm. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, he felt a wave of comfort. However, what excited him even more was that he was about to open the item left to him by his mother. What could be inside? Is it a high-level cultivation method left by his mother? Or a high-level spiritual technique that could take on 100 opponents? But what Ling Yifeng hoped for even more was that there would be information about his mother inside. He wanted to know what kind of person she was, where she was now, how she was doing, why she had left him, and if they would ever meet again. The scroll felt warm and smooth in his hand, like a piece of warm jade, but its material was a specially crafted beast skin. Ling Yifeng gently brushed his fingers over its surface, feeling the strange patterns on it. Taking a deep breath, a strand of spiritual power flowed slowly from Ling Yifeng's palm into the scroll. He was very careful in controlling his spiritual power, fearing that he might accidentally damage the scroll. But his worries were completely unnecessary. The black surface showed no signs of damage after the intrusion of spiritual power. The patterns flowed with a sheen before dissipating, returning to their previous silent appearance without any change. Feeling slightly relieved, Ling Yifeng took another deep breath and then poured his spiritual power into the scroll with all his might. His spiritual power had already reached the level of the spirit realm, and even a rock would probably not withstand such a spiritual erosion. Yet this scroll remained completely unharmed. The strange patterns on the surface of the scroll began to emit a crimson glow, like blood flowing through veins, eventually filling all the patterns on the surface of the scroll. Then, the entire black scroll erupted with a dazzling light, illuminating almost the entire room of Ling Yifeng. Moments later, the black scroll returned to its silent state, with no changes at all. Ling Yifeng was somewhat astonished as he examined the scroll, flipping it over without finding any place to open it. Ling Yifeng furrowed his brows tightly. Could it be that my method of opening it is wrong? How can I open this? Just then, Ling Yifeng felt a faint but familiar power emanating from the scroll. He suddenly widened his eyes. This power was the spatial power he was familiar with. Could it be that this thing is actually a spatial item? Ling Yifeng no longer hesitated and skillfully extended a strand of spiritual thought into the scroll. Sure enough, just as he suspected, Ling Yifeng's spiritual thought entered a strange space. It turned out that he needed to use the power of the spirit realm to unlock the restrictions on the scroll before entering this space. This was a dark, void-like space, very similar to the space within his ring, but it was completely empty. In this vast emptiness, Ling Yifeng could only see the dim stars twinkling above him. Just as Ling Yifeng was unsure of what to do, a phantom figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure was slightly taller than him, and he couldn't see its appearance, as it was shrouded in thick mist. After a brief moment of surprise, Ling Yifeng regained his composure. He believed that his mother would never harm him. The dark figure suddenly spoke, and the voice that emerged was an ethereal and melodious female voice. "Feng, when you entered here, I knew you had reached the spirit realm. This is a promise I made with Ling Qing. You must reach the spirit realm before the age of 20 to receive the scroll." Hearing such a strange yet familiar voice, Ling Yifeng suddenly felt a lump in his throat. This was the voice he had fantasized about for countless days and nights. In his memories, that blurry figure and the ethereal voice, how many times had Ling Yifeng tried to clearly see her face and hear her voice, only to be awakened from dreams, unable to remember the woman's appearance and smile. "Mother, is it you?" Ling Yifeng almost choked as he called out that somewhat unfamiliar title. The dark figure did not respond, but continued. "Fenger, I know you want to see me too. How could I not want to see you? But I can only watch my son leave my side. This is only a strand of spiritual thought that I left behind. When I left it, you were peacefully sleeping in my arms, and I wished so much to see what you would look like when you grew up. But time is running out. They have already come for you. For your safety, I must leave you." Her tone was filled with deep sadness, as if this farewell meant they would never meet again. What is going on here? Although he knew the other party would not respond, Ling Yifeng couldn't help but ask. Ling Yifeng didn't know if he could call this figure mother, but from her words, he understood that his mother's departure seemed to have another reason. He reached out to touch that figure, but his hand passed directly through the illusory silhouette. "You were able to break through to the spirit origin realm before the age of 20, which proves your talent is quite good. You will need to work even harder in the future. Cultivating according to this technique, advancing to the spirit sect should not be a problem. And it is even possible to become a Saint Emperor." Spirit sect, Saint Emperor. Listening to these two exciting titles, Ling Yifeng also felt a hint of confusion. When she mentioned these two names, her voice had no fluctuations, as if she were speaking of the most powerful titles in this continent as casually as stray cats and dogs. Even his father, Ling Cheng, was still striving to break through to the soul realm. Suddenly, a group of starlight points appeared before the figure, and after a series of rearrangements, they formed tiny characters the size of beans, which then transformed into a stream of light and surged into Ling Yifeng's mind. A sudden throbbing pain filled his head, but the pain quickly dissipated and a set of information appeared in his mind. Forest traversing technique, low-level saint rank. Hiss. As soon as Ling Yifeng saw the first few words, he couldn't help but gasp. This is a saint rank technique. It was simply unbelievable. There were hardly a few copies of saint rank techniques in the entire Tianluo Empire, and his mother actually possessed such a rare technique? You should practice this technique diligently in the future, and I believe that within 20 years, you will be able to reach the spirit sect realm. The shadow continued. But the shadow seemed to hesitate, yet she still went on. By then, you should be able to make a name for yourself in the Tianluo Empire. And perhaps we will have a chance to meet again. Ling Yifeng could hear the pain in her voice. But why? Why did you have to leave me? Why can't I come find you? I don't even know your name. Fenger, I'm truly sorry. Because of my mistakes, you have to bear the pain. But you must believe that the pain in my heart is no less than yours. Her tone was filled with pain and helplessness. Which mother in the world would willingly abandon her newborn child and leave alone, without a trace for over a decade? It was just unavoidable. I'm sorry, Fenger, but I cannot reveal too much information to you. It would be harmful rather than helpful. Perhaps, if I can resolve this matter, I can see you again soon. She suddenly paused and said with a self-mocking smile, however, since you were able to see this message I left behind, it means I cannot resolve this matter. It is indeed too tricky, and I do not wish for you to be dragged into it. Also, let me remind you of one more thing. In this world, strength is paramount. Power determines everything, but there are always stronger individuals beyond the horizon. As for the forces involved with me, their power far exceeds your imagination. Therefore, before you possess absolute strength, do not probe into my matters, as it may bring you disaster. In fact, in my heart, all I wish is for you to grow up healthily and safely. That would be enough for me. Even if you cannot cultivate spiritual power, living a simple life is also very good, but I cannot be by your side. Please do not blame me, all right? I had no choice. Well, time is short. I can only tell you this much. You must listen to your father in the future and not be as headstrong as I was. Just remember, your mother will always love you. Ling Yifeng could hear a faint sob in her last words, and for some reason, a surge of warmth seemed to want to burst out from his chest. Immediately after, the figure transformed into a mass of light and slowly dissipated. Ling Yifeng lunged forward, wanting to embrace it, but he grasped at emptiness. In this empty space, the dead silence returned, and only the stars above continued to twinkle silently. Ling Yifeng gradually calmed himself down. He did not pay attention to the precious saint-rank technique he had just obtained, but carefully recalled the words from earlier, trying to find any clues about his mother. From her words, it seemed that his mother was not an ordinary person, given the saint-rank technique she casually provided him. Even the greatest power sect in the Tianluo Empire would find it hard to possess such generosity. Moreover, the spirit sect and Saint Emperor powers she mentioned were like supreme strongholds in Ling Yifeng's eyes, but in her mouth, they seemed trivial. Could it be that his mother herself was a powerhouse far exceeding the Saint Emperor? Ling Yifeng couldn't help but be startled by his own conjecture. In this small Luoyu city, the strongest was merely a soul realm powerhouse like Dinzhou. This level of power seemed frightening to Ling Yifeng. But in the eyes of the spirit sect, it might not be much stronger than an ant. And his father, Ling Chong, was only in the late spirit soul realm. How could he have married such a powerful mother? Ling Yifeng had thought that seeing what his mother left behind would clear his doubts. But now it seemed even more confusing. It seemed he would have to find time to ask his father for clarity. Just as Ling Yifeng was preparing to exit this space, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he were being watched. But he couldn't pinpoint what this strange feeling was. He suddenly looked up at the stars in the sky, gradually furrowing his brows. Chapter 65. Illusory spirit array. The entire space was devoid of any vitality, as if it were a silent, dead zone, hardly different from Ling Yifeng's ring space. But the only difference was the myriad of stars above, some bright, some dim. Ling Yifeng suddenly had a feeling of being spied on. Something seemed off about the stars in the sky, but he couldn't quite say what was wrong. Could there be a real starry sky in this space? Ling Yifeng pondered. Knowing too little about spatial power, and his understanding was limited to this spatial ring, he knew nothing of true spatial power. If that were the case, how could he think that all spatial items were the same inside? No, that is not right. Ling Yifeng frowned tightly. The stars in the sky seemed distant, yet felt very close, and he sensed a mysterious power completely different from spatial power emanating from them. He tried to condense sword energy, but unfortunately, in this space, he was merely a strand of spiritual thought, unable to use spiritual power at all. With a thought, his body floated lightly into the air. This space had no sky or ground, a void, yet he found himself getting closer to the sky, almost about to touch those stars. This was unimaginable outside. He knew the stars in the sky were very far away, and no one had ever been able to pluck a star from the sky. When cultivation reached its peak, one could fly and escape ground, yet the stars in the sky remained out of reach. The stronger the power, the deeper this feeling. But Ling Yifeng was now almost at the point of being able to reach out and touch them, which was indeed suspicious. Yet what puzzled him the most was the brightest one, which seemed to emanate a peculiar power, filling the entire space within Ling Yifeng's line of sight. What is this? Ling Yifeng cautiously reached out his hand and actually grabbed that star. The star felt icy to the touch, and from it seemed to radiate countless invisible threads that permeated the entire space. When it was held in Ling Yifeng's hand, these threads appeared to be cut off. Suddenly, a violent shaking surrounded him, and the entire space seemed on the verge of collapse. Ling Yifeng had not yet reacted when the entire sky came crashing down. The scene before him left him astonished. The previously pitch-black void was torn open like a curtain, revealing the real scene beneath. This was a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters, with bright sunshine, a gentle breeze, and babbling streams. From a lush bamboo forest, a melodious sound of a guqin drifted through the air. What place is this? Ling Yifeng looked at the beautiful scenery, so different from the lifeless void before. Could this still be within the scroll's space? Which is the real one? Which is the illusion? Even faced with such beauty, Ling Yifeng still felt a bit nervous. People always fear the unknown. After calming down, Ling Yifeng thought to himself that he was just a spirit thought, so what was there to be afraid of? He carefully listened and discerned the direction from which the guqin music was emanating, and then he headed towards it. In the bamboo forest, there was a triangular pavilion, and a figure in purple stood with her back to him, playing the guqin. She wore a long purple dress, and her black hair fell like a waterfall. It seemed she was unaware of Ling Yifeng's arrival and continued to play a melodious tune. Who is she? And how did she end up in the scroll space left by his mother? Ling Yifeng did not move or speak to interrupt her. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already in turmoil. That shadow with an indistinct appearance was his mother. So who was this purple figure? Could she really be his mother? Was he finally able to see her true appearance? He struggled to contain his inner excitement, gripping tightly in his palm, and felt a cool, hard object pressing against his hand. Ling Yifeng looked down and discovered he was still holding that piece of starstone. You are truly remarkable to have found your way here. The woman in purple smoothed the guqin strings with her hand, but did not turn around. Her voice was identical to that of the previous black shadow. She then sighed softly and said, I have been waiting here for your arrival. Yet I do not wish for you to find me. Your talent is quite impressive. Having such strong perception is truly remarkable. At this moment, Ling Yifeng was filled with confusion, but he could not suppress his tension and excitement, and he blurted out a single question. Are you my mother? The purple figure slowly turned around, and Ling Yifeng was so nervous that he almost stopped breathing. He widened his eyes, staring intently at her face, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. She finally turned her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. The very face that Ling Yifeng had longed to see for countless days and nights. Her brows were like spring willow leaves, her face like March peach blossoms, with autumn waters for eyes, and her features exuded an air of noble charm. Her delicate mouth and exquisite beauty could easily be described as captivating. This face bore a resemblance to Ling Yifeng, as if he were wearing a female disguise. The woman in purple gazed at Ling Yifeng with deep affection but did not show much emotion. Her red lips parted slightly. I am merely a spirit thought left by your mother. Although I possess her appearance and her consciousness, I have my own awareness that exists independently from her. I am her, but she is not me. Ling Yifeng could not understand her meaning, but he knew he had finally seen his mother's appearance, which was indeed breathtaking. I do not have much time left, so I must quickly fulfill my mission. There is no need to ask the questions you previously inquired about. She left me only to teach you methods and formation techniques. Formation techniques? Ling Yifeng was taken aback. He could understand the methods, which referred to the saint level through the woods technique. But what was this formation technique? Was his mother really an extremely rare formation master in the entire continent? The small illusion formation you encountered earlier was a minor formation to test you. Your keen senses detected its abnormalities and successfully broke its core, indicating that your talent for formation techniques far exceeds that of ordinary people and has reached the conditions to become a formation master. Ling Yifeng stared in astonishment at the cool stone in his hand. So this was the formation technique. He never expected to have the potential to become a formation master. I do not know how much you understand about formation techniques, but you can gradually learn more. However, what I am about to teach you, you must remember well. The woman in purple said. Chapter 66, Formation Patterns. Mother, may I ask? Ling Yifeng suddenly spoke up. I said that your questions should be set aside for now. My time is limited and will not last long, so you must diligently remember what I say." The woman in purple said sternly. Ling Yifeng obediently closed his mouth, although his desire to learn about his mother was much stronger than to learn formation techniques. He also realized two facts. First, although the woman in purple looked exactly like his mother, she was not his real mother. Second, his mother's strength, identity, and the powers behind her far exceeded his imagination. To understand all of this and meet his mother, he needed to continually enhance his strength and become powerful. You must have heard of the rigorous conditions for becoming a formation master. Currently, you possess the most important perception required for a formation master. The stronger your perception, the more advantageous it is for practicing spirit formations, and this is one of the stringent conditions for becoming a formation master. Everyone's spiritual power is limited. Even spirit lords, holy emperors, and even higher-level experts have powerful abilities, but they are ultimately finite. The so-called spirit formations can amplify and enhance an individual's spiritual power, temporarily sealing it by inscribing formation patterns, and then releasing all the spiritual power within the formation patterns simultaneously to achieve attack or defense purposes. The difference between formation techniques and spiritual skills is that formation techniques can temporarily seal off a space, causing the natural spiritual power within that space to resonate through the formation patterns, maximizing their power, similar to the power of a domain, but with a wider coverage area and greater strength. The key is that the person casting the formation techniques does not need to exert much effort. Ling Yifeng remained silent, concentrating on remembering every word she said, from the introduction of formation techniques to the many different types of formations, such as the spirit-gathering formation that enhances cultivation, the attack-type spirit formations with strong offensive power, the defensive spirit formations with exceptional defensive capabilities, and the illusion formations that confuse enemies, among others. The most challenging aspect of practicing formation techniques is inscribing formation patterns, selecting a medium as the foundation and inscribing specific functional patterns on it to seal spiritual power within. This medium can be a magic core or special items, but ultimately, the power of the spirit formation depends on the level of the person casting the formation technique. "Give me the spirit source stone in your hand." Ling Yifeng looked at the stone he was still tightly gripping, so this thing was called a spirit source stone. He then respectfully offered it with both hands to her. The woman in purple took the spirit source stone and demonstrated to Ling Yifeng. She held the stone in one hand while using the other to trace a complex and obscure rune in the air. Ling Yifeng squinted his eyes, trying hard to memorize the drawing of the rune. The woman in purple finally made a final stroke, touching the spirit source stone. He saw the shadow of the formation pattern in the air transform into a beam of light that drilled into the spirit source stone. Immediately afterward, the stone suddenly shone with a brilliant white light and slowly began to rise. Ling Yifeng suddenly noticed that everything around seemed to be slowly changing. The purple bamboo forest was gradually enveloped in white mist, and Ling Yifeng's vision became increasingly blurred, with the world filled with a white haze where nothing could be seen. This was also a type of illusion formation. Enemies trapped in the formation would have their senses blocked, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, and feeling nothing, while the one casting the formation would be completely unaffected. Enemies within this formation would be like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The voice sounded only a few feet away from Ling Yifeng, but he could not see her at all. Suddenly, the thick white mist vanished in an instant, as if a curtain had been pulled away. Ling Yifeng was startled to find the purple-clad woman's palm resting across his neck, separated by less than 3 inches. "In this formation, I am the only deity, capable of controlling your vision, hearing, sensations, and even your life and death," the purple-clad woman said lightly, then slowly lowered her hand. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but feel a rush of fear. He believed his senses were quite sharp. Yet just now he hadn't even noticed when she had approached him. If she were an enemy, she could have easily severed his head with a single sword strike. Suddenly, fine rain began to fall from the sky, but strangely, the raindrops were a deep blue, like silver needles scattering down. Soon, Ling Yifeng felt something was off. The rain hitting his body did not wet his clothes, but instead mixed with a bone-chilling cold, as if it were a barrage of sharp spikes. This was a type of needle rain formation, an aggressive spirit formation, a simple first-level spirit formation that produced a sky full of sharp spiritual rain, leaving the enemy with no place to dodge. It turned out she had simultaneously activated 2 completely different spirit formations within the formation source stone. Such control over spiritual energy was far beyond what Ling Yifeng could compare to. This simple and low-level spirit formation only required 1 or 2 formation bases, which were the formation source stones, inscribed with formation patterns, to be activated. To break it was also quite easy. One just needed to destroy this formation base, and the formation would naturally collapse. However, activating a high-level spirit formation was not so simple. A high-level formation might require hundreds or thousands of formation bases, with the inscribed patterns numbering in the thousands. Such a formation would be incredibly difficult to break, as one would have to find and destroy the formation among hundreds or thousands of bases. Immature high-level formations often had more than one formation eye, making it even harder to dismantle. To deploy such advanced formations usually required another item, a formation diagram. As the name suggests, a formation diagram is a blueprint for formation techniques. Every towering building rises from the ground based on the assurance of blueprints, and formation diagrams serve the same purpose. They ensure that the many formation bases are interconnected and mutually enhance each other, thereby achieving maximum utility. Now that you understand the situation with formations, I will teach you the most basic yet difficult first step of formation technique, inscribing formation patterns. It is already extremely difficult to meet the requirements to become a formation master, and even harder is the task of inscribing formation patterns. Many people are blocked from the door of formation masters because of this hurdle. No wonder, as Sister Meow said, among 100 who hope to become formation masters, only a few succeed, and most fail at this step. But the purple-clad woman explained that advanced formation masters can control hundreds or thousands of formation bases simultaneously, effortlessly inscribing thousands of formation patterns with their gestures. Chapter 67. The True Legacy Left by Mother. The purple-clad woman waved her hand, and the appearance of the formation source stone materialized in the air. In fact, Ling Yifeng had just vaguely sensed its location. Breaking it should also disrupt the secondary formation, right? The formation source stone returned to the woman's hand, and everything around gradually returned to its previous state. The formation patterns inscribed in different spirit formations are all unique. You should first try practicing inscribing the patterns for this needle rain formation. The purple-clad woman tossed the formation source stone to Ling Yifeng. Do you remember the trajectory of the formation patterns I inscribed just now? Ling Yifeng bowed his head in thought for a moment, then gently nodded. The purple-clad woman smiled slightly and said, "Then give it a try." Ling Yifeng focused, one hand holding the formation source stone while the other hand meticulously recreated the movements from memory, following the trajectory of the woman's fingers. The purple-clad woman showed a hint of surprise, nodding to herself. Although Ling Yifeng's motions were correct, he did not grasp the true essence. He was merely replicating the woman's actions but had no understanding of controlling spiritual energy or the key techniques. Fortunately, the woman's gentle voice whispered in his ear, guiding him on how to operate the spiritual energy and how to seal it within the formation source stone. After practicing dozens of times, finally, a beam of light entered the formation source stone as Ling Yifeng finished the last stroke. The purple-clad woman suddenly shouted, "Now, seal it quickly." Ling Yifeng's eyes narrowed, forming a seal with his hand, and shouted, "Condense." An invisible membrane sealed the spiritual energy within the formation source stone. Ling Yifeng gasped for breath. Inscribing the formation patterns had consumed more of his mental energy than condensing the Tiangang sword energy. Becoming a formation master was indeed not something just anyone could achieve. The purple-clad woman nodded, smiling with satisfaction. "Very good. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. You managed to inscribe a first-level spirit formation in such a short time. Once you activate the formation, you will be considered a true formation master." Ling Yifeng did not understand the significance of a beginner successfully inscribing a first-level spirit formation in less than an hour, but the purple-clad woman was very clear. With such talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a 6th or 7th level formation master, and he might even reach the 8th level formation venerable. Perhaps by then, he would no longer need to worry about his safety, and it would likely be that no one would dare to harm him. Allowing her to meet him again, Ling Yifeng watched her, slightly lost in thought, not daring to disturb her. He gazed at her quietly, knowing she was not his mother. Yet looking at her felt as satisfying as looking at his own mother. No wonder it is said that a son resembles his mother. The more he looked at her features, the more he felt they were similar, especially those bright, dark eyes, which seemed to be carved from the same mold as Ling Yifeng. After a moment, the purple-clad woman returned to her senses and noticed Ling Yifeng staring at her intently. She was not angry but sighed softly in her heart, realizing she owed him far too much. "Now let's practice activating the formation." The purple-clad woman became serious. Knowing that the faster Ling Yifeng progressed in formation techniques, the sooner their reunion would come. Ling Yifeng understood this principle as well, so he put even more effort into learning the secrets of deploying formations. As a strand of spiritual thought entered the formation source stone, The seal was unlocked using a special technique, and the formation was activated. The formation source stone emitted a strange glow, and the surrounding space underwent subtle changes, as if separated from the outside world by a transparent membrane. This area was not very large, only a small space of about 10 feet square, which was the range of Ling Yifeng's spirit formation. Although it was insignificant compared to the spirit formation deployed by the purple-clad woman, it was still a complete spirit formation. Soon, light blue raindrops began to appear within the formation, drifting down more and more, containing limited spiritual energy. But it could be said that this simple spirit formation had been fully deployed. Not bad. Your talent for formation techniques exceeds mine by quite a bit. The purple-clad woman couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "When I first practiced formation techniques, I couldn't deploy such a complete formation in such a short time." Hearing the purple-clad woman's praise, Ling Yifeng felt a pang in his nose. How many times had he wished for his mother to suddenly appear at his side, praising his efforts as he broke through layer after layer of spiritual power? Unfortunately, each time he broke through, he only received a hasty praise from his father before he hurried off, as his father, being the family head, had too many matters to attend to and rarely had time for his only son. But he didn't blame his father. He knew his father loved him very much. Even this time, in order to obtain a pill that might cure him, his father had given up his position as the family head. Sometimes, he envied those around him. After every successful breakthrough, they would receive rewards from their parents, sometimes a sumptuous dinner, other times a cherished gift. But for him, he had always felt quite lonely. Now, he finally heard the long-lost praise from his mother. Although she wasn't his real mother, the feeling made his heart surge with excitement. Ling Yifeng quietly rubbed his eyes. But this small action couldn't escape the notice of the woman in purple. She was merely a remnant of his mother, just a substitute, and couldn't give him the maternal love that a real mother would. You must practice diligently in the future, whether it's spiritual power or array techniques. Only by mastering powerful abilities will you eventually be able to meet your mother again, the woman in purple said. She suddenly waved her hand, and the beautiful scenery around, the mountains, waters, bamboo groves, and pavilions vanished without a trace, returning the entire space to a void. She looked at him deeply and said, "I have fulfilled her wish and led you onto the path of an array master. The next journey depends on you alone. My mission is complete." These 3 scrolls contain the methods for practicing 3 types of spiritual arrays. Study them well. After saying this, her figure slowly dissipated. Ling Yifeng didn't reach out to stop her. He knew he couldn't. As the woman in purple vanished, 3 diagrams emerged in the air, each depicting intricate patterns. These should be the array diagrams she just mentioned. His mother had gone to such great lengths to leave these 3 array diagrams for him. If he hadn't discovered that formation, he wouldn't have seen this remnant of his mother's spirit, which meant he wouldn't have the talent for practicing spiritual arrays and thus wouldn't receive the diagrams left by his mother. So, all he would have left was that holy level cultivation method. The holy level cultivation method was only a hope for him to become stronger. But it was only after teaching him the array techniques that she expressed the desire to meet him. It seemed that in his mother's heart, only by becoming a powerful array master would he be qualified to see her. Chapter 68. Testing his skills with the dissipation of the woman in purple. The entire space began to tremble, as if it were about to collapse. Ling Yifeng withdrew his spiritual consciousness and exited the scroll space. Outside, the stars were twinkling. He wanted to enter the scroll space again, but found he could no longer do so, and there was no trace of spatial power in the scroll. The scroll had turned back into an ordinary scroll. Perhaps his mother was afraid that the things inside would fall into someone else's hands. So she destroyed the space after he entered. Ling Yifeng carefully recalled the 3 array diagrams. The 3 array diagrams left by his mother were clearly imprinted in his mind. The first was the 4 spirits burning array, the second was the illusionary heaven array, and the third was the mysterious armor spirit control array. Each of the 3 diagrams corresponded to different types of array techniques, including attack, defense, and illusion arrays. Each scroll detailed the functions and methods for practicing the arrays. The foundation of an array master is to inscribe array patterns. The faster and more complex the patterns are inscribed, the stronger the array master becomes. Ling Yifeng could now independently inscribe an array pattern to cast a level 1 needle rain array, which qualified him as a true array master. He looked at the diagrams. Even the simplest 4 spirits burning array required hundreds of array patterns for just a small formation. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. These arrays must be of high level. But now he could only watch helplessly and couldn't practice at all. Ling Yifeng took out a fiery red magic core from his ring space. This was a third-level fire attribute magic core that he had exchanged when he met Ling Yifeng. After exiting the scroll space, he had brought nothing out. And that array source stone couldn't be taken out either. No wonder the methods and diagrams his mother passed on were directly imprinted in his mind. However, the magic core could also serve as a substitute for the array source stone as the array base. It was said that powerful array masters could use anything, even falling leaves or pebbles, as array bases. And some array masters didn't even need a specific base at all, just a wave of their hand would suffice to create an array. But that kind of advancement was still too far away for him. Ling Yifeng could only earnestly practice inscribing array patterns step by step, holding the magic core in his left hand and extending his right index finger to sketch the not-so-familiar pattern in the air. Faint red spiritual power flickered at his fingertips, leaving behind illusory afterimages in the air. As he completed the array pattern, Ling Yifeng gently tapped the magic core. With the tap, the array was formed. As Ling Yifeng activated the array with his technique, he was surprised to find that the array's range had expanded to a radius of 15 feet. When he practiced in the scroll space, he could only cover a space of 10 feet square. Could it be due to the power boost from this magic core? Soon, delicate strands of rain began to coalesce in the space, but now they emitted a faint red glow. The crimson rain, mixed with warm spiritual power, slowly fell onto the bed, cabinet, table, and chairs in his room, piercing through the furniture as if it were tofu. The sparks that landed on the bedsheet even ignited his blanket. Ling Yifeng was startled and hurriedly withdrew the spiritual array to extinguish the flames on the bedsheet. Looking at the densely packed tiny holes on the furniture, he helplessly tapped his head and bitterly smiled. That was careless. After witnessing the power of the array, he understood a principle. Magic cores could not only enhance the spiritual array, but also provide corresponding attribute spiritual power. Moreover, one must never casually cast spiritual arrays in such a small space, as it could cause unpredictable damage. Now that night had fallen, looking at the bed covered in pinpricks, Ling Yifeng had no choice but to make do for one night and replace the furniture tomorrow. The next day, as Ling Yifeng was having someone replace the furniture in his room, Ling Yu ran over. "Brother Feng, you were incredible at the clan competition. Even Ling Chuang was beaten up by you like that. The first among the younger generation in Luoyuqing has changed hands." Ling Yu's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration. "I didn't want to be so ostentatious. I just wanted to verify the results of my training in the Beast Forest." Ling Yifeng explained casually. He didn't think defeating Ling Chuyang was such a remarkable achievement. He had merely slapped some faces hard at the clan competition in accordance with his father's wishes. "Did you feel the surprise I told you about? Were you surprised?" Ling Yu said, winking at Ling Yifeng, clearly more interested in this matter. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but smile wryly. He should have let Ling Yu tell him earlier so he could have been prepared. Seeing the expression on Ling Yifeng's face, which was neither laughter nor tears, Ling Yu pretended to be indifferent and said, "Sister Miao has been home for over a month. But I haven't seen her smile at all. She stays locked in her room all day. But after the clan competition, it was like she became a different person, smiling at everyone." "Oh, really?" Ling Yifeng pretended to be indifferent and replied, "Maybe she's just happy because she outperformed Ling Chuyang a little in the clan competition." "How can you be so dull? I saw you two shopping and laughing in the market the day after the clan competition. You know she hasn't stepped out of the Ling family's door for a month." "Oh, you were following me?" Ling Yifeng shot a sideways glance at Ling Yu, quickly changing the subject. He didn't know what strange direction the conversation would take if it continued. "Who has the time to follow you?" Ling Yu said. But suddenly his face turned red, stammering, "I just happened to be there, so I saw you." Looking at Ling Yu's flushed face, Ling Yifeng seemed to know something. He smiled slyly and said, "So that's how it is. I thought that day I felt like there was a sneaky guy who looked just like you. If it weren't for the little beauty next to him, I would have really thought it was you." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's face seemed to turn even redder. He initially just wanted to tease Ling Yifeng, but unexpectedly, Ling Yifeng guessed his thoughts instead. That day, he had been stubbornly trying to follow Ling Yuexin to the market, claiming he wanted to protect her, but he accidentally saw Ling Yifeng and Ling Miao walking together, chatting and laughing on the street. He had intended to go over and say hello, but suddenly, Ling Yuexin seemed to have some sort of grievance and walked away in another direction. So Ling Yu had no choice but to give up on saying hello and turned to chase after Ling Yuexin. "Hey, you've broken through to the 9th level of spiritual power?" Ling Yifeng suddenly changed the subject. Ling Yu's complexion slightly returned to normal as he puffed out his chest proudly and said, "I succeeded in leveling up the night you gave me the Qixin fruit. However, I gave away a few extra Qixin fruits to others." Ge, you won't blame me, right? Ling Yifeng glanced at him indifferently and said, since I gave it to you, you can distribute it however you want. It has nothing to do with me. However, why didn't I see you stand up to challenge anyone in the clan competition? Ling Yifeng was a bit puzzled, given Ling Yu's personality. He definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to show off. My target is only Ling Lei. If I go up and expose my true strength, that guy will definitely avoid me and not give me a chance to deal with him. Ling Yu sneered coldly. He has already agreed to spar with me on the arena at the Spirit Academy tomorrow. I will definitely give him a profound lesson tomorrow. This kid has quite a deep scheming mind, Ling Yifeng thought with a wry smile. Ge, when are you coming back to the Spirit Academy? Ling Yu suddenly asked. Dean Zhong had already announced that he could return to the Spirit Academy and he could go back anytime. I don't think I'll be going back for a while. I've realized that I can't get real training at the Spirit Academy. If I spent the last half a year there, I definitely wouldn't have improved so quickly. Although the Monster Beast Forest is fraught with danger, it's the best place to toughen oneself. Ling Yifeng slightly tilted his head to look at the sky. The group he met in the Monster Beast Mountains, including Lin Yusin, made him understand that there are always greater talents and realms beyond what he knows. Luoyu City is too small, and he cannot limit his vision to this small space. Yeah, hearing about your exciting adventures makes me want to go take a look too. Ling Yu's heart was filled with longing for the Monster Beast Mountains. Your strength is too weak now. You can't even defeat the lowest level first-tier monster. And you don't even have the ability to protect yourself. Just focus on your training for now. Don't think about these unrealistic things. Ling Yifeng said mercilessly. Ling Yu was not angry. He knew that what Ling Yifeng said was indeed the truth. This world is incredibly exciting, but only the strong can appreciate its beauty. Without strength, one can be said to struggle to move even an inch in this world. Ge, I've recently learned a set of spiritual skills, and I don't know how powerful they are, so I came to find you to try them out. Ling Yu rubbed his hands together, smiling a bit shyly. Is it for tomorrow's competition? Ling Yifeng guessed his thoughts at a glance. Realizing he had been found out, Ling Yu no longer hid it and nodded, saying, I can't control the power of this set of spiritual skills yet. I'm afraid if I hit too hard and injure that guy tomorrow, it wouldn't be good. So I wanted to practice with you, Ge. So you want to see if I can withstand your attack, right? Ling Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and teased. If I really get injured by you, I'll let you take care of me for the rest of my life. Ling Yu patted his chest with righteous assurance. The two exchanged a glance and laughed heartily. As a powerful being at the spirit element realm, even if Ling Yu used a sacred level spiritual skill, he couldn't bridge the gap in strength between them. Even if Ling Yifeng didn't resist and allowed him to attack, the spiritual power within him would automatically protect him from being harmed by Ling Yu. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yu thought of coming to Ling Yifeng to practice.